My elder sister is a superstar chapter 55 to chapter 110. Next, let me invite the last singer. Why don't you guys guess who she is? Backstage, Xianxia turned around and said as she walked. Who is it? Who is the replacement singer? I'm looking forward to it. Which teacher is it? If the program can invite a heavenly king or queen, I'll be impressed. Don't even think about a heavenly king. The appearance fee is so high. Not necessarily. The appearance fee is based on the number of appearances. It won't cost much to invite a heavenly king and then eliminate him. Are you kidding me? Once a heavenly king goes on stage, he'll be swept clean. Who can compete with him? Besides, if that's the case, why would a heavenly king come? Where did your IQ go? The bullet screen was very lively. Although the program was already broadcast on TV, not everyone was watching it. People nowadays prefer to watch it on their phones or computers. They wouldn't even touch the TV. Xianxia knocked on the door. A young woman with long wavy hair opened the door and greeted her with a smile. Hi. Hello, Teacher Shui. Hello, Xianxia. The two women shook hands warmly. Shui was only a C-list actress. She wasn't very famous, but Xianxia was very friendly to her. The reason was that Shui's husband, Li Xiugong, was a big shot in the music industry and one of the pioneers of the rock industry. In terms of fame, he was even better than Huang Yuding. Shui was in her late 20s, while Li Xiugong was almost 40. They were almost 10 years apart. In the entertainment industry, it was common for an old man to have a young wife. There were even some who had a 20-year age gap. Shui was a model. After marrying Li Xiugong, she relied on her husband's connections in the entertainment industry to debut as a singer. Later, she transferred to the entertainment industry and barely made it to the C-list. Teacher Shui, you have a good attitude. You're not nervous at all, Xianxia said with a smile. It's okay. But the newcomer on your program isn't nervous. Why should I be? Shui shrugged casually. I don't know how to respond to that. Xianxia could only smile. The bullet screen, yo, you're quite arrogant. The newcomer isn't nervous, so you're not nervous? Okay, no problem. At least Qin Baobao's singing is good, and her songs are even better. Shui, where do you get your confidence from? I'm disappointed. Although Shui is pretty, she can't be compared to Qin Baobao. Her face is 2 grades lower, and her figure is 1 grade lower. A woman who doesn't even have a 30-60 is still a woman. Puff, mother **, I'm a woman. I just don't have a 30-60. What's wrong with that? China woman, are you crazy? 30-60 is not a human, it's a cow. Of course, there were also many people who supported Shui. Those who mocked and ridiculed her were only a minority. As a C-list celebrity, her popularity was definitely not something that Qin Baobao could compare with. Xianxia pretended to be curious and said, I heard that teacher Shui came prepared this time and prepared a secret weapon for everyone. Can you tell me? Sure. Shui nodded and said confidently, my husband wrote a few songs for me. Since I'm quite free, I decided to challenge myself on your show. Wow, teacher Shuigang's new song? Rock and roll? Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. No, I can't sing rock and roll. It's a love song. Shui said with a happy face, my husband wrote a love song for me. I plan to release an album before the end of the year. All the songs were written by him. As everyone knows, my husband sings rock and roll. Love songs are not his forte. So I want to test it out on I Am a Singer. Xianxia smiled and said, let's wait and see. The comments exploded. Li Xiugong's new work, I'm looking forward to it. Idol's work must be the best. It's full of highlights. Compared to Qin Baobao's original song, I'm more looking forward to Teacher Li's love song. Rock and roll love song? Don't joke. Rock and love songs are two different fields. You're rocking passionately while singing a love song with deep feelings? That's right. It's scary to be uneducated. Rock and love songs are completely different. Li Xiugong dotes on his wife too much. I'm jealous. 666 Fast forward, I want to hear Li Shuigong's new song. Rock and roll stars enter the field of love songs. Prince of love songs, tremble. Li Shuigong is famous in the music industry. His rock and roll songs are popular in the south of the country. But love songs and rock and roll songs are different. I don't have much hope. In front of the computer, Xianxia looked at the comments and the corner of his mouth raised. Who said that rock songs and love songs were different fields? Yes, he also thought so before he listened to the music library in the store. The system had refreshed his worldview. The stored music library was simply massive. There were songs from the parallel universe, and there were many rock and love songs in it. Qin Baobao sneered. This woman is stirring up trouble. I don't like her, so I'll KO her in the first round. Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, Hey, you're spoiling the show. How can we watch the show like this? Sister Ziwei, let's go back to the house and sleep. Okay. Wang Zijin was quite cooperative. She got up and was about to go back to the house. Actually, neither of them wanted to watch the show. They were sleepy and didn't want to stay up late. Qin Baobao panicked and knocked Wang Zijin down on the sofa. Then she pounced on Xianxia and rode him. Don't go, don't go. Watch it with me. It's not time for me to show off yet. Wang Zijin, if you don't watch it, I'll break up with you. Xianxia raised his hand and said, I'm not afraid of you breaking up with me. Please let me go back to sleep. Qin Baobao leaned over and said something in his ear. Xianxia immediately admitted defeat and said, I'll accompany you until the end of time. I'll just smile. Qin Baobao whispered, I'll tell Zijin that you secretly did strange things with my underwear. Xianxia, who was caught red-handed, angrily glanced at his sister's deep white cleavage. He wanted to take revenge. Qin Baobao, who was sensitive, immediately noticed. She hit her brother's head with her hand and stood up with a red face. In the show, the singers began to draw lots. Hong Jingyao was a senior, so everyone recommended him to be the first to draw lots. He shrugged helplessly and drew number 3. Huang Yuding was the second to draw number 2. Chen Xiaotong said, number 3. When it was Li Rongxing's turn, he was very nervous. But he was abandoned by the goddess of luck today and drew number 2. No, why am I number 2? I don't want to fight with brother Huang. Li Rongxing held his head and kept shouting no. The other singers laughed. Yinjia blinked. There are only 2 numbers 1 left in the box. There's no need for the 2 of you to draw. Shuimei glanced at Qin Baobao. There's no need to draw. Qin Baobao kept smiling. Yinjia said, this draw is very interesting. Both of you came with original songs. Last week, we saw the quality of Qin Baobao's songs. Teacher Shuimei also has a great god behind her. Who is better? I can't wait to start the competition now. Shuimei said in a confident and indifferent tone, I believe in my husband's talent and my own strength. The cameraman deliberately turned the camera to Qin Baobao. Appropriate verbal confrontation was a big selling point of the variety show. Qin Baobao smiled sweetly. I also believe in my brother's talent and my own strength. Shuimei sneered. The bullet screen, damn, these 2 women are going against each other. This is going to be interesting. I Am a Singer is a very real show. It's not like some variety shows, which are completely scripted and full of routines. I Am a Singer also has routines, but many of its details are authentic. It doesn't deliberately create contradictions, deliberately make a couple, or forcibly move people. In terms of appearance, I'm more inclined to Qin Baobao. But in terms of singing, I'm more inclined to Shuimei. What a joke, her husband is Li Shuigong. I love watching women fight. To be honest, Qin Baobao has no hope. Although she sang 2 excellent songs, are excellent songs so common? If she can't perform as well as the first 2 songs, Shuimei won't even need to KO her. Her popularity will plummet. The audience won't be able to accept such a contrast. That makes sense. Qin Baobao is a newcomer. She doesn't have a fan base. Unlike other singers, who perform poorly, everyone can understand and recognize their standards. There's nothing to compare. Qin Baobao is going to be eliminated. What a pity. It's a pity that such a beauty with big breasts and a big butt is eliminated. I haven't had enough. Even if she's beautiful and has a good figure, she's still going to be eliminated if she can't sing. To be honest, Qin Baobao's singing is good. Especially that voice. Ioyo, it makes me hard. But everyone here is a professional singer. Their singing is not bad. She's a newcomer. She's at a disadvantage. That's enough. She's a newcomer. It's rare that she can gain so much popularity. After this elimination, the company will definitely do a follow-up package. She should be able to become famous. On the stage, Xianxia said, "Let's welcome the first singer, Shui Mei." Applause sounded. The audience was in high spirits. They could clearly see the recording situation backstage through the big screen. They knew that Shui Mei came with Li Shuigong's new work. They were looking forward to it. Shui Mei stepped onto the stage in a very formal and flirtatious fashion. She was a professional model. At the age of 27, she was a mature young woman. Many of the audience screamed. Some men whistled. The music started. On the big screen behind her, the name of the song scrolled, Fairy Tale. Shui Mei sang with a rhythm. Gently tell you the secret of fairy tales. It's a poignant love. It's a beautiful love. The prince fell in love with the princess. The frog fell in love with the princess. The puppet fell in love with the princess. The frog fell in love with the princess. You are my princess. My princess, my love. The love in fairy tales. My princess, your prince is me. Shui Mei's voice was sweet and clear. The rhythm of fairy tale was also bright and light. It was very suitable for her to sing. The audience gently shook their arms and swayed with the rhythm. No one shouted. They just listened to the melodious and light song. The camera cut to the backstage. Huang Yuding praised, "The rhythm is very bright and catchy." Hong Jingyao's comment was pertinent. "It's not as good as a high-quality song. But the song is very good. It's a happy and sweet love. It's worth listening to." Chen Xiaotong suddenly said, "Hey, don't be led into the ditch by little Qin. Our show is about singing and voice. It's not about who has more high-quality songs." Hong Jingyao and Huang Yuding shook their heads and laughed. They were indeed led into the ditch. When they heard that it was an original, they subconsciously compared it with Qin Baobao's 2 original songs. But in fact, on this stage, the song was only a part. The singing was the most important. In music variety shows, the more high quality the song was, the less likely it was to appear. On the contrary, unpopular songs were more popular. There was a reason for this. Classics were difficult to surpass. It was meaningless to cover them. If you didn't sing well, you would be shooting yourself in the foot. On the bullet screen, netizens kept commenting. A refreshing love song. Not bad, not bad. But why is this song from a man's perspective? Nonsense. This was written by teacher Li Shuigong for teacher Shui Mei. Of course, it's from a man's perspective. The entertainment industries. Model couple. I'm so touched. I also want a husband like this. This song is not bad. Why do I feel that it's not as good as the 2 songs sung by Qin Baobao? Nonsense. Do you think high-quality songs are everywhere? The so-called high-quality songs are definitely in the top 10 of the top Chinese music chart and will not be eliminated in the next few years or even 10 years. The so-called classics, no matter how many years have passed, will never fade. They will become new and fragrant over time. That's right. I give full marks to this song. It's a love song written by teacher Li Shuigong for his wife. It's full of love. Is teacher Li Shuigong showing off his love? What a mouthful of dog food. But I like it. My brother is amazing. You're good at rock and roll singing, but you're also so good at love songs? Shui Mei, my husband is so amazing. I love you. Well, the next Qin Baobao. Why do I feel that she's finished? Ha ha ha, she's definitely finished. Unless she comes up with another high-quality song. But is it possible? Is it possible? Compared to her legend, I prefer teacher Shui Mei's fairy tale. It's catchy. I got into the rhythm immediately. In the show, several singers were still talking about how Fairy Tale was well received. They were all optimistic about Xuemei. Li Rongxing looked at them. After a while, he couldn't help but say, "Well, you didn't go to Qin Baobao's rehearsal?" "Huh? I was at the rehearsal. I didn't go. I had something to do that day. I went back after the rehearsal." Several singers looked at Li Rongxing. It was impossible for the program team to arrange rehearsals for the singers at the same time. Everyone was a celebrity, and time was money. Qin Baobao was the last to rehearse because she had to practice her songs. Xianxia had written a song for her on Wednesday, and she had to rehearse on Thursday. Time was tight and she only had one day. She sang until her voice was hoarse that day. Li Rongxing was probably the only one among the singers who witnessed Qin Baobao's entire rehearsal, because Qin Baobao was right behind him. Li Rongxing happened to have an event to attend that day, but he still stayed. Half of it was because he was curious. Would this girl, who had performed 2 excellent songs at the start of the show, continue to be so cool, or would her talent run out? Half of it was because he was curious about Qin Baobao. Li Rongxing had taken a liking to Qin Bao. She was a girl with a perfect face and figure. As a normal man, how could he not be attracted to her? Li Rongxing had been involved in scandals with several female celebrities in the industry, but none of them could compare to Qin Baobao. They were too far apart. Li Rongxing smiled mischievously without saying anything. He did not intend to explain to the singers. Xuemei sang a clear and melodious high note at the end of the song, which gradually turned low. The music ended. Everyone applauded enthusiastically, and the cheers were like a tidal wave. The flashing stage lights illuminated everyone's faces as they applauded and cheered. "Next, let's welcome our queen of love songs, Qin Baobao." Applause rang out from all directions. Qin Baobao's popularity was obviously better than last time. There were also many people in the audience who supported her, but most of them were men. Some of them even whistled and laughed. Under the gorgeous stage lights, Qin Baobao went on stage. Her tall figure, slender legs, perky breasts, and exquisite face once again stimulated the audience below the stage and in front of the computer. The bullet screen was full of comments. "Qin Baobao, we love you. Long-legged, we'll always support you. Qin Baobao is a true goddess. She's my goddess. I'm taking her with me. Qin Baobao is probably done for this time, but it doesn't matter. I remember that there is a dance talent show recently. If she goes, she will definitely be the champion. With such a figure, it would be a pity if she didn't dance. Qin Baobao's voice is also very nice. She lost because she is not popular and her fanbase is not enough. The love song that Li Shuigang wrote for his wife is so romantic. Moreover, Xuemei's singing is not bad. These 2 women are so funny. One relies on her brother, and the other relies on her husband. It's true that she relies on her husband, but not her younger brother. I don't believe that her younger brother wrote the song. It must be her company that's supporting her. It's a pity that we're going to have to return empty-handed. I Am a Singer is not suitable for newcomers to begin with. Even in the last season, the contestants still have a fan base. Qin Baobao competed naked. At this moment, many of the audience members were pointing at the big screen and discussing among themselves. It was unknown what they were discussing or feeling surprised about. The screen quickly switched to the direction of the stage. The words "fairy tale" were still scrolling on the big screen, but the music started. Qin Baobao closed her eyes and prepared to sing. The bullet screen, fairy tale? Why is it still a fairy tale? The staff must have made a mistake. This is Teacher Xuemei's song. That's awkward. Qin Baobao, don't turn your head. Otherwise, you'll cry. Haha. This is too unprofessional. They even made a mistake with something as important as the scrolling credits. How are we supposed to know what song Qin Baobao is singing? Suddenly, a bullet screen popped up. Attention, there's a high energy ahead. High energy your sister. High energy ahead? Qin Baobao took off her clothes? I hate idiots the most. High energy all day long. It's ridiculous. Although the audience was discussing, the scrolling credits did not change. At this moment, Qin Baobao's unique, gentle, and magnetic voice spread through the microphone. I've forgotten how long it's been since I last heard you. You told me your favorite story. I thought about it for a long time. I started to panic. Did I do something wrong again? You cried and told me. Fairy tales are all lies. I can't be your prince. Maybe you won't understand after you said you love me. The stars in my sky are all shining. Backstage, Huang Yuding was dumbfounded. Chen Xiaodong's mouth was slightly open. Hong Jingyao shook his head and muttered under his breath, another premium product. They were all professional singers. The first half of a song was enough for them to know whether it was good or bad. Shuemei stared at the screen with her eyes wide open. The words fairy tale on the screen were particularly dazzling. Li Rongxing smiled playfully. When I heard this song the other day, I was also dumbfounded. Qin Baobao had been singing for so long that anyone who knew what was good could tell. The two songs were really incomparable. Shuemei's fairy tale was at most a little refreshing. If it weren't for Li Shuigong and the romantic story of To My Wife, her song would never have attracted the audience. However, Qin Baobao's song was better than Shuemei's in terms of melody, lyrics, and voice. The gentle and melancholic sound of the piano drifted in the air. Baby Qin, who was singing in a low and affectionate voice, suddenly raised her voice by a decibel. I want to become the fairy tale. The angel you love. Open my hands and turn them into wings to protect you. You have to believe that we will be like the fairy tale. Happiness and happiness are the endings. Below the stage, the camera flashed past the faces of the audience, and they were all dumbfounded. I want to become the angel you love in the fairy tale. Open my hands and turn them into wings to protect you? This song, the bullet screen exploded with 666 comments. Damn, this song is amazing, amazing. Fairy tale? If it wasn't for the backstage staff's mistake, this song would be called a fairy tale. My heart hurts. I feel so sad. Qin Baobao really surprises me again and again. I love her to death. Two fairy tales, two completely different styles. I think of my first love, sob sob sob. Qin Baobao is really good at singing love songs. I, a man, almost cried. Soul singer Qin Baobao, turned fan. This song makes me want to cry. It's so F***king catchy. I even hummed along. But it's my F***king first time listening to it. Qin Baobao closed her eyes. She remembered what Qin Zhe said before singing the song yesterday. Sister, I wrote this song for you. I hope I can be your angel and protect you forever. Then, Qin Baobao heard this song and she cried at that time. You cried and told me. Fairy tales are all lies. It's impossible for me to be your prince. Maybe you won't understand, ever since you said you love me. The stars in my sky are all bright. I want to become the fairy tale. The angel you love. Open my hands and turn them into wings to protect you. You have to believe. Believe that we will be like the fairy tale. Happiness and joy are the endings. Qin Baobao sang herself into high spirits. She pointed the microphone at the hundreds of audience members and shouted, everyone, sing together. Some people were born to be stars. They were born with the talent to control the audience. This time, it was the audience's noisy and loud voice. I want to be like the fairy tale. The angel you love. Open my hands and turn them into wings to protect you. You have to believe that we will be like the fairy tale. Happiness and joy are the endings. Some people were in high spirits. Some people were touched by the scene and cried. This was a sad love song. It was destined from the beginning of the lyrics. It was about two lovers who gradually drifted apart. They fell in love until they broke up. However, the male protagonist couldn't let go. He recalled the sweetness of the two and dreamed or begged that he could be the female protagonist's angel and protect her forever. You have to believe that we will be like the fairy tale. Happiness and joy are the endings. These two lines were the most heart-wrenching. Fairy tales were fairy tales because they could never become reality. Shuemei's fairy tale was about sweet love. Qin Baobao's fairy tale was a sad and extravagant wish. The two were worlds apart in terms of artistic conception, lyrics, and melody. The latter was the best of the best. It was destined to amaze the world. Qin Baobao's chest rose and fell slightly. She adjusted her breathing and bowed slightly to the audience who were immersed in the song. "Thank you, everyone. Thank you." Someone stood up and clapped desperately. The second person stood up, and the third person stood up. Clatter, there was a wave of people on the audience stand. Everyone stood up and clapped thunderously. The bullet screen, what an eye-opener, what an eye-opener. What should I do? What should I do? I'm in love with her. How can there be such a woman in the world? I want to sleep with her. Ah, no one stop me. I'm going to force myself on the CEO. Does anyone have Qin Baobao's address? I'm going to ask for her hand in marriage. The fake pig said in fear, I'll give you the number one in the world. This woman is going to be famous. She's going to be very famous. Bao Bao is the best. Xianxia went on stage in a moon-white off-shoulder dress. Her exquisitely made-up face bloomed with an amazed smile. The fairy tale is so beautiful that it makes people's hearts beat. Thank you two singers for bringing us different styles of fairy tale love. Friends in the audience, pick up your voting devices. The first round of elimination begins now. In the dynamic music, the votes rose one by one. The audience looked at the big screen while voting. The bullet screen was even more lively. Some supported Qin Baobao, and some supported Xianxia. One was a beauty goddess who debuted as a newcomer. She was known as the queen of love songs on the internet. The other was a C-list actress with a certain fan base. Her husband, Li Xiaogong, was a powerful singer and one of the flag-bearers of rock. Who would win? The audience turned their eyes to the big screen, anticipating the result. A C-list celebrity, her husband was a big shot in the rock industry. A pure newcomer, repeatedly stunning the audience with new songs. The final result, Xianxia, 201 votes. Qin Baobao, 299 votes. No one gave up. The difference was nearly 100 votes. It was a crushing victory. Applause and cheers rang out. The netizens expressed their thoughts and opinions on the bullet screen. As expected. It's really incomparable. Qin Baobao's fairy tale made me want to cry. There's a faint sadness in my heart. Although I'm a fan of Li Xiaogong, his fairy tale can't compare to Qin Baobao's. I admit defeat. Qin Baobao surprised us again. She's the biggest highlight of I Am a Singer. I'm finally sure that the younger brother is fake. How can one person write so many excellent songs? Invisible Wings, Legend, Fairy Tale. Damn, you're telling me that one person wrote them? Whoever believes that is a fool. The bullet screen floated by. Most of them were praising Qin Baobao. They said that she was good at singing and was beautiful. She deserved to win. Qin Baobao watched with great interest. She smiled and squinted her eyes. Pa. Xianxia suddenly closed his laptop and announced, the show is over. Sister Ziwei, let's go to bed. Go to bed. Ba, you're taking advantage of me. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes at him. She stood up, stretched her waist, and yawned. Bao Bao, you won. I can go to bed now. Go, go. Qin Baobao pouted. A forced melon is not sweet. Qin Baobao was satisfied to let her brother and her best friend see her in the limelight. What happened next? Wang Zijin asked curiously. 3 revival contestants, Chen Xiaotong, Li Rongxing, and Xianxia. In the end, Xianxia was eliminated, Xianxia said. Qin Baobao was shocked. How did you know? Xianxia waved his phone. There are spoilers on the internet, and the comments are very hot. Sister, you're on fire this time. Qin Baobao beamed with joy and snatched the phone. Let me see. Don't look. Xianxia saw Wang Zijin close the door. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and exhaled the smoke comfortably. Qin Baobao waved his hand to disperse the smoke and lowered his head to look at his phone. Xianxia took a deep puff of smoke and blew it all on Qin Baobao's beautiful face. Qin Bao choked and kept coughing. She was so angry that she kicked Xianxia. What are you doing? I told you not to look. Xianxia snatched the phone back and said with a serious expression, what you won this time is still not popularity, but a song. This won't do. Why not? I'm beautiful and good at singing. I'm invincible. Qin Baobao's confidence swelled after her consecutive victories. She was lucky that she didn't have a tail. Otherwise, she would be very proud. Although songs are important, this show is not only about songs, but also singing skills and popularity. Your voice is very sexy. Xianxia analyzed, but your singing skills are actually at the bottom, about the same as that Xue Mei. Compared to professional singers like Huang Yuding and Li Rongxing, you're not good enough. Secondly, popularity. You're lucky this time to meet a third-rate celebrity who's not much better than you. If you meet Huang Yuding or Li Rongxing again, you'll still be defeated. But that's how I am. My singing skills can't improve just because I want to. There's no hero to enlighten me. Qin Baobao said sadly. You can't enlighten me, but I can. Xianxia smiled and said, you don't have to go to work these few days. I'll give you special training. I'll try to improve your singing skills in a week. You? Qin Baobao looked at him for a long time. Suddenly, she held her stomach and fell on the sofa, laughing. Xianxia's mouth twitched. System F*King exchange for advanced singing skills. I'm going to slap this B*TCH. Exchange successful. Xianxia slapped his sister's big butt. It was crisp and loud. Qin Baobao cried out and covered her butt. She glared at him in embarrassment. Come, sing the fairy tale again. Humph. Humph, your sister. Hurry up and sing. I don't have a sister. I only have a brother. Don't talk nonsense. Just sing when I tell you to. Xianxia, you're getting more and more arrogant. Do you still see me as your sister? You're disobedient, aren't you? Think of a way to get a song. I'm not writing anymore. Don't be like this. I was wrong. Call me emperor. Your Majesty, this concubine was wrong. Sing. Oh. After being enlightened, Xianxia's knowledge and singing skills were on a whole new level. He constantly pointed out the mistakes in her pronunciation and her luck. Many songs were actually similar. Bass, high notes, vibrato, and so on, but the singing style was different. The company's training might not be wrong, but it was definitely not comprehensive and detailed. It was just like the things a teacher taught in a classroom. Just by listening carefully for 45 minutes in class, one would not be able to tell that a master's student was a master's student. Qin Baobao was shocked. After being taught by her younger brother, many parts of singing that she didn't know before were now clear to her. It was as if the clouds had cleared and she could see the clear sky. She benefited a lot. If it wasn't for Xianxia's serious expression, she would have pounced on her brother and pinched his face. Hey, where did this monster come from? My A's, get out of here. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the exhausted Qin Baobao was sent back to her room to sleep by Xianxia. However, Xianxia couldn't sleep. He was worried. Qin Baobao didn't have a high chance of winning the championship. The difficulty of this mission was hell level. The next morning, Xianxia and Wang Zijin came back from their morning exercise. Qin Baobao was talking on the phone in the living room. She was wearing loose white pajamas and her hair was fluffy. There was a glass of warm water on the glass coffee table in front of her. Sisterly, I won't be coming to the company for a few days. I have to focus on singing. I don't care who Su Gongming is. Get out of here. Who the hell wants his songs? You don't have to come. You're not my personal assistant. Just help me apply for leave. What's the company's response? Oh, as long as the leader is satisfied. Help me contact them. I won't be coming to the company this week. The title of Queen of Love Songs is not bad. That's it. Let the company buy more news. I just lack popularity and fans. I know it's already very high. Compared to famous singers like Li Rongxing and Hong Jingyao, my foundation is still very shallow. Oh, I don't care about these things. You're my agent. You can handle it. I'm hanging up. Bye. Wang Zijin lowered her head and changed her cotton slippers. She said with a smile, "Wow, you're like a superstar." "My bao is awesome." Qinze was amused. He joined in the fun. "My sister is awesome." Qin Baobao sipped the warm water and rolled her eyes coquettishly. Idiot. After breakfast, Wang Zijin went to work. Qin Baobao practiced singing in the room to digest what happened last night. Qinze sat in the living room, looking at the stock market on his laptop while collecting data online. He searched for information about Qin Baobao. After yesterday's show, Qin Baobao's popularity went up another level. In addition to the news bought by Star Art Entertainment, some small entertainment media also published news about her. Lazy Cat app, newcomer Qin Baobao once again amazes the world. Fairy Tale hits the top 10 of the music chart. Tian 3 excellent songs. Qin Baobao or a female star groomed by Star Art Entertainment? Yun Duan, Fairy Tale is well received. The birth of the Queen of Love songs. Iron-blooded web, digging into Qin Baobao's history of love. You see, after Qin Baobao sang this song, hundreds of live audience fell silent. Qinze read and laughed. Suddenly, he saw the hot search on Weibo. #wife protector Li Xiuigong # this was what happened. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Shuemei posted on Weibo. Dying before achieving victory. Tears streaming down my face. Hubby, the audience doesn't buy your fairy tale. Li Xiuigong. The attached picture was her and Qin Baobao's voting results. Shuemei, 201 votes. Qin Baobao, 299 votes. The fans comforted and encouraged her. If it was just that, of course, it wouldn't be on Weibo's hot search, but Lu Xiuigong responded. A few minutes later, Li Xiuigong also posted on Weibo. I Am a Singer is a great show. It's a platform for singers to communicate and compete. Can a newcomer with no foundation and no debut really get on this platform? Is it appropriate? Of course, I don't mean to target anyone. It's just my personal opinion. Hubby will avenge you. Shuemei. The attached picture was an invitation letter from the I Am a Singer program team. This time, it was lively. After all, Lu Xiuigong was a famous musician and one of the flag bearers of the rock industry. He had millions of followers on Weibo. Wife protector Li Xiuigong, full marks for this show of affection. I feel like he's raising his wife like she's his daughter. So loving. Wow, is my idol finally going to appear on Singer? I'm looking forward to it. 666 The King of Rock and Roll will arrive in 7 days. Wash your neck. They're really a model couple. Well done. Show me your love. Let's finish this bowl of dog food. Shuemei is so lucky to have such a good husband. Li Xiuigong's status in the music industry is not worse than Huan Yuding. This is interesting. I look forward to the competition between him and Huan Yuding. I support Huan Yuding. His voice is the sound of nature. Bullshit. Li Xiuigong's rock is too high. I like his songs the most. How can Huan Yuding beat him? Qin Baobao, who was hiding in the corner and shivering, is relieved. Thank you to the poster above for diverting the trouble. Pfft. I'm laughing so hard. Qin Baobao is in trouble. Wait for her to be finished by Li Xiuigong. Uncle will touch her head. Don't be afraid. Qinze frowned and continued reading. Most people were not optimistic about Qin Baobao. Fortunately, there were also people who supported Qin Baobao. Revenge? You bully a newcomer. Do you still have the face? Rubbish. Your wife is not as good as others, but you still have the face to talk nonsense. Just write your rock and roll songs and write JB's love songs. You want to compete with me, the Queen of Love songs? Who's to blame? That's right. What's wrong with a newcomer? Are you looking down on newcomers? The newcomer even finished your wife. What kind of person is he? He doesn't have the style of a big shot. Looking down, it was all one-sided comments, such as loving his wife, rock and roll singer. Qin Baobao was so scared that she peed. Li Shuigong's fans were all kinds of heckling and were happy to see. These days, when a star posted a photo of his life, countless people would praise and worship him, let alone the interaction between husband and wife. It felt that Qin Baobao was the evil dragon in the fairy tale who stole the princess and was waiting for Li Shuigong to chop off his head. Qin Zai's heart skipped a beat. He posted a message on Weibo and tagged Li Shuigong. Of course, no one paid any attention to a nobody like him, who was only noticed by a few hundred people. But that wasn't important. He pushed open his sister's door. Qin Baobao was practicing her high notes when she heard the commotion. She turned around. "Sister, someone's mocking you." Qin Zai passed his phone to her. Qin Baobao looked at it and was furious. What's wrong with Li Shuigong? Can't he afford to lose? What's the meaning of taking revenge for Xuemei? She grabbed her phone and sat on her bed. The more she looked, the angrier she got. Her eyebrows were raised. She was furious. "Repost my Weibo later," Qin Zai said and turned to leave. Qin Baobao's verified Weibo information: Star Art Entertainment signed artist, singer, representative works, Invisible Wings, Legend, Fairy Tale. When Qin Baobao registered her Weibo, the only people who followed her were her brother, Qin Zai, and some classmates and friends. There were only a few dozen people. But now, there were already 50,000 people following her. Qin Baobao's Weibo. The last Weibo post was on June 15th. Today, I can eat the chicken stewed with mushrooms made by my brother. Love you. The accompanying picture was of Qin Zai's back view busy in the kitchen. At that time, Qin Baobao hadn't resigned from the global top 500. When she was in a good mood, she would post a few Weibo posts. When she was in a bad mood, she would post a few Weibo posts. She was carefree and carefree. Ever since she decided to take the path of an artist, she rarely had time to post on Weibo. She didn't even have time to surf the internet, unlike Qin Zai who browsed various Tieba and forums every day. There were more than 10,000 comments under this Weibo post. They were all replies from netizens after she became famous. They were all very interesting. 50% of them were praises. Invisible Wings, Legend, and Fairy Tale were all very good. The remaining 50% were also praises. They praised Qin Baobao's looks. Why was it interesting? It was because the comments were too dirty. There were many beautiful female stars, and their fans were not stingy with their compliments. There had never been a female star like Qin Baobao, who only teased and ridiculed. This was all because Qin Baobao looked too seductive. She had a foxy face that was born to seduce men. She had a pair of seductive phoenix eyes and a hot body. The first impression she gave people was that she was a vixen, an enchanting femme fatale. It had nothing to do with being dignified and elegant. Qin Baobao read Li Shuigong's Weibo angrily and returned to the main page. She found that her Weibo had been attacked and the number of comments had increased from 10,000 to more than 30,000. They were all Li Shuigong's fans and netizens who fanned the flames. "You can even tolerate this? Li Shuigong threatened to destroy you. It's decided then. Qin Baobao, throw out the pet ball. I can tolerate this, but I can't. Let's go, prepare to PK with the king of rock and roll. I came here from Li Shuigong's Weibo. I want to see how the queen of love songs is trembling. Qin Baobao, you're in big trouble. What are you waiting for? Pick up your phone and call 158XXXXX1812. Call your husband and I'll protect you. Qin Baobao, who do you think you are? Wait for my idol to deal with you and kick you out of the show. Who told you to KO someone's wife? Now you're getting your retribution. You're finished. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Hurry up and admit defeat in the next episode. Onlookers. Onlookers +1 you're a newcomer. You don't know how to appreciate favors and PK with a professional singer. Hee. Your singing is just SOSO. You're just relying on a new song. When the audience gets tired of the aesthetic in the next episode, you'll be eliminated. My boyfriend actually set Qin Baobao's full body photo as his phone wallpaper. MMP. She's obviously not a decent woman. I swear that Qin Baobao will definitely be eliminated in the next episode. The reasons were as follows. First, the next episode's contestants were Huang Yuding, Chen Xiaotong, Li Rongxing, Hong Jingyao, Qin Baobao and Li Shuigong. No matter who Qin Baobao went up against, it would be difficult for her to win. She would be KO'd in the first round and be eliminated in the revival round. In the previous episodes, apart from winning with a song, Li Zongda and Shui Mei were not popular singers. One of them was only famous in Hong Kong and did not have many fans in China. The other was a model and was not a professional singer. She was also not very famous. So, it was reasonable for Qin Baobao to win with a good song. In this episode, she would be facing a few strong singers. What's more, she had a good song. No matter how big Star Art was, it was not owned by her family. They could not support her at all costs. Even if they did, Star Art was not a pure record company. Where would they get so many good songs? Every good song is expensive. How could Star Art be willing to spend so much money on a newcomer? That makes sense. I don't know what to say. After your analysis, I feel like Qin Baobao will stop at the third episode. No, I haven't seen enough of Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao remembered Qin Zai's words, retweet my Weibo later, retweet his Weibo? Qin Baobao clicked on her brother's Weibo. She saw that he had just posted, if you're not convinced, let's compete. Li Shuigong. Qin Baobao thought for a few seconds. Then, her eyes lit up and she smiled. Retweet, my brother is so handsome. My brother is so great. Looking at childhood from afar. If you're not convinced, let's compete. Li Shuigong. At noon, Qin Baobao was trending. It was the first time in her life that she was trending on Weibo. Hashtag Qin Baobao scolds Li Shuigong. Hashtag many netizens didn't know about Qin Baobao, but everyone knew about Li Shuigong. Even if they weren't Li Shuigong's fans, they were definitely familiar with him in this information-filled society. Celebrity gossip was always a hot topic that attracted people's attention. Especially topics like so-and-so and so-and-so are fighting. Li Shuigong's fans scolded Qin Baobao. The netizens watched the show while fanning the flames. Who gave her the courage to think that she's a diva just because she sang a few new songs? Goddess, you're doomed. Haha, let's wait for the next singer. Let's wait for Qin Baobao to slap her in the face. She's not even famous yet and her confidence is already inflated. A pot of water doesn't make a sound. Is this woman an idiot? Her EQ is so low. She's so confident. Qin Baobao, what you did was too low. You have to be humble. You're just a newcomer. Why are you so arrogant? Li Shuigong is a rock star. Who do you think you are? Li Shuigong is a famous musician who has contributed a lot to the rock industry. Qin Baobao is just a newcomer. Where did she get her confidence from? She's just trying to gain popularity. Shameless. Suddenly, I'm looking forward to the next singer. Let's wait for her idol to eliminate her and let her see the power of rock. What an idiot. She's so beautiful. Am I the only one who supports Qin Baobao? Li Shuigong is a senior in the music industry. His wife lost and he jumped out and said revenge. Does he look like a senior? Qin Baobao's Weibo post is fine. Only the officials are allowed to set fires but not the common people? The person above is funny. The husband and wife are showing off their love. Qin Baobao jumped out and blindly said something. She's just trying to gain popularity. I've hated this woman for a long time. She looks like AB*****. Pfft. The boyfriend above must have fallen in love with someone else. She's ugly. Blame her for being beautiful. There were all kinds of comments on the internet. Qin Baobao's Weibo was taken over. Most people were insulting her while a small number of people supported her. In just half a day, the number of comments under this Weibo post soared to more than 100,000. What Qin Zai didn't expect was that his Weibo post also went viral. The Weibo post he posted this morning had more than 50,000 comments. The legendary younger brother? Caught a wild younger brother alive. Is he really Qin Baobao's younger brother? What a photo. I don't King believe it. Is this someone's alternate account? Post your photo if you have the guts. Post your real name if you have the guts. I don't believe that a person in his early 20s can write 3 excellent songs. His popularity is terrible. This must be an alternate account. This must be someone's alternate account. Who is that someone? The person above. It's time to recharge your IQ. Her, Qin Baobao's alternate account. What a green TB *TCH. In the production team of I Am a Singer, the director and several assistant directors were having a meeting. The director said, "You all know about what happened on the internet, right? Qin Baobao was a guest on the show, and Li Shuigong was a guest on the next episode. The production team was the first to know about such a big incident on the internet." The assistant director said, "Got it. Qin Baobao didn't do well in this matter. She's a senior after all. She didn't mention any names, so why did she use a pseudonym? This girl's personality is interesting." The few of them expressed their opinions. The director took a sip of tea. "This is a good thing. It's earned a lot of popularity for our show. There are 2 main reasons for this meeting. First, let's have a showdown between Qin Baobao and Li Shuigong in the next episode. Respond to the audience's request. Of course, it can't be too obvious. In the name of fairness, I Am a Singer gave the right to vote to the audience. However, there was no such thing as absolute fairness in the world. It was easy to manipulate the results of the draw. Moreover, it wasn't bad, nor did it break the show's principles. It was a covert operation that was allowed." The assistant directors and planners nodded. The selling point of the next episode was the showdown between Qin Baobao and Li Shuigong. Second, check the ID at standing afar watching My Childhood. Although there's no such person in the industry, there's no doubt that he's a gold medal composer. If it's an account from Xingyi Entertainment, then forget it. However, if it's really like what Qin Baobao said, and he's her younger brother, we have to poach this person. The director paused and looked around at the crowd. "Do you think the probability of him being Qin Baobao's younger brother is high?" The few of them shook their heads. What kind of joke was this? A gold medal composer who was unknown before suddenly popped out of nowhere? It didn't make sense at all. The most logical explanation was that Xingyi Entertainment was manipulating things behind the scenes to focus on nurturing Qin Baobao. One of the assistant directors raised his hand. When he saw everyone looking over, he muttered, "I received a request from Xingyi Entertainment. They want us to arrange for Qin Baobao to compete with Huang Yuding. In other words, they want to eliminate Qin Baobao because everyone knows that she's just a replacement singer. The real person that Xingyi Entertainment wants to recommend is Su Lu." The director frowned. "When did this happen?" The assistant directors said, "It's their own company's matter. Can't they handle it themselves?" "Yesterday after work. I wanted to say it this morning, but I forgot because of the incident online." The assistant director laughed bitterly. "It should be an internal analysis by Xingyi. Some people want Qin Baobao to continue singing, while others want to promote Su Lu." There was a short period of silence. Everyone was digesting and analyzing this information. From this, they realized a few things. Firstly, regarding Qin Baobao's follow-up work, Xingyi Entertainment had a disagreement. Secondly, watching Childhood from afar, perhaps he really wasn't from Xingyi Entertainment. The reason was simple. If there was a disagreement within Xingyi Entertainment, then they definitely wouldn't have spent so much resources on Qin Baobao. One had to know that even an A-list actress like Su Lu wouldn't have received such a huge amount of resources. Premium songs were hard to come by. There was more than one A-list entertainment company. The director thought for a moment and his eyes lit up. "Check it out. Find Weibo and ask for the ID and address. If necessary, find Qin Baobao and talk to her. We must poach this person and get him to join our TV station." In the living room, Qin Baobao leaned her head on Qin Zai's shoulder, holding the iPad in one hand and reading the comments. She pinched Qin Zai's waist with the other hand. "It's all your fault, it's all your fault." His sister almost cried because of the comments, but it was not good to argue with the netizens, so she could only vent her anger on the initiator. Qin Zai suffered physical pain, and his left hand wrapped around his sister's small waist. Since his sister practiced dancing, her small waist felt very good, and it was very comfortable to hold. How can you survive in the entertainment industry with such a fragile heart? Xianxia was very worried about his sister's future. Internet violence was a terrible thing. It could let people vent their negative and dark emotions to their heart's content, and they did not need to take responsibility. Many stars suffered from depression because of internet violence. Qin Baobao was such a heartless woman, yet she was suddenly happy and suddenly worried, worrying about gains and losses. Xianxia was confident that in the near future, he would be able to protect his sister from the wind and rain. But, he had no way of eliminating cyber violence. I will learn to adapt. Qin Baobao snorted. My soul is growing stronger day by day. I don't care if your soul is growing stronger or not. Anyway, my waist is about to die. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Qin Baobao patted the hand around her waist and narrowed her eyes. You take advantage of me, and I vent on your waist. It's a fair deal. Xianxia stared at his sister's full and perky chest. I have a bold idea. Move your eyes away. Qin Baobao chopped her brother's head with her hand. Did Xianxia have nothing better to do than to attract hatred? He had a purpose. The netizens were right. One of the tricks of the entertainment industry, gain popularity and hype. Hype was always the way to quickly increase popularity, and the most common method of hype was to spread rumors. Of course, the tricks were getting deeper and deeper, and the methods of hype were constantly developing, becoming more and more diverse. Didn't you notice? As long as a star promoted his movie, TV series, or album, there would be a wave of hype. Xianxia was helping his sister to hype up, taking advantage of Li Shuigong's popularity, and making the conflict between the two sides public and intense. Of course, he had to be careful. No matter what he did, he had to stop when it was appropriate. Otherwise, it would backfire. Therefore, he did not continue to post on Weibo. The effect was very good now, and there was no need to ridicule. Everyone knew that Qin Baobao publicly dissed Lu Shuigong, and the two of them were going to fight on the stage of I Am a Singer. She had achieved her goal of attracting attention. If Qin Baobao continued to blabber on, she would really be criticized by everyone and would be disliked. Conservatively speaking, Qin Baobao's popularity had more than doubled. If there was a topic, there would be popularity. This was the true meaning of hype. What's next? Can I really KO Li Shuigong on stage? Qin Baobao couldn't help but worry about her future. The most adorable thing about Qin Baobao was that she was not like other women who would only complain when faced with difficulties and setbacks. She would complain that her husband was incompetent, that her husband was not romantic, and that her husband did not love her. And the scariest part was, complaining that her husband had no money. Complaining was the scariest killer of relationships. It was more ruthless and sharp than time. She pinched Xianxia's waist like a ronde woman acting coquettishly to her man. With your current singing skills and popularity, it's difficult to beat Li Shuigong. The honest boy chuckled at his sister. Qin Baobao pouted. I'll just quit. I've earned enough popularity anyway. Then what happened today will become a stain on your career, Xianxia added. Qin Baobao glared fiercely at Xianxia, and Xianxia did not back down. The bored and childish siblings began to compete to see who would be the first to give up and lose. I have a little donkey, but I never ride it. The sudden ringtone startled them, and they both looked down to look for their phones. Their phones were a couple's model, one black and one pink, and the ringtone was the same. It was a very cheerful and childish children's song, which suited Qin Baobao's bad taste. The ringtone came from Qin Baobao's phone. She took a long time to take out her phone from the pocket of her tight hot pants. Qinghong? What's up? Xianxia leaned over to eavesdrop. The siblings were the same. When he was on the phone, Qin Baobao did the same. Baobao, I saw the news app on my phone this morning. Qin Baobao angrily insults Li Shuigong. Oh my god, I thought it was the same name as you. Then I searched online and saw I Am a Singer. So it's really you. You've become a star in just a few days? Did I transmigrate, or did you? Chen Qinghong, who was always cold, chattered for a long time. Qin Baobao snorted proudly. You just found out? I've already sung for 2 episodes. I've been busy with work recently. I don't have time to pay attention to variety shows. Actually, I quit a long time ago. On the second day of my birthday, I went to Star Art for an interview. The company felt that I had excellent qualifications and sang well, so I got in successfully. Xianxia's mouth twitched. Where was the success? That day, who was the one who said with a sad face, "Hurry up and run, it's so embarrassing." Regarding his sister's bragging behavior, Xianxia was considerate and didn't expose her. Bao Bao, were those songs really written by Xianxia? His sister turned to look at Xianxia, who shook his head. Bao Bao said, "Hee hee, it's a secret." "Humph, I'm guessing that your company found someone to write the songs. Big star, when you become famous, don't forget about me and Xianxia." The two chatted for a long time. Chen Qinghong said, "Oh right, Bao Bao, are you free tonight?" "I'm free." Bao Bao hesitated. "Then it's settled. Let's go to the bar tonight to celebrate. You're a star now, of course you have to be happy." Chen Qinghong paused. It seemed like someone was talking to her. "Soon," she said, "call your high school classmate too." I remember that Xianxia doesn't like to go to bars. Apologize to him for me. I'll take care of you. I won't let you get drunk." I didn't agree. I still have work tomorrow. Why would I go to the bar? Bao Bao frowned slightly. "Let's go. I've even invited Xianxia." "I'm not going." "Then the weekend?" Bao Bao was slightly tempted. She turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia shook his head. "I'm going home with Xianxia this weekend. My mom forced me to go on a blind date. She even gave me an ultimatum. Let's talk about it later." "Then, okay." After that, she said unwillingly, "Bao Bao, think about it again. Last time I asked you out, you didn't agree." "Oh, because I was about to participate in Singer, the training was very intense and I didn't have the energy. This time, I have no choice." "Another day, Qinghong. I'll invite you another day." "Okay, then you must come out next time." Bye." "Bye." Chen Qinghong hung up the phone. Her boyfriend beside her looked unhappy. "She's not coming? Didn't you hear it?" Chen Qinghong said lightly. "Why didn't she come twice? Aren't you best friends?" Chu Feng frowned. She rejected in a euphemistic way. "Bao Bao is so smart. She already knows what you're planning. She doesn't like." Chen Qinghong lowered her voice. "Li Zemin. This is the last time. I'm not a pimp, and I don't want to have a rift with Bao Bao because of this. She doesn't like you." Chu Feng remembered what a girl said many years ago. That year, he had just been admitted to Fudan University. One day, he was playing football on the field when he bumped into Bao Bao, who had just finished her meal and was taking a stroll. He was immediately stunned by her beauty and chased after her like a madman. He wrote love letters, stalked her, and deliberately sat close to her in public classes to muster up the courage to strike up a conversation with her. This woman had once made him drunk and crazy. At that time, Chen Qinghong was not Bao Bao's best friend. He pursued Chen Qinghong in order to get close to Bao. He took the route of saving the country in a roundabout way. He gave up on Bao Bao at a dinner party. Bao Bao, Xianxia, Chen Qinghong, and his and Xianxia's boyfriend. When the party was over, he left his drunk girlfriend in the private room and chased after Bao Bao. He grabbed her arm and said, "Bao Bao, I've liked you for a long time, a long time. From the first time I saw you, I swore to marry you. In the past 3 years, I've written countless love letters to you, but you're a proud phoenix, a pure angel. You've never responded to my feelings, nor to other men." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Bao Bao. Bao Bao said, "Angel my ass. They all call me a vixen." Chu Feng said, "No, no, no. You're the most beautiful in my heart. You're my angel." Bao Bao said impatiently, "Thank you very much. Forget about the angel, I'm not a birdman. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. I have to go home and play games with my brother." "Oh right, what's your name again? Aren't you Qinghong's boyfriend? Don't change your mind. I've had a crush on her for 3 years and wrote countless love letters to her, but she doesn't even know my name." After that day, Chu Feng completely gave up on Bao Bao. After that, he tested his girlfriend many times and found that she knew nothing about what happened that day. Qin Baobao did not tell his girlfriend. He was really relieved and did not dare to have any ideas about Qin Bao. Qin Baobao did not say anything, not because she pitied him and wanted to give him a chance to turn over a new leaf. She had encountered too many things like this. Since junior high school, the boyfriends of her close female classmates who had boyfriends would always try to seduce her. Because of this, she broke up with several of her friends. At this point, Qin Baobao was especially vigilant against the creatures like best friend's boyfriend. She did not tell Chen Qinghong because she was afraid that if she confessed, the two of them could not be friends. What are you talking about? If you're a pimp, then what am I? Chu Feng glared at his girlfriend and said in a deep voice, "Don't you know how infatuated Mr. Li is with her? This month, he gave us a lot of business. Converted into commission, it's 50,000 yuan. We're one step closer to our goal of buying a house. Besides, it's not like I'm asking you to do anything. I'm just asking Qin Baobao out for a meal and make friends. We're just creating an opportunity. Whether it works or not, let nature take its course. Besides, Qin Baobao doesn't have a boyfriend yet. What's wrong with Mr. Li? He's young, promising, and rich. There's no man who isn't infatuated with her." Chen Qinghong bit her lips and said hesitantly, "Then I'll try again next time. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to ask her out." Besides, her younger brother, Chu Feng frowned. "What's wrong with her younger brother?" Chen Qinghong said in a bad mood, "Her younger brother has a sister complex. Ever since he started living with Qin Baobao, every time Qin Bao goes out for a meal, he's always following her. He's even more attentive to his sister than his girlfriend. The point is, he doesn't like me. Does it matter whether he likes you or not?" "Of course it matters. Maybe he's talking bad about me now. Who's closer, a best friend or a younger brother?" Chen Qinghong's beautiful face showed a trace of anger. Her judgment was reasonable. Chen Qinghong often had meals with Qin Baobao and Xianxia. Every time, Qin Zhe would be there. Qin Zhe rarely talked to her, but he got along very well with Xianxia. Under such a huge contrast, even a fool could tell that Qin Zhe didn't like her. On the other side, Qin Zhe sneered. "Yo, the pimp is here again." "What pimp? You're so ugly," Qin Baobao said unhappily. "I advise you to say goodbye to her as soon as possible. That kind of pimp will be sold by her sooner or later." Qin Baobao was really angry this time. She glanced at him coldly. "Do you know how to talk?" Qin Zhe wasn't afraid of his sister's majesty. "You're still being unreasonable with me? Haven't you heard of the wise saying, corruption begins with brothers and degeneration begins with sisters? If she really wants to find a boyfriend for you, I have nothing to say. But look, who's that Li Zemin? He's her boss. Her boss covets your beauty. As her best friend, she acts as a bridge between them. She's still in the bar? I'll go to the bar where she's paralyzed. Is she trying to get you drunk and send you to someone else's bed?" Qin Zhe got angrier as he spoke. "If she's here, I'll slap her." Old Master Qin had a taboo, his daughter was in the entertainment industry. Qin Zhe had a taboo, his sister was in bars. Everyone knew that the entertainment industry was dirty. Bars were also known to be indecent places. 50% of the men and women who went to bars were there to have sex, and 40% were there to pick up girls and handsome guys. Only 10% were there to drink and have fun. In other words, 90% of them were there to have sex. Alcohol was a reason for making mistakes and also an excuse for messing around. Qin Baobao rarely went to bars, but she didn't dislike bars. This was a little dangerous. With her best friend's encouragement, she would definitely go. Crazy. Qin Baobao was really angry. She kicked him hard and sat on the sofa, ignoring him. "Let me tell you, don't go to bars. Don't even think about it. If I find out that you secretly went to bars, we'll go our separate ways. I'll go back and tell Dad that you've become a star. Don't even think about writing songs," Qin Zhe said sternly. Qin Baobao turned around suddenly. Her eyes were red. "Fine, I won't go." "Why are you so fierce?" She grabbed a pillow and threw it at his head. Then, she went back to her room angrily. Xianxia sat alone in the living room, playing with his phone with his head down. He was looking at the growth of Qin Baobao's popularity. As expected, it was growing steadily, although there were many negative comments. At this time, he saw a netizen complaining, "Why can't I find Qin Baobao's fairy tale on the internet? I'm so anxious. I like her invisible wings, but it's not on the major apps. You can find her song on the top Chinese music chart, but there's no copyright, so you can't listen to it. There are edited resources on the internet, but that's the live version. There's too much noise. No copyright? Such a good song, why didn't they upload it to the internet immediately? What's her company doing?" That's right, that's right. Online authorization can make money and increase your popularity. What does the company behind her think? Xianxia's heart moved. It could make money and increase popularity. He couldn't wait to take out his phone and call the customer service of the top Chinese music chart's official website. "Hello, welcome to the top Chinese music chart's customer service hotline. Self-service please." Xianxia chose manual service. After a while, the phone was connected and a pleasant female voice said, "Hello, this is the top Chinese music chart's customer service hotline, staff number 301-1230, at your service. Hello, I have a song to sell to you." "Well, I only sell the online copyright. What do I need to do?" "Hello, you can choose the option I want to sell songs on the official website. Through the process, you can upload the song sample to the official website and wait for our staff to verify. After that, we'll give you a reply within 7 working days." "Well, I can't wait that long." Xianxia waited for her to finish before speaking. "I'm sorry, I have a process. The online copyright of the 3 songs I'm selling are Invisible Wings, Legend, and Fairy Tale." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and then the customer service said in a surprised voice, "Sir, do you have a copyright certificate?" "Yes, how do I give it to you?" Wait. The customer service's voice suddenly became excited. "I'll transfer you to our manager." After waiting for a long time, the call was successfully transferred. It was a middle-aged man with a mellow voice, but it was not the copyright manager. He introduced himself, "Hello, Mr. Qin. I am the director of the marketing department. My surname is Wang." Wasn't he the manager? Xianxia was stunned. "How do you know his surname is Qin?" He did not give his name to the customer service. "We've contacted Star Art for the 3 songs that Miss Qin sang, but they said that they don't have the copyright, but they're actively negotiating with Miss Qin. Since the copyright doesn't belong to Star Art, it means that Miss Qin was telling the truth on the show. The composer of the lyrics and music should be her brother, which is you, Mr. Qin. What do I need to do?" "First of all, thank you for supporting and trusting our platform. We'll talk about the licensing process later. Let's talk about the copyright fees first. I think that's the most important thing." Xianxia smiled. "Yes, what price are you going to offer? Is Mr. Qin familiar with this area?" "No." The person on the other end of the phone was silent. After a moment, he smiled. "Mr. Qin, our copyright fees are based on the popularity of the song itself and the popularity of the singer. The popularity of the song is enough to be ranked as a masterpiece, but Miss Qin's fame—" "I understand. Just tell me how much it is," Xianxia said. The copyright of a song had a lot to do with the singer. The same song, when sung by a big star, would be more popular than an ordinary person. A simple example was an A-list singer's album. Even if the song was ordinary, it could be sold for a good price because the audience bought and approved of it. If it was a nameless singer, who would buy it? For each song, we'll pay 100,000 yuan for the online version. Xianxia had never seen 100,000 yuan in his life. He almost blurted out, "Brother, I have a number of masterpieces here. Do you want them?" The online copyright of a masterwork song was only sold for 100,000 yuan. For an A-list singer, it was a loss. But Xianxia didn't care. He was short of money, extremely short of money. Now that the stock market had a new lease of life, he was suffering from a lack of money to show his skills. His dream of someone else can replace him could never be realized. No problem. Xianxia decided. You can register an account on our official website. There's an option called I want to sell songs in the background. Follow the steps above. Don't hang up the phone. If you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Oh, I almost forgot. Is it convenient for you to use the computer now? It's convenient. Xianxia exited the market interface, switched to the browser, entered the top music chart official website, registered an account, logged in, and went to the background. Clicking on the I want to sell songs option, he first uploaded his identity card photo, selfie, and electronic copyright certificate photo of the music copyright. Application. He uploaded the copyright certificate of the 3 songs together. The system's products must be the best. Xianxia had registered the copyright of every song that he exchanged. It was important to be vigilant. Copyright was like a patent. The first to get it, the second to get it. He didn't want to make a wedding dress for others and lose the wife and the soldiers. Okay, I've received it here. I'll send a contract to your email later. You can make 2 copies, sign your name, and send a copy of the copyright book together. Photos alone won't do. Send me the address. I'll send it to your mobile phone via text message later. We'll transfer the money to you within 3 working days after receiving the contract. As for the other contract that will be sent to you, it should be delayed for a few days. No problem. In the afternoon, Xianxia went out and found a graphic shop nearby. He printed the contract and copyright copies, called the courier boy, and sent the 2 contracts together with the copyright book. Xianxia was so happy that he had earned 300,000 yuan for nothing. His feet were light and he wished he could fly. I'm standing on the cusp of the wind and the waves, holding the sun and the moon spinning. He felt that he was standing on the cusp of the tide, with the sun and the moon in his hand. He had money, power, and women. As soon as he thought of women, the door opposite opened. His sister poked her head out and pouted slightly. She said in a coquettish tone, I'm hungry. The familiar tone and expression, this was his sister's way of asking for peace. When Xianxia asked for peace, he usually bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Then, he would launch a sugar-coated attack to make his sister happy. But his sister wanted to save face. Of course, she couldn't bow her head and admit her mistake. Usually, she would act coquettishly to tell Xianxia, let's make up. If Xianxia responded to her request, it meant that Xianxia agreed to ask for peace. If Xianxia ignored her, it meant that he refused. Xianxia didn't even look at her. Qin Baobao secretly curled her lips and endured the humiliation. Your Majesty, this concubine has angered the dragon. I deserve to die. Xianxia glanced at her. Come and rub my shoulders. Oh. Qin Baobao ran over in her pink slippers, patter patter. Your Majesty, are you comfortable? This concubine's service is not bad, right? Qin Baobao said coquettishly. Xianxia patted her hand. Not bad. That's enough. In fact, his sister's massage was not comfortable at all. Her nails were too long and her strength was too soft. Xianxia was just symbolically showing his power as the master of the house. TSK, TSK. My beloved concubine is so humble. Is she here to ask for pleasure? Bah, is she here to ask for a song? Qin Baobao timely made a teary and cute expression. Li Shuigong sings rock. Considering the gap in popularity between you two, even if you perform exceptionally, you may not be able to beat him. Qin Baobao nodded. Yes, I think so too. The safest and most effective way is to sing rock and beat him in the field he is most familiar with. Ah? Qin Baobao opened her mouth. Save your sister. I'll definitely be defeated. That's because you don't know how good I am. Xianxia chuckled and patted his sister's head. Listen carefully. Yes. Qin Baobao pecked her head and placed her hands flat on her knees. She sat obediently on a small stool. Xianxia got up and left the sofa. Standing in the living room, he cleared his throat and began to sing in a very deep voice. A few minutes later, Xianxia finished singing. Panting slightly, he raised his eyebrows and smiled. How was it? Was this song good? Qin Baobao widened her eyes and opened her mouth. She had an expression that said, "My little friend and I are stunned." Is this a love song or a rock song? A love song and a rock song and a love song. Qin Baobao suddenly blushed. But shouldn't a love song be sad, soothing, bright, and gentle? What kind of love song is a rock song? It's sonorous and noisy. Then what do you think of my rock and roll love song? Xianxia asked. It's great. Qin Baobao's fair face was dyed with a touch of red. She was charming and seductive. She was very excited. Xianxia thought to himself, when I first heard it, I was also shocked. The music in the parallel space was simply a bug. Give me a pen and paper. I'll write the score for you. Qin Baobao was overjoyed. She jumped into Xianxia's arms in an unladylike manner. She hooked her legs around his waist and hugged his face and kissed him wildly. What's wrong with your brain? Are you still my brother? Don't hide. Let your sister kiss you as much as she wants. With your talent, I might be able to write songs too. Qin Baobao imitated the northeastern dialect and said, "Oh my God." Xianxia had goosebumps. If you don't know how to say it, don't say it. It's neither fish nor fowl. There was no need for Xianxia to whip her. Qin Baobao was full of fighting spirit and expressed that she wanted to practice singing. She was full of ambition and blood boiling. Xianxia was responsible for correcting and training her. Here, the voice can't tremble. You have to go through it in one breath. No, the voice is too high. It's not the time for you to explode. Before the rhythm starts, you have to be gentle, sad, and low. I told you not to tremble. Why are you trembling again? Alas, Qin Baobao, can you do it? Your good voice is wasted. When it should be high, it's not high. When it should be low, it's not low. What do you want? Your expression is not focused enough. Your voice is too stiff. It doesn't feel like you are singing. It's like a tortoise chanting scriptures. The most charming thing about singing is that it can move people's hearts. But I don't see any emotion on your face. Baobao, this is a rock love song. You can't be too high. It's too emotional and tasteless. Why don't you withdraw from I am a singer? You rotten wood, I can't help you. It was good to have fighting spirit, but the reality was always rough. It was easy to sing this song, but difficult to sing it well. Xianxia was not satisfied. Poor Qin Baobao's voice was hoarse. Stop. Rest for half an hour and rest your voice. Xianxia picked up the teacup and took a sip. He shook his head resentfully. Qin Baobao was angry and aggrieved. She collapsed on the sofa in frustration and drank a mouthful of water. There are still a few days left. Continue to practice. Sister, I have confidence in you. Xianxia felt that he couldn't increase her negative emotions, and he couldn't attack his sister's negativity. If this girl went all out, the one who would be finished would be him. Qin Bao had a bad record. When she was in junior high school, the pressure of studying was too great, and Qin Bao's grades had steadily declined for a period of time. Her teachers and parents kept roaring in her ears, telling her to work hard and not fail in her studies, and not to be a loser like her younger brother. But no matter how hard she tried, Qin Bao's grades didn't improve. Her grades didn't improve, and instead, they regressed. She was stressed for half a semester, so she simply threw caution to the wind and fell asleep in class. On weekends, she dragged Xianxia to go online. It was during that period of time that she learned how to play online games, and she played them very well. This went on for half a semester and a summer break. After school started, her parents gave up on treatment, but she surprised everyone in the midterm exam and scored third in the whole grade. His parents were overjoyed. Therefore, his sister was a person who couldn't stand pressure. Give her a safe and comfortable environment, and her IQ could be maintained at a normal level. But once there was too much pressure, she would collapse. The saying that the greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. It was nonsense. Not everyone had a strong and indomitable will. It's my fault for being too demanding. It's my first time singing, so it's impossible to be perfect. It'll be fine if you practice more. With more practice, you'll be able to reach perfection, and you'll be able to beat Lu Xiaogong in seconds. Xianxia changed his routine and coaxed Qin Bao like he was coaxing a child. But his sister liked it very much. She hummed and nodded, and her expression was clearly saying, "Brother, you're right. I'm such a great person." On Friday, the show started. During the day, Xianxia stayed at home alone, Wang Zijin went to work, and Qin Bao was summoned home by her mother yesterday. She left after recording the show. When she received the call, Qin Bao was so scared that she almost peed her pants. She grabbed her brother's hand tightly as if it was the end of the world. "What should I do? What should I do? Did Mom and Dad find out about my singing? Will they beat me to death? If they beat me to death, A's must save my sister." Xianxia was also unsure. But since his sister was so weak, as a man, he couldn't act too cowardly. So he picked up the phone. "Mom, what's the matter?" Mom didn't waste any time. "Let your sister answer the phone." "Okay." Xianxia decisively gave in and passed the phone to her. Qin Bao rolled her eyes at her brother, then took a deep breath. Finally, she picked up the phone and stammered, "Mom, come home tomorrow." Mom's voice had a rare hint of determination. Qin Bao's heart skipped a beat. She looked at her brother for help, but Xianxia pretended not to see it. "What's the matter, Mom?" Since her brother was so weak, Qin Bao could only shoulder the burden herself. Mom revealed, "I found a match for you. He's handsome, young, and promising. He's 30 years old, has 3 houses, and 2 cars. I heard that he's the deputy general manager of a private equity company. He's half in the same industry and has a common topic with your dad. Your dad also thinks that he's good." Qin Bao and Xianxia both heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Bao said softly, "I thought it was something serious." "Okay, I'll go over tomorrow and meet him." Mom was dumbfounded when she saw her agree so readily. You agreed so quickly today?" Yes. Qin Bao said obediently, "I'm about the same age. I can't let you worry about me every day. If you like him, you can go out and find him." Mom was instantly moved. Tears welled up in her eyes on the other end of the phone. "My Bao has really grown up," Xianxia stood at the side and complained in his heart. "It's all because you two spoiled her." The mother and daughter hung up the phone. Qin Bao exhaled heavily. "I was almost scared to death. Since your plot hasn't been exposed, why are you going back?" "I'm going back to sound them out. I'm going to cut the internet cable at home." Qin Bao stuck out her tongue. People were like that. The more guilty they were, the more they would compromise. Normally, she wouldn't be willing to go back. Mom basically didn't go online, and Grandpa would only go online to read financial news. He definitely wouldn't pay attention to variety shows. "What time are you going back tomorrow?" "After recording the show tomorrow, I'll drive straight home. I won't be back on the weekend." Qin Bao looked at him meaningfully. "You and Zijin stay at home. Don't mess around." "You always think of me as a bad person," Xianxia said unhappily. On the internet, Weibo was in a frenzy 9 p.m., waiting for I Am a Singer. I haven't watched TV for many years. I'm waiting for the internet at 12 p.m. What's there to watch? There's no bullet screen or video. I've always watched shows on my computer. I'm looking forward to it. Li Xiaogong's rock is so hot-blooded. I'm a die-hard fan of Li Xiaogong. I can sing all of his songs. Rock is so high. Sob sob sob. I don't live in Shanghai. Otherwise, I'd definitely go to the scene to support my idol. I'm looking forward to the PK between Huang Yuding and Li Xiaogong. It'll be a fierce battle. I'm looking forward to Qin Bao drawing Li Xiaogong. Ha ha ha. Qin Bao is destined to be out. Which of those guests isn't more popular than her? Yeah. Qin Xiaodong's popularity has recovered in these few episodes. She's even more popular than Li Rongxing now. How is that possible? Qin Xiaotong is more popular than Li Rongxing? If you don't believe me, look at the show's official Weibo. There's a popularity poll. Chen Xiaotong is third, Huang Yuding is first, Li Shuigong is second, Li Rongxing is fourth, Hong Jingyao is fifth, and Qin Baobao is last. Bye-bye, Qin Baobao. Let's take another look at Qin Baobao's big breasts and long legs. It's the last episode. At around 7 p.m., Wang Zijin came home from work. She was wearing Qin Baobao's office uniform. She had no choice as it was the company's request. She had only brought a few pieces of clothes with her when she left home. She was too embarrassed to spend Qin Baobao's money. The office suits and business suits were the same. They were considered luxury goods and were too cheap. Everyone had sharp eyes and would be able to tell at a glance if you wore an office suit that cost a few hundred yuan. Qin Baobao's suit was from the brand only. It was not cheap and cost more than 30,000 yuan. However, it did not fit her well. Qin Baobao was taller than her and had bigger breasts. At the entrance, she could already smell the aroma of Qin Zai's cooking. Wang Zijin, who looked gentle on the outside but was cold on the inside, felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. It felt good to come home from work and have someone cooking for you. This house was very small. It was more than 80 square meters. There were only 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom, and 1 balcony. Compared to her luxurious house, it was not even worth mentioning. However, it was very warm here. She had an open-minded and unscheming best friend and a mature and steady boy who liked to peep at her. Here, there was no burden, no scheming, no mask, and she could laugh and curse. She could feel at ease. She liked this place, liked the people here, liked her best friend, and also liked the boy who waved the spatula in the kitchen. He was talented, gentle, mature, and steady. He also had the innocence and naivety of a boy. Wang Zijin was used to men dancing around her. Some pretended to be cold, some pretended to be steady, and some pretended to be gentle. However, all of them had the same goal. Wang Zijin couldn't tell if he liked her for her beauty or her personality. He always liked to strike up a conversation with her and try to please her. He never hid his feelings, but he could always maintain a clear look in his eyes. Wang Zijin did not like him yet. However, she did not mind him dancing around her and did not mind giving him a chance. The only bad thing was probably the way he interacted with his sister. It always felt out of place. It was clearly not the way siblings interacted, but it gave you an impeccable sense of harmony. When she finished changing into her slippers, Qin Zai happened to come out of the kitchen with the dishes. Qin Baobao said that you had diarrhea last night and your hands and feet were cold. You must have been exposed to too much air conditioning. I've made black chicken yam soup for you. Take it for a week and you'll be fine. Qin Zai placed the dishes on the table and walked into the kitchen. I'll help you with the rice. Wang Zijin's eyes moved as she looked at his back. For a moment, she had the illusion that she was a married person with a warm little nest. When she came home from work, the lights were on, and the fragrance of food wafted in the kitchen. Her husband had prepared a meal and was waiting for her to come home. The face of the husband was blurry, but when it gradually became clear, it actually looked a little like Qin Zai. Wang Zijin shook her head and threw the messy thoughts out of her mind. She glanced at the dining table and smiled. That's all? There were 2 dishes and 1 soup, 1 meat dish and 1 vegetable dish. The soup was black chicken yam soup. This was the amount for 2 people. Qin Baobao was called home by my mother to go on a blind date. I'm not sure if she will be back this weekend. Qin Zai came out of the kitchen and said indifferently. Let her be. It's good that she's not here. It's quiet. Wang Zijin looked at him amusedly. She ran her fingers through her hair and said with a smile, pour me a cup of warm water. Okay. Qin Zai got up and poured the water happily. After dinner, Wang Zijin took a shower and locked herself in the room. She did not come out again. Qin Zai continued to study his stocks. If he could understand something, he would use his brain. It was too complicated and cumbersome. He directly exchanged for relevant knowledge in the system. On the 3rd day after the licensing contract was sent out, the top Chinese music chart gave him a full copyright fee of 300,000 yuan. Qin Zai invested the money in the stock market yesterday. He did not dare to fill up his portfolio. He spent 20,000 yuan to buy an infrastructure stock. He got off to a good start and earned him a 5% profit. However, when the stock opened the next day, it opened at a price far lower than the closing price of the first day. It continued to fall. When it closed, it fell by 3%. According to the law, if it fell one day, it needed to rise 2 days to make up for it. It was equivalent to drawing water with a bamboo basket. Even in the bull market, the rise and fall of each stock was uncertain. It rose and fell, and one could not say that it was a sure win. In the bull market, it was common for people to draw water with a bamboo basket. Xianxia did not think that he had made a mistake. Instead, he was relieved. According to the weekly trend, this stock was very strong, controlled by the banker. The rise and fall trend should be the banker suppressing the stock. However, he did not dare to do it too much. He was afraid that the individual investors would be frightened. From this, it could be concluded that this stock would soar in a short time. Therefore, Xianxia bought another 50,000 yuan. He did not dare to tell Qin Bao about the 300,000 yuan copyright fee. Qin Bao was so poor that she was crazy. Moreover, she had the character of a prodigal woman. If she knew that he had this money, she would try her best to get it from him. Xianxia's malicious speculation about his sister was not without reason. This was the conclusion of his experience. Soon, it was 12 o'clock in the evening. Xianxia closed the stock market interface, clicked on the browser, and watched this episode of I Am a Singer. The door opened. Wang Zijin walked out sleepily. Her hair was fluffy, and her eyes were half closed. She was dignified and bright, but there was a little bit of naivety. Xianxia just thought that she was going to pee in the middle of the night and ignored her. Wang Zijin sat down next to him. Her voice was soft and hoarse. Has it started? Yes. Xianxia turned his head. Do you want to watch? I specially took a nap so that I could watch the show. The internet said that Bao Bao would definitely lose. Wang Zijin glanced at him. Bao Bao lost? I'm not sure. I prepared 2 songs for her. Even if she lost the first round, she can still win the revival round. She didn't tell me the details. After the show, she went home and didn't even call me. If she doesn't call, can't you fight? Wang Zijin complained. Xianxia said in his heart. I don't need to fight. Once Qin Bao was okay, the system would send a notification that the mission failed, and I would also die. Now that I'm safe and sound, it means that she stayed on the stage. The show started. The stage was lit up with bright neon lights. The audience was looking forward to it. The camera passed by and switched to the backstage. In the hall, the host, Xianxia, said to the 5 singers with a smile, for this episode, our show has invited a mystery guest. Are you looking forward to it? Li Rongxing laughed and scolded, what are you looking forward to? It's teacher Li Shuigong. His Weibo is all over it. The singers all laughed. Qin Bao Bao was also laughing, but her smile was a little stiff and unnatural. Li Shuigong said that he would avenge his wife, Shui Mei. It was obvious that he was targeting her. The public opinion on the internet was not small. She was under a lot of pressure. Okay, then let's get straight to the point. Let's invite this god out of the room. Xianxia waved her little fist at the camera. Everyone, follow me. Xianxia suddenly said, I'll open the bullet screen. Wang Zijin nodded. Just then, the door of the replacement singer opened. Xianxia shouted exaggeratedly at the camera, it's teacher Li Shuigong. Friends and audience, are you surprised? Are you surprised? The bullet screen was filled with laughter. Ha ha ha, such exaggerated acting skills. She's so cute. Surprise your ass. The whole China knows that Li Shuigong is this episode's replacement singer. Ha ha ha. Front row, finally my idol is here. Idol, I love you. China's best man, he's here to avenge his wife. Please cut the camera to Qin Bao Bao, I want to see her trembling. Big-breasted girl said in fear, it's over. In the show, Xianxia shook hands with Li Shuigong enthusiastically. Teacher Li Shuigong, I've been looking forward to seeing you. With you on our stage will be even more dazzling. Li Shuigong said modestly, "You're flattering me. We can all learn from each other. The director of the show told me, our stage lacks a rock singer." I said, "Why don't we invite teacher Li Shuigong?" The director said, "Don't joke, teacher Li Shuigong can't be invited." Xianxia exclaimed in a high-pitched voice, "Oh my god, I didn't expect you to agree. We didn't have much hope. It's mainly because I've been quite free recently, and..." Li Shuigong said helplessly, "This is a political mission. My boss wants me to do it." The bullet screen, political mission? No problem, ha ha ha. Wife-spoiling maniac Li Shuigong. He's here to avenge his wife, right? He's here to ruin Qin Baobao's show. Big-breasted girl, I want to see her. At this moment, Qin Baobao's expression must be very interesting. This is the show's effect. Actually, Li Shuigong may not really want to compete with Qin Baobao. It's possible. Variety shows are all like this. The old tricks of variety shows, creating a couple, creating contradictions, creating suspense, and forcing jokes, were all scripted. Regarding the online conflict between Qin Baobao and Li Shuigong, some people also held a conspiracy theory, thinking that it was planned by the show's crew. Xianxia said, "Recently, there's a rumor circulating on the internet that you came to our show this time to ruin it. You want to avenge teacher Shuimei." Li Shuigong waved his hand. "Let's learn from each other. I don't mean to target anyone, but on the stage, when singers compete, everyone will rely on their own abilities. Can you tell me what you think of Qin Baobao? I've watched the first 2 episodes of the show. Qin Baobao's songs are very good. I'm looking forward to competing with her." Only saying that the songs were good, but not the singing skills, implied that Qin Baobao won with her songs. In the hall, the singers were drawing lots. As a newcomer, Li Shuigong was pushed out for the first draw. He reached into the box and quickly took out a ball. He glanced at it and pointed the number at the camera. "Number 2. Li Rongxing was still exaggerating and humorous. He muttered that he had drawn number 1. Huang Yuding drew number 3. Li Rongxing laughed exaggeratedly. Successfully avoided 2 big enemies. Ha ha ha. The bullet screen was filled with laughter. The audience was amused by him. Hong Jingyao drew number 3. He shrugged and said helplessly, "Mr. Huang, it's finally time for us to fight." Huang Yuding smiled. "Let's not fight. You can do whatever you want. It's not our turn to fight." Hong Jingyao was stunned. He looked at Qin Xiaotong, who was walking to the box. It was up to her whether the two would fight or not. Her draw was very important. The audience, including the long-awaited PK match between Qin Baobao and Li Shuigong, only wanted to see if Qin Xiaotong drew number 3 or 2. Qin Xiaotong took out the number and was stunned. The camera froze on her stunned face. Commercial time, damn, she dropped the ball at the crucial moment. What did she draw? Damn commercial. This commercial is well inserted. Let me say, damn it. I've already taken off my pants, and you're showing me this? Xianxia pressed the fast-forward button and filtered out the commercial time. Because it was an advertisement in the show, it could be manually fast-forwarded. If it was an advertisement on an online platform, it could only count down. The camera cut back. Qin Xiaotong took out the number ball from the box. She looked at it and was stunned. Everyone was on tenterhooks, as if a cat was scratching their hearts. What did this expression mean? Number 3 or number 2? They wished they could go into the screen and see for themselves. It was too suspenseful. At this moment, the screen changed. Commercial time, this time it was an online advertisement. There was no way to fast forward. It could only count down. Xianxia cursed. Wang Zijin subconsciously slapped him and said, "Don't swear." After saying that, she was stunned. What does his swearing have to do with me? Why did I subconsciously blame and criticize him? Oh, I'm used to it. Xianxia smiled. Qin Baobao never criticizes me. Sister Ziwei, you're more like my sister. Wang Zijin panicked for no reason. Yes, Xianxia was right. Her subconscious action was because in her heart, Xianxia was an intimate and important person. It was just like how parents would criticize their children when they heard their children curse. An elder sister would also blame her younger brother when she heard him curse. Also, when a woman heard her boyfriend curse, she would also blame him. Which one was it? His parents definitely weren't. Elder sister? Yes, it must be elder sister. While Wang Zijin was lost in her thoughts, the commercial break ended and the show continued. She suppressed her complicated emotions and tried to focus her attention on the show. What number? What did I get? Several singers poked their heads out of curiosity. Chen Xiaotong showed the number ball and said sweetly, "Number 1." Everyone was in an uproar. Xianxia covered her mouth. OMG, she was acting. She knew that Qin Baobao was destined to compete with Li Shuigong today because the program crew would do something behind the scenes. However, she still had to act. Huang Yuding raised the corner of his mouth. Interesting. Li Rongxing cast a pitiful look at Qin Baobao. This girl was unlucky. He was gloating a little. After yesterday's rehearsal, he had struck up a conversation with Qin Baobao. His handsome face, magnetic voice, and roguish smile had always been Li Rongxing's trump card. Girls all fell for it. However, Qin Baobao was very polite to him. Yes, polite. In the end, Li Rongxing couldn't get her phone number, let alone add her on WeChat. Although he could ask for it from the program crew, it was too boring. Li Rongxing didn't know that from the first time they met, he had been blacklisted by Qin Baobao because of his jumpy personality and signature naughty smile. What a joke. Old Master Qin was a decent person. The children he raised naturally hated the naughty temperament. Qin Zhe looked very decent, gentle, and humble. Qin Baobao looked like a vixen, natural appearance, but she was actually a very decent girl. Hong Jingyao sighed. This was the so-called what you fear will happen. Li Shuigong narrowed his eyes slightly. His pupils flashed with mockery. Qin Baobao was always the last to draw lots. She didn't have to do it herself every time. This wasn't because of her high status. On the contrary, if she didn't draw lots, she would have less screen time. The program crew gave the opportunity to appear on screen to the singers. She didn't get a chance. The bullet screen was lively. The screen was full of exclamations. F***CK, is this for real? Is it true? Qin Baobao really PK with Li Shuigong. It's over. My big-breasted girl is going to be eliminated. Ha ha ha, interesting. Let's wait for Li Shuigong to beat Qin Baobao. I can't wait to see the votes. There must be a difference between heaven and earth. Place your bets. The final votes are, Qin Baobao, 0, Li Shuigong, 500. Tears of sympathy for my goddess. I like Qin Baobao very much, but it's almost impossible for her to win. That's for sure. Qin Baobao is good, but it depends on who she's competing with. How can she sing better than Li Shuigong? He's the king of rock and roll. He's a good singer. Unless Qin Baobao sings rock and roll, it's impossible for her to win. She can't win even if she sings rock and roll. Qin Baobao can sing rock and roll? Can she sing well? Can she beat Li Shuigong? Maybe she can sing an original rock and roll song. Okay, that's not very likely. I'll spoil it. Qin Baobao won. Li Shuigong entered the revival round. Hong Jingyao is the one eliminated this week. I'll spoil it too. Qin Baobao lost. Qin Baobao is eliminated. Qin Baobao, goodbye. Spoiler, damn your whole family. How is that possible? Li Shuigong will lose? I'll livestream myself eating sh*t. That's impossible. People who say such things are stupid. I didn't watch TV, but I'll say it here. If Li Shuigong loses, I'll livestream myself cutting off his dick. Are the audience blind? Deaf? How many fans does Li Shuigong have? He's almost invincible. Yeah, unless he PK with Huang Yuding. But that's obviously impossible. Qin Baobao is too unlucky. There are too many highlights this week. So exciting, so exciting. The first group of singers was Chen Xiaotong and Li Rongxing. Chen Xiaotong went on stage under the soft lighting. She had changed into a gorgeous outfit, in the style of an opera house. She was singing an opera today, but it wasn't a traditional opera. She added a lot of pop music elements to make the opera more relaxed and cheerful. Like sleeping, like breathing, like a dream, like reality. This call of life makes my heart tremble. Is it a spirit or someone beside me? This midnight phantom song calls to me. Ah, you and I resonate. This soul, you can't wake up. With your fragile soul beside me. This midnight phantom song calls to you. You're an imprisoned spirit, born for the night. I live for you during the day. Ah, the audience was shocked and swayed their arms. The comments were also lively. This soprano, I'm impressed, she can even control an opera. My Xiaotong is amazing. She's a former diva after all. Her voice is finally back. How can her lung capacity be so big? She can sing for half a day without stopping. Soprano. 666, this is true strength. She can adapt to all kinds of songs, unlike Qin Baobao who can only sing love songs. If she were to sing an opera, she'd definitely be at a loss. She's a newcomer after all. Qin Baobao cried and said, "You're all bullying me. I'm going to find my brother to seek justice." Ha ha ha, her brother's story is going viral. I have a brother. Who's afraid of? The world is big, but my brother is the biggest. The world is big, but my brother is the most powerful. I've been listening to her brother. For almost a month. Who is her brother? You really believe she has a brother? Young man, simple and unsophisticated. Chen Xiaotong bowed and left the stage. Xianxia said loudly, "How is teacher Xiaotong singing?" Great. That was great. The audience's response was like a tsunami. The camera panned to them, each of their faces brimming with excitement. Xianxia talked for a few minutes and waited for the audience to calm down before she said loudly, "Let's welcome the next singer, Li Rongxing." Cheers burst out. The applause was thunderous. Li Rongxing changed into a leather jacket and pants. His hair was combed neatly and his face was covered with shiny laser powder. It's raining outside the window. His figure appears at the street corner. The people in the room look at him with tenderness. And I'm standing at the edge of your world. No matter how desolate the world is. I love you and don't feel lonely. A stubborn girl hiding in her heart. Hoo hoo hoo, da la 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 la, Li Rongxing sang a familiar sad love song. It was very popular some time ago, but he was not in a good state today. There were a few mistakes and tremors in his voice. The audience might not be able to tell if the singer made a mistake, but when it came to love songs, with Baby Qin's outstanding performances in the first 2 episodes, the audience's ears were already picky. When they heard Li Rongxing sing the same type of sad love song, they were instantly not convinced. What's going on? Li Rongxing is not in the right state today. It's average, and he chose the wrong song. I only admire Qin Baobao when it comes to sad love songs. It's not as ethereal as legend, nor is it as simple as fairy tale. The lyrics are touching. Fairy tale makes me feel touched, sad, and helpless. Few songs can surpass it in terms of emotions. At least, there shouldn't be a song like this year. Even Qin Baobao can't do it. I like Chen Xiaotong's opera. Her voice is excellent. The voting began. Chen Xiaotong, 236 votes. Li Rongxing, 204 votes. 60 people abstained. Chen Xiaotong beamed with joy and bowed to the audience again to thank them. Li Rongxing was also smiling, but it was a bit forced. He was overtaken. In the first episode, he had surpassed Chen Xiaotong in terms of popularity. This was only the 3rd episode, and her popularity was gradually recovering. Her singing skills were also gradually recovering. Chen Xiaotong was gradually getting better. Now, she had already surpassed him in both popularity and singing skills. That was why it was said that variety shows, especially musical variety shows, were the easiest to create stars. The talent shows that were popular a few years ago had created batch after batch of singers. The most outstanding ones were now A-listers. It did not seem impossible for Chen Xiaotong to return to the top with the help of I Am a Singer. There was also Qin Bao Bao, an unknown newcomer who was now famous. Then, next up is the singer that everyone is looking forward to the most. Xianxia deliberately paused. Are you looking forward to it? I can't wait. The clamor was like a tidal wave. Let's welcome the singer, Li Shuigong. Xianxia shouted. Sonorous and powerful music sounded at the right time, adding to the atmosphere. On the bullet screen, netizens were discussing, Teacher Li Shuigong has appeared. I'm looking forward to Teacher Shuigong's rock and roll. Everyone, start moving. Shake your heads. I don't really like rock, but I like Li Shuigong's rock. F***ck, there are too many comments. I'm blocking my idol. Turn off the comments to save IQ. There were too many comments on the computer and it affected the viewing. Xianxia suggested, how about I turn off the comments? Wang Zijin shook her head. The comments are quite interesting. Leave them on. Interesting, right? Xianxia laughed. The comments are always more interesting than the show. Wang Zijin asked, do you often post comments too? Xianxia nodded. Wang Zijin thought for a while and tilted her head. Keyboard warrior. Xianxia's expression changed. Sister Ziwei, you can't say things like that. Wang Zijin blinked. Xianxia said, keyboard warrior is a derogatory term. It generally refers to those who maneuver freely and make decisions on the internet. But in real life, they are timid and cowardly people. On the same level as them, there are also the receiver and the spare tire. Wang Zijin said, oh, I know about the spare tire. It's the story of the goddess and the loser. But what's the receiver? Bao Bao said that you are the receiver. Xianxia vomited blood and was furious. Qin Bao Bao said that I am the receiver? I'm going to fight it out with her. It was a great humiliation. Wang Zijin covered her mouth and laughed. The original words were my brother has been a coward since he was young. He's too ordinary. My mother and I are worried about him. We're afraid that he won't be able to find a wife in the future, so he's probably the receiver. The veins on Xianxia's forehead bulged. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. What did she mean? The receiver? Me? She's only going home today. Otherwise, I would have hung her up and beaten her, Xianxia said angrily. So this is my image in my sister's eyes. Saying that a man is the receiver is the same as saying to your face, you are incompetent, there's no difference. Wang Zijin glanced at him. Actually, I'm not that curious. I'll Baidu myself later. Xianxia seems to be very angry, the show continued. Li Shuigong held a guitar and went on stage. He had long hair tied into a ponytail. He wore a gaudy silver leather jacket, leather pants, and boots, the standard outfit of a rock musician. Li Shuigong bowed to the audience, raised his head, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. After a few breaths, he turned his head and nodded to the band. The music exploded without warning. The storm-like electric guitar, the loud and sonorous saxophone, the rhythmic drums. It was as if all the music was playing at the same time. It was loud, sonorous, and chaotic. At first glance, it seemed chaotic. But if you listened carefully, you would feel that it was very rhythmic. Rock originated in the United States in the mid-1950s. It was mainly influenced by rhythm and blues, country music, and clank alley music. There were many branches of rock music and its forms were complex. The main styles were folk rock, art rock, psychedelic rock, country rock, heavy metal, punk, and so on. Many people, including some musicians, did not know what rock was. Rock was a very broad concept. It included a series of thoughts and cultural movements that accompanied the birth of rock music. In layman's terms, it was non-mainstream. However, non-mainstream was still not enough to describe rock. What was rock? There was no accurate answer. Some people said that rock was explosive music, music that tore the eardrums. Some people said that rock was a kind of destruction. Some people said that rock was a kind of spirit. There was no clear definition of rock. It was not expressed in the explosive music, but in the spirit. It was a kind of spirit of breaking away from feudal etiquette and not taking the ordinary path. Its characteristics were maverick, singing when you want to, and not sticking to a pattern. In martial arts novels, it was a realm where no moves were better than having moves. There was no sword in the hand, but there was a sword in the heart. Even if you were not a professional musician or singer, you could still sing boldly and sing when you want to. However, all the popular rock music in the world had a sense of rhythm and explosive music. As mentioned earlier, non-mainstream rock music was one of the ideas of rock music. Loud and explosive music could reflect this point very concretely. Standing under the light gray sky. Destined to walk with suffering and responsibility. Walking on. The journey of life. Life is withering fast. Crossing the tide of the long journey. Even if we bleed and die, our spirit will last forever, forever, forever. Li Shuigong shook his head and his limbs followed the rhythm. His voice was majestic and high, a natural rock voice. The audience below the stage was also high. Their bodies uncontrollably followed the rhythm and danced. The scene was emotional. Li Shuigong was singing one of his representative works. Anyone could hum a few lines of a song that the audience was familiar with. Backstage, several singers watched the performance through the screen. Qin Xiaotong twisted her waist and followed the rhythm. Her mouth opened and closed. Huang Yuding snapped his fingers and swayed his body to the rhythm. After the rock song was finished, the audience exploded. The cheers and applause were like a tide and a gale, almost blowing the roof off. Hundreds of audience members shouted and clapped desperately. They were enthusiastic and excited. The bullet screen was like snowflakes. The golden voice of the music industry. 666 This is rock. The rock that makes people's blood boil. The rock that makes people can't help but get high. This is music. I like this kind of emotional music. I don't like love songs. It feels like they're just moaning for no reason. I really want to listen to Li Shuigong's rock song again. It's a pity that he won't be able to enter the revival round. What a pity. Everyone, let's get high. What, he's finished? I haven't had my fill yet. I feel like I'm on drugs. I can't stop at all. Backstage, the singers were also discussing. Hong Jingyao said, the quality is too high. He's a live singer. He's really good. Qin Xiaotong exclaimed, how can he sing so high? Huang Yuding laughed and said, your opera is also a high note. You don't have to be envious of others. Qin Xiaotong waved her hand and said with a wry smile, mine is different. I feel like his real life is smooth all the way. Hong Jingyao laughed and teased, are you saying that he's stubborn? What? I'm just admiring his voice. Qin Xiaotong also laughed. At this moment, the cameraman switched the camera to Qin Bao. Qin Bao was expressionless, like a beautiful rose that was silently blooming. Although the audience did not think highly of her, they couldn't deny that she was an outstanding beauty. Qin Bao didn't say anything, but that didn't mean that the others wouldn't. Yinjia pretended to be curious. Bao Bao, as the next singer to appear on stage, is there a lot of pressure? Qin Bao Bao smiled. It's all right. Tell us about the song you'll be singing for us. Qin Bao Bao thought for a moment. A love song. Then the camera switched to the singers backstage. At this moment, Qin Bao Bao and Yinjia should have left the hall. Li Rongxing suddenly said, what song did she sing during the rehearsal yesterday? He had a job to do yesterday. He had to shoot an advertisement and didn't have time to wait for Qin Bao Bao. Hong Jingyao laughed and said, she didn't sing. Ah? Li Rongxing was stunned. Huang Yuding nodded. Brother Hong and I were there yesterday. She really didn't sing. She just hummed and didn't sing the lyrics. The live comments, she didn't sing during the rehearsal? Is she desperate? She's just going for broke. If it were me, I would also be discouraged. Her future is bleak. She's going to be eliminated anyway. Yeah, no matter who she gets, she won't make it. Someone analyzed it online. The camera switched to the stage. Qin Bao Bao was wearing a simple outfit today. She wore denim shorts and a white t-shirt. Her chestnut-colored curly hair was let down and she wore light makeup. The lights alternately shone on her body. Her well-proportioned figure and long legs without stockings. The sorrowful sound of an arrow sounded. Whether it was the audience off stage or the audience in front of the computer, they were all stunned. In pop music, the chances of an arrow appearing on stage were not high. Arrow? This rhythm sounds okay. There's an inexplicable sense of sadness. It's a sad love song again. She's really the queen of love songs. But we're a little tired of listening to it. Do you dare to change the style? Another love song? Moaning about nothing, forcing new worries. I want to listen to rock. It sounds like a love song. The sound of an arrow is also naturally sad. But why is there an electric guitar and drum accompaniment? It's too loud and uncoordinated. Be a little more polite. After all, this is Qin Baobao's last performance. At this moment, a live comment appeared. High energy ahead. A few seconds later, dozens of high energy ahead messages floated by and almost filled the entire screen. What's the situation? Damn, so many people? Are they crazy? What's going on? High energy ahead again. Are you guys interested? Speaking of which, there are a lot of people with high energy. Have you guys been lurking? Sitting in front of the computer, I'm dumbfounded. Those who didn't know what was going on spammed the live comments. But soon, they all fell silent because Qin Baobao started singing. Qin Baobao's magnetic and melodious voice rang out. At first, I only believed that the greatest thing was feelings. In the end, I powerlessly saw that the strongest thing was fate. You still chose to go back. He pierced your heart, but you refused to wake up. You said that love was a dream. I can only return the happiness I borrowed from you. The soothing and sad music suddenly became louder at this moment. The audience, who were immersed in the low music, trembled and looked surprised. Qin Baobao took a deep breath and suddenly sang, "The loneliest thing is to stay but not stay." Not finished yet, only the gentle farewell song remains. The second before the heart breaks, we embrace each other in silence. The heartbeat sends you the bitter farewell song. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded by Qin Baobao's singing. This is rock? Love song rock? Li Shuigong was dumbfounded. Huang Yuding's eyebrows twitched. Hong Jingyao was dumbfounded. Li Rongxing's expression was the most exaggerated. His eyes and mouth were wide open, and he looked stunned. Qin Xiaodong's reaction was exaggerated. She suddenly bounced up from the sofa. After a short silence, the bullet screen went crazy. This, rock? Damn, Qin Baobao is going to defy nature. Rock, it's rock, but how can it be a love song? It doesn't conform to the rhythm of a love song at all. I'm convinced. My Baobao is amazing. How many original works do you have? How many masterpieces do you have? This is the best of the best. How is it possible? How can she have so many original works? God, love songs can be sung like this? Rock can be sung like this? It turns out that love songs don't have to be sad or sweet. They can also be interpreted with exciting music. The music industry is going to be shaken. It's definitely going to be shaken. It's the first rock love song. 666, everyone, follow me. Then the screen was full of 666, as if only in this way could the audience express the excitement and shock in their hearts. It turns out that love is a kind of willfulness. Shouldn't think too much. Love is not smart. It's only willing. You still choose to go back? Qin Baobao continued singing. Throughout the song, she did not open her eyes. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed as she immersed herself in the song. The audience held their breaths, immersed in the explosive rock music, immersed in helplessness and sadness. Qin Baobao screamed at the top of her lungs, "He stabbed your heart, but you refused to wake up. You said that love is a dream. I can only return the happiness that I borrowed from you. The loneliest thing is to want to stay but not be able to. I'm not done yet." Only Li Gu is gentle. Ignoring the audience's reaction and the upcoming voting, she was completely immersed in her song. In her mind, she recalled Qin Zai's words, "Imagine that you are a woman who has fallen out of love. The person you love the most, the person you can't let go of the most, well, he abandoned you. Qin Baobao said, you like Wang Zijin? Qin Zhe was taken aback. This song is about helplessness. The person I love doesn't love me back. Instead of pain and despair, he might as well let go and sing farewell song. The second before the heartbreak. Holding each other tightly in silence. My heart beats to send you a bitter farewell song. The loneliest thing is to want to stay but not be able to. I'm not done yet. Only Li Gu is gentle. You want to pursue her, right? Yes. No matter how hoarse her voice was, Qin Baobao bent over as Qin Zhe's words echoed in her mind. The second before the heartbreak. Holding each other tightly in silence. My heart beats to send you a bitter farewell song. You can't see but you can always hear the farewell song. The music slowly subsided until it was silent. Under the soft intertwining lights, Qin Baobao took a deep breath and bowed slightly. A moment later, applause broke out. It was far louder than any of the previous ones. It was louder than Lu Shuigong, Li Rongxing, and Chen Xiaotong. Everyone stood up at the same time. The scene was boiling. All kinds of sounds were intertwined, screaming, clapping, shouting. Some people danced excitedly, some cried out in tears, and some just roared to vent their excitement. A rock song. A love song. And a farewell song. Backstage, Huang Yuding didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's true. She gives me a shock every episode. He was slightly frightened. After this episode, how popular would this girl be? Thinking of this, he turned to look at Li Rongxing. He estimated that she was only a little less popular than Li Rongxing. The first 3 excellent songs made Qin Baobao famous. Today's farewell song really established her position in the music industry, a new generation of female singers. The appearance of the farewell song made everyone's eyes light up, especially the singers in the rock industry. Love songs could be sung like this, and rock songs could be sung like this. Hong Jingyao murmured, I want to know who the composer and lyricist of this song is. His words aroused the curiosity of Chen Xiaotong and the others. They whispered to each other. No one could guess. There were 2 theories. 1. Qin Baobao's song was written by her brother. 2. Star Art Company was promoting her. There were contradictions in both theories. The first guess was that there was no singer in the world who could write 4 excellent songs in one go. Not a single one. A person's inspiration was limited. Out of a few or a dozen songs, it was considered good to have one excellent song. Some singers had many excellent songs in one album, but they weren't written by a single composer. The second guess was that Star Art Company had no reason or resources to promote a newcomer. Everyone was in the industry and knew the rules. No entertainment company would do this. For excellent songs. Looking at the tempo, 1 song per episode, the price was too high. Unless your background was really big. Was Qin Baobao someone with a big background? Everyone's imagination ran wild. The singers were guessing, the audience was guessing too. The bullet screen didn't quiet down. Instead, it became more and more intense. What's Qin Baobao's background? F*CK, she came out of nowhere and wrote 4 heaven-defying songs. This is completely illogical. Star Art Company is promoting her? She's the daughter of the chairman? Don't joke. Star Art's chairman doesn't believe in Qin. She's more like a lover. Looking at it, Qin Baobao's legs are long and slender. She's definitely a virgin. She shouldn't be a rich man's mistress. It's not this and it's not that. Then what's going on? Was it really written by her brother? Maybe. Her brother's Weibo, watching childhood from afar. Don't thank me, I'm Lei Feng. Which god can check Qin Baobao's background? I'll reward you handsomely. The voting results came out quickly. Qin Baobao, 255 votes. Li Shuigong, 245 votes. This result shocked everyone. Of course, Qin Baobao's song was shocking. But who was Li Shuigong? The king of rock and roll. He was a big name in the music industry. Even Huang Yuding didn't dare to say he could beat him. But the result was, although it was only 10 votes, Li Shuigong did lose. This was awkward. A rock star lost to a newcomer in the music industry, and it was a crushing defeat. The voting audience probably had this thought, anyway, Li Shuigong has a lot of fans. If I don't vote, others will. So they chose Farewell Song. They were stunned by this song. Li Shuigong's face was completely black. He almost couldn't maintain his image. He lost a lot of face. How could a rock star endure this? Xianxia stretched and let out a breath. It's over. Sister Ziwei, I'm going to sleep. What about you? The rest of the program was no longer important. Wang Zijin smiled. Go to sleep. I'll watch for a while. I'm not sleepy. She watched as Xianxia walked into the room and closed the door. She turned her head and typed on the keyboard, "Take her." After a while, Wang Zijin held her stomach and laughed. She was afraid that Xianxia would find out, so she quickly covered her mouth. She laughed until her stomach twitched. No wonder he was so angry. So this was what "take her" meant. The next day, the news on the internet rushed to report. The shock of the rock world, Li Gu. I Am a Singer makes another excellent song, Qin Bao Bao, are you going to defy the heavens? Li Ji's debut may be the first song of the rock world. Li Shuigong's defeat at the hands of a newcomer. The genius of the music world, who's the author of Li Gu? Hot word of the year, brother Qin Bao Bao. You see, Li Shuigong cries, audience falls silent. At 8:30 in the morning, Xianxia stood in front of the toilet, peeing while talking to his sister. I knew I was going to be popular, but I didn't expect it to be this popular. The news notifications on my phone are all about I Am a Singer and my name. Bao Bao is scared to death. Qin Bao Bao's voice was very low and sneaky. Where's Mom? Xianxia asked. She's making breakfast. I hid in the bathroom and called you. Dad is reading the newspaper in the living room. They didn't find anything, right? Xianxia subconsciously lowered his voice. No. Qin Bao Bao whispered, I cut the internet cable at home. Dad and Mom can't go online. Qin Bao Bao had a discussion with him and concluded that there were 3 channels for her parents to know the truth, the internet, TV, and relatives. The 2 elders didn't have a news app on their phones, so the mobile channel was ruled out. Her mother didn't like to go online, but her grandfather often went online to read financial news and stocks. Although he had no interest in the entertainment industry, advertising was everywhere now, and there would be advertising news on financial and economic websites. So Qin Bao Bao went to cut the internet cable to eliminate this hidden danger. The biggest problem was relatives. Her parents didn't pay attention to the entertainment industry, but her relatives and friends would. It was impossible for her parents to know nothing about her daughter becoming a big star in this age of information explosion. I've talked to my relatives, and they won't say anything. As for Dad and Mom's friends, I'm not sure, Qin Bao Bao said carefully. You can hide it for a while, but you can't hide it forever. This will happen sooner or later. You have to be mentally prepared. Xianxia comforted her. The only hope is that you can become successful. When that time comes, what's done can't be undone. If old master objects again, you can throw the money at his face. Bah, do you think my life is too long? Qin Bao Bao imagined the scene and giggled. Xianxia suddenly thought of something and said with a calm face, Qin Bao Bao, what do you mean by taking over a business? Huh? Qin Bao Bao sounded confused. Try to recall if you ever said anything to Sister Ziwei that you shouldn't have, Xianxia said gloomily. I have no idea what you're talking about. Qin Bao Bao played dumb and quickly ended the topic. Oh, my mom's calling me for breakfast. I'll stop here. Bye-bye. Hey, Xianxia said, hello twice. She hung up when the phone rang. Qin Bao Bao hung up the phone and let out a long breath. She immediately gritted her teeth and sent a message to Wang Zijin angrily. Wang Zijin, you can do it. You also told him that Xianxia is taking over a business. Where's our revolutionary friendship? Where's our sisterhood? Just you wait. If I get beaten up by him tonight, you won't have a good time either. Wang Zijin sent a confused emoji. Bao Bao, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Don't play dumb. Qin Bao Bao replied with a flips table emoji. You're my sister. Why are you afraid of him? Wang Zijin replied with a surprised emoji. Qin Baobao replied with a hee hee emoji. He'll press me down on the sofa and spank me. I've never beaten him since high school. Wang Zijin sent a "I'm so scared that I dropped my dried fish" emoji. This pair of siblings, Qin Baobao replied with a knock on the head emoji. Wang Zijin, who told you to speak ill of him? Taking over a business is a derogatory term. Any man would be angry. She looked it up on the internet. That's why I'm only telling you. I treat you as my best friend, but you betrayed me. The point is, how can you talk about your brother like that? Wang Zijin said helplessly, okay, I was wrong. I didn't know what taking over a business was. If Qinze wants to beat me up, you have to stop him. Qin Baobao was most afraid of being beaten up. Okay. At the dining table, Qin Baobao was happily chatting with her best friend. Qin Ma was sitting next to her, and the head of the family was sitting opposite her. Grandpa Sheng knocked on the table and scolded, "Don't play with your phone when you're eating." Qin Baobao pursed her lips and put her phone aside obediently. Mom smiled and said, "Why isn't Ace back?" Qin Baobao drank a mouthful of hot porridge, swallowed it, and answered her mother's question. My high school classmate came to my place to play, so Qinze stayed to accompany her. Mom was interested. Is it a boy or a girl? A girl, my best friend. She's very beautiful. Qin Baobao smiled. Ace couldn't even walk when he saw her. Qin Ma replied with an "oh," but she was actually a little disappointed. Grandpa Sheng frowned. Don't always think that a toad can eat swan meat. A woman who's too beautiful is not necessarily suitable to be a wife. Qin Baobao said coquettishly, Mom, look at Dad. Mom said unhappily, what do you mean by that? Oh, my daughter is not beautiful? Does that mean she can't get married? Grandpa Sheng was speechless. He was afraid that his son could not handle a woman who was too beautiful, so Grandpa Sheng did not like women who were too flirtatious. However, there was a flirtatious daughter at home. Bao, let me tell you, tonight's blind date is very outstanding. She's a distant relative of one of my good friends. Her family background is clean, and her character is good. Mom is very satisfied. You can't be like before, meeting her symbolically and saying that you don't like her. You're already 25 years old. If you drag this on, you'll really become a 30-year-old old lady. Qin Baobao thought to herself, I graduated from university less than 2 years ago. How can I be an old lady? I know, Mom. Stop nagging. Your son doesn't have a girlfriend either. You child, can't you listen to the words of your elders? I'll only have time to find a wife for Qinze after you've arranged your marriage. It'll save you from seniority. Your older sister hasn't gotten married, and your younger brother has started a family first? Qin Ma tirelessly taught her daughter. Then, she suddenly said, by the way, how's that Wang Zijin? Bring her home to meet us someday. Qin Baobao looked confused. Didn't you say that Ace likes her? Qin Baobao frowned slightly and hurriedly waved her hand. Hey, I'm just saying. Zijin has high standards. She won't like your son. Don't worry about it. Just let Qinze be. Grandpa Sheng, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, Bao, let me ask you. What has Ace been doing at home recently? He stays at home all day, Qin Baobao said casually. Grandpa Sheng slammed the table and said angrily, can't you speak properly? You answer whatever I ask you. Where did you learn this attitude? Qin Baobao was shocked. She had always been afraid of Grandpa Sheng. She pulled a long face. Dad, I go to work every day. How would I know what he's doing? At night, I see that he often goes online to look at stocks. I don't know what he's doing. Stocks? Grandpa Sheng raised his eyebrows. Did he say anything? Qin Baobao bit her chopsticks and looked at the ceiling. She recalled. He said that the stock market is going to soar. He wants to make a fortune in the stock market. He said that he can't just watch you show off. He also wants to make a lot of money and beat you. That's about it. Grandpa Sheng's mouth twitched. The stock market was indeed going to soar, but ordinary people couldn't see it. Those who could see it were professionals or experienced shareholders. Xianxia could see it. Grandpa Xing was relieved and surprised. He asked again, did he learn Russian? Qin Baobao chuckled. His English is a mess. How can he learn Russian? Grandpa Xing glared at her and she said obediently, I didn't see him learn it. The old man frowned and pondered for a moment before asking, have you read any books on professional knowledge? Probably. There are a few thick books in the living room, but I didn't see him flip through them. On the other side, Xianxia suggested that they go to the movies today. But this time, he learned his lesson. Before getting Wang Zijin's permission, he would never buy a movie ticket. Wang Zijin didn't have many good friends in Shanghai. She was very free on the weekend. After thinking about it, she agreed to Xianxia's invitation to go on a date. Xianxia excitedly took out his phone to buy a movie ticket. He showed the recently released movie to Wang Zijin and asked for her opinion. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was an unknown number. Hello. Xianxia? The voice on the other end of the phone was cold and pleasant. Xianxia was stunned. The voice sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. Yes, it's me. Who is this? Nan Man Pei. The other party straightforwardly said her name. After thinking for a while, he immediately remembered the mature woman who had made a mistake by the bund. Sister Pei, hello. Nan Man Pei said lightly, have you thought about it? Xianxia replied, sorry, I'm not going to join your security company. Nan Man Pei didn't seem surprised. She said, have you found a job? No. I want to discuss something with you. Go ahead. I have a child at home. He's quite troublesome. His grades are not ideal. It's useless to hire a tutor. He's wild and causes trouble at school all day long. During the summer vacation, he mumbles that he wants to learn taekwondo, boxing, grappling, but I don't have any experience in tutoring. Xianxia understood. And Sister Pei, you have so many talents under you. It's easy to teach him a few skills. After all, she was running a security company. He's a top graduate from the University of Finance and Economics, and he's a science student. I have an agreement with his father. It's not good for my people to intervene in this matter. It just so happens that you're good at fighting. You can teach him and cater to his interests. Nan Man Pei's voice was soft and gentle. She had the unique softness and intelligence of a young woman. I guarantee 10 hours of teaching time a week. I'll pay you 100 yuan per hour. 1 summer vacation. Although Xianxia didn't know the charging standards of the tutoring market, he did a mental calculation. It was about 4,000 yuan a month. It wasn't that there weren't such tutoring fees, but it was certainly not a salary that a college student like him should receive. Do you want to come? Xianxia had always been a child who could adapt to the situation. Okay, 300,000 yuan invested in the stock market. He wouldn't use it in a short period of time. He couldn't count on his sister's basic salary. His family's finances had been dry for a while. It wasn't a bad idea to do a part-time job. Give me the address. I'll send someone to pick you up. No need. Just give me the address. I'll find you. I have something to do at noon. I don't have time to wait for you. I'll ask the driver to pick you up. The young woman finished speaking and hung up the phone. This woman was swift and decisive. He just didn't know if she was headstrong and self-opinionated. Xianxia sighed. He typed a message and sent the address. Who called? Wang Zijin asked curiously. A friend. She asked me to be a tutor for the kids at home. The salary is very high. I have no reason to refuse. Xianxia shrugged. Oh. Wang Zijin pursed her lips and smiled gently. Then you go. I'm fine staying at home. I don't like to go out anyway. Speaking of tutoring, it was an old story. When Qin Baobao just entered university, she didn't have a 36D yet. She had been a straight-A student for many years. During the summer vacation, she suddenly said that she wanted to experience life and create wealth. So she found a job as a tutor. The salary was very high. He remembered that it was the first time his sister worked. During dinner, his sister was like a proud little hen and announced it. The old man was pleased and said that Bao Bao was smart and promising. Qin Ma's eyes were filled with tears. She said, "Our Bao Bao has been smart since young. I want to be proud." Then the old couple looked at their mediocre son from the corner of their eyes. Now that he thought about it, they were two funny brothers. Xianxia felt as if he was struck by lightning. His young heart was left with a huge unerasable damage. After replacing the stock market, tutoring became his second obsession. But with Xianxia's mediocre ability, no one would ask him to be a tutor in this lifetime. Fortunately, his sister's pride didn't last long. One day, the male owner, who had ulterior motives, took advantage of the fact that his wife and daughter weren't at home and asked to keep Qin Bao Bao as his sugar baby. It turned out that he wasn't interested in his sister's grades, but her C-cup and long legs. Qin Bao Bao's first job was aborted. She didn't dare to tell her parents. She could only complain to her brother and cry in his bed. After so many years, he still had the chance to experience tutoring. This was good. He didn't know what job to look for during his internship. If the old man asked, he could confidently say, "I'm teaching." He couldn't say, "Jobs are unorthodox. Stocks are the way to go." The old man would definitely slap him to death. Half an hour later, someone contacted Xianxia and said that he was at the entrance of the neighborhood. After bidding farewell to Wang Zijin, Xianxia arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood. He immediately saw a brand new Audi A8 parked by the roadside. The driver was a burly middle-aged man who was serious in speech and manner. He took out his phone and dialed Xianxia's number. When he heard the phone ring, he got out of the car and opened the door. "Mr. Qin, I'm here to pick you up." Xianxia nodded and got into the car. The Audi A8 passed through the CBD area and drove towards Suhui. At 10 o'clock in the morning, it stopped at a villa area. Every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. The driver drove into the neighborhood and stopped in front of a villa. "Mr. Qin, we're here." Then, he made a phone call. Soon, a middle-aged woman, who seemed to be the nanny, ran out of the villa and opened the door. When Xianxia walked through the iron gate, he glanced around and was extremely amazed. The area of the villa, including the front and backyard, was more than 200 square meters, maybe even 300 square meters. Moreover, it was in such a location, so it was definitely worth a lot. Xianxia remembered that at the beginning of this year, some villas in Songjiang were priced at 10 million yuan. The villa in front of him, conservatively estimated, was more than 30 million yuan and less than 50 million yuan. However, it wasn't a new house. Looking at the appearance, it was quite old. Presumably, the price of the house back then wasn't as high as it was now. The two brown lacquered solid wood doors were open. Xianxia followed the nanny into the villa. The dome of the gorgeous crystal chandelier, the complicated pattern of the carpet, the expensive furniture, and the 2 rows of milky white sofas in the center of the living room told Xianxia that the decoration of the living room alone was estimated to be worth Qin Bao Bao's 80 square meter house. How could a security company have so much money? There were 2 beauties sitting in the living room, one big and one small. The big one was the young woman Nan Manpei, and the small one was a pretty girl in junior high school or high school. She had short hair and was beautiful. It could be said that they were mother and daughter. The 2 women's appearance was somewhat similar, but they seemed to be of different ages. Nan Manpei looked, at most 30 years old. She sat on the sofa and flipped through a document on her lap. The student leaned lazily on the sofa. She was watching TV with a dull expression on her face. She was bored to death. "Xianxia, you're here." Nan Manpei smiled. "Sister Pei, I've never been a tutor before." Xianxia laid his cards on the table. Nan Manpei said softly, "It's okay. There's always a first time. It's not easy for me to be a tutor. Children in the rebellious stage are a headache." Her voice was gentle, and there was a kind of motionless like a mountain, rising slowly. "Ziki, don't watch TV. Go back to your room and do your homework." Nan Manpei looked at the student beside her. Xianxia smiled and said, "Hello, my name is Xianxia. I'll be your tutor this summer." "Nice to meet you." The female student glanced at Xianxia and rolled her eyes. "You're crazy." This was awkward. Xianxia said in his heart, fortunately, I didn't shake her hand. Otherwise, it would be even more awkward. Nan Manpei smiled and said, Xianxia, your tutor is not her. Ziki, go and ask Donglai to come downstairs. The female student straightened her back and yelled into the phone, Li Donglai, your tutor is here. Get down here quickly. About 5 minutes later, a 17 or 18-year-old boy came down the stairs. He was wearing casual shorts, a loose t-shirt, and flip-flops. He was handsome, just like Xianxia in the past. Now, there was no comparison. The system gave Xianxia a plastic surgery gift pack, and he was already the most handsome boy in school. His hair was neither long nor short, and there was an air of arrogance between his eyebrows. He looked like a thorn in the side. Nan Manpei said, Donglai, he will be your tutor from now on, Xianxia. Li Donglai gave him a sidelong glance. Obviously, he didn't like Xianxia. He said angrily, where are you from? The student added, he asked you which school you graduated from. University of Finance and Economics. Internship this year. I haven't graduated yet. Xianxia muttered in his heart. This salary was not easy to get. The tutor seemed to be a problem boy. He was not easy to get along with. Li Donglai said unhappily, Auntie, the tutor you hired for me last time was from Fudan University. Wasn't it useless? It's better not to hire a tutor than to hire a student from University of Finance and Economics. He whispered, it's the summer vacation, and I don't even have enough time to play. Why hire a tutor? Nan Manpei smiled and said, you have a problem with that? Li Donglai immediately shut up. He thought about it and still felt unsatisfied. He gathered his courage and said, he's just a student. What can he teach me? I'm not a junior high school student. I want to test him. Jinan Man said, okay. Li Donglai glared at Xianxia and said, you wait. He turned and ran upstairs. Not long after, he took a mock exam paper and slammed it on the coffee table. He said fiercely, 45 minutes. If you can get more than 120 points, I'll agree to let you be my tutor. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He turned to look at Nan Manpei. The beautiful and unruly young woman smiled faintly and ignored him. He suddenly remembered a song in the music library. He heard a sentence, I should play with you, but I turned a blind eye. The student glanced at Xianxia and said to Li Donglai, why don't you say you can get full marks? 45 minutes. Li Donglai, you're really good at acting. Auntie, he just doesn't want a tutor. Xianxia couldn't help but look at her a few more times. This girl was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Shut up. Li Donglai glared at her. The two of them, who were about the same age, looked at each other and snorted. 45 minutes? 120 points and above, do you think I'm a little expert? Crazy. He's really a rebellious child. I really want to hit him. Sister Pei, I'm sorry, this tutor. He wanted to say that he didn't want this job anymore. But at this moment, a long-lost sound rang in his mind. Ding. Saint among men, 5/15, please complete this exam paper within 45 minutes and get more than 120 points. 90 points will be rewarded if you succeed. The corresponding points will be deducted if you fail. Xianxia was stunned. System, I swear on my integrity that I'm not trying to show off this time. You are. I'm really not. You are. You're F***king wrongly accusing me. Host, the system is using your brainwaves and heartbeat to determine if you're trying to show off. If it says you are, then you are. I'm not convinced. The system ignored him. Fine, I'm convinced. How many points do I need to exchange for advanced mathematics? The system replied instantly. Beginner 50 points, intermediate 100 points, advanced 150 points. Again, if I get more than 120 points, should I exchange for beginner or intermediate? Beginner is a little difficult, intermediate is enough. F***ck, I'm still losing 10 points. Host can choose to give up. Give up. Xianxia suddenly felt that something was wrong. The mission given by the system was unreasonable. If that was the case, any normal person would give up on the mission. Then what was the point of triggering the mission? Desire was one of the trigger conditions, but it wasn't the only trigger. The system wouldn't prompt a meaningless mission. A thought flashed in his mind. Again, how many points do I need to exchange for the correct answer to this exam paper? 15 points. Luckily I'm quick-witted, or else I would have been tricked by you. Xianxia said happily. Exchange. Why are you in a daze? Can you do it? The female student urged Xianxia with a straight face. What a fool. He should have just rejected it directly. Why is he still standing there? Li Donglai sneered disdainfully. He felt that this guy who was only a few years older than him had admitted defeat. Nan Manpei saw that Xianxia couldn't back down. He finally stopped looking at him coldly and offered him a way out. Just take it as a joke. He's not qualified to reject the tutor I hired. Xianxia didn't respond. He dragged the exam paper to himself, picked up a pen, and started working. I should have cooperated with you, but I ignored you. Then, the family of 3 saw an unforgettable scene. 8 multiple-choice questions in 1 minute. Xianxia looked at the questions first, then the answers. He pondered for 2 to 3 seconds before answering. After that, it was the fill-in-the-blank questions. Like a hot knife through butter, he was unstoppable. He looked at the questions for less than 10 seconds and answered them quickly. Li Donglai was dumbfounded. Then, he sneered. What was this? Playing to the gallery? Smashing a broken jar? How can you answer questions like this? The female student said disdainfully. If you can't do it, then you can't do it. Trying to be a hero. Li Donglai laughed. A hero becomes a coward. Nan Manpei couldn't help but frown. At this time, Xianxia had finished answering the questions. His speed finally slowed down. But he still didn't seem sincere. The so-called slowdown was because the answers weren't multiple-choice questions like ABCD, nor were they fill-in-the-blank questions that only required one answer. They required a detailed explanation of the answering process. The reason why Xianxia was said to be insincere was because he was still writing quickly. He didn't pause or ponder at all. 12 questions in 15 minutes. The entire exam paper in less than 20 minutes. Xianxia put down his pen and took a deep breath. Done. Auntie, look at him. How can someone like him be my tutor? Li Donglai thought that even the school's geniuses had to tread carefully on the advanced mathematics paper. However, this guy was not only walking on flat ground, but also jumping on roofs and vaulting over walls. He did not use any draft paper from beginning to end. He did the multiple-choice questions in his head and did the multiple-choice questions faster than flipping a coin. Nan Manpei smiled. The female student turned her attention back to the television with a lack of interest. She had lost interest. Xianxia pushed the paper in front of Li Donglai. Mark the paper. Generally, there are answers to the mock college entrance examination questions. Li Donglai was stunned and said, How do you know that this is a mock college entrance examination question paper? This question paper was created by the school's teachers. It simulated the difficulty of last year's maths exam for the students to practice. Generally, the teachers would give the students the reference answer and the question paper together. The students also looked at Xianxia. Xianxia pointed at the question paper. Fudan University Affiliated High School. I studied here in high school. Old tricks. I've been there before. Nan Manpei heard this and looked up. He smiled faintly. So, you're schoolmates. Li Donglai rolled his eyes and sneered. Then why didn't you get into Fudan University? Your grades were not good, so you went to the University of Finance and Economics. Xianxia's smile suddenly froze. Talking about this old story was definitely not pleasant. Xianxia went to primary school, middle school, high school, and even kindergarten with his sister. With the spirit that a clumsy bird flies first and hard work makes up for its clumsiness, Xianxia went from primary school to middle school, then to high school. Under the advice of his grandfather, he could barely keep up with his sister's footsteps. However, when it came to the college entrance examination, Xianxia realized that there was no cure for his clumsiness. Hard work could only make up for his clumsiness. Xianxia's face darkened. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If I ask you to check the answers, then check the answers. So what if he went to the University of Finance and Economics? Not everyone can get into the University of Finance and Economics. His tone was not polite and even had a hint of threat. Li Donglai was stunned. The female student raised her eyebrows. Nan Manpei said softly, Donglai, match the answers. Li Donglai wanted to say a few more words, but when he saw that Nan Manpei had spoken, he shrank back and ran upstairs to get the reference answers. In the living room, Li Donglai held the test paper in one hand and the answers in the other. His eyes wandered back and forth between the test papers and the reference answers. The multiple-choice questions were all correct. Fill in the blanks. There was nothing wrong with it. Answer questions. What the F***ck, the answer process was even more detailed than the reference answer. Ugh, Li Donglai's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. He didn't say anything for a long time. Nan Manpei looked at his expression and understood. He smiled faintly and lowered his head to look at the documents. The female student's vision and judgment were poor. She said impatiently, silly girl, how was the paper? How many points did you get? Li Donglai gulped and said with difficulty, 150 points? Psycho. The female student rolled her eyes and looked at Li Donglai as if he was an idiot. She snatched the test paper and the answers and compared them herself. Ugh. In the course of a few minutes, her eyes widened slightly, and then her mouth unconsciously opened slightly. The expression of I've seen a ghost froze on her face. Aunt, let him help me with my homework. The female student was shocked. She couldn't find a single flaw in the entire test paper. Even the most difficult and demanding questions were perfect. What kind of monster was this? How could he have such calculation ability? Nan Manpei shook his head. You have to learn piano during the summer vacation. Don't be distracted. Didn't you want to learn taekwondo? Little Qin has practiced martial arts before. You can learn from him. Nan Manpei said. Li Donglai's eyes widened and he said in surprise, Aunt, you really agree to let me learn taekwondo? Provided that your grades improve. Nan Manpei looked at his watch and said, I'm going out to buy some groceries. Donglai, take little Qin to his room. Let's have lunch here. The last sentence was directed at Xianxia. It was definitely not a question. The queen's strength didn't lie in her imposing manner. Her voice was cold and gentle, but she would do whatever she said. That was the real strength. Xianxia noticed the watch on her wrist. It was a Cartier women's watch. It was made of rose gold and inlaid with 18 diamonds. It was a limited edition crocodile leather wristband. It was released in 2007. It was sold for $1 million. After so many years, it had increased in value. Logically speaking, with Xianxia's identity as a commoner, he shouldn't know about such a luxurious watch. But there was a time when Qin Baobao longed for an expensive watch, so he bought a few magazines to read at home. He wanted to pick a watch for himself. His sister took a fancy to the watch that topped the list at first glance. Unfortunately, it was too expensive to afford. Xianxia learned about the existence of the women's watch from his sister's nagging. In the end, Qin Baobao picked a watch that cost 5,000 yuan after much deliberation. He didn't expect the queen to be a woman of good taste. After she left, Xianxia followed the teenager upstairs. Li Donglai's room was the last one on the west side. Unsurprisingly, it was much bigger than Xianxia's small room in both size and decoration. After entering the room, he glanced around. There was a double bed against the wall, a wardrobe opposite, a desk in front of the window, a lamp, a desktop computer, a stack of textbooks, and a black ceramic teacup. The room was clean and there were no suspicious tissues on the bed. Xianxia had a rough idea of Li Donglai's character. He wasn't an otaku. He didn't like to be clean, but he wasn't sloppy. The computer screen was lit up. The image froze at the end of the LOL game. The crystal exploded and two bright red words, failed. He liked to play games. There were dumbbells, grippers, and weighted sandbags in the corner. Was he a fitness guy? What are you looking at? Li Donglai glared at Xianxia. He looked even more vicious. close the door. After Xianxia closed the door, he said, let me make it clear to you. In the future, you teach me and I'll play. You take the money, but don't put on the airs of a teacher. Don't peek at my aunt and don't hit on my sister. If you're obedient, I don't mind you being an eyesore in front of me. If you want to snitch to my aunt and make a good impression, I'll kill you. In the end, he sneered and said, I've seen more tutoring teachers than you have. In junior high and senior high school, his family hired several tutors for him. Li Donglai did not have the capital to refuse, but he had his own countermeasures. The male tutors did not give him a good face, but the female tutors were slightly better. Whatever they said went in one ear and out the other. After a long time, the tutors also gave up. They were too lazy to supervise a paralyzed mud like him. Everyone minded their own business. Xianxia stepped forward, raised his right arm, and directly gave the arrogant teenager a slap. Pa! The slap was so powerful that Li Donglai staggered and was dumbfounded. You motherfucker. After regaining his senses, he flew into a rage and threw a flying kick at Xianxia. Xianxia kicked out as fast as lightning, hitting the guy's abdomen first. The guy was at least 120 pounds. He was sent flying and hit the door with a bang. He curled up and clutched his stomach, his eyes bloodshot. With your temper, you didn't get beaten to death. That means your family background is not small. Xianxia sneered. I've been wanting to beat you for a long time. Speaking of fighting, Xianxia was not a vegetarian. In middle school and high school, he was a thorn in the eyes of the teachers. However, he didn't fight because of himself. The reason was Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao was like a delicate rose that attracted crazy bees and butterflies. There were always local bullies and bad students who flirted with her. Xianxia inevitably became his sister's shield. When he just entered middle school, he was forced to fight with the third-grade hooligans who didn't know how to control their strength. His nose and face were swollen. When he entered high school, his strength increased. However, he still won more than he lost. His father was a serious person, but he didn't say anything about this matter. His parents not only didn't blame him, but also praised him for being reliable. Protecting his sister and picking a fight were two different things. The situation improved when he entered university. Firstly, the good-for-nothing Xianxia didn't get into Fudan University. Secondly, college students were rational and mature. They were no longer hot-headed middle school students. Harassing girls was punishable by expulsion. They might even be sued. Femme fatale, Xianxia understood this when he was in middle school. Li Donglai was obviously a middle school student. Xianxia didn't mind giving him a beating. At most, he would give up his education. He didn't have the intention to beat a drowning dog. That kick just now was enough to make this guy lie on the ground for a long time. If he continued, he would suffer internal injuries. At this moment, the door opened. A girl named Ziki stuck her head out. Apparently, she heard the noise and went upstairs to check the situation. When he saw Li Donglai lying by the door and complaining about his grievances, he was stunned. Just when Xianxia thought she was going to denounce him, the young girl giggled and took pleasure in his misfortune. Oh, you got hit? Li Donglai panted. Mind your own business. The girl clicked her tongue. Aren't you known as the king of duels in school? You're invincible among your peers. Li Donglai said angrily, I'm not as good as others. Why do you care? The young girl rolled her eyes and despicably kicked him while he was down. She then turned to Xianxia and said, handsome, continue. He's just asking for a beating. Just don't beat him to death or cripple him. She shrank her head and left. The next moment, she turned back and reminded, don't hit his face. If my aunt sees it, you're done for. Xianxia blinked. What's going on? She's your sister? It's none of your business. Li Donglai cursed. Xianxia didn't say anything and kicked this guy's butt again. He was in so much pain that his face twitched. He begged for mercy. Hero, don't hit me. Don't hit me. She's my sister. My biological sister. There's such a biological sister? Xianxia was shocked. We didn't see eye to eye since we were young. We hated each other. Li Donglai was crying. Don't hit me. It really hurt. This guy was too ruthless. There was a saying that among siblings, the relationship between siblings was the most difficult to deal with. Xianxia didn't know if this was true. Anyway, he and Qinbao had been together for more than 20 years. Overall, they were quite harmonious. As the younger brother, he had to protect the older sister. If there was a conflict, he had to give in to the older sister. If he couldn't bear it, he didn't have to bear it anymore. This was Xianxia's experience. He didn't give one-sidedly. Qin Baobao still cared for her younger brother very much. Although she always said, the younger brother's things are the older sister's, and the older sister's things are the younger brother's. However, after Xianxia went to university, his clothes, computer, and mobile phone were all paid for by Qin Baobao. Therefore, Xianxia couldn't understand the way Li Donglai and his sister got along. He was too lazy to ask. Every family had its own difficulties. Xianxia sat in front of the computer and checked Li Donglai's fighting record. The tragic record of 3-11-9. He picked up the high school exercise book at the corner of the table and flipped through it casually. After a moment, he sneered. 15 questions, 11 wrong. I have a rough idea of your results. He pointed at the computer again. 3 kills and 11 deaths. I also know your IQ. Your IQ is F** king up. Li Donglai's soft spot was touched. He was like an angry cat, full of the temper of a young master. Xianxia swung his hand and smashed the exercise book on Li Donglai's head. He didn't use much strength, and there was a crisp sound. Li Donglai clutched his head and grimaced. His stomach was still aching. The previous kick had left a deep psychological shadow on him. He was known for being crazy and ruthless in school. At this time, he didn't have the courage to fight Xianxia one-on-one. You're asking for a beating. Xianxia sneered. Say something. Can't you study properly? If I say no, will you still beat me? Li Donglai probed. Beat him up, Xianxia said concisely. Li Donglai thought for a moment. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him, so he gave in. I'm really not cut out for studying. If you want me to study hard, that's fine, but you have to promise me one thing. Xianxia scoffed, you still want to bargain with me? Tell me. Hero, your skills are so powerful. Have you practiced martial arts before? Sort of. Li Donglai's eyes immediately lit up. He asked curiously and urgently, Wing Chun or Tai Chi? Xingyi or level 8? Southern or northern? Fist or leg? Do you have inner strength? Do you know the inch punch technique? Xianxia was dumbfounded. Li Donglai's eyes were like a pair of big light bulbs, blinking as he looked at him. He was a little different from the other rich kids because he happened to have seen some things, so he was very interested in the mysterious knowledge of martial arts. You've been reading too many novels. Xianxia felt that this young man was seriously ill. Li Donglai was anxious, isn't that so? You kicked me away. Ordinary people don't have this kind of strength. Hero, I'm half an expert in fighting. Who has real skills and who is just for show, I'll know when we fight. I've learned a little martial arts, but I'm not a master. Of course, I can beat 10 of you. Li Donglai struggled to get up from the ground. He said loudly, Master, please accept this disciple's bow. Xianxia was shocked. He rolled his eyes, let me say this first. I don't know the 18 dragons subduing palms or Buddha's palm. Li Donglai scratched his head and laughed, I can still distinguish between reality and fiction. Although his aunt paid for his tutoring, Li Donglai insisted on giving Xianxia a gift. In the end, Xianxia received 800 yuan from this kid and paid it on WeChat. According to Li Donglai, his monthly allowance was 1,000 yuan. Xianxia was shocked. With the size of this villa and Nan Man Pei's Cartier watch, Xianxia could speculate that this kid's family was not simple. For such a young master to have a monthly allowance of 10,000 yuan, Xianxia would believe it. Isn't 1,000 yuan a little too shabby? Master, I'm telling the truth. Li Donglai swore. Your sister's allowance, shouldn't you add a zero to it? Xianxia said. Li Donglai was stunned. Master, you're really good at predicting things. Xianxia said with a sorrowful face, raising a poor man and raising a rich daughter. My family is the same. The two guys who were in the same boat looked at each other and felt sad. They couldn't wait to hug each other and cry. It was the first day of tutoring. Xianxia didn't plan to go all out immediately. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and smoked with Li Donglai one after another. They chatted and got to know each other. The computer was playing last night's I Am a Singer variety show. Through the exchange, Xianxia learned that the beautiful student downstairs with a bad temper was called Peiziki. He also knew why the siblings had different surnames. Li Donglai said he followed his father's surname and his sister followed her mother's surname. Nan Manpei was their aunt. As for their father's and aunt's work, Li Donglai didn't say much, and Xianxia didn't ask. But from Li Donglai's disdain and anger when he talked about his father, as well as his sadness and sadness when he talked about his mother, Xianxia was able to see the whole picture. Li Donglai's relationship with his father was definitely very bad, and his mother, who didn't live with him, had most likely passed away. It was also possible that she remarried. But it didn't make sense. Looking at the situation of the room, it was obvious that he lived here. Even if his parents divorced, he should live with his father or mother. How could he live with his aunt? The reasonable explanation was that his mother died and he didn't get along with his father, so he lived with his aunt. No wonder the brother and sister were so angry. The computer was playing the scene of Qin Baobao singing farewell song. Li Donglai even hummed along. The online update is too slow. Every time I want to listen to this song, I have to go online and watch the show. Li Donglai complained. Xianxia nodded. The online resources should be updated in a few days. He had already authorized it to the music chart. He estimated that the copyright fee would be paid tomorrow or the day after. This was only limited to the online copyright. The other copyrights were still in his hands. Li Donglai looked at the screen, exclaiming and drooling. Damn, this woman is so beautiful. Her figure is so good. I really want to sleep with her. Slap. There was a crisp sound of his scalp being shaved. Li Donglai held his head, feeling wronged and confused. Master, why did you hit me? Does a master need a reason to hit his disciple? At noon, Peiziki's roar came. Li Donglai, tutor, come down for lunch. She didn't know Xianxia's name, or rather, she didn't remember it at all. A villa was a villa. The kitchen was spacious and clean, with all kinds of kitchen utensils. It was too empty and lacked the feeling of a home. It wasn't as warm as Xianxia's small house. Xianxia didn't feel honored at all when the queen cooked the dishes herself. Because they didn't taste good. The dishes were cooked according to the rules, and the taste was barely satisfactory. They could only be said to be edible. Xianxia wasn't surprised. It was good enough that she could cook. A beautiful woman wasn't necessarily virtuous. There was a femme fatale at home who had lived for 25 years. At most, she knew how to add oil before cooking. Sugar and salt had to be tasted to distinguish. In addition, Wang Zijin was also a woman who didn't know how to cook. Why did the old man say that a woman who is too beautiful is not suitable to be a wife? There was a living example at home. After the meal, Xianxia spent half an hour writing a dense business plan. Of course, Li Donglai majored in science. Otherwise, why would he ask Xianxia, a science student, to help him? Whether it's learning martial arts or improving your grades, you have to memorize the contents of this business plan and do it with your heart. I'm too lazy to supervise you. If you don't meet my expectations, I'll beat you up. I'll say it first, so that you won't blame me for not teaching you. Xianxia slapped the business plan in front of Li Donglai. You have to walk your own path. You may have a good family background, but you can't change the fact that you're broken. If you want to stand out, it's useless to rely on others. You have to rely on yourself. Li Donglai held the business plan in the palm of his hand as if he had received a treasure. Not only was there a plan for his grades, there were also detailed training methods to improve his physical fitness. Master, I think that these are too basic. Are there any moves that can defeat the enemy in one hit? You haven't learned how to walk, and you only know how to run. Xianxia sneered. Then, in front of the 8th grader, he punched the wall. With a dong sound, the paint on the wall peeled off and a few small cracks appeared. Li Donglai opened his mouth wide in shock. Without a strong body as a foundation, you're still a weakling no matter how many moves you learn. Xianxia said indifferently. The elders have emphasized countless times that a strong foundation must be built. It's not a casual remark. This pretentiousness. Li Donglai was speechless. Xianxia sat in Nan Manpei's car and went home. Of course, the driver was not the queen, but the queen's chauffeur. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Nan Manpei came downstairs in an office lady's suit. She wasn't wearing a skirt, but a pair of pants. In the living room, Li Donglai was holding a business plan and reading it, concentrating on memorizing it. Pei Ziki said angrily, "Go upstairs and memorize." "You're so noisy." Li Donglai rolled his eyes. "You wretched girl, shut up." Nan Manpei walked over. "What are you looking at?" Li Donglai handed it over obediently and restrained his arrogance. "Auntie, I'll study hard in the future." Nan Manpei took the business plan and laughed without looking at it. "Did the sun rise from the west?" Pei Ziki sneered. "He's scared of being beaten up." Li Donglai turned his head and said angrily, "You talk too much." Nan Manpei said gently, "What happened?" Li Donglai stammered. "I scolded Sure Chinga in the room and got beaten up. I'm the worst." Nan Manpei nodded and looked down to read the business plan. The siblings were stunned by his nonchalant attitude. Li Donglai was famous in school for being a troublemaker, but he was not expelled. Whether it was the school or his parents, Auntie could handle it. If Auntie couldn't handle it, there was still their father. The business plan was very detailed. It evaluated Li Donglai's level and set a goal for the next 10 to 20 days. It was not exaggerated. It was a complete and reasonable plan. Nan Manpei said, "Not bad." She patted his head and left. Sunday, 10 o'clock in the morning. Qin Baobao returned home with her bag and shopping bags in her hands. She was stunned by the scene in the living room. Xianxia and Wang Zijin sat side by side on the sofa. 2 laptops were placed on the coffee table. The clicking sounds of the mouse. "Sister Ziwei, don't run down the tower. You'll get beaten up." Xianxia had just finished speaking when he helplessly added, "You're dead." Wang Zijin pursed her lips. Hey, don't fight with me for a soldier." "Hey, did you just flash in to fill in the gaps? You said you couldn't miss a soldier." "You can't touch that soldier, so I'll fill in the gaps for you." "You're so extravagant." Let's go back to the city." "Hey! Why are you standing in their base without moving?" "I'm standing to recover my health." "As long as you're happy." Qin Baobao poked her head out to take a look. The two of them were playing a game. "Sister is back," Qin Baobao announced loudly. However, her brother and her best friend ignored her. "Hey!" Qin Baobao emphasized her tone. "You're back." Wang Zijin looked up and smiled. She continued to focus on her game. Xianxia simply ignored her. "Zijin, you know how to play games? The sun is rising from the west. It's quite fun." They were silent for a long time. Qin Baobao sat at the side and watched her best friend and brother maneuver in the game. For some reason, she felt a sense of melancholy. This seat originally belonged to her. Half an hour later, the game ended. Of course, she lost. Wang Zijin collapsed on the sofa in exhaustion. She didn't forget to gossip. "How was your blind date?" "Don't mention it. He asked me all sorts of questions the moment we met. He asked me what I did for a living and how many boyfriends I had. I said I didn't have any boyfriends. His eyes immediately lit up like a wolf's." Qin Baobao sighed tiredly. Xianxia sneered. "Is this what my mother meant when she said that he was young, promising, and had a strong character?" Qin Baobao said tenderly, "That's right. No man in the world has a better character than our A's." Xianxia chuckled. Wang Zijin felt incredulous. "There's such a person?" Qin Baobao pursed her lips. "A man in his 30s who has money, a car, savings, and a successful career will most likely be proud. Seeing that I'm young, you must think that I'm inexperienced and deliberately want to show off. Let's not talk about these annoying things. My mother is good at everything, but her taste in men is terrible. Xianxia said expressionlessly, I want to record this and send it to the old man. Annoying. Bao grumbled as she moved her but closer to her brother and coquettishly said, A's, big sister bought new clothes for you. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. How can that be? Bao diligently massaged Xianxia's shoulders and reflected on herself. Big sister said something wrong. I apologize. You're a great person and don't hold a grudge against a little girl like me. Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. The dissatisfaction and resentment that touched his self-esteem were eliminated by this little vixen. Bao had always been a woman who knew when to yield and when to stand tall. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the stock market closed. Except for the heavy warehouse of infrastructure stocks that remained lukewarm, the two military stocks and the internet stocks that he bought offset each other's gains and losses. He still made a profit of more than 10,000 yuan. In the past, Xianxia did not even dare to think about making a profit of more than 10,000 yuan on the stock market in a week. Xianxia did not intend to tell his sister immediately. He had his own plans. If Bao found out, with her habitual thinking of brother's things or sister's things, she would most likely throw a tantrum and cheat him of his money. A few days ago, he heard from her that she had recently taken a fancy to a LV bag that cost 20,000 yuan. Xianxia wanted to save more capital to make a fortune in the future bull market, so he could not give the money to Bao to spend. Monday, Xingyi Entertainment. Bao had just arrived at the company when her agent, Li Yanhong, walked into her office and said, Bao, Manager Lu from the marketing department is looking for you. What's the matter? Bao asked. It seems to be about the copyright of your songs. Manager Lu wants to talk to you. Li Yanhong said in a low voice. Song copyright? Bao was a bit confused. She was a newcomer and did not understand many of the tricks of the entertainment company. Li Yanhong took her to Manager Lu's office, knocked on the door, and pushed it in. Manager Lu was a middle-aged man in his 50s with a big belly that could not escape from middle-aged people. Little Qin, you're here. Manager Lu smiled and greeted Bao and Li Yanhong to take a seat. Bao smiled sweetly and said, Manager Lu. Manager Lu could not help but take a few more glances. Little Qin, you've been singing on Singer recently, right? I have attention and my results are very good. Especially those songs, each of them is a masterpiece. The company needs talents like you, fresh blood, so that it can continue to develop and grow. It's only right to spend a lot of effort to nurture you. Bao smiled but did not say anything. Manager Lu talked for a long time and finally got to the point. I called you here because of the copyright of the songs you sang on the show. Little Qin, I know you're a newcomer, but here, I'll criticize you. The company spent a lot of resources to nurture you. As an artist of the company, you must know how to repay the company. You sold the online copyright of those songs to the top Chinese music chart without permission. Do you know that you broke the rules? What do you want the company to think of you? What do you want the company to think of you? It's a very bad example for future newcomers. Bao was stunned by his reprimand. Li Yanhong smiled bitterly and said, Bao, why didn't you tell me about this? If I knew, I would definitely have advised you. Bao was even more confused. What online copyright? I don't know. Li Yanhong took out his phone, opened the top Chinese music chart app, and handed it to Bao. Here, your songs are all here. Invisible Wings and Legend are 6th and 9th on the monthly chart, respectively. Fairy Tale is 2nd on the daily chart, 1st on the weekly chart, and 4th on the monthly chart. Bao's first reaction was that her copyright had been infringed, but on second thought, the other party was a big online music platform. How could they put up songs without copyright? The only explanation was that her brother had sold the copyright and kept it from her. What a scheming boy. Manager Lu, I'm sorry. The copyright of these songs is not mine. So this matter has nothing to do with me. Manager Lu waved his hand. Forget about the songs that have already been sold. Next time, don't do anything on your own. Artists, focus on your work. The company will help you with other things. Fortunately, the copyright of Li's song is still there. I don't see it on the top Chinese music chart. As he spoke, he took out a contract. Take a look. If there's no problem, sign it. Qin Baobao didn't take it. She hesitated and said, Manager Lu didn't seem to be satisfied with Qin Baobao's reaction. Of course it's an authorization letter. The company will help you with this song in the future. It just so happens that an online music platform we're working with is interested. They're willing to pay 50,000 yuan for the online copyright. Qin Baobao flipped it open and took a few glances. Good lord, this contract wasn't as simple as the online copyright. It was all the copyright authorization. In other words, if Qin Baobao signed this contract, Li's song would belong to Star Art Company. Li Yanhong wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Baobao smiled and said, Manager Lu, the copyright of the song really isn't mine. All the copyright belongs to my brother. I don't have the right to make the decision. Manager Lu said in a deep voice, what's so difficult about this? Do you think your brother won't agree to it? Besides, this is also for him to generate income. Since we're talking about this, the company has another task for you. In the future, you'll be responsible for communicating with your brother about the copyright of his songs and authorizing it to the company. You're the company's artist. The company's interest is your interest. Qin Baobao laughed in her heart, but on the surface, she smiled humbly. Manager Lu, this contract is useless even if I sign it. Legally, I can't represent my brother. Why don't I ask first? Manager Lu nodded impatiently. Qin Baobao lowered her head and typed a message. Come out here. I promise I won't beat you to death. Qin Zhe replied with a horrified emoji. Qin Baobao, did you sell the copyright of the song? Qin Baobao sent a knock on the head emoji. How much did you sell? Qin Zhe stammered, not much. Qin Baobao was angry. Don't play dumb with me. Let's get down to business. The company wants me to sign all the authorizations for the Song Li song. In the future, all your songs have to be licensed to the company. They're only giving you 50,000 yuan. Qin Zhe was silent for 10 seconds before he said concisely, tell him to go sh*t himself. Qin Baobao, understood. She turned off the phone screen and put on a professional smile. Manager Lu, I'm sorry. My brother sold the online copyright of Li's song as well. As for the copyright of the songs in the future, he said he'll give priority to the company. She didn't say anything definite and left a way out for both parties. Manager Lu looked extremely unhappy and showed signs of anger. His tone became heavier. We'll talk about the songs in the future. Don't appear on the next episode. Qin Baobao raised her eyebrows. Why? To be honest, the company arranged for you to appear on Singer to save a spot for Su Lu. Now that her album is almost ready, she needs to use Singer to promote her album and build her reputation, Manager Lu said lightly. But I didn't get eliminated. If I suddenly don't appear on the show, what will the audience think? The production team won't agree. Qin Baobao suppressed her anger. Manager Lu said impatiently, just find a random reason. You're not feeling well or something happened at home. Do you still need me to teach you? You're the one who's F***ing in trouble at home. Qin Baobao's beautiful vixen face darkened. She narrowed her eyes. She was really angry. The company's interests are my interests. What a nice way to put it. Where were you when I needed the company? You said you'd arrange a composer for me, but in the end, Su Lu just casually took the job away. If it weren't for my brother's painstaking efforts, Qin Baobao imagined it herself, writing songs for me, I don't know how long I'd have to wait. Now you want to steal my songs? Dream on. Qin Baobao even thought that even if she signed the copyright agreement just now, Manager Lu would still ask her to withdraw from the show. If that happened, she would really have to suffer in silence. Manager Lu, I'm very healthy and there's nothing wrong at home. So I won't withdraw from the show. Qin Baobao didn't even bother to show an expression. Also, the marketing department is in charge of the company's business, but I'm a contracted artist. My work arrangements are not under the management of the marketing department. Manager Lu slammed the table and said angrily, "What do you mean by that? Qin Bao Bao, you haven't become a big star yet, and you're already so arrogant?" Literally. Qin Bao Bao stood up and left the office without looking back. Li Yanhong chased after her and complained, "Bao Bao, your temper, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you're too sharp. Can't you be more tactful? Don't make the relationship so stiff." Qin Bao Bao strode forward. "This is my temper, I can't change it." She suddenly stopped and turned to look at Li Yanhong. "What's going on? Who is this Manager Lu? Does he need to tell me what to do with my work arrangements?" The matter of the song copyright was pardonable, but she was not a member of the marketing department. Whether she withdrew from the show or not, it was not his turn to overstep his authority. Strictly speaking, Li Yanhong was actually Qin Bao Bao's boss. Her work arrangements had to be listened to. But Li Yanhong saw Qin Bao Bao as an opportunity for her to change her luck, so she poured out her heart and lungs. Li Yanhong was secretive. She looked around and whispered, "Let's go back to the office and talk about it." When the two returned to the office, Li Yanhong closed the door. Without any scruples, she spoke loudly. "Sulu's album is about to be released. The company has invested a lot of resources to help her promote it. Singer is one of them. This show is too popular now. Originally, the company wanted you to temporarily fill in the position, and at the same time, gain some face, and find an opportunity to promote you in the future. We didn't expect you to get to this point. Who knew?" Li Yanhong looked at Qin Bao Bao like a hungry wolf looking at a cute little white rabbit. "In this way, you're blocking Sulu's path." Qin Bao Bao suddenly understood. She said sneakily, "Sulu and this Manager Lu have an affair? My great aunt, you have bad taste." Li Yanhong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sulu is an A-list celebrity, one of the company's signboards. Even Manager Lu has to look at her face. Speaking of this, she unconsciously lowered her voice. "It's the vice president, Kong Xian. Sulu is his person. Originally, firing you was just a matter of a sentence, but the president appreciates you very much. Yesterday, he praised you at the meeting. Qin Bao Bao has A-list potential. You're a rare talent. If the company's artists can be as good as you, star art will break out of the country soon." "What the?" Qin Bao Bao said in her heart. "Thank you for the president's praise." The bigger the company, the more intense the factional struggles were. It was the same everywhere. Qin Bao Bao used to work for a foreign company. That was where the infighting was in full swing. In the same office, there were at least 3 different factions. Therefore, she didn't feel too bad about it and wasn't surprised by it. Could it be that if she changed companies, she would be able to be an outsider? That was impossible. Star Art Entertainment. Vice President's office. Manager Lu knocked on the office door and a man's voice came from inside, "Come in." This was a luxurious office, filled with the fragrance of cologne and cigars. Behind the wide Namu desk, there was a 4-meter-tall shelf that took up the entire wall. It was filled with books, porcelain, and bronze works of art. Opposite the door was a huge floor-to-ceiling window, very suitable for overlooking the scenery. Sunlight shone through the glass onto the Italian stressless leather sofa. Star Art Entertainment's vice president, Kong Xian, was sitting in the office chair, reading a document. He looked up at Manager Lu and didn't say anything. Manager Lu said respectfully, "President Kong." Qin Bao Bao didn't agree. Kong Xian was 35 years old this year. He had regular facial features. Of course, for a man of his age, his temperament was more attractive to women than his appearance. When a man was over 30, as long as he didn't abandon himself to mediocrity, he would more or less have something called temperament. Reaching the peak at 40, there was a saying, "A man at 41 is a flower." Kong Xian was young and sat on the vice president's throne. In addition to his ability and skills, he also had a good father who was one of the shareholders of Star Art Entertainment. Kong Xian looked at the document and said lightly, "Got it." Manager Lu knew he should leave. He just came to report the situation. This was what Kong Xian asked him to do. The office door closed again. Kong Xian reached his hand under the desk and patted the woman's head, "Come out." The woman with exquisite makeup came out from under the desk and complained, "My legs are sore from squatting." If the scene just now was exposed online, it would cause a huge uproar. Because this woman was Sulu. Sulu was 30 years old this year. After graduating from high school, she didn't go to university. When she was 20, she was discovered by a talent scout and started her acting career. As an artist, she was undoubtedly successful. After 10 years of struggle, she gained both fame and fortune. Correspondingly, she had also paid a huge price. Because of work, she had not had a boyfriend until now. She was Xianxia's lover. In the entertainment industry, this was all too common. The number of female celebrities who had never slept with him could be counted on one hand. She, Sulu, had no background or capital. If she didn't rely on her body, what could she rely on? Sulu felt that her 10 years of hard work could be enough to write an epic novel. Therefore, she looked down on newcomers like Qin Baobao from the bottom of her heart. "Xian, I want to be on the show." Kick Qin Baobao out. Sulu sat on Xian's lap and wrapped her arms around his neck. Xian said, "You think I haven't tried? That Huang guy rejected my suggestion at the meeting yesterday." Sulu said coquettishly, "I don't care." Xian smiled and said, "Don't worry, he can't suppress me. The chief planner of the program is my classmate, so I personally called him to ask for his help. I'll update you in the afternoon." Sulu revealed a charming, feminine smile. "Shall I come to your house tonight?" "No, my wife is back from a business trip. Don't contact me for the next few days." Sulu wriggled her body in protest. Xian smiled and said, "Don't make a fuss. You'll have to pay for it tonight." The sun was blazing outside the window, and the central air conditioner was blowing cold air. Xian hugged Sulu with one hand and caressed her thigh with the other. His thoughts drifted away. He deliberately suppressed Qin Baobao, not just to help Sulu. A certain big shot in the industry once said that the entertainment industry was his backyard. These words were domineering, and Xian deeply believed them. Qin Baobao was a woman he liked at first sight. Xian knew that haste made waste. To conquer a woman, he had to conquer her heart first. First, he had to polish off the edges. The newborn calf was not afraid of the tiger. Forcing it would have the opposite effect. For example, when Sulu entered the company, she was also a pure little flower. She refused to sell her body. Xian was very patient. He quietly supported her, lifted her up to the clouds, and then threw her down from high. This fall shattered all her reservations and fantasies. When Xian made another request, Sulu did not say anything and gave her body and mind for the sake of her future. It had been 5 years. Today was different from the past. Xian was no longer a vigorous young man. Qin Baobao was also more outstanding than Sulu. He did not want to cast a long line to catch a big fish. He wanted to control Qin Baobao as soon as possible. 4:00 in the afternoon. Qin Baobao took out the key to open the door. She kicked off her high heels and threw her bag on the sofa. Like an aggressive tigress, she pounced on Xianxia, who was browsing the financial statements of a listed company. "Where's the money? Hand over the money and I won't kill you." Qin Baobao grabbed Xianxia's neck and said fiercely, "Otherwise, I'll pull you out and hit your D***ck 100 times." Xianxia straightened his waist, and his sister, who was riding on him, almost fell down. Her delicate body was thrown high, and she hurriedly let go of her hand to support herself on the sofa. He took the opportunity to flip over, and turned from passive to active. He pressed his sister down on the sofa and twisted her hands behind her back. He sneered disdainfully, "Qin Baobao, where did your confidence come from?" Qin Baobao could not struggle. Her face was red with anger, and she condemned, "You black-hearted thing. I poured my heart out for you, but you secretly made a fortune behind my back. You're not a good thing." Xianxia sneered, "I'm selling my own songs. It's none of your business." "I don't care." Qin Baobao acted shamelessly, "You're heartless and ungrateful. I'll criticize you in the name of the party." Xianxia complained, "I've been a member of the Communist Youth League all my life. You can't criticize me in the name of the party." Qin Baobao probed, "How much?" 3 songs for 300,000. Because of your rising fame, the copyright of Farewell Song also rose, and it was sold for 150,000. A total of 450,000. 450,000. Qin Baobao's eyes seemed to be flashing with red banknotes. She swallowed her saliva and said happily, I want to buy a bag. I want to change my computer. I also need to change my phone. Let's go buy some clothes this weekend. Aya, my little BMW seems to need maintenance too. Let me think, what should we eat tomorrow? A 5-star buffet? Japanese food? Seafood? Xianxia squinted and shattered his sister's dream with one sentence, sorry, I've invested all my money in the stock market. Qin Baobao's excited expression froze. Xianxia added without changing his expression, and it's trapped. Qin Baobao's heart was hit 10,000 times. A moment later, Wang Zijin came out of the room, pointed behind her, and lowered her voice, what's wrong with her? She covered her head and cried as soon as she entered the room. Xianxia said lightly, ignore her, she'll be fine after crying. Qin Baobao was forgetful. To put it nicely, she was free and easy, but to put it bluntly, she was heartless. More than half an hour later, his sister's voice came from the room, muttering, my number one enemy is online. Xianxia was stunned, speak human language. Qin Baobao held her phone and ran out in a panic, Sulu is the guest for the next episode of I Am a Singer. She posted on Weibo. Xianxia looked at her and was stunned, and then? Blockhead. His sister put her finger on his forehead and pushed hard. My position was originally hers, you know. His sister said angrily, last time, the teacher who wrote the song for me was intercepted by her. Don't you think I know what she's up to? She wants to see me get eliminated and take over my position. Now, the company's higher-ups have two opinions. One is to remove me and promote Sulu. The other is to support me to continue. Xianxia touched his chin, anyway, your excellent songs are not resources of Star Art Entertainment. Star Art Entertainment is happy to see you become a popular singer without spending any money and then use you to make a lot of money. That's why there are more people supporting you. But even so, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with this. Qin Baobao gritted her teeth, am I the kind of person to endure humiliation? I'm going to take my revenge. I'm going to PK her. Xianxia was shocked, I don't know if you're enduring humiliation, but I know your brain must be damaged. Sulu is an A-list celebrity, where do you get the confidence to eliminate her? Qin Baobao, did your confidence increase after winning a few rounds? I'm a little fairy. Qin Baobao twisted her waist. She was full of confidence. Xianxia took out his phone and opened Weibo. Sulu posted on Weibo, I received an invitation from I Am a Singer. I'm looking forward to singing on this platform. I want to exchange, learn, and compete with the teachers. By the way, I'm here with teacher Gong Ming's new song. Yes, everyone is familiar with it. It's an ancient style song. I hope you can support it. Attached picture, I Am a Singer's invitation letter. There were hundreds of thousands of comments under the Weibo post. An astonishing number of replies. This was an A-list celebrity with more than 10 million followers. Of course, not all of them were her fans. Zombie fans definitely made up a large portion. The difference between an A-list celebrity and a small-time celebrity. Qin Baobao's Weibo followers, 480,000. Sulu's Weibo followers, 9 million. Wow, Su Gongming's new song? Flourishing Clouds is an unsurpassable classic of ancient-style songs. It's also Su Gongming's best work. Teacher Gongming has been quiet for a while. Is he okay? Yeah, he hasn't released a good song for many years. I'm worried. 10 years of polishing a sword. I believe Su Gongming can reach new heights. What a big gamble. Please invite Sulu to participate. Sulu is one of the stars of Star Art. She's popular, but her singing, lip-syncing scum. Trash. What are you saying? Get lost if you don't like it. A woman who's looking for trouble. Who cares if she sings well or not? I'm a die-hard fan of Sulu. I support her unconditionally. Even an A-list celebrity is here. Will the king be far away? The program team is going against the heavens. I'm in Shanghai. I'm going to buy tickets. Xianxia realized something very awkward. It was Sulu's awkwardness. Her popularity was high, but she was a controversial celebrity. Many people liked her, and many people hated her. This was not contradictory. There were too many controversial big shots in the entertainment industry. Sulu's reputation was not good. She used to debut as a singer. Later, she was exposed to lip syncing. Her popularity plummeted, and she switched to film and television. In other words, although she had the popularity of an A-list celebrity, she did not have the support of an A-list celebrity. In fact, many A-list celebrities did not have the support of an A-list celebrity. Why? Because popularity could be hyped up. Some female celebrities relied on negative news to become a B-list celebrity. Could you say that her support was at the level of a B-list celebrity? Sulu's Weibo fans were more than 20 times that of Qin Baobao. However, some people followed her to criticize her. Some people followed her purely because they liked celebrities. For a celebrity, it was good enough if 10 out of 100 fans were die-hard. The rest were rational fans, anti-fans, zombie fans, and soy sauce fans. Qin Baobao had her advantages. She did not have any negative news. Her fans were very pure. They liked her voice, her songs, and her big breasts and long legs. To be honest, Qin Baobao was not without hope. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Xianxia made dinner for his two sisters. He went out, hailed a taxi, and went straight to Queen Pei's villa. He called Nan Man Pei in advance. The queen said that she was not at home and asked him to do as he pleased. He did not need to call in advance. The tutoring time could be decided by Xianxia. He just needed to communicate with Li Donglai. This meant that he was going to be a hands-off boss. As Nan Man Pei said, I don't care about the process. I only care about the results. At 7:40, the taxi arrived at the villa area. Li Donglai stood at the entrance of the neighborhood, looking forward to it. Master, I got you an access card. You can come directly in the future. You don't have to pick me up every time you go out. He handed Xianxia a white card. The property management was very strict. Cars and people needed access cards to pass through. Unauthorized people were not allowed to enter this residential area. Li Donglai's grades were a mess. He was at the bottom of the class for a long time. Xianxia's plan was to cut him down and start from scratch. With Xianxia's level, it was more than enough to teach a high school trash. After getting Xianxia's promise to teach him peerless martial arts when he finished his homework, Li Donglai changed his uninhibited nature and devoted himself to studying. He stopped playing games and listening to songs. Occasionally, he saw Xianxia watching the program singer on the computer. He drooled at Qin Baobao's figure. At 9:30 in the evening, Xianxia finished today's tutoring. Li Donglai sent his master downstairs. In the living room, Li Donglai's sister was talking on the phone. Don't talk nonsense with me. Doesn't your dad have connections in the TV station? Get me a live ticket. If you can't do it, then don't be my sister. Of course. I'm Sulu's fan. How can I not support my idol singing on stage? What, you like Qin Baobao? That vixen is so annoying. Her breasts are so big that it's unscientific. They're obviously filled with silicone. So what if she sings well? It doesn't change her nature as a vixen. Look at her face. Isn't she just a seductive vixen? Li Donglai, that idiot, every time he looks at her, he drools. Pei Ziki was lying on the sofa. Her hands were resting on the glass coffee table. Her two slender legs were crossed. If he had to give this student a score, Xianxia would give her 8 points. In a few years, she would have the qualifications to become a goddess with 9 points. She was still too young and inexperienced. However, a young girl had the advantages of a young girl. Her waist was slender like a newly sprouted willow branch. She had a delicate oval face, short hair, and rippling almond eyes. Li Donglai heard her words and sneered. Anyway, he was used to being scolded. He led Xianxia straight out. When they reached the entrance of the neighborhood, a Maserati was slowly driving into the neighborhood. Xianxia couldn't help but take a few more glances. This thing was expensive and belonged to the high-end series of cars. The slender cabin cover curved sharply like a shark leaping out of the water. The anti-spying glass blocked the view inside. In the past, when Xianxia saw this kind of luxury car, he would always curse in his heart. There must be some pot-bellied uncle driving a beautiful girl inside. At this time, the car window rolled down. In the driver's seat was not a pot-bellied uncle, but a tranquil and beautiful queen. Her Majesty the Queen was dressed in a professional suit today. She lacked the gentleness of someone who was suitable for home and family, and instead, she gave off a capable and sharp aura. "You're going back?" Nan Manpei smiled. "Yes," Xianxia said. "I'll send you back," Nan Manpei said softly. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before opening the door and going in. He actually didn't want to hitch a ride with the queen. He always felt oppressed when he was with this woman with such a strong aura. This came from the difference in life experience and social experience. However, she had a charm that made people want to explore and get close to her. On the way back, both parties were silent. Nan Manpei didn't speak, and Xianxia didn't take the initiative to speak either. Soothing music was playing in the car. It was Qin Baobao's fairy tale. The music chart had a download function, and each song cost 1 yuan. When they were about to reach their neighborhood, the Maserati slowed down. Nan Manpei smiled beautifully. "Xianxia, where did you learn all these skills?" "I learned them blindly," Xianxia said. "Do you believe that I'll turn around and throw you into the Huangpu River?" Nan Manpei threatened softly. A queen was a queen. She was so charming even when she said harsh words. "I learned martial arts for a few years. There used to be a boxer in our neighborhood," Xianxia said half-truthfully. "Can you teach Sister Pei later?" Nan Manpei's voice was soft, with a strong Shanghai accent. Xianxia felt that Queen Bei was particularly seductive today. "Sister Pei, don't joke with me." Xianxia smiled bitterly. Nan Manpei nodded. The Maserati stopped at the entrance of the neighborhood. When Xianxia opened the door, she suddenly said, "I checked your background. It's ordinary, but interesting. Your sister Qin Bao is a new singer. I heard that all the songs she sings are written by you." Xianxia closed the door and narrowed his eyes. "Sister Pei, it's just a tutor. There's no need for that." Nan Manpei seemed to find his bitter and resentful look very interesting. She giggled. That was called flirtatious and radiant. Nan Manpei turned around and tilted her head. "You're Donglai's teacher. As your aunt, shouldn't I check on you?" This action of hers added a sense of delicateness to the air of a young girl. Xianxia gritted his teeth. "You were the one who wanted to investigate me, weren't you? Did you secretly search through my 18 generations of ancestors?" Nan Manpei sighed sadly, "But I can't find out which school you are from." Xianxia said angrily, "What sect?" "I only know a few moves." Even if the queen occasionally displayed the playfulness and charm of a young girl, Xianxia would still be on guard. The atmosphere in the car became silent. Nan Manpei said indifferently, "Why aren't you scramming? Do you want me to invite you out of the car?" Without another word, Xianxia pushed open the door and rushed out. In a flash, he ran more than 10 meters away, turned around and waved his hand, disappearing into the darkness. For several days in a row, the news of Su Lu joining Singer with a new song was all over the place. All the major web portals and online media platforms pushed at least 3 news articles a day, trying to write articles in different ways. Su Gongming's new song is coming soon. Su Lu battles the music world again. Singing star show might be her way to heaven. The #1 ancient style singer battles again after flourishing age. Can Su Gongming create glory again? Explosion. Su Lu practiced singing for years, just to return to the music world. Su Lu joins I Am a Singer. The show will welcome its first A-list star. You see, this song, Huang Yuding, Chen Xiaotong, and Qin Baobao can't sing it, but she sings it like it's the sound of nature. The online comments were hot, with both praise and criticism, but it couldn't resist the media's flattery. Although the haters scolded, they were looking forward to it. An A-list star joined the show with a new song, and it was the work of the former ancient style master, Su Gongming. For a moment, Su Lu's limelight instantly overshadowed Huang Yuding, Li Rongxing, Lu Shuigong, Chen Xiaotong, and Qin Baobao. The program team of Singer launched a poll on the official website for the most likely guest to be eliminated this week. Su Lu, 300 votes. Lu Xiaogong, 4,250 votes. Huang Yuding, 4,330 votes. Li Rongxing, 6,806 votes. Chen Xiaotong, 8,003 votes. Qin Baobao, 12,470 votes. In the comments section below the poll, here's the marinated powder. Marinated powder plus 1 inch plus 2 plus 3 plus 4. Keep the formation below. Plus 10086, my Lulu is mighty, she's at the top of the list. That's right, Su Lu is an A-list star after all, and her popularity is higher than Huang Yuding, Li Rongxing, and Lu Xiaogong. Begging for a child with a lot of money. Bah, begging for tickets, who can get a live ticket? I'm going to support my idol. I saw the news and followed her here. I don't watch variety shows, but Su Lu is my goddess. This episode of I Am a Singer can't be missed. No, I have to watch it in the future. With Su Lu joining the show, who can compete with her? Being popular doesn't mean that she can sing well. In terms of status in the music industry, not to mention Huang Yuding, Lu Xiaogong, and Li Rongxing, Su Lu is way ahead of her. Let's start the poll, let's bet that Su Lu lip syncs, 1 point deducted. Pfft, Qin Baobao is at the bottom again. This girl is so pitiful. My goddess has always been looked down upon by others, but she still stands strong. Why is my goddess at the bottom? Lu Xiaogong was okay by her last time. That was an accident. Farewell song was too amazing. Who would have thought that rock could be sung like that? But this kind of hit song can't be repeated. Oh, another original hit song at the level of Farewell song? Do you think it's possible? What the poster above said makes sense. Although I'm drooling over the long legs of the big-breasted girl, once Qin Baobao loses her advantage of being an original, or if her original songs are not as good as the previous ones, her popularity will definitely plummet. This is the disadvantage of a newcomer, she has too few fans. The audience's eyes are sharp. The guest for the next episode has been confirmed to be Su Lu, so let's analyze the situation. Contestants, Su Lu, Huang Yuding, Lu Xiaogong, Chen Xiaotong, Li Rongxing, and Qin Baobao. At this point in the program, the guests are either popular singers or former queens. Su Lu is even an A-list celebrity. It's not a singer like Li Zonda who is not famous in the mainland, nor is it a half-baked singer like Xue Mei. Does Qin Baobao have any hope of beating these guests? It's almost impossible. Most netizens agreed with this analysis post. Someone reposted this post on Weibo and Qin Baobao. Ha ha ha, Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao cries, fairy tales are all lies, already at. You guys are too much, already at. She's too strong, too much, already at. Adding fuel to the fire, I like it, already at. That hurts, buddy, already at. The netizens burst into laughter. They were afraid that the world would be in chaos, so they all joined in and reposted the comments, then at Qin Baobao. His sister yelled in the room. A's, everyone looks down on me. Xianxia shouted in the living room, it can't be helped. How long have you been in the industry? How long have they been in the industry? The audience's teasing of Qin Baobao seemed to have become a daily occurrence. Qin Baobao ran out of the room with a sad face and pretended to wipe her tears. A's, if you can buy me a Louis Vuitton bag, I believe that I can be revived immediately. Get out of here. Xianxia sighed, lamenting her misfortune and angry at her failure to fight. Qin Baobao said pitifully, that's too much, I really feel that my future is dark. Sob sob sob. Get out of here, don't disturb me watching the stock market. Xianxia was mentally and physically exhausted these days. He had to take care of his sister's acting career and work hard in the stock market at the same time. He dared not be careless at all, because he never knew that the stock that would fall the next day would be his. Qin Baobao wanted to come over and peek at the profit and loss, but Xianxia pressed her forehead and threw her onto the sofa. The angry sister grabbed Xianxia and gave him a round of punches. She was afraid that he would retaliate, so she ran away after hitting him. Back in the room, Qin Baobao was still indignant. She secretly took a picture of Xianxia and posted it on Weibo, We agreed to be each other's angel, but I'm in deep trouble on the internet. You have the nerve to invest in stocks? Looking at childhood from afar, she attached a picture of Xianxia sitting in the living room and looking at the computer, but his face was pixelated. There were more than 300,000 followers of Qin Baobao. When they saw their goddess's post, they were shocked. When they took another look, they realized that the legendary younger brother had appeared. They seemed to have been injected with chicken blood and were particularly excited. Ah! The legendary younger brother? Why are you pixelating? If it's art, please don't pixelate. If it's not suitable for children, please don't post it on the internet. Bao Bao is so beautiful. Her younger brother must be a handsome guy. I don't have a boyfriend yet. Please date me. I hate pixelation. Pfft. Sister is not as important as stocks. My heart is attacked 10,000 times. Let's ask for a song. Talented gold medal composer. I'm very curious. Which god removed the pixelation? Qin Baobao can do it. Push your younger brother out to block the arrow. Let's help Qin Baobao at him. Invest your sister's shares. Go and write songs. Looking at childhood from afar. Invest your sister's shares. Go and write songs. Looking at childhood from afar. Invest your sister's shares. Go and write songs. Looking at childhood from afar. Investor Qin Baobao shares. Go and write songs. Looking at childhood from afar. Invest your long-legged sister's shares. Go and write songs. Looking at childhood from afar. Xianxia was stunned. His phone kept ringing. He picked it up and saw hundreds of Weibo notifications. They were all at him. He didn't want to get involved in the entertainment industry. It didn't feel good to be the center of attention. It was too stressful. No one liked to be surrounded by people like a panda. Many celebrities were annoyed. Paparazzi would take photos of them wherever they went. If they fell, they would be accused of domestic violence. If they didn't hold arms with their husband or wife, they would be questioned about their marriage. Even if they farted, they would be exposed. However, since he was a celebrity and a public figure, this was the price he had to pay. He looked up at his sister's room. The door wasn't closed. Qin Baobao was sneakily observing the living room. When she met his gaze, she retracted her head guiltily. Xianxia picked up his phone and posted on Weibo, "Life and death are nothing. If you don't accept it, do it. I have an ancient song." Qin Baobao, damn, what a big tone. Are you trying to challenge Sulu? An ancient song? Are you serious? You can write all kinds of songs? I don't believe it, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Even if he can write an ancient song, he's not as good as Su Gongming. He's a senior composer. Senior composer, my ass. You're calling him senior in front of the composer who wrote Farewell Song, Fairy Tale, Legend, and Invisible Wings? Last time he posted on Weibo, "Life and death are nothing. If you don't accept it, do it." Then Farewell Song was born. 666 Ugh. He's bringing more hate to Qin Baobao. He doesn't know the rules of the entertainment industry. This brother of his is a scammer. Let's wait for Sulu's fans to flood Weibo. Go to Qin Baobao's Weibo and watch. Life and death are nothing. If you don't accept it, do it. Lulululu loyal player, identification complete. In the room, Qin Baobao was lying on the bed, looking at Weibo with a bright smile. Star Art Entertainment, practice room. After Sulu finished practicing, her assistant immediately handed her a bottle of water. She opened it and gulped down a mouthful. She was a little tired. A new song was troublesome because the singer was completely unfamiliar with it. Anyone could sing a few lines, but it would be difficult to sing it well. She had to constantly practice and familiarize herself with it. Not forgetting the lyrics and not going out of tune were the basics. When she heard the melody, she could sing the corresponding lines. That was the real accomplishment. How's the response online? Sulu asked. The company has been buying news for you. The assistant was all smiles. The response is naturally very good. Many people are looking forward to your singing on the show. The popularity is enough. Next, it's up to your performance. What do you think of my song? Sulu asked again. It had been a long time since she felt so worried. This song is the result of teacher Gongming's 3 years of hard work. It's also the title song of your album. Of course, the quality is good. The assistant quickly flattered. Sulu nodded in satisfaction. The company had spent a lot of resources to prepare her album. The title song was Su Gongming's ancient song, Ink Painting. It was a high-quality song. Although it wasn't as good as a gold song, how could a gold song be released so easily? It was already very rare. Therefore, Sulu was very proud of her decision to join Pop Star. She had hit a bottleneck in her film career. Only by making a breakthrough in her singing career could she hope to go further. She was already 30 years old. In the future, her situation would only get worse. The entertainment industry would always be the world of young people. How many celebrities of the previous generation could play the lead role? The assistant was playing with her phone when she suddenly laughed. Sister Sue, look at the online poll. Qin Bao Bao is at the bottom again. This group of netizens is so funny. They even tagged her. Sulu laughed. Ignore her. Let's see how long she can laugh. Thursday, at the TV station. At the recording studio of I Am a Singer. Xianxia sat in the middle of the crowd. Above his head, the neon lights were dazzling. It felt like when he was in junior high school, the school organized the whole school to move small benches to the field to watch anti-Japanese war movies. Xianxia participated in the recording of a variety show for the first time. The ticket was given to him by Qin Bao Bao. It seemed that the program team gave the singer a free live ticket. Qin Bao Bao thought of her best friend first. Wang Zijin said that she still had a script to finish and couldn't find the time. His sister reluctantly gave it to Xianxia. Out of novelty, Xianxia gladly accepted it. There were still 10 minutes before the recording. The hundreds of audience members were chattering. No one was using their phones because their phones were taken away by the security. Those who had 2 phones couldn't use them either. There was a signal jammer in the studio. Beside him, a few young men were whispering excitedly. When will Sulu come on stage? I specially came to see Sulu. Hey, it's still early. Look at the big screen later. The results of the singer's lot drawing will be shown. I didn't expect that they could even invite a big shot like Sulu. This is much more interesting than a concert. Sulu's status in the music industry isn't high. We've all heard her singing before. I like Qin Bao Bao more. Her voice is nice and she's beautiful. Most importantly, her body. TSK. No matter how beautiful Qin Bao Bao is, I'll always be the man she can't get. *T won't be noble just because no one cares. Definitely. How could the big shots let go of such a beautiful woman? She has so many good songs. Why would the entertainment company promote her for no reason? Bah, don't insult my goddess. Didn't she say that it was all written by her brother? To hell with your brother. Please don't say it. Who would believe you? The songs she sang were of different styles. How could one person write all of them? That's just a fig leaf. I can't possibly say that I slept with my boss in exchange for resources to rise up the ranks. Young man, you're too young. Xianxia sighed to himself. People were too prejudiced against the entertainment industry. Perhaps it was not prejudiced, but the truth. But even if they knew that a female celebrity's jade-like arms were pillowed by thousands of people, and her lips were tasted by tens of thousands of people, there were still people who chased after her like crazy. The human heart was so complicated that it was difficult to describe it with words. A staff member went up on stage and held the microphone. The recording of the program is about to begin. We are entering the countdown. Everyone, please remain silent. The countdown ended and the recording began. Xianxia's beautiful figure appeared on the big screen behind the stage. The background was backstage. As usual, he chatted and joked with the guests. The program was very effective, and the audience laughed loudly. Then, it was time to knock on the door. Sulu was wearing a light blue off-the-shoulder dress and white high heels. She was a young woman in her 30s. She had a graceful bearing and exquisite makeup on her face, making her look even more beautiful and flawless. The moment Sulu appeared on the big screen, the audience cheered. "Sister Sue, I'm your fan. Can you give me a hug?" Xianxia was as surprised as a little girl. "Of course." Sulu smiled warmly as the two hugged. "Sister Sue, the internet said that you brought a new song this time. Is it true?" Xianxia pretended to be curious. "Yes, it's teacher Su Gongming's new song. He spent 2 years composing this song. By the way, let me tell you a secret. This song is the title song of my new album." Sulu winked at the camera and acted cute. Xianxia exclaimed and exaggerated, "Slow work produces fine work. 10 years of polishing a sword. Sister Sue, I'm really curious and looking forward to it." Her acting was exaggerated. Sulu nodded and used this opportunity to promote her new album. "Everyone, you must support my new album." The audience bought it. "Don't worry, we'll definitely support you. I'm looking forward to it." "Is Sulu good at singing?" "Of course." The news said that Sulu has been practicing her singing skills for years. There are pictures to prove it. Moreover, the title song of the album is the work of teacher Su Gongming for 3 years. It'll definitely be good. Then I'll support you too. Xianxia praised Sulu as usual and led her to the hall to meet the other singers. The show entered the lot drawing segment. The audience was looking forward to this segment. Since the start of Singer, the lot drawing segment had been very interesting. Li Rongxing had been acting cute to get a good draw. Next, Qin Baobao's lot drawing result was the most interesting. This episode's lot drawing results: Huang Yuding vs Chen Xiaodong, Lu Shuigong vs Li Rongxing, Su Lu vs Qin Baobao, Su Lu vs Qin Baobao. I bought a watch last year. Qin Baobao's luck is simply unbelievable. Qin Baobao is going to fly to the sky and stand side by side with the sun. It's a matter of character. In the first episode, she fought with Huang Yuding. In the second episode, Xue Mei. In the third episode, Lu Shuigong. In the fourth episode. Damn, it's the A-list star, Su Lu. I'm also drunk. How can she win? Why did she get Su Lu? I'm silently sweating for the big-breasted girl. It's Su Lu. I'm also drunk. Bao Bao, it's a tragedy again. The audience was slightly in an uproar. With different expressions, they all expressed sympathy for Qin Baobao. This segment was interesting. Some people on the internet had already ridiculed Qin Baobao's luck. She had drawn big names one after another. The interesting thing was that she survived every time. In the first episode, she lost to Huang Yuding, but successfully returned to the stage in the revival round. In the second episode, she defeated Xue Mei with a crushing number of votes. In the third episode, she shocked the music industry with a song, and the king of rock and roll was defeated by her. In the last 3 episodes, Qin Baobao quickly rose from an unknown newcomer to the status of a new female singer. Her popularity now was not inferior to Xue Mei's. In this episode, she would face the A-list star, Su Lu. The audience whispered. The director threw the camera backstage and asked the staff to go on stage and shout, "Everyone, please be quiet. Be quiet." The audience's discussion stopped for a while. Qinze listened attentively. Everything could happen once, but not twice, but twice, but not thrice. Was Qin Baobao's luck really that bad? The first time was a coincidence, the second time was not justifiable, and the third time was still the same luck. It could only mean one thing: human factors. The program team was messing with her. Qinze guessed. But the program team would not do anything to Qin Baobao for no reason. The answer was obvious. Star Art or Su Lu was using their connections to secretly mess with Qin Baobao. Although I Am a Singer was known for its fair and just reputation, fairness was relative and not absolute. Qinze had reason to suspect that the program team did something behind the scenes during the drawing of lots. As for how they did it, he could not figure it out for the time being. The task of 500 points was indeed not simple. Not long after, Xianxia came out. She was dressed up and walked out of the backstage in high heels. The camera was aimed at her. Xianxia gestured to the director and the camera opened. Xianxia smiled sweetly. Hello, everyone. Welcome to I Am a Singer broadcast by Xianxia Cosmetics. I am the host, Xianxia. The audience applauded very cooperatively. Camera 2 pointed the camera at the audience. Xianxia said, everyone has seen the result of the drawing of lots. Huang Yuding is a popular singer in the music industry. Today, what kind of beautiful music will he bring to us? Let's welcome Huang Yuding. Loud applause. Huang Yuding walked along the long trapezoidal stage to the center. The lights above his head scattered into countless light beams. They danced in the air and then gathered again to hit him. His outfit today was a bit strange. He wore bell-bottoms from the 70s, an old-fashioned floral shirt, and his hairstyle was also split. This outfit was a bit interesting. The music started. The audience consciously shut up and kept quiet. My hometown is getting younger and younger. Only my father's face is old. I look at this unfamiliar hometown seriously. It's not how I remember it. The passing years have been washed away, and everything has changed. I'm like a guest from afar, passing by here. It was a folk song from the 70s. It told the story of a prodigal son and his hometown. The prodigal son, who was working hard outside when he was young, returned to his hometown after many years. His father was old, and his hometown changed with each passing day. The shadow of the past could no longer be found. The song was filled with deep sadness and melancholy. Huang Yuding added pop elements and corrected a few mistakes in the original song. The brand new buildings stand proudly under the sun. The old walls that have collapsed under my feet. The colorful ones are easy to get tired of chewing. The black and white memories stay in my youth. Like those outdated but classic old feature films. I see the clock again. I know I'm almost home. The wind blows away the leaves and throws the soul to spring. This is the hometown I'll eventually return to. Not many young people had heard this song. They only felt that the song was sad and melancholy. It made them feel inexplicably sad. They couldn't help but immerse themselves in the anxiety and longing of a prodigal son returning to his hometown. However, some older people's eyes turned red. This was a song from their era. It was the feelings of their era. How many people left their hometown and struggled for decades? Some were submerged in the tide of the times, while others stood at the head of the tide. Whether they failed or succeeded, when they returned to their hometown with sadness or the joy of success, things had changed. Their hometown was no longer the same as before. Children didn't know each other when they met. Huang Yuding's adaptation was undoubtedly successful. He had touched the hearts of many people. The music stopped, and applause rang out. Huang Yuding bowed slightly and left the stage. According to the rules of the program, singers couldn't canvass for votes before or after the performance. They were all well-known singers. It was very likely that their words would affect the audience's choice. Many audience members had never heard this song before. At this time, they were discussing excitedly. What song is this? I've never heard it before. It's a very old song. I heard it when I was young, but the original song wasn't so good. That's right. Who is cult leader Huang? He's a big shot in the music industry. When the online resources are released, I must download it. It's good. After the adaptation, the quality is close to that of a masterpiece. No, it's a masterpiece. Damn, I feel like I'm stuck. I miss home. I didn't go home for the spring festival last year. I suddenly want to go home. My hometown has changed a lot over the years. It's a little unfamiliar. On the stage, Xianxia said loudly, let's welcome the next singer, Xianxia. The surrounding lights suddenly turned dark. A round lamp shone on the center of the stage. There stood the middle-aged Xianxia, the former queen. When Xianxia was young, she was also a well-known beauty. As time passed, fine crow's feet appeared at the corners of her eyes, and her figure was plump. However, her charm was still very strong. It was a fatal temptation to mature women. Reality proved that there were many mature women who were mature women. Xianxia sang a Cantonese song. Her voice was beautiful, and her breath was deep. However, Huang Yuding was in front of her. Her song couldn't surpass her competitors. Soon, the votes were out. Huang Yuding defeated Chen Xiaotong with a score of 60 votes. Chen Xiaotong entered the revival round. The second group of singers, in terms of song selection and performance, were not as amazing as the first group. Li Rongxing couldn't counterattack Lu Xuegong, who was good at singing rock, and entered the revival round. The third group, Sulu vs Qin Baobao. The highlight of this week's episode came on stage with a new song. Sulu's fans were excited. On the other hand, Qin Baobao's fans were worried. Qin Baobao had almost no chance of winning. More than half of the lights went out, but the stage was lit up. Beams of light shone on the beauty who slowly walked onto the stage, illuminating the ink-stained cheongsam she was wearing. The mountains and ancient pines were tall and sturdy, and the scene was distant. The beauty was like a flower, adding a classical and elegant beauty. The audience burst into cheers. They were really stunned by her outfit. So beautiful. My goddess. The outfit is stunning. Her figure is still a lot worse than Qin Baobao's. Sulu is so beautiful. This outfit, TSK, completely beats any uniform. China's cheongsam is still the best. Haha, after this episode, Ma Bao will come out with something similar to Sulu's. A moment later, the gentle sound of a guzheng rang out, followed by an eru, a piano, a flute, the shower's first break, ripples on the lake's surface, half a lifetime of tiredness, all in vain. On the bluestone, an oil paper umbrella. Thin smoke on a painted screen, it's hard to paint your face. Ink painting, it's hard to hide your face. Sulu's voice was ethereal and ancient. The tune was good, the lyrics were good, and the person was good. The classical music was filled with a unique sad and melancholy atmosphere. China's traditional music was different from Western music in terms of melody, scale, timbre, rhythm, and so on. It was about purity, the guzheng was the guzheng, and the eru was the eru. A single instrument performance gave the audience a pure sense of hearing, light, slow, sad, and many other characteristics. There was no noise of rock and roll, no chaos of accompaniment. It was simple and pure. It was another kind of auditory enjoyment. The audience closed their eyes in intoxication, quietly listening to the beautiful notes of the classical instruments and Sulu's magnetic and sad voice. Backstage. Huang Yuding closed his eyes and listened to the music attentively. Li Rongxing nodded to himself. Not bad. It's very flavorful. Chen Xiaotong echoed, you've outlined the classical taste in an instant. Lu Xuegong was a rock musician. He wasn't good at classical music, but he could appreciate it. He commented, the tune is nice. It's gentle and melodious, but it also gives people a touch of sadness. The lyrics are also well written. Listening to the song, it's as if I'm in the ancient times of Jiangnan, holding an umbrella, walking on a blue stone road, a small bridge over flowing water. A scroll of ink painting is spread out before my eyes. A few dancing snow in a broken bottle. The more I think about it, the harder it is for me to ride a river. I'm afraid that if I use too much force, I'll provoke Jijiamo. In the end, I couldn't draw out that sadness. I'll draw a strand for you. A window can't hide me. I can't cut a ray of light. Ink painting, it's hard to hide your beauty. I'll make a painting for you. His voice gradually deepened until it disappeared. The song ended. Sulu flirtatiously flipped her hair and bowed slightly. Thank you, everyone. Clap clap clap, the applause was like a storm, but it was also like the waves of the sea, surging endlessly. The camera deliberately swept past the audience's faces, recording their excited and enthusiastic facial expressions. When the camera swept past Qin Zhe, he symbolically revealed a touched smile. Sulu left the stage. The audience's applause and cheers stopped, but the residual heat was still there. They were talking to each other. This song is so artistic. Sulu also sang well. I like ancient songs. They're so artistic. The feeling is so wonderful. Just for this song, I'll definitely buy Sulu's new album. I'm turning into a fan. I'm turning into a fan. Sulu's singing is good. How could she have lip-synced before? Hey, which singer hasn't lip-synced before? She's just unlucky to be exposed. But why do I feel that the lyrics are a bit forced? They're flashy but not practical. Bah, what do you know? F***ck off. I'm from the Chinese department. Do you think I don't know? The lyrics are forced, and the words are gorgeous. The song is good, but not as good as I imagined. It can't give me the artistic conception of Jiangnan's water town. I'm a bit disappointed. This is already very good. I don't think it's worse than Prosperous Times. I don't dare to say that it's a hit song, but it's definitely a masterpiece. If you're not satisfied with this, why don't you write a song? You no canab. Qinzai's eyes and ears were sharp. He suddenly heard a few young people talking in the back row. Hey, Qin Baobao seems to be singing an ancient song this week. Who told you that? Didn't you follow Qin Baobao's Weibo? Yes, but I didn't see her post anything related to it. Oh, it's not Qin Baobao's Weibo. It's her brother. A girl said in surprise, she really has a brother. I think so. She said so herself. She also interacted with her brother on Weibo. It's unknown if it's true or not. I think it's fake. Is her brother that good? He can write rock songs and love songs. People on the internet have long said that there can't be such a good person. It's rare even among the songwriters in the industry. Who knows? Anyway, she's next. In the end, 10 minutes later, Qin Baobao did not go on stage. Something seemed to have happened backstage. Xianxia also left. What happened? What's wrong? It hasn't started yet? It's a recording. It's normal for something to happen. Let's wait. Many audience members stood up, looked around, and discussed. After another 5 minutes or so, Xianxia returned to the stage and said with a smile, "Audience, our band's pianist was accidentally injured and has been sent to the hospital. A new pianist is about to fill in. Everyone, please calm down." With an explanation, the audience was no longer panicking. But Qinzai's heart skipped a beat. He felt that he was doomed. He then left his seat in the name of going to the toilet and went backstage. The entrance was guarded by staff members. The audience was not allowed to enter. Non-staff members are not allowed to enter. The staff member guarding the entrance pointed to the warning sign and blocked Qinzai's way. The lighting engineer, cameraman, and other staff members all looked over. Go back to the audience. You can't enter here. A middle-aged man with a staff member waved his hand unhappily, indicating that he was chasing him away. I'm a staff member of Star Art Entertainment. I have something to discuss with Qin Baobao. Go and inform her. Or you can return my phone and I'll contact her myself. Qinzai lied without batting an eyelid. Star Art Entertainment had 2 singers backstage. Other than their respective managers, there would definitely be other staff members accompanying them. Qinzai's words were very trustworthy. The staff member looked at him suspiciously. He was too young and unfamiliar. Qinzai pointed to the staff members on the left and smiled, "I'll stand with them. Don't worry." "Oh right, my name is Qinzai." "Wait a moment." The staff member greeted his colleagues and signaled them to look after Qinzai. He opened the door and disappeared into the long corridor. At this time, in the waiting room, the cameraman turned off the equipment. This was an accident during the recording of the program. They couldn't film. In the spacious and bright room, Li Yanhong and the director were in an argument. Why did the equipment hit his head all of a sudden? Li Yanhong said loudly. This won't do. The replacement player has never played the music score before. What if he makes a mistake when playing live? Will the audience still vote for Bao Bao? The director said helplessly, no one can do anything about this. His head was hit and he was sent to the hospital. How about this, remove the zither part? Qin Baobao said anxiously, that won't do. The zither takes up a large part of the score. Without the zither accompaniment, the effect of the music will be greatly reduced. When the band's pianist was resting backstage, his head was accidentally hit by the sound system above his head. He fainted on the spot and bled all over the floor. He was sent to the hospital. The pianist was also a zither player. The director became impatient. This won't do, that won't do. Why don't you find me a zither player? Li Yanhong criticized, shouldn't your program team be on guard against such accidents? Why hasn't the replacement player played the score before? The director rolled his eyes. You don't say. I've been doing programs for so many years, but I've never encountered such a situation. Besides, that's a new song. If you change it to another song, the replacement player will immediately play it. Qin Baobao bit her lip. Her delicate and beautiful face was full of worry. The program team had a replacement player, but she was singing a new song and the tune was also new. If it was any other song, a professional band teacher would have played it before. There was no need to practice. Now, there were two solutions. First, the replacement zither player could take over. This plan was very risky. No matter how good a zither player was, it was impossible to play a new song directly. It was easy to make mistakes. Second, remove the zither from the accompaniment. But this way, the level of the music would be poor and the mood would not be enough. On the big sofa, Sulu was leisurely drinking the yogurt from the advertiser. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised. If there were not so many people, she was afraid that she would not be able to hold back her laughter. This was retribution. Let's see what you can do, Qin Baobao. Sulu had no reason not to gloat. Qin Baobao was her opponent, whether it was on stage or in private. She was very confident. But if Qin Baobao failed because of the lack of a zither player, she would be happier. The other singers could only watch from the sidelines. They could not do anything about this. Besides, their song was not a new one. It was okay to change the pianist. There was no pressure. Li Yanhong sighed and looked at Qin Baobao. Baobao, why don't we remove the zither player? Qin Baobao's face darkened. She said firmly, no. She turned to the director. Can you give the zither player more time to practice? The director rejected her directly. The program has stopped recording for 20 minutes. The audience outside is very upset. They've been waiting for a long time. Besides, playing once or twice won't have much effect. Qin Baobao insisted. Even if the effect isn't great, it's better than nothing. Sulu said, Qin Baobao, the director said that the audience outside is very upset. We can't delay everyone's time because of you. I have an event tonight. I can't delay it. Qin Baobao's eyes were sharp. Sulu sneered. You're a newcomer. There are many rules that you don't know. You need to understand that you're always the one who has to adapt to the rules, not the other way around. Newcomers must be humble. Do you understand? Everyone tacitly looked down. It was Star Art's family business. It was not convenient for them to interfere. They could only watch the show. Qin Baobao looked around. No one spoke up for her. No one supported her. They were not even willing to give her 5 or 10 minutes. She was alone and helpless. It was hard for her to do anything alone. She felt wronged and sad. At home, she was a little princess. Her parents doted on her. She even had a younger brother who laughed and played with her. In school, she was a famous person. There were countless boys who fell for her. She also had many close friends. In the workplace, she had a boss who favored her and took care of her in all aspects. Life could be said to be smooth sailing. But when she entered the entertainment industry and entered a higher circle, all kinds of conspiracies and schemes came flooding in. She then realized how difficult it was for her to go higher and further without a foundation. Qin Baobao's current feelings were, Baobao, feeling wronged. At this moment, a staff member walked in. He looked around and said, Miss Qin, there's someone outside who wants to see you. He says he's an employee of Star Art. Qin Baobao was stunned. She did not remember that other than the driver and Li Yanhong, there were other employees of Star Art accompanying her. With her current status, she did not have the qualifications to have a bodyguard. She also did not have her own personal assistant. Sulu frowned. Did you get it wrong? He's looking for me, right? The staff member scratched his head. I didn't get it wrong. He's looking for Miss Qin. Could it be that he's not an employee of Star Art? It was also possible that she had been fooled. He was actually a fan of Qin Baobao. His name is Xianxia. The staff member added. Ah! Qin Baobao suddenly screamed. She left her manager, Li Yanhong, and ran out in her high heels. Li Yanhong was stunned and followed her out. The others looked at each other. Xianxia waited outside the door for a few minutes. When the door opened, his sister looked around and waved at him. He immediately entered the door. Behind the door was a long corridor that extended in all directions. Qin Baobao stood behind the door with a gloomy face. She bit her lip and looked at him without blinking. She looked like a little girl who had been wronged. This attitude, Xianxia understood in his heart. It was how his sister looked when she was in a bad mood. The pianist was injured and sent to the hospital? His sister nodded. Then there should be other pianists to fill in. His sister said, "That's my new song. The replacement pianist hasn't played it before. The production team didn't give me time to practice." "I'll do it," Xianxia said seriously. Qin Baobao blinked. "I'll play it," Xianxia said. "The replacement pianist is not reliable. I'll do it myself." Qin Baobao was still at a loss. She tilted her head and looked at him. Xianxia sighed silently. They were siblings and knew each other too well. How could his sister not know how good her brother was? "I can play the guzheng. In school, I joined a music club and practiced the guzheng. It's just that you don't know." Xianxia lied. When Qin Baobao heard this, a smile bloomed on her face. She hugged Xianxia's waist and said, "Ace, I knew it. You're the only one I can rely on in the world." Li Yanhong, who had followed them out, saw this scene. She was so shocked that her face changed drastically. She ran over in a panic. "Bao Bao." She pulled Qin Baobao away on her own initiative and looked at Xianxia vigilantly. If nothing unexpected happened, Qin Baobao was destined to have a bright future. With her looks, it was impossible for her to have a boyfriend. At the very least, she couldn't reveal it to the public. As her manager, he had to strictly control any man that had an intimate relationship with her. When necessary, he had to destroy these dangerous factors. Qin Baobao made a face at her brother and did not explain to her. She pulled Xianxia up and said, "Let's go and tell the director." In the lounge, the front desk staff ran in. "Director, the audience outside is very dissatisfied. We can't delay any longer." The director also became frustrated. "Where's Qin Baobao? Why isn't she back yet? Tell her to quickly make a choice. Either we replace the guzheng player or we remove the score." Newbies were troublesome, especially newbies who became famous overnight. They had the characteristic of newborn calves who were not afraid of tigers. They did not care about the rules and did not know how to respect their seniors. It was difficult to communicate. Just then, Qin Bao walked in with Xianxia. She raised her voice and said, "There's no need to replace the zither player, and there's no need to remove them. I have a better candidate." Everyone looked at Xianxia. The director frowned. "You're from Xingyi Entertainment?" Qin Baobao was just about to nod when she heard Sulu say, "He's not. I've never seen him before." Xingyi Entertainment was a management company. There weren't many professional bands. Sulu had interacted with them before. She immediately exposed Xianxia's identity. The director said angrily, "How can someone who's not a professional go on stage? His psychological quality is not good enough, his level is not good enough, and the effect of the program is not up to expectations. Who's responsible? Nonsense. He can do it. I guarantee there won't be a problem." Qin Baobao was very confident in her brother. "I've learned the guzheng for a few years." Xianxia lied. The substitute player looked at Xianxia and questioned, "The guzheng is not like other instruments. It's not easy to learn. It's even harder to master it. I've seen the score. It's hard for someone who's not a professional to play it well." The guzheng had an elegant name, 7-string guzheng. It was one of the oldest instruments in China. It was the first stringed instrument in China. It was known as the father of Chinese music. The guzheng and the guzheng were similar in shape. In terms of familiarity, the guzheng beat the guzheng. Many people only knew about the guzheng and not the guzheng. The main thing was that it was difficult to play. It only had 7 strings. As everyone knew, the fewer the strings, the more monotonous the music. If one wasn't a hardcore player, it would be difficult to play the guqin well. Everyone present chuckled. This Qin Bao Bao was a bit funny. The things he did made people not know whether to laugh or cry. It should be the newcomer's lack of stability. After encountering an unexpected situation, he didn't actively cooperate with the program team. Instead, he was dissatisfied with both plans. Then, he found a half-baked amateur to be the substitute player. How could an amateur compare to a professional? This was a recorded program, not a private talent show. In everyone's eyes, Qin Bao Bao's style was incompatible with them. Xianxia glanced at everyone and said, "There's nothing wrong with it. I composed the music." "Why? Can't I play it?" "The music I composed, the music he composed." The director was stunned. Li Rongxing suddenly jumped up from the sofa. Sulu straightened her back and looked stunned. Huang Yuding and Lu Shuigong looked at each other. Chen Xiaotong said a sentence in Cantonese. This sentence contained too much information. Since Qin Bao Bao debuted, he had made a name for himself with many original works. His popularity skyrocketed and he was now a C-list celebrity. How long had it been? It had been a full month. As for the source of Qin Bao Bao's songs, there were many theories online. For example, Qin Bao Bao was the lover of a big shot in the industry, so Star Art poured resources to support him. This theory was widely accepted by the public. Qin Bao Bao's male fans loved and hated it. Qin Bao Bao said himself, "My brother wrote all my songs." Everyone present naturally leaned towards the first theory. But Sulu was a smart person. She knew that the company did not give Qin Bao Bao any resources. Then the person in front of him, Xianxia, nodded and threw out another bomb. "All of Qin Bao Bao's songs were written by me." The lounge fell into silence for a moment. After a short silence, the experienced director was the first to react. He rushed over and shook Xianxia's hand enthusiastically. "Hello, hello. How do I address you?" "Xianxia." Xianxia smiled and shook his hand. "I've heard a lot about you." The director was excited and his face was full of smiles. "Our program team once had a meeting to discuss you. We all want to know which big shot wrote the songs. Many people in the industry are guessing that Qin Bao Bao's composer is very popular online. My work is not worth mentioning." Xianxia was not used to his enthusiasm. He was nervous and almost blurted out classical Chinese. Qin Bao Bao chuckled. Li Rongxing was lively and squeezed in to join in the fun. "Handsome, no, master. Let's play a song. You can name the price." Huang Yuding reacted and shouted, "Count me in." Chen Xiaotong was not to be outdone. "Count me in." Her accent was thick with Cantonese. She walked over from the sofa and looked at Xianxia eagerly. After joining I Am a Singer, her career ushered in a second spring and her popularity skyrocketed. After this season, if she could come up with a few good songs and release a single, she would have a firm foothold. On the other hand, even if she was popular now, it would not take long for her to return to her original state if she did not have good works for a long time. There were many examples of people who became popular overnight in the entertainment industry. After becoming popular, there were even more examples of people who became invisible. Why? Because there were no good works. The audience was very forgetful. They needed to keep familiarizing themselves. Popularity was the life of a star. Creating rumors and buying news could also familiarize themselves. But after a long time, it would be counterproductive. Some female stars were jokingly called carpet stars. This was the after effect of not having any works and forcing themselves to be familiar. Sulu's face was ugly. With such a master, playing the guqin was not a problem. The key was that she smelled a trace of danger. The source of Qin Bao Bao's songs was also discussed by the company. The marketing manager even had the idea of buying these songs. She suddenly turned her head and asked the assistant, "What song did Qin Bao Bao sing?" The assistant was confused. "I don't know. We were not present when she rehearsed." Xianxia felt that he was still too inexperienced. He was a little unaccustomed to the enthusiasm of several stars and the pressure brought about by being the focus of attention. I have no opinion, but she has to agree. The quick-witted Xianxia threw the responsibility to his sister. Qin Baobao laughed and said, "How would I dare to make the decision for you? You are the boss at home." Several people suddenly laughed. Qin Baobao said again, "You can ask for a song, but you have to talk to my agent." After all, she had worked in the workplace before. Even if she did not want to, she would not say anything. At the same time, she gave them hope that if there was a suitable song in the future, the price would not be a problem. Everything could be negotiated. If it was successful, others would owe her a favor. At the front of the stage, somewhere in the front seats. "What the hell is the program crew doing?" Peiziki was lying on the soft seat, waiting impatiently. "It's been almost half an hour. What's going on? Anyway, we heard Sulu sing. Why don't we leave first?" The girl next to her also muttered discontentedly. Not only them, but the other audience members also had a lot of opinions. The longer they waited, the more anxious the audience became. At first, the staff could still appease them, but later, the crowd was excited and could not be appeased. Less than 100 people left. No one was willing to wait foolishly. "No, Qin Baobao hasn't sung yet. I want to vote for Sulu and watch her defeat Qin Baobao." Peiziki rejected. Her best friend's father was the deputy director of the Shanghai Radio, Film and Television Bureau. Today, she was able to sit in the front seats because of her relationship with her best friend. Peiziki was a fan of Sulu, but she was not a die-hard fan. As for Qin Baobao, she naturally disliked her. The reason was probably because she was too similar to the woman at home. She had a vixen-like face and a vixen-like temperament. What made her even angrier was that Li Donglai, that idiot, was actually so obsessed with Qin Baobao. He was obsessed with a woman who looked so similar to that woman. As the audience's impatience grew, Xianxia finally went on stage and apologized. "I'm very sorry to have kept everyone waiting." The program continues. Below the stage, the assistant director was counting down. 3, 2, 1, Xianxia, thank you, Sulu, for bringing us the new song. Everyone, what do you think? The camera turned to the audience. "It's good." The audience was also very supportive and applauded. It was as if the situation just now had not happened. "Let's welcome the next singer, Qin Baobao." Qin Baobao is here. She's still so beautiful. Her figure is so good. Look at her long legs. How can they be so long? Sulu is not as beautiful as her. I have to admit that. She's so unlucky. She has no chance of winning against Sulu. It can't be helped. How many fans does Sulu have? Half of them are here because of her. She's got the upper hand. I'm also here because of Sulu, but I'm her anti-fan. I'm here to slander her. But to be honest, the song just now was really good. What if Qin Baobao sang another farewell song? If she sang another farewell song, it's hard to say who would win. But she chose to sing an ancient-style song. Isn't she putting her face up for Sulu to slap? Haha, Li Shuigong is not convinced. This was Qin Baobao's fan. It's really hard for her to win this time. Li Shuigong was a miracle. A miracle can't happen again. However, it's not like she has no hope in the revival round. Li Rongxing can't beat her, but Chen Xiaotong can at least try. Chen Xiaotong can't do it. The Queen of Music is back in popularity and her singing is good. Qin Baobao has no advantage. Xianxia followed the band teacher to their seats. The camera was not focused on them, but on Qin Baobao, who was slowly walking up the stage. But the audience present could see them. Peiziki sat in the front row. She glanced at the band teacher and looked away. Suddenly, she was stunned and turned her gaze back. That was, Qin. What was it again? Peiziki didn't remember Xianxia's name, but she recognized Xianxia's appearance. After all, Xianxia was a handsome guy on campus. He was no longer a passerby who would be forgotten at a glance. Why was he here? Was he the band teacher of the TV station? Peiziki was very curious. She remembered that Xianxia was a student at the University of Finance and Economics. How could a college student appear in that position? This was completely illogical. She suddenly remembered that her brother's tutor was hired by her aunt. At that time, she thought that her aunt had hired a tutor through some recruitment website, but now it seemed that it wasn't that simple. However, how could a university student catch her aunt's eye? Peiziki was lost in her thoughts when she suddenly heard soothing and melodious music. She was immediately attracted by it. Not only her, but everyone in the audience was stunned. This prelude was unexpectedly pleasant to listen to. Drums, flutes, triangles, and guqin intertwined to form clear and melodious notes, like flowing spring water. Especially the guqin, which had a clear sound quality, gave people a strong classical flavor. The soundtrack covers Chinese and Western instruments. Guqin is the main instrument. Only with it can it perfectly integrate Chinese and Western instruments. Without it, the soundtrack will lose its classical flavor. The blue and white brush strokes drawn by the embryo turn from thick to light. The peony depicted on the bottle is just like your initial makeup. Through the window, I understand your thoughts. Let the brush rest halfway on the rice paper. Peiziqi's face froze for a moment before he straightened his back from the soft chair and stared unblinkingly at the radiant baby Qin, as if he was listening attentively. The audience behind her were mostly like her. They looked casual at first, but when the music started, they felt that the accompaniment was very pleasant and charming. Then Qin Baobao sang, and the lyrics rolled on the teleprompter. The beautiful lyrics, the classical melody, and the magnetic voice mixed with a hint of softness. She instantly attracted the audience. The sky is waiting for the misty rain, and I'm waiting for you. Smoke rises in spirals, thousands of miles away. At the bottom of the bottle, Han calligraphy imitates the elegance of the previous dynasty. Take it as a foreshadowing for me to meet you. The sky is waiting for the misty rain, and I'm waiting for you. The moonlight is fished out, and the ending is fainted. Like the blue and white porcelain handed down from generation to generation. There's a smile in your eyes. At the band's position, Qin Zhe closed his eyes, and his hands followed the rhythm of the zither strings. Hook, pick, wipe, pick, hold, push, hit, and pluck, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curled into a smile, and he gradually entered a good mood. The band teachers beside him looked over in surprise. This young man's level was not bad. Before going on stage, Qin Zhe exchanged with the system for advanced zither playing skills, and he could completely master this song. This song was indeed written by him, but he was only a transit station. The real composer came from a parallel space. The first time he heard this song, he was shocked. But now, as a member of the accompaniment, the feeling was completely different. The charm of music was indeed endless. Can Sulu's song really be compared with my blue and white porcelain? Does my sister really have no chance of winning? Don't you think ink and painting is too crafty? Don't you think the lyrics are a bit forced and blindly pursue rhetoric? Well, let us speak with facts. Please continue to listen. Qin Zhe's zither suddenly, like a storm, climbed to the peak little by little, and then turned sharply down. The white and blue koi fish jumped at the bottom of the bowl. When I copied the song style, I thought of you. The secret you hid in the kiln for 1,000 years. Extremely delicate, like an embroidery needle falling to the ground. The banana outside the curtain provokes the sudden rain, the door ring provokes the copper green. And I passed by that Jiangnan town and provoked you. In the splash ink landscape painting. You were hidden from the depths of the ink. The audience was intoxicated. Their emotions were unconsciously immersed in a touch of sadness. Seeing such a picture, the scenery in front of them spread out, the dark sky, the misty rain, the Jiangnan town looming in the rain and fog. The light rain hit the banana leaves, the closed door, the door ring dyed with a layer of copper green. The misty rain in Jiangnan, the small bridge, the flowing water, the blue stone road, and there should be a girl holding an oil paper umbrella. She should have the hazy and agile like the misty rain in Jiangnan. She was wearing a court lady's dress. She walked through the bluestone paved, long path. The girl holding the oil paper umbrella, the umbrella painted with painting ink. She should be a passerby, but she seemed to be looking for something. Maybe she was looking for the way home, or maybe she was looking for the love of 1,000 years. In this small town, in the kiln, looking for the secret of 1,000 years ago, There was a need for a male lead here, but there was no need for a male lead here. It was sorrowful, resentful, and elegant. The sky is waiting for the misty rain, and I am waiting for you. The smoke rises in spirals, thousands of miles away. At the bottom of the vase, the Han calligraphy imitates the elegance of the previous dynasty. Take it as a foreshadowing for meeting you. The sky is waiting for the misty rain, and I am waiting for you. The moonlight is fished out, fainting to start the ending. Like the blue and white porcelain handed down from generation to generation, it is beautiful. Your eyes are smiling. The gentle and euphemistic sound of the zither became lower and lower, gradually disappearing. After the song, Qin Baobao suddenly covered her mouth, her eyes wet. Pei Ziqi suddenly came back to her senses, from the sad and sorrowful atmosphere filled with the misty rain of Jiangnan. She slowly shivered, goosebumps all over her body. The hundreds of audience members at the scene were all silent. No one seemed to be able to come out of the melancholy and sorrow of the song. Many emotional girls covered their mouths and cried. Backstage, Huang Yuding was excited. The melody is gentle and euphemistic, elegant and refined. The lyrics are even better. The person who wrote this song is definitely a genius, no, a genius. Li Rongxing was even more exaggerated. How can there be such a beautiful song? How can the lyrics be so well written? It's sad, sad, and moving. Oh my God, I want to cover it, I must cover it. Chen Xiaotong pointed at Qin Baobao on the screen and said empathetically, I'm stuck in the song and can't get out. Lu Shuigong couldn't help but think of the song farewell song that caused him to fail miserably. Thinking of the young man he met just now, he couldn't help but admire him. A genius, a genius. Su Lu's expression was very good. If it weren't for the camera, she would have flipped the table. This song. She had no hope at all. Qin Baobao adjusted her mood and said in a nasal voice, thank you, everyone. A moment later, applause broke out. Everyone stood up at the same time and gave a warm applause. They didn't say much, just kept applauding to show their admiration. Their expressions were enough to show their surprise, admiration, appreciation, and support at the moment. Qin Baobao stood in the center of the stage and accepted the applause with a smile. Yingjia went on stage, wiped her red eyes, and said with a smile, Yingjia really cried just now. The audience unanimously agreed. No one knew if this girl was acting or if she was sincere. Then, Su Lu went on stage. She and Qin Baobao stood in the center of the stage. It was time to vote. The votes of the two rose one by one. Soon, Su Lu surpassed Qin Baobao and she was firmly in the upper hand. Su Lu turned to look at the big screen and breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't help but smile. I'm voting for Su Lu. I'm her fan, of course I'll support her. I support Qin Baobao. Her songs are 2F** king amazing. From Invisible Wings to Blue and White Porcelain, every song is amazing. Hey, Su Lu is in the lead. What's going on? Su Lu is an A-lister. She sings well. Bulsh *T, how can her song be compared to Blue and White Porcelain? Do you have ears? Su Lu, Su Lu. Qin Baobao, Qin Baobao. The audience wanted to fight. Pei Ziqi furrowed her brows as she held on to the voting device, hesitating. Her best friend nagged, hey, I'm voting for Qin Baobao. She sings so well that I cried. Ziqi, who are you voting for? Aren't you Su Lu's fan? Why are you hesitating? Looks like Qin Baobao has no chance. Su Lu has more votes than her. Pei Ziqi said angrily, shut up. The melody and lyrics of Blue and White Porcelain appeared in her mind. She recalled the urge to cry just now. She gritted her teeth and voted for Qin Baobao. I'm only interested in the song, not the person. Although I'm voting for you, I still hate you. In the middle and end of the voting, Su Lu's support rate showed signs of weakening. On the other hand, Qin Baobao's momentum was strong and soaring. Qin Baobao caught up. Qin Baobao overtook her. Su Lu's face darkened. She was very anxious. She came here with a new song to promote her new album. Whether it was her self-development or her self-esteem, she could not lose. The new song that she had painstakingly worked on was overshadowed by a song of the same genre on the show. Was she still going to release her new album? The company had given her so many resources. Hurry up and vote for me. What are you doing? I'm an A-lister. Do you have the nerve to call yourselves my fans? Suddenly, Xianxia said loudly, okay, the voting is over. On the big screen, the voting results were out. Many people's expressions changed. Many people were so excited that they wanted to dance. Qin Baobao, 208 votes. Su Lu, 186 votes. More than 100 votes abstained. Xianxia announced, the final result is Qin Baobao wins. Applause sounded. The audience cheered. The atmosphere was lively. Backstage, at the corner of a corridor, Qin Baobao pulled her brother sneakily and looked around. She was so angry that she gave Xianxia a punch. Then she smiled like a flower and kissed him on the cheek. She said with a smile, today's performance was good. I'll give you a kiss as a reward. Are you surprised? Xianxia laughed. Are you crazy? You pulled me here just to say this? Qin Baobao really wanted to kiss him. His sister's way of venting her happiness was to kiss Xianxia. This was Qin Baobao's habit. But her habit couldn't be shown in public. Otherwise, tomorrow's news would be shocking. Qin Baobao kissed the male pianist in public. As the younger brother, Xianxia didn't understand why his sister was so excited. Qin Baobao had suffered a lot during this period of time. She regarded Su Lu as her number one enemy. Unfortunately, her PK target was really Su Lu. Then, the piano player, that wretched boy, was coincidentally smashed into the hospital. Qin Baobao's worldview was about to collapse at that time. We ordinary people are so happy today. Ignoring her brother's helpless gaze, baby Qin was high on her own. She twisted her butt and danced a hot dance, her eyebrows flying. Your brain is damaged. Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, I have to go first. There's a tutoring later. Qin Baobao waved her hand and said disdainfully, quit your crappy tutoring. Your sister is a big star. Can't I raise you? Damn, this woman opened a dye house just because you gave her some color. Why don't you go to heaven? Qin Baobao had to stay until the end of the program, so she couldn't accompany Xianxia back. Xianxia looked at his sister's back. She was slender and graceful, pleasing to the eye. Qin Baobao suddenly turned her head and met Xianxia's sneaky eyes. She charmingly rolled her eyes and asked, the director seems to want to recruit you to the TV station. What do you think? I'm not interested. Qin Baobao, let me tell you, the program team is making trouble for you during the drawing of lots. You should pay attention. Xianxia warned. Qin Baobao put on a pitiful expression. Emperor, there are always wicked people who want to harm Xianxia. Xianxia mocked, beloved concubine, perhaps because you haven't served me in bed for many days. The heavens are angry and the people are punishing you. Qin Baobao curled her lips. Then why don't you secretly provide for yourself? Do you still need big sister's help? Baby Qin, our friendship is over. For the first time, Xianxia was defeated by his sister's words, and he ran away with his tail between his legs. Qin Baobao put her hands on her waist and laughed 3 times. After leaving the TV station, he took a taxi and went straight to the luxurious villa area. After hanging out with Li Donglai for a long time, he desperately found that this guy's aptitude was really ordinary. Xianxia had to teach a math problem 3 times before he could understand it. He changed the mode and set traps in the question, which was the so-called blind spot question, so he was caught unprepared. On the other hand, Li Donglai's aptitude for physical training was excellent. After 100 push-ups, his face was not red and he was not out of breath. He also didn't meet the white-bearded grandpa or the old beggar who sold the Buddha's palm. Otherwise, he would be pulled by the sleeve and said, young man, your bones are amazing and your aptitude is excellent. Why don't you save the world with me? He was a good seedling to be a hooligan. Xianxia really wanted to run to the hall and suggest to Nan Manpei, let your nephew practice martial arts. If not, he can be an athlete. Studying is really misleading. After thinking about it again and again, he didn't dare to act rashly because he couldn't figure out Nan Manpei's methods for the time being. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the setting sun was magnificent and coquettish, just like the woman sitting on the sofa in front of him. She was wearing home clothes. After losing her fierce temperament, she was like an elegant and dignified jade guanine. She smiled at Xianxia, who was coming downstairs, and said, "You're back?" "Yes." Xianxia looked at the queen, whose temperament had changed greatly, and said tentatively, "Sister Pei, you're not driving me today?" Nan Man Pei looked at him with amusement and said, "Do you want me to arrange another driver for you?" Xianxia was surprised and said, "That's good." Nan Man Pei said angrily, "Go away." The flirtatious expression that she unintentionally revealed was exceptionally alluring. After a few teasing words, Xianxia was about to leave when he happened to see Pei Ziki coming home with a backpack. The short-haired and pretty student was slightly stunned and said, "Did you play the piano on the TV stations I Am a Singer this morning?" Xianxia pretended not to understand and said, "What are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean." Pei Ziki curled her lips and was too lazy to argue with him. She turned to Nan Man Pei and asked, "Auntie, what's this guy's background?" Nan Man Pei smiled and said, "Little Qin is an ordinary person." Pei Ziki curled her lips again, carried her backpack, and went upstairs. "Aren't you in a hurry to go home? Let's chat with Sister Pei." "Okay." Xianxia sat on the sofa. He also wanted to know more about this woman's background. Nan Man Pei looked at the TV. The content was news simulcast that most young people would not watch. There was a pot of Westlake Longjing tea on the coffee table. Nan Man Pei did not speak, so Xianxia did not speak. He secretly felt that the queen was deliberately leaving him out to attack his mind. "Do you watch news simulcast?" Nan Man Pei poured a cup of tea and handed it to Xianxia. Occasionally, Xianxia answered honestly. News simulcast was a never-ending episode that could be followed for a lifetime. Moreover, news simulcast was called the Divine Dictionary of the Shareholders for a reason. 30 minutes of content was very informative. It depended on how much you could get. It's always good to watch news simulcast. It's meaningful. Nan Man Pei smiled. Xianxia complained in his heart, "How can this be related to the spirit of revolution? Sister, you have no limits. You seem to be very dissatisfied with me." Nan Man Pei stared at him. "Absolutely not." Xianxia denied. "Because I investigated you?" Xianxia was silent. "I didn't experience the anti-Japanese war, the war of liberation, the long march where the entire army was almost wiped out. Of course, I didn't experience the Great Famine of 1942. Also, there was the counterattack against Vietnam, the war of resistance against America and aid Korea. When my grandfather was young, China was divided by warlords. The flames of war burned the plains and the people had no way to make a living. In order to fill his stomach, he joined the warlords. With his family's martial arts, he dared to fight and became a small leader in a few years. Later, the Northern Expedition wiped out the warlords and the National Party unified China in name. However, at that time, there were internal and external troubles, and the people's livelihood did not improve. In desperation, he gathered a group of defeated soldiers and took over a mountain, becoming a bandit leader. He killed and set fires, but he never ate the grass near his nest. Instead, he reported the safety of the area. "This is all from my sister. When my grandfather passed away, I wasn't even born yet. My grandfather had a brother with the surname Li. At that time, there was a Red Spear Society in SD, which was secretly the armed force of the Red Party. After the outbreak of the anti-Japanese war, the brother joined the Red Spear Society and traveled a long distance to join the main force. Later, the new China was established. Because of this relationship, my grandfather was not wiped out by the main force of the Red Army." Xianxia was very untimely with his obsessive-compulsive disorder. He was thinking about how old Nan Man Pei's grandfather was at that time. The Qing dynasty was destroyed in 1912. The Mukden incident happened in 1931. If the old man was still alive, he would be 100 years old. Before Nan Man Pei was born, his grandfather had passed away. Her Majesty looked about 30 years old. Well, the age was indeed suitable. "Wait, Li Donglai, Nan Manpei seemed to have seen through his thoughts and said softly, yes, he was Li Donglai's father's grandfather. Because of this deep relationship, my father was a local tyrant in the north. No matter whether it was clean or not, as long as it was a profitable business, he would be involved in it. In 1994, he offended someone he couldn't afford to offend, so he was shot. He left me a family business that was not a blessing or a curse, but it was enough for an ordinary person to live on for 8 lifetimes. I also have an elder sister who married into the Li family, but she died many years ago. Dong Lai and Ziki didn't like their stepmother, so they moved to live with me. Xianxia was stunned and didn't know what to do. Didn't you say that you were just going to chat? Her Majesty, you're telling me the ins and outs of all 18 generations of ancestors. Damn it, what did I do to deserve this? Can you take back what you said just now? It was true that Xianxia was very curious about the background of Pei Nanman and the siblings. He was prepared to have a big talk with the queen. However, when the queen spat out her family background like she was spitting out beans, he realized that he really didn't know much about women. In this society, 80% of the resources are given priority to all kinds of people with connections, and the remaining 20% are fought over by the poor. What do you think? There were too many opinions, and I didn't know if I should say MMP. He had a stomach full of angry words, but he didn't say it out loud. It was too childish, and he was afraid that Queen Bey, who had been in society for many years, would look down on him. That's human nature. Every rich generation works so hard just to make their son or grandson a rich second or third generation rich second or third generation rich third generation rich. People's great desires are irreproachable. Xianxia changed to a more mature way of saying it. Nan Manpei nodded and smiled. Truth? Actually, every time I see a certain second-generation rich kid driving a luxury car to show off his wealth on the internet, I'll curse his mother and say, if it weren't for this old man, who do you think you are? Xianxia smiled. This is the so-called angry youth. Later, I realized that this was useless, and it still couldn't change her identity as a loser. Other than being a keyboard warrior, it was useless. Now, it's even more impossible. I think I have the ability to become a rich first generation. You also know that my sister is Qin Baobao. She is already a star, and in the future, she will make a lot of money. My children in the future will definitely be rich second generations. Nan Manpei keenly caught the loophole in Xianxia's words, and smiled faintly. You are you, and your sister is your sister. In the future, when you marry a wife and she marries, you will be 2 different families. Xianxia was stunned and found himself speechless. He really didn't think about the future. Qin Baobao's marriage always felt like a fantasy. Sister Pei, why are you telling me this? This was obviously not on the same level as the world he was in contact with. Xianxia had not been in contact with many worlds. The world of business tycoons, the world of political tycoons, the world of rich second-generation officials, and even the world of healthcare, he had not been in contact with it. We are even. Nan Manpei said with a smile, I'm afraid that you have chauvinist cancer. The internet says that chauvinist cancers like you are very scary, similar to Chunibu. If you want to find a girlfriend, it's best to listen to everything the man says. You can't be selfish and self-centered, or you will be hated. In terms of character, you must be a saint and wholeheartedly devoted to the man. Xianxia was dumbfounded. His mind was full of curses, and he didn't know how to vent. You even know about chauvinist cancer? My queen is amazing. It's not like your character at all. Xianxia pondered for a moment and thought about the wording. I am Xianxia, male, and I like girls. My parents are still alive, and I have an older sister who is studying at Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. I have never had a girlfriend, and I am eager to leave singleness. 3 generations of my ancestors have been good people. I can't compare to you, who is loved by everyone. Bootlicker. Nan Manpei laughed. I wouldn't dare. After the founding of the country, you are not allowed to become a fairy. Nan Manpei said helplessly, I will send you back. No need. I can go back by myself. There's no need to trouble you. Xianxia didn't dare to sit in her car. He would bring her back to the Huangpu River and put her in a sack to sink, a child who was still sifting through knowledge in school, a woman who was like a goddess and a queen, ended their short heart-to-heart. The next day, I Am a Singer was broadcasted. Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe watched it with Wang Zijin again. Compared to the show, Qin Zhe enjoyed this moment more. Qin Baobao sat on his left and Wang Zijin on his right. Two beauties with different styles, he felt a bit of joy. Wang Zijin clicked on the bullet screen. Because of Qin Zhe, she also learned to read the bullet screen and found it quite interesting. Only Qin Bao hated the bullet screen. Her brother and best friend had nothing to do with it and were just watching the show. She was the person involved. People on the internet dared to say anything. Every time she saw it, she felt uncomfortable. Correspondingly, her tolerance improved a lot, but she still had some grudges in her heart. The bullet screen was very lively. The show was first recorded live, then broadcast on TV, and then on the internet. But now, there were far more people watching TV than computer. I heard that Qin Baobao won again? Someone on the internet said so. Bull**T. You believe in the internet? Front row. Qin Baobao is the best in the world, fake pig trap is the second best in the world. Wang Zijin chuckled. Qin Zhe turned his head and glanced at his sister's impressive size. Qin Baobao's face darkened. She chopped the back of Qin Zhe's neck with her hand. The host, Xianxia, knocked on the door of the VIP room. Sulu opened the door with a gentle smile. Wow, Sulu, my goddess. I haven't heard Sulu sing in a long time. I didn't expect her to join a singer. I'm looking forward to it. Sulu is still so beautiful. I heard that Sulu came with an original song. I'm really looking forward to her and Qin Baobao's competition. It's 1 in 6 probability. How can it be so easy? Haha, a scheming person who lip syncs. She actually has the face to return to the music industry. How can she be so thick-skinned? Disgusting. Do you have any manners? What's wrong with lip syncing? Who hasn't lip synced before? That's right. You're a keyboard warrior who won't let go of the past. She was indeed a controversial female star. As soon as she appeared, the bullet screen was flooded with comments. The anti-fans and true fans couldn't wait to get into the screen and fight. Wang Zijin looked at the computer and asked curiously, Bao Bao, did you really pick Sulu? Qin Baobao said gloomily, that's true. The production team is stirring up trouble. They are operating in the dark. Did you win? Wang Zijin asked again. Of course. Don't you know who wrote the song? Qin Zhe interrupted. It's obviously because I'm good at singing. Qin Baobao was not convinced. Say that again. Qin Zhe narrowed his eyes. Your Majesty, Xianxia was just bragging. Don't be angry, it's all thanks to you. Xianxia is basking in your glory. Qin Baobao, who lacked the dignity of her older sister, immediately admitted defeat. Singing an ancient song? Qin Zhe wrote it? Wang Zijin was stunned. She was quite surprised. How could Qin Zhe know everything? He could write rock songs, love songs, and even ancient songs. Especially the latter. Without a certain literary foundation, it was impossible to write good lyrics. At this time, the contestants began to draw lots. Qin Baobao unfortunately picked Sulu. The bullet screen exploded. The audience was also speechless. What the hell, Qin Baobao is so lucky. In the first episode, she picked Huan Yuding. In the second episode, she picked Xue Mei. In the third episode, she picked Lu Shuagong. In the fourth episode, she picked Sulu. I'm kneeling to Qin Baobao. At this moment, 666 is the only thing that can express my inner amazement. Qin Baobao's path to stardom is really uncertain. She's bound to lose. Yeah, Sulu came with an original song and is also an A-list celebrity. How can she compete with her? Qin Baobao is in danger. Unless she can come up with another amazing song like Farewell Song, but the possibility is not big. Good songs are hard to find. It's not easy to come by. It's okay, there's still the revival round. Qin Baobao's popularity is not what it used to be. If she doesn't make a mistake, she's not necessarily weaker than Chen Xiaotong. This round's elimination will be between her and Chen Xiaotong. Qin suddenly remembered that he still didn't know who would be eliminated in this episode, so he asked his sister, "Who will be eliminated in this episode?" Qin Baobao blinked and said proudly, "Guess." Being stared by Qin, she became timid again. "Chen Xiaotong. She's the least popular. Damn it, where's my sister's dignity?" Sure enough, one's mouth is soft. Huang Yuding strode onto the stage under the shining lights. "My hometown is getting younger and younger. Only my father's face is old. I'm looking at this strange hometown seriously. It's not how I remember it. Everything has changed because of the passage of time. I'm like a guest from afar who passed by here. Bullet screen, it's so good. Why haven't I heard this song before? It's an old song from the 70s. I heard it when I was a child, but the original is not as good as cult leader Huang's cover. This song is going to be popular. When will the online resources be released? I'm Huang Yuding's fan now. He's a great singer. On this stage, he and Lu Shuigang are the best singers. He's so talented. This cover is amazing. Haha, I want to see Li Rongxing's exaggerated expression. This guy is so funny. Li Rongxing can't afford to be hurt. It's okay. It's not shameful to lose to Huang Yuding. He won't be eliminated anyway. This episode's eliminated should be Qin Baobao. Yeah, she's so unlucky to have picked Su Lu. In terms of popularity, Huang Yuding and Lu Shuigang are not as good as her. Then Li Rongxing went on stage to sing. His singing was good, but he was not as good as Huang Yuding. Unsurprisingly, he lost. Then it was Lu Shuigang and Chen Xiaotong's PK. Lu Shuigang lost to Qin Baobao last time, so he didn't dare to be careless. He used his special ability to sing rock and roll and won easily. Finally, Su Lu, who was wearing an ink-colored cheongsam, went on stage. This dress is beautiful. It's so beautiful, my goddess. I still like Su Lu. Damn, does she have to be so seductive? This cheongsam stunned me. Honey, take the credit card. Su Lu will buy 10 pieces of this dress. Su Lu started to sing. Her voice was light and she was born with a good singing voice. She debuted as a singer. The first break in the rain. The ripples on the lake. Half a lifetime of tiredness in vain. An oil paper umbrella on the blue stone. Thin smoke on the painting screen. It's hard to paint your beautiful face. Ink painting, it's hard to hide your face. A few dancers break the snow in the bottle. After Su Lu started to sing, the comments on the bullet screen rose like snowflakes. There were all kinds of exclamations and admiration. This song is good. It's so good. It's so good. This song is my best antique song this year. It's perfect with Su Lu's cheongsam. It's really artistic. The song is even better. Su Lu is going to rise in the music industry again. I want to buy her new album. Someone even wrote a long comment. There are many antique songs in China, but they are all sung by online singers. There are very few people in the music industry who sing antique songs. There are 2 reasons. First, the lyrics are difficult to write and the song is difficult to compose. To write an antique song with an artistic conception, the literary foundation is too high. Second, the song is difficult to compose and fit the lyrics. When online singers sing antique songs, the lyrics are up to standard, but the artistic conception of the song is far from perfect. Su Lu's song is mellow and quiet. It's like crying and it goes straight to the heart. The lyrics are a little lacking, but it's still an excellent song. Teacher Su Gongming is a professional. Thumbs up. I'm inexplicably melancholic and depressed. I'm completely immersed in it. At this moment, someone jumped out. A bunch of idiots. You have the nerve to praise her with such standards. You haven't heard Qin Baobao's songs, right? The audience was stunned. They were either curious or angry. It caused a war of words. Looking at the computer screen, the audience was probably having a war of words with her. Qin Baobao smiled and bared her 2 small canine teeth. She was quite proud. A's. She stretched out her hand. Xianxia cooperated and high-fived her. Wang Zijin looked at her and then at Xianxia. She said, I feel like I'm being excluded by you too. Soon, Qin Baobao appeared. Her style was simple and plain as usual. White slim pants, black t-shirt, and light makeup. Women's clothes were particular about matching and styling because clothes made the person. If the clothes looked good, the person would also look good. The simpler the clothes, the more difficult it was to wear. Qin Baobao didn't have this problem at all. It was a simple outfit, but it brought out her hot and youthful side. Her outfit was the costume designer's suggestion. The middle-aged costume designer often looked at Qin Baobao and sighed. Back then, I was also a hot flower, but now I've fallen under the butcher's knife of time. The sound of drums, allegro, and zither played light, like the tinkling of flowing water. Hey, the accompaniment is good. Nice, it feels good. Light, melodious. What zither sound? It's not a piano, right? It's very classical. It should be a zither. Nice. When the accompaniment started, the audience commented on it. But soon, everyone stopped talking. The blue and white strokes outlined by the embryo turn heavy and light. The peony painted on the bottle is like your initial makeup. Through the window, I understand your thoughts. The blue sky waits for the misty rain, and I'm waiting for you. Smoke rises in spirals, thousands of miles across the river. At the bottom of the bottle, Han calligraphy imitates the elegance of the previous dynasty. Take it as a foreshadowing for me to meet you. The blue sky waits for the misty rain, and I'm waiting for you. The moonlight is fished out, and the ending is fainted. Like the blue and white porcelain handed down from generation to generation, it's beautiful. Your eyes are smiling. White and blue koi fish jumping at the bottom of the bowl. While copying the song calligraphy, I thought of you. The secret you hid in the kiln for 1,000 years. Extremely delicate, like an embroidery needle falling to the ground. Banana leaves outside the curtain provoke sudden rain, door rings provoke verdant. And when I passed by that Jiangnan town, I provoked you. In the splash ink landscape painting. You were hidden from the depths of ink. Weibo was silent without warning. Who would have thought that the fearless keyboard warriors would have moments of silence until the song ended? The silent bullet screen finally came back to its senses and then exploded. Xianxia and his two sisters once again saw the phenomenon of being flooded with bullet screen comments. The white subtitles mixed with blue, red, purple, and other colors covered the program. Damn, a song almost made me orgasm. What the F***ck? Blue and white porcelain? Ancient style? Original? Original again. Your mother, you made me cry. I feel so bad. Damn, I hate this kind of song the most. It unreasonably pulls you into a sad and gloomy atmosphere. Stop talking. Let me savor it for 3 minutes. My Baobao is amazing. I won't hate it this time. This song is really amazing. Who said that Qin Baobao is going to be eliminated? I'm the first one to disagree. My face is swollen. It hurts. This song is so artistic. Jiangnan water town, drizzle, long bluestone road winding by the riverside town, blue and white porcelain depicting peonies, Jiangnan women wearing court ladies' clothes. I can't help but think of this picture. I love this woman. I want black fungus too. Xianxia happened to see this and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Qin Bao was so angry that she pinched Xianxia's arm mercilessly. Xianxia dodged, but Qin Bao did not give up. Sister Ziwei, if it weren't for you, I would have taught Qin Baobao a lesson. Xianxia didn't forget to drag Wang Zijin to play with him. While they were playing, he turned his head and was stunned. He saw Wang Zijin staring at the computer with tears all over her pale oval face. Sister Ziwei? Xianxia looked at his sister and said softly. Wang Zijin hurriedly wiped away her tears and pretended to be relaxed. She smiled and said, "It's nothing. This song is too good. I feel a little emotional." Xianxia saw his sister quietly mouthing to him, "Female hipster." Oh right, Wang Zijin was a female hipster from Peking University's Chinese department. Hipsters were a kind of disease, especially female hipsters who were terminally ill. They were sentimental and meticulous. They could easily be immersed in all kinds of sad plots and get into character in a second. If you found a girl crying for no reason on the road, either she had fallen out of love or her hipster disease was acting up. In order to alleviate Wang Zijin's hipster disease, Qin Zhe cleverly changed the topic. Qin Baobao, your singing is still a little flawed. Qin Baobao tilted her head and had an expression that said, let's see how your mouth will bloom. First of all, your lung capacity is very good. This is the foundation of being an excellent singer. Secondly, your singing method, whether it's breathing or the rhythm of your breathing, is perfect. But I want to say that your songs lack emotion. Take this blue and white porcelain for example. There is emotion, but it's not strong enough. When you switch between high and low notes, you are really just switching between high and low notes. The change in emotion is not big. When you are in the low notes, you should have mixed in the sadness and sadness. When you are in the high notes, the emotion will not decrease but increase. But you did not do that at all. You are like a crow that fell from the sky. What do you mean? Qin Baobao blinked her beautiful eyes. A uniform straight line. Qin Zhe lectured, a real soulful singer first moves himself, then moves the audience. You only move yourself, but it's not enough to move the audience. You should sing until everyone is sad and crying. Only then will your achievement be complete. His sister pursed her lips. I'm sorry, I didn't sing until everyone was crying. Today was Friday. His sister, who had not played games with Qin Zhe for a long time, suddenly found her conscience. She felt that she had neglected her single brother during this period of time, so she proposed to play a game with Qin Zhe. But today's Qin Zhe was no longer the loser who played games and played forums. During the day, he was tutoring, watching the games, and paying attention to his sister's popularity. He really did not have time to immerse himself in games. When he was free, he was more willing to curry favor with Wang Zijin and see if he could woo this sister. Because everyone lived together, Qin Zhe was embarrassed to use sugar-coated bullets. Think about it, if he threw out those mushy words and did not get a response, then he would sit in the living room and stare at each other? Wouldn't he die of embarrassment? That was why it was said that distance makes the heart grow fonder. If he did not get a response after throwing out sugar-coated bullets, it was fine. He could just leave and hide his identity and reputation, and try again the next day. The way they got along with each other was different, so the way they pursued had to be changed accordingly. Qin Zhe adopted the plan of love grows fonder with time. There was no other meaning behind it. Late at night, Wang Zijin took a shower. Qin Baobao was in the living room doing simple stretching exercises, bending over to touch the tips of her feet. Her butt wrapped in denim shorts became rounder, like a ripe peach. Qin Zhe was lying on the sofa, admiring his sister's exquisite and curvaceous figure, and thinking about the future. Ding, the system issued a new mission, touch Qin Baobao's. But if you succeed, you will be rewarded with 90 points. If you fail, you will be deducted the same amount. Long time no see, the Demon Beast mission, moral integrity was something people did not have, and the system did not necessarily have either. If God gave me another chance, I would turn around and go back to sleep. I would never admire Qin Baobao's figure. Qin Zhe's mind was full of shit. The last Demon Beast mission was to kiss Qin Baobao's lips while she was sleeping. Seeing Qin Baobao's cramp, Qin Zhe pretended to look at the scenery as he approached his sister. Then, he quickly touched her butt. Before his sister could react, he muttered, "Go away, go away. Don't block the way." Humph. Qin Baobao was indeed attracted. She snorted at him and moved a few steps away. She continued stretching herself. Qin Zhe turned back to the sofa, full of pride, and opened the system interface. The mission showed, incomplete, his smile suddenly stiffened. Can you still play happily? What do you want? Qin Zhe wanted to open up his brain and beat the system, but considering that he was the one who was injured. Forget it. It was not difficult to touch his sister's butt. It was not that Qin Zhe had not spanked her before. But the system obviously would not play word games with him. In summary, spanking was not touching. His sister could endure being spanked by him, but touching her was another meaning. Spanking could be understood as teaching his sister, but what was touching her butt? Was it obscene? Qin Baobao would probably fight him to the death. A simple touch did not count as touching her butt. Did he have to touch her but like on TV, with a face full of "I'm teasing you"? Xianxia had to admit the fact that he had desires in his heart. Just now, when he looked at his sister's perfect butt, he had a little more thoughts. Xianxia insisted that it was just a simple flash of inspiration. Then the question was, should he touch her butt or not? Xianxia opened the system interface and saw his remaining points at a glance. 205. This was including the 90 points he got the other day at Nan Man Pei's house when he pretended to be cool. It cost him 150 points to exchange for the advanced skill of the ancient zither. With his current points, he could only exchange for one more advanced skill at most, and then he would face financial exhaustion. And Singer was only the 4th episode. If there were a few more changes in the middle, he might not have enough points to deal with the situation. Therefore, this mission must not be given up. Then the question was, how could he touch his sisters but without anyone noticing? It would be a little difficult to do it without anyone noticing. Look at the gray plane, and then quickly touch it. No, unless his sister had no sense of touch. Otherwise, even if the alien UFO came, it would not be able to hide the fact that his brother touched her butt. And he had tried it just now. It did not work. Girl, I see that you are a natural beauty, especially your amazing butt bone. Can you let me touch your bone and weigh it? That would not work either. A slap would come. Suddenly, Xianxia had an idea and remembered a joke on the internet. He suddenly had an idea. Sister, something has happened to my body recently. Xianxia coughed to attract his sister's attention, and then pretended to speak in a heavy tone. Qin Baobao was still very concerned about her brother. Hearing this, she hurriedly said, "What's the situation? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Do you want your sister to send you to the hospital? It's a difficult disease." Xianxia thought for a while and raised his right hand. I don't know what's wrong with my hand. Sometimes, I can't control myself and do some strange things. It's not out of my heart at all. As he spoke, he slapped himself without warning, the kind that was crisp and loud. His sister was shocked. She hurried over and said in a panic, it's true. Yes, it's completely out of my control. Slap. He slapped himself again. Is it ADHD? Obsessive-compulsive disorder? I'll check online. Qin Baobao took out her mobile phone. Xianxia saw that he was almost done laying the groundwork. Without changing his expression, he reached for his sister's butt. He did not forget to repeat, it should be OCD. Anyway, I can't control it either. Qin Baobao reacted very quickly. She blocked it with one hand and slapped her brother's face with the other. Of course, she cared for her brother and did not use too much strength. What should I do? My hand is also out of control. Qin Baobao slapped himself, took a few steps back, and sneered. I almost believed you. Damn pervert. Damn, why didn't you follow the script? Xianxia covered his face and wanted to cry. Fairy tales are all lies. Wang Zijin changed into her pajamas and came out of the shower. Her hair was wet and scattered. Under her nightgown, 2 white and tender calves were slender and smooth. She saw the siblings in the living room and was stunned. Then, she laughed and said, "What's wrong with you two again?" Qin Baobao lay on the sofa with her legs crossed and her arms crossed. Her little face was fierce, and she looked like she was still angry. Xianxia sat a little further away from her dejectedly. He did not dare to approach her, and his face was full of frustration. After a month of living together, Wang Zijin could acutely sense the changes in the relationship between the siblings. She could tell when they were fooling around and when they were really fighting. Qin Baobao glanced at Xianxia from the corner of her eyes. Then, she got up and pulled Wang Zijin back to the room. Zijin, let's go. Don't bother with this pervert. Wang Zijin was led into the room by her. She did not forget to turn her head and cast a puzzled look at Xianxia. Xianxia opened his mouth. What can I do? I'm also helpless. He had not completed his mission and suffered a double loss. On Tuesday, Xianxia accompanied Qin Baobao to the recording of the show. The recording of Singing Star was more interesting. The singers could choose their own time to rehearse between Monday and Thursday. The so-called rehearsal was for the singers and the band to work on the details and problems of the music. The show was recorded on Thursday and aired on Friday. Qin Baobao had an appointment with the program team on Tuesday. Her manager, Li Yanhong, had something to do at home and could not leave. Her sister took this opportunity to bring Qin Zhe over to broaden his horizons. Qin Zhe was not willing to go to the TV station, but Qin Baobao dragged him along. These few days, Qin Baobao and her brother had a cold war. She felt that her brother was desperate and thirsty. She had planned to ignore him for at least a week, but considering that she wanted to continue on the stage of I Am a Singer, she needed to rely on him. So Qin Baobao took advantage of the fact that Wang Zijin was not at home and held a family meeting behind closed doors. To be precise, it was a scolding meeting. She scolded Qin Zhe for a full hour. In view of Qin Zhe's good attitude in admitting his mistakes, Qin Baobao forgave him. Dragon Television. Rehearsal venue. Qin Zhe followed the newcomer, Qin Baobao, into the TV station building as an intern at Xianxia Entertainment. The staff member who received Qin Baobao arranged for her to stay in a spacious and bright lounge. "Miss Qin, please wait a moment. Unfortunately, Teacher Li is rehearsing right now, so you might have to wait a little longer," the staff member said and left in a hurry. The singer who was eliminated in the previous episode was Hong Jingyao, who was once popular all over the country. As a senior, he was getting old. The other singers who were in the revival round with him were Li Rongxing and Lu Shuigong. Li Rongxing was a popular male singer. He was handsome and had good singing skills. Lu Shuigong was at his peak. If he were to compete with these two, he would definitely be eliminated. As the saying goes, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. A few minutes later, the staff member led another guest in, Su Lu. The staff member smiled and said, "The wind blew today and brought all of you here." Su Lu was wearing a light blue dress, and her makeup was exquisite. She was a woman in her 30s, and her charm and temperament were at the peak of her life. Qin Baobao sat upright on the sofa. Her eyes collided with Su Lu's sharp ones, and sparks seemed to crackle in the air. Su Lu hated Qin Bao to the core. For the time being, Qin Zhe didn't feel any hatred towards Star Art's top actress. Instead, he sized her up with interest. His perception of the entertainment industry was average and he didn't chase after celebrities. When it came to celebrities in front of him, he would at most feel a sense of novelty. As for excitement, there wasn't the slightest bit. The staff member was a middle-aged uncle. After chatting with the two beauties for a while, Qin Zhe found out that he was the assistant director of the program. After chatting for a while, the assistant director stood up and said, "Goodbye, you guys chat. You're all from Star Art, so you don't need me to warm up the atmosphere." He still had unfinished business at hand. At this moment, only Su Lu and her manager, Qin Zhe, and his sister, were left in the lounge. Su Lu's gaze wandered between Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao. She focused on Qin Zhe. Last time, this kid shocked the world and revealed his identity. She was very curious. Qin Baobao sat upright with no expression on her face. She didn't have any interest in talking. She was still angry at Qin Zhe. Qin Baobao didn't care about physical contact, but she had to have a proper attitude. Wretched behavior like last time couldn't be easily forgiven. As for Su Lu, she couldn't be bothered. There was silence for a long time. Half an hour later, the assistant director came in and said that Teacher Li had finished rehearsing. Su Lu stood up and said, "I have an announcement later. I'll rehearse first." The assistant director looked at Qin Baobao. Seeing that she didn't say anything, he nodded, "Okay, I'll get the band to prepare. Teacher Su, please come along." Everyone left. Qin Zhe poked his sister's waist and said, "You're not talking? That's not like you." Qin Baobao glared at her brother and said angrily, "Su Lu is digging a hole for me to jump in. We're all from Star Art. She's a senior and I'm a newcomer. If I fight with her, I'll be disrespecting my seniors. I'll be arrogant. Believe it or not, as long as I object, she'll make a big deal out of it. She'll expose it online and ruin my reputation." Qin Zhe suddenly realized, it's all a trick. He didn't understand the tricks of the workplace. Fortunately, although his sister had low social skills, she had a high IQ. She wouldn't be so stupid as to fall into a trap. Exactly. Qin Baobao sneered, you're too naive. Yes, yes, yes. Sister, you're right. I still have a lot to learn from you. Qinzhe took the opportunity to flatter. He and Qin Baobao had a tacit understanding. When Qinzhe was angry, Qin Baobao would act cute and beg for forgiveness. When his sister was angry, Qinzhe would flatter her and beg for forgiveness. Qin Baobao rolled her eyes. After an hour and a half, Sulu finally finished rehearsing. At this time, Qinzhe and Qin Baobao were waiting anxiously. At first, Qinzhe was still able to patiently watch the market. He looked at the stocks that hit their upper limit and immersed himself in the stock market. After the close at 3 o'clock, he waited for another half an hour and became anxious. With Sulu's narrow-mindedness and vengeance, it was obvious that she did it on purpose. Qin Baobao gritted her teeth. The assistant director sent a staff member to invite them in. Qin Baobao and Qinzhe walked through the corridor and arrived at the stage. Sulu sat on a chair with her legs crossed, leisurely. On the stage, the band's teachers were a little listless. After practicing for a few hours, they were exhausted. The assistant director gestured to them. There's one more. OMG. I can't. I want to rest. Ask her to come another day. Director, you can't order people around like this. The band members grumbled. Qin Baobao's beautiful face was a little resentful and embarrassed. The band members were obviously against her. They were full of resentment. They were like employees who stayed up late to work overtime and finally went home to sleep. In the end, the boss blocked the door and said, everyone, work harder and work the day shift. Sulu was gloating at the side. She did it on purpose. These band members didn't dare to be angry at her, but Qin Baobao was a newcomer. They didn't need to worry about her. Qin Baobao took out the score written by Qinzhe and handed it to the band members. Sorry to trouble you. A delicate beauty spoke softly. Her seductive eyes were shining with hope and guilt. The band leader's heart softened. He took the score helplessly and glanced at it casually. He was surprised. This score was very complete. Not only did it have the overall score, but it also had the sub-scores. They just needed to play according to the sub-scores of different instruments. He began to read the score. As a senior musician, he didn't need to play. He could play the music in his heart just by looking at the score. He was immediately immersed in it and couldn't extricate himself. Leader? Leader, are you asleep? Don't be in a daze. Leader, let's start quickly. Finish early and rest early. The rest of the band members saw that he was silent for a long time and couldn't help but urge him. Shut up. The leader turned his head and shouted angrily. He continued to bury his head in the score. The band members were stunned and looked at each other. After a while, the leader raised his head and looked at Qin Baobao excitedly. Another original? Qin Baobao thought to herself, when have I not been an original? Why are you so excited? The captain was in high spirits. He kept saying, what a great song. Which great master composed this song? Genius, genius. The two assistant directors, Sulu and Qin Baobao, all turned to look at Qinzhe. The band members quickly passed it around. 10 minutes later, everyone was glowing and excited. Sulu's heart skipped a beat. The assistant director clapped his hands and urged, hurry up. He went over to take a look, but he wasn't a professional. In his eyes, the notes were just scribbles. At this time, he really wanted to hear the quality of Qin Baobao's new original. He wasn't the only one. The staff members present also couldn't help but be interested. Qin Baobao's work was definitely the best. Piano, guitar, flute. Several instruments sounded together. The accompaniment sounded. Everyone was stunned. Qin Baobao held the microphone tightly and sang with a soulful voice. This song, the assistant director's expression changed. The staff members present also changed their expressions. Sulu's expression changed greatly. The two assistant directors looked at Sulu at the same time. There was pity, playfulness, sighing, excitement. They knew that Sulu and Qin Baobao didn't get along. When Sulu walked out of the TV station, her face was still green. Her manager eagerly opened the door of the nanny van for her, but she didn't get in. She stood there and turned her head. If I were to fight with Qin Bao Bao, what do you think my chances of winning are? Sulu felt the pressure. Under the premise that she couldn't use the company's power, she couldn't suppress Qin Bao Bao at all. There was no chance of winning at all. Didn't she lose to her in the last episode? The manager didn't dare to speak her mind and said perfunctorily, Sister Sue, you're an A-list big shot. Your popularity isn't comparable to Qin Bao Bao's. It'll be easy to beat her. Don't feel burdened. It'll affect your performance. Sulu said unhappily, even you're playing dumb with me. The manager sighed inwardly. How could they compete? There was no way to compare at all. Once Qin Bao Bao's song was released, it would definitely be a hit. When the audience heard the song, unless they were Sulu's hardcore fans, no one would vote for her. The problem was that as an A-list celebrity, Sulu's fans and anti-fans were equally divided. Sulu gritted her teeth. Why don't I have such a musician by my side? The manager came up with a bad idea. Why don't we go back to the TV station and ask for the song's score? We can say that the song belongs to the company and the company is going back now. Her intention was obvious. She wanted to take it by force. Sulu said fiercely, what about the copyright? How are you going to deal with the copyright of the song? This excuse can fool the TV station, but don't you know the truth? When we get a court summons, will you go or should I go? The manager looked resentful and said, Qin Bao Bao is a newcomer. Unless she doesn't want to stay in the industry anymore, she'll have to take this loss even if she doesn't want to. Sulu's eyes lit up. She shook her head and said disappointedly, CEO Huang appreciates her and will most likely support her. Once the public opinion gets out of hand, the company will be pressured by public opinion and may even ban me. As long as Qin Bao Bao showed the publishing rights certificate, the public opinion would definitely be one-sided. Then, the company's public relations would have to take measures. The best way to save their image was to deal with the culprit. If Qin Bao Bao didn't have any backing, she might really compromise. But the company's top management knew that CEO Huang valued Qin Bao Bao. At this moment, Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe came out together. The song was rehearsed twice and the people at the TV station were full of praise. Qin Bao Bao was in a good mood and agreed to let her brother hug her waist. Sulu's heart skipped a beat and she took out her phone to capture the scene. In the photo, Qin Zhe hugged his sister and walked away. Qin Bao Bao turned her head and said something with a smile. Her sweet smile was clear in the high-definition camera. Then, Sulu opened a recording. Qin Bao Bao's voice came out from the loudspeaker. She had secretly recorded it. Probably because the scene was a little noisy and she was a little far away, Qin Bao Bao's voice was slightly distorted. Big Sister Sue? The assistant vaguely guessed her thoughts. Upload the photo and recording online. You don't need me to tell you how to do it, right? Sulu sent the recording and photo to her assistant through Bluetooth. She looked at Qin Bao Bao's little red horse driving out of the TV station and speeding away with a cold smile on her face. The best way to defeat an opponent is to pull them to the same level as you and then use your own advantages to win. There are a lot of negative news about me and I'm indeed controversial. I can't change that. But I have plenty of ways to defame you. On Wednesday morning, Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin finished their exercise. They took a shower and had breakfast. It was 7:30 in the morning. Qin Bao Bao was about to wake up. She didn't have the habit of exercising in the morning, but she had her own exercise program. She had 2 hours of dance practice every day. Now, the company had relaxed the requirements for her. She didn't have to practice singing and dancing like those backup female artists. Qin Bao Bao practiced dance every day, mainly to maintain her figure. In her own words, in order to prevent Qin Zhe from turning me into a fat pig, I have to keep exercising. Wang Zijin talked and laughed with Qin Zhe while eating breakfast. Under Qin Zhe's intentional diet, her gastric problems had improved a lot. Qin Zhe could clearly feel that Wang Zijin's feelings for him were no longer just love his dog. She really saw him as a friend. More than a friend, but not yet in love. Well, she might also see him as a younger brother. That would be a tragedy. He was trying to figure out Wang Zijin's thoughts. This sister was a bit hard to get. It was good to be dignified and generous, but she was destined to be stubborn in some aspects. Don't even think about playing the role of a domineering CEO. Maybe it would take time to develop feelings. No, it would take time. There were many kinds of love in the world, love at first sight, a blow to the heart. Wang Zijin was neither. She was a rational girl. If he wanted to capture her love, he probably had to gather bits and pieces bit by bit and open his heart naturally. A news app on his phone pushed the news at 8 o'clock sharp every day. Xianxia looked at it and was stunned. Qin Baobao and a mysterious man show their affection in public. Since this news app was more reliable, it was impossible for there to be outrageous fake news. Xianxia took it seriously and clicked to check it out. He skimmed through the article briefly. It said that Qin Baobao and a mysterious man were acting intimately and were photographed by someone at the TV station. There were pictures and the truth. As he continued reading, he saw a picture in the article. Qin Baobao was holding onto a mysterious man's arm, and the mysterious man was holding onto Qin Bao's waist. Qin Baobao tilted her head and smiled sweetly. That was not the point. The point was that the mysterious man was extremely familiar with it. F*ck, isn't this me? Xianxia recalled the day he left with his sister. He was wearing a light blue t-shirt and black casual pants. That's right, it was him. When was it secretly taken? Qin Baobao could barely be considered a C-list celebrity. It was normal for paparazzi to have their eyes on her. What are you looking at? Wang Zijin put her leftover steamed buns on Xianxia's plate. Seeing him frowning and pondering, she curiously moved her head closer. She and Xianxia were like real brother and sister. They gradually got along and blended with each other in the details of their lives. Xianxia picked up a bun, stuffed it into his mouth, and handed the phone to her. Wang Zijin looked at it and couldn't help but smile. You're in a scandal? Yeah. Xianxia drank his soy milk and didn't pay much attention to it. Xianxia and Wang Zijin didn't take it to heart. It was normal for celebrities to have scandals. Who didn't have a few scandals? Some female celebrities were even more ridiculous. They would change their boyfriend after filming a movie. However, at noon, Xianxia found that he was wrong. The scandal between Qin Baobao and the mysterious man, Xianxia, became more and more intense. All the major websites, all the consultation platforms. It was very popular. Immediately after, a long article was published on the internet. The title was, Qin Baobao's rumored boyfriend suspected to be a rich second generation. The full text was, yesterday, the popular female singer Qin Baobao was photographed at the entrance of the TV station showing off her affection with a mysterious man. The goddess is taken. Qin Baobao is an artist under Xingyi Entertainment. In just a month, she became famous with a few original songs, a hot body, and a beautiful face. After the news was exposed yesterday, many otaku's hearts were broken. Here, I would like to say that it's normal for someone so beautiful to have a boyfriend. However, I would like to say that someone on the internet exposed Qin Baobao's mysterious boyfriend, who is suspected to be a rich second generation. Look at her luxury car. TSK, a beautiful, rich, and handsome man. It's a match made in heaven. Why are all the beautiful women in the world matched with tall, rich, and handsome men? How can otaku endure this? The article didn't seem to have any excessive wording. It was just complaining that a beautiful woman matched with a tall, rich, and handsome man. However, Xianxia felt a deep sense of malice. First of all, for celebrities who relied on their looks, whether male or female, once the existence of a lover was exposed, their popularity would be greatly affected. Fans couldn't accept their idols becoming someone else's thing. They felt that their idols were polluted and impure. Because of love, they hated and turned from fans to haters. Such examples could be found everywhere. Therefore, many celebrities chose to hide their marriages. Qin Baobao could become popular not only because of her original songs, but also because of her goddess-like looks and figure. It wasn't too much to say that she relied on her looks to make a living. In the article, in addition to the back view of Xianxia hugging his sister, there was also a picture. In the picture, there was no sign of the siblings. There was only a bright black Lamborghini with a mosaic license plate number parked in front of the TV station. There was no direct evidence to prove that this Lamborghini was related to Qin Baobao and Xianxia. However, there were too many keyboard warriors among the netizens. They were used to following the crowd. The evidence wasn't important at all. Life is already so difficult. Why do you still want to give me a blow? My goddess, you can't have a boyfriend. Qin Baobao is also a superficial woman. I suddenly don't like her anymore. When you're famous, you'll be with a rich man. This is a realistic society. I've always been a loyal fan of Qin Baobao. Because I think she has a very clean temperament and is beautiful. She's my dream lover. But why does every woman want to marry a rich man and be with a rich man? Materialism makes me despair. I won't support her in the future. Not long after, a certain entertainment gossip Weibo posted a long Weibo post. Recently, there's a very popular variety show, I Am a Singer. Star Art Entertainment's newcomer, Qin Baobao, has also become popular with the show. In just a month, her popularity has reached the C-list. Recently, someone exposed Qin Baobao and a mysterious man entering and leaving the TV station. They acted intimately and drove $1 million luxury car. It turned out that there was someone behind the goddess. The reason why Qin Baobao could become popular so quickly was because of several original songs that shocked the audience. From Invisible Wings to Blue and White Porcelain, each one was more amazing than the last. The source of the songs had always been a hot topic among the netizens. There were also many speculations in the industry. According to Qin Baobao herself, the source of the songs was her brother. Today, the tip of the iceberg was finally revealed. First, let's analyze what Qin Baobao said. From the first to the fourth episode, among the 5 songs, 3 were excellent and 2 were gold hits. The quality was frighteningly high. Some senior composers said that a person's inspiration was limited. It was a common phenomenon in the entertainment industry that good songs were hard to find. Then, could a person write so many high-quality original songs? The answer is yes. Unless it was a senior composer who had been in the industry for decades, it was impossible to accumulate such a number of works. In other words, for a nobody to write 3 excellent songs and 2 gold hits in just a month, it was too ridiculous. Secondly, let's analyze Qin Baobao's identity. According to reliable sources, Qin Baobao graduated from Fudan University. Not only is she a goddess, but she's also a top student. But if she didn't graduate from a professional class, it would be harder than ascending to the sky if she wanted to make a name for herself in the entertainment industry. Unless she took a shortcut, you know what I mean. At this point, the plot was laid bare. It was very clear that Qin Baobao relied on her connections or her body to get to the top. There was a lot of scolding on Weibo. There were those who loved her deeply and those who just wanted to join in the fun. There were also those who were hired by unknown opponents. To be honest, Qin Baobao disappointed me, very disappointed. Why can't she escape the stereotype of a rich man? Society is too realistic. Actually, it makes sense when you think about it. How can a newcomer get on the stage of singer? Someone must be supporting her from behind. We thought too highly of her and the entertainment industry. Anyway, we're used to it. Beautiful female stars are always like this. Qin Baobao's Weibo was also flooded with countless scolding netizens. I like you so much. It turns out that you already have a rich man. But why did you lie? Upstairs, don't joke. What do you want people to say? I have a rich second-generation husband, so I have so many original songs. It doesn't matter if you have a rich man, but you keep saying that your brother wrote songs for you. That's shameless. I'm here to watch the fun. Qin Baobao, quickly express your thoughts. Watch. Excited onlookers. Soon, the flames of war spread to Qin's Weibo. Haha, this is someone's alternate account. I envy people who have 2 Weibo accounts the most. It's so interesting to do a double act. When I think of the 2 Weibo interactions that were exposed, I feel embarrassed for Qin Baobao. This woman is too fake. She said that her brother wrote the songs. Where's your brother? You should find him. Nonsense. There's no brother. Even if there is a brother, he's a scapegoat. Get out of the entertainment industry. Star Art Entertainment, high-level meeting room. In the middle of the room, there was a long yellow wooden table. From the general manager to the various department managers and deputy managers, there were about 20 people present. The head of the meeting, Star Art Entertainment's general manager cum CEO Huang Yitsong, slammed a document on the table, spittle flying everywhere. Xian, what the hell are you doing? Shouldn't you clarify this kind of groundless rumor? Huang Yitsong was Star Art Entertainment's CEO. Calling him CEO wasn't quite accurate. He was the general manager cum CEO appointed by the board of directors, but the CEO position didn't exist in Star Art Entertainment. It was a misconception that the CEO, general manager, and president were lumped together. Huang Yitsong was in his early 30s, younger than Xian. Of course, he was handsome, but he wasn't too serious. He often had scandals with female celebrities, and his work was more offline. He was the playboy type. Fortunately, he was capable. Otherwise, even if he had a major shareholder as a father, he wouldn't be able to sit in this position. Xian expressionlessly wiped the spittle off his face. He picked up the document and looked at it. It was a printed document about Qin Baobao's scandal online. CEO Huang, our PR team has already clarified it, but it's completely useless. You also know that netizens generally lack rationality. Moreover, the contract clearly states that she can't have a boyfriend. Speaking of which, Qin Baobao has breached the contract. I suggest we ban her. Ban your ass. Do you have evidence? You believe the rumors online? Huang Yitsong's style of speaking was also unusually fierce and offline. Xian, you're the company's deputy CEO. Can't you see this? A Lamborghini parked outside a TV station, and the person involved didn't even enter the country. You believe this kind of unreliable news? Xian lightly said, I know CEO Huang appreciates Qin Baobao, but it's also true that she's in a PR crisis. We're having a meeting now to decide how to deal with her. I personally suggest we ban her. Huang Yitsong unscrewed his thermos, took a sip of tea, and thought for a moment, okay, let's not talk about the scandal first. Let's talk about how to deal with Qin Baobao. Everyone has seen Qin Baobao before. She's not bad. She sings well too. She's a good seedling. I said that she has the most potential among all the artists we signed this year. Does anyone have any objections? Huang Yitsong looked around at everyone. Seeing them nod, he said, business is business. Since we have confirmed that she is a high-quality product, let's talk about the investment and cost. You are all veterans in this industry. How much money does it take to package and promote a C-list celebrity? Take Sulu for example. Back then, how many resources did the company spend to promote her? On the other hand, Qin Baobao's investment was almost zero. All we did was provide her with the platform of pop star. In just a month, she was already considered a C-list celebrity. A small income for a huge profit. I don't think I need to tell you how this deal is. Every celebrity faced a public relations crisis. A few years ago, when Sulu lip-synced, how much resources did the company spend to settle it for her? Could it be that they were going to ban a potential stock just for this? I don't think that's how business works. He looked at Xian, who was expressionless. The purpose of this meeting is to hear everyone's opinions. I know everyone is busy, so I won't spend too much time on this. Let's make a decision. Those who agree with banning Qin Bao, raise your hand. Those who disagree, don't raise your hand. Xian and his confidants raised their hands. Those on Huang Yitsong's side, as well as those on the neutral side, did not raise their hands. No one was a fool. They could see the situation clearly. Banning a potential newcomer for such a small matter was not worth it. The number of votes was less than half. The ban proposal was rejected. Huang Yitsong slammed the table and shouted, "Get the hell out of here and contact the media." At 2 p.m, Xianxia Entertainment's public relations released a statement condemning the rumors online and calling on netizens not to believe them. They also reserved the right to pursue legal responsibility. In short, it was a very formulaic statement with no sincerity. Under the influence of people with ulterior motives, not only did it not clear the matter, but it also made it worse. It's starting to wash the floor. Haha, it can't be washed clean. There are pictures and the truth. How do you expect us to believe your words? The Lamborghini is fake. Okay, I'll believe it for now. But who is that man? The fungus is already black. How can it be washed clean? Qin Bao Bao, get out of the entertainment industry. Get out of I am a singer. Qin Zai's phone kept ringing. It was a message from the dorm 303 group. Zhao Baliang, did you see the news today? I didn't expect Qin Bao Bao to be such a person. Lu Zicheng, get out. My goddess is not that kind of person. Zhao Baliang, yo, you become Qin Bao Bao's brainless fan. Lu Zicheng sent a funny emoji, love at first sight. Li Liang, booty legs and a seductive face. Anyone who sees her will fall in love at first sight. I'm not rich, otherwise I would also want to go undercover. Get out of here. Lu Zicheng sent a furious emoji. Zhao Baliang, hurry up and apologize. Say you're wrong. Otherwise, we can't be brothers. Li Liang, it's normal. Which female star doesn't have a rich man? Did she find a poor loser and marry him? Don't make a fuss. Zhao Baliang, but why did she deceive the audience's feelings? She could have just said that the company gave her the resources. She obviously has a guilty conscience. What a bad character. Li Liang, that's true. It's a pity that her brother is the scapegoat. If she really has a brother. Lu Zicheng sent a series of bashing emojis. Li Liang and Zhao Baliang ignored this brainless fan and continued chatting. Li Liang even sent a picture of Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zai side by side with a silly smile emoji. Did you notice that this man looks a bit like Qin Zai? Qin Zai. Zhao Baliang ridiculed mercilessly, he's a bit taller than Qin Zai. His hairstyle is a bit shorter and his posture is a bit straighter. Other than that, he's a bit similar. After more than 2 months of training and qi cultivation, Qin Zai's height had increased by a few centimeters. His physique was strong. At first glance, his back looked quite straight and handsome. Qin Zai's lips curled into a smile as he typed, "Stop fooling around, isn't this me?" Li Liang sent a laughing emoji, "I give you full marks for this." Zhao Baliang, 666. Lu Zicheng, Qin Zai, get out of here. Li Liang joked, you don't say. Doesn't Qin Zai have an older sister? Qin Bao Bao has a younger brother. In fact, the two of them are biological siblings. Haha, I can't make it up anymore. Lu Zicheng, there are at least 800 people with the surname Qin in Shanghai. My goddess said that her songs were all written by her younger brother. Look, this is someone else's younger brother. Our Qin Zai, I just want to laugh. Looking at his roommates ridiculing him, Qin Zai was angry and amused. He finally remembered that they weren't his friends on Weibo. The 3 roommates didn't use Weibo. If it weren't for Qin Bao Bao, he almost didn't use Weibo himself. Therefore, they didn't know the ID hashtag standing afar watching childhood hashtag. Qin Zai's heart skipped a beat and he typed, do you also think it's normal for her to be with a rich man? Li Liang, of course. Like I said, if she doesn't have a rich man, should she marry a poor loser like you? How many female stars in the entertainment industry marry into rich families? How many female stars dream of marrying into rich families? Qin Bao Bao is not one of them. Locking the phone screen, Qin Zai came to a realization. Since Qin Bao Bao was with a rich man, and a rich second generation at that, and not a rich uncle in the traditional sense, it was a common thing in the entertainment industry. Why was the response on the internet so intense? It was as if an A-list star had an affair. This didn't make sense. The answer was obvious. Someone was hiring the internet water army to buy news and smear Qin Bao Bao. Popularity was the life of a star. If her reputation was damaged, her popularity would change. A newcomer who debuted not long ago, even if she quickly became popular, her foundation was still shallow. In layman's terms, although Qin Bao Bao gained a large number of fans, their loyalty wasn't high. It was easy for them to be affected by negative news and betray her. So who wanted to smear Qin Bao Bao's reputation? Qin Zai had some guesses in his heart. There were only 2 possibilities, 1, Xingyi Entertainment's competitor. 2. Qin Baobao's competitor. In the room, Qin Baobao was also on the phone with her manager. Her sister's tone was very harsh. What's going on? Is the company's PR a freeloader? What's the use of a few words? My Weibo is exploding. I don't know when I became so popular. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be in a good mood. Li Yanhong, Bao Bao, you don't really have a boyfriend, do you? F***ck off my boyfriend, Qin Baobao said angrily. He's my brother. I'm urging the company for you. I'm keeping an eye on the PR team to buy news and hire internet water army for you. Please, Sister Li. I'll be recording the show in a few days. The public opinion online has a big impact on me. Bao Bao, I've heard the song you rehearsed. Good, it'll definitely be popular. Public opinion will have an impact, but it won't affect it too much. Qin Baobao hung up the phone. She was so angry that her heart hurt. She angrily threw her phone on the bed. The door opened. Xianxia came in with mung bean soup and comforted her. Drink a bowl of mung bean soup. It'll cool down. He cooked different kinds of nourishing soups every day. Sometimes it was rose sago, sometimes it was snowy coconut milk soup, and sometimes it was barley mung bean soup. After it cooled down, he put it in the freezer. Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin both loved it. Qin Baobao took the bowl and drank a few mouthfuls. She glared at her brother and pursed her lips. At least you have a conscience. I know about what happened online, Xianxia said. It's all your fault. You always want to take advantage of me. Now it's all over. Qin Baobao felt wronged. Don't always push the blame to me. You agreed to let me hug your waist at that time. Xianxia didn't argue. He sat by the bed and massaged his sister's shoulders. You have to have confidence in your song. Speaking of the new song, Qin Baobao smiled. She was very confident. She didn't panic because of the new song. And the new song as her spiritual support was dedicated by her brother, who was diligently massaging her. Without her brother, Qin Baobao wouldn't be where she was today. Thinking of this, his sister suddenly changed her attitude and said softly, "Aze, I'm not blaming you. I like you the most." Xianxia looked at her strangely. Based on the deep foundation of knowing each other since they were in diapers, his judgment was, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Qin Baobao was neither evil nor evil. She was purely trying to impress her brother. She sighed and said, "You're 23. At this age, you should find a girlfriend. But you're the only male in the family. You can't go with the flow and indulge in women at such a young age. Most of the time, dating in college doesn't end well. Dating in society also doesn't end well because you don't have the capital. If you have a girlfriend and she asks you for a house and a car, what will you do?" She meant that he should continue to be a single dog. That's what she meant. Our family doesn't lack houses. Xianxia said. Although the rich and powerful were all foreigners, the locals also had the advantage of being a local. They didn't lack houses. How do you not lack houses? Qin Baobao glared at him. Girls nowadays are so precious. They don't want to live with their in-laws. If you get married, will you let your parents move out? Xianxia found himself speechless. Hey, aren't you a single dog yourself? What's with this experienced tone? Speaking of which, why did you suddenly change the topic to my relationship? What are you trying to do? You're going off topic too far. Even if you want to find a girlfriend, you can't touch your sister's butt. Qin Baobao puffed up her cheeks. Her angry look was cute and charming. Xianxia laughed dryly. He really didn't know how to respond. Sister, please don't say any more. I'm embarrassed. Qin Baobao wanted to continue talking to her brother. At this time, her phone rang. It was her manager, Li Yanhong. Qin Baobao picked up the phone. Sisterly Li Yanhong's voice was urgent. Bao Bao, something happened. What happened now? Qin Baobao raised her eyebrows. Qin Bao and Xianxia looked at each other and frowned. What happened? Did I hook up with some rich guy again? Xianxia took out his phone, unlocked the screen, and went online to check. Li Yanhong shouted anxiously, No, it's not that. Your new song, what's wrong with my new song? Qin Baobao was stunned. You were rehearsing your new song at the TV station and someone recorded it and posted it online. Qin Baobao was stunned. It was as if thunder had struck her head. Qin Zai's finger paused and his face changed. Ask her what's going on. Qin Baobao came back to her senses. Her face was slightly pale. She forced herself not to panic. How did you know? Which network? Weibo. A video posted by a SMUF account. I'll send the link to your phone. Li Yanhong hung up. Li Yanhong shared a link to Qin Baobao's Weibo. An unknown SMUF account posted a Weibo with a video. Title: Qin Baobao's new song is released. Don't ask me who I am, my name is Lei Feng. This Weibo post was posted 2 hours ago and the number of followers was increasing. There were already 100,000 views and more than 2,000 comments. Qin Baobao took a deep breath and clicked on the video. There was only a phone in the video. The phone played the recording. Although the voice was slightly distorted and there was a lot of noise, Qin Baobao immediately recognized her voice. The song and melody could not be wrong. No one could sing the song that Qin Zai wrote for her. This song is not bad. It's very emotional. The voice is a little strange. Qin Baobao's voice? Did she lip sync in the past? It's a live recording. There's a lot of noise. The melody of this song is not bad. But it doesn't sound as good as before. It's really not as good as before. I can't tell how good this song is. Does this mean that Qin Bao is starting to go downhill? It's inevitable. Who can continue to rely on original masterpieces? Oh, masterpieces are so easy to compose. This means that Qin Baobao's glory days are coming to an end. Believe it or not, she'll have to sing someone else's song in the next episode. You've just had a reputation crisis, and now you're blowing up rehearsals? Haha, who did Qin Baobao offend? If it's a song like this, then the next contestant will definitely be Qin Baobao. Qin Bao was completely flustered. She subconsciously grabbed Qin Zai's arm and sobbed, what should we do? In her most helpless and panicked moments, the person she thought of and relied on was her younger brother. The recording of the rehearsal song was exposed on the internet, which was undoubtedly a huge blow to Qin Baobao. What was important about an original song? A sense of mystery. It could also be said that it was a gimmick, one of the weapons that Qin Baobao relied on. Now that this song was exposed, it meant that the audience would lose its novelty. Everyone had heard this song before, but the key was that the demo was terrible. The sound was distorted, there was a lot of noise, and it wasn't clear enough. The netizens' experience was very poor. In the future, even if Qin Baobao sang this song well, the audience would think that it was just SOSO. Qin Zai and Qin Baobao were both newcomers in the entertainment industry. They didn't have enough experience in dealing with such problems, so they couldn't think of a solution in such a short time. Not long after, Sulu posted a video on Weibo. In the video, Sulu was dressed casually, but because she wanted to appear on camera, she had put on makeup. Today, I saw that our company's newcomer, Qin Baobao's rehearsals were exposed online. First of all, I want to denounce such behavior. I have a good relationship with Qin Baobao in private. She sings very well, and she's really hardworking. Those online who say that her singing is average and not good, your comments are too subjective. Take this song as an example. It's a rare masterpiece. I think we need to help Qin Baobao clear her name. The video switched to a well-equipped and softly lit recording studio. Sulu was wearing a monitoring headset. She sang. Write me a letter and tell me what color the sea is today. Accompanying your sea every night, how do you feel? Gray is not wanting to say, blue is melancholy. And you, the drifting one, the wild waves of your heart, where does it stop? Write me a letter and tell me what you want to dream tonight. Whether I'm in the dream or not, you don't have a choice. My heart is in my throat, I can't close my eyes all night. Why don't you get close when you're clearly in love? Listen to the sound of the sea crying, lamenting whose heart has been hurt again. But still not awake, the video went viral. It quickly became a hit. The views were off the charts. The netizens were amazed. Wow, this song is so good. It's so good. I've listened to it again and again. Give Sulu a like. She's so loyal. She takes care of the newcomer. My Sulu is amazing. The goddess sings so well. If you sing this song on Singer, you'll be invincible. Don't joke. This song is Qin Baobao's. Sulu doesn't own the copyright. After all, she debuted as a singer. There's nothing to say about her singing. In contrast, Qin Baobao's recording, what was she singing? It's completely incomparable. I understand now. Qin Baobao relies on original songs. Her singing is actually not good. Listen to my Sulu song. There's no harm without comparison. Haha, with Sulu's singing, Qin Baobao still has the face to sing this song on the show? It had to be said that Sulu's voice was deeper. She was indeed more suitable to sing this song than Qin Baobao. Xianxia cursed. F***K, clear Qin Baobao's name, clear the name of this song. If I believe you, I won't believe you. If he wasn't sure who was slandering Qin Baobao behind her back before, now he could completely deduce that it was Sulu. Sulu had always wanted to take back the guest spot on Singer from Qin Baobao. During the competition segment of the show, Qin Baobao had slapped her in the face with an ancient-style song. The hatred of being slapped in the face was irreconcilable. In professional terms, she had a motive. Buying news to slander Qin Baobao was only the first step. Exposing the recording of the show was the second step. Finally, filming this video in the name of clearing the name was the final killer move. Moreover, she only sang on her own Weibo and did not use it to make a profit. From a legal point of view, Sulu did not infringe. Looking at the comments online, it was clear that there was no harm without comparison. When this video was released, the audience clearly felt the difference between Sulu and Qin Baobao. Nonsense. One was a recording that was mixed with noise, while the other was a professional recording. Even the heavenly kings and queens couldn't handle it. As a result, the netizens supported her one-sidedly. Not only did she suppress Qin Baobao, but she also earned her reputation and affected her show. It was like killing several birds with one stone. What Xianxia could think of, Qin Baobao, who had been praised for her intelligence since she was young, naturally understood as well. Her sister was so angry that her whole body trembled. She wished she could kill Sulu. Fortunately, her IQ was still online. She forced herself to calm down and said through gritted teeth, "It's Sulu." She was also singing when we were rehearsing that day. She had the opportunity and reason to record it. She must have taken the photos too. Also, the water army that slandered me online was all her doing. No, she had infringed. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. I remember that in the copyright of music, there is a broadcasting right. She posted it online without my permission. That's an infringement of copyright. He had paid special attention to relevant legal knowledge. Qin Baobao's eyes lit up and then dimmed. Even so, it could not restore her reputation. At least we can't let her have it easy, Xianxia said hatefully. Sulu had been in the entertainment industry for so many years and knew the ropes well. She would not let others use her against her so easily. Soon, she deleted the video. She had achieved her goal. Xianxia sighed. Qin Baobao grabbed her phone and called her manager to discuss countermeasures. Xianxia went back to the living room and took an ashtray. He sat down at the desk and lit a cigarette with a pop sound. Then, he started smoking. Her sister sat on the bed and was talking on the phone. Her tone was quite agitated. Xianxia held the cigarette between his fingers and turned to look at her. Then, he looked at the ceiling and his brain worked quickly. The situation was very bad. Her sister's reputation was in danger and the song that she had carefully prepared for the competition was exposed. If this continued, she would be eliminated in the next episode. The biggest consequence was not that Qin Baobao's career as an artist would be at a low point, but that Xianxia's points would be reset to 0 and he would be in a vegetative state for the rest of his life. He had to think of a way to get out of this situation. F***ck, what happened to the relaxing life in the city? Speaking of which, the system's missions were really ridiculous. The Demon Beast mission was worth 100 points, but the mission to help Qin Baobao become the grand champion only rewarded 500 points. I might as well touch my sisters but a few more times. It's safe and enjoyable there. How do I get out of this situation? Post a statement to clarify that he was the one who hugged Qin Baobao's shoulder that day, not the rich kid. No, this would only make things worse. Qin Zai's face was not shown in the photo that day. It was hard to say. The rational netizens would realize this. However, if Sulu bought the news and said that Qin Baobao was lying and pushed her brother out to take the blame, most of the netizens would ignore this and make the situation worse. After all, public opinion was in the other party's hands. He had no money to buy the news and Star Art Entertainment was unreliable. Change the song. This was not a problem. He had a huge library of songs. However, the root of the problem was not that he did not have a song, but that Qin Baobao's reputation had been damaged and the audience might not buy it. Who knew how many fans had turned against her online? Qin Zai smoked as his brain worked quickly. First, he had to solve the problem of reputation. He definitely had to change the song. What song would be more suitable? Suddenly, a soft cry interrupted his train of thought. Qin Baobao had hung up the phone. She sat in a duck position, holding the phone with her left hand and wiping her tears with her right. She was sad and helpless like a little girl. Obviously, her manager, Li Yanhong, could not do anything about it. The room was filled with smoke. Qin Zai got up and opened the window to disperse the smoke. Looking at his sister with red eyes, he felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. Don't cry. I'll think of something. Qin Zai comforted his sister. Qin Baobao suddenly burst into tears. What can you do? You don't know how the entertainment industry works. You only know how to write songs. But Sister Li said that even if I change the song, the audience won't buy it. They hate me. Boo-hoo, his sister's glass heart was broken again. She sobbed, snot and tears flowing down her face. She told me to be mentally prepared. I will definitely be eliminated in the next episode. Eliminated, 0 points, Qin Zai shivered, a strong sense of fear welling up in his heart. Under the huge pressure, lightning flashed across his mind and he had a flash of inspiration. Sister, I have an idea, Qin Zai suddenly shouted. Qin Baobao was so scared that her body trembled. Her eyes were red and tear-stained as she looked up at him timidly. I've thought of a way, Qin Zai repeated. What idea? You scared me. Qin Baobao pursed her lips and didn't look very happy. It was obvious that she lacked confidence in her brother. Qin Zai had a plan. As the saying goes, whoever started the trouble should end it. The cause of the incident was that Qin Baobao's intimate actions with him were secretly photographed and posted online. After a series of fermentation, the netizens created a narrative that Qin Baobao relied on a rich man to get her resources and that her original songs were not written by her brother at all. Then, the internet water army fanned the flames and maliciously led to the destruction of Qin Baobao's reputation. Now, when people talked about Qin Baobao online, their first reaction was definitely, she's just a woman who relied on her body to get to where she is. How to break the situation? He had to clarify the matter. But the netizens might not believe him, and the internet water army would definitely cause trouble. Because of this misunderstanding, Qin Zai denied the idea of himself coming forward. But, what if it was a video? What if there was evidence? In the living room, Qin Baobao held the camera and aimed the lens at Qin Zai in front of the glass coffee table. She asked suspiciously, will this work? It's better than doing nothing. Qin Zai had 2 mobile phones in front of him, one black and one pink, which were his and his sister's couple model. Can we start? Qin Baobao asked. Let's start. Qin Zai nodded. I'm Qin Baobao's younger brother. Well, I'm the author of all her original songs. In view of the recent incident on the internet, I'm here to make an explanation. That day, I was the one who accompanied Qin Baobao to rehearse the show, the man in the photo. Some malicious people secretly took photos and created rumors and hired internet water army. I know who that person is, but there's no evidence, so I won't name him. I also know that I have no proof and that no one will believe me. Alright, let's speak with facts. As he spoke, Qin Zai unlocked his 2 phones and opened the piano app that he had downloaded earlier. Qin Baobao blinked her sparkling eyes. She was both expectant and curious, wondering what her younger brother was going to do. Xianxia only asked her to help him record the video. At this moment, a note sounded. After a slight pause, the following notes flowed out like flowing water. Qin Baobao suddenly widened her eyes. This is a piano piece. Qin Baobao had heard this piano piece before. Because it was too famous, it was one of the top 10 piano pieces in the world. It was composed in France in 1946. The author was a French Romantic poet and musician. At that time, World War II had just ended. In France, all sorts of things were being done, and the people's lives were in dire straits. Although the war had ended, life was still so difficult that it made people despair. This song was born under such a background. The first half of the piano piece was melancholic and sorrowful, as if weeping and complaining. Every note made people feel depressed, as if life was hopeless. Just like French society at that time. But in the second half, the song suddenly changed, from melancholic to high-pitched, from sorrowful to excited. The syllables rose steadily, filled with the passion of struggle and the anticipation of the future. The piano piece, Goddess of Light, represented the composer's yearning for the future life, for the country, to rebuild their home in the ruins, and to find the truth in the suffering. He firmly believed that the darkness was short-lived, and that the French people would eventually usher in the light. Qin Baobao stared blankly, listening, her heart surging, as if she was getting to know Xianxia again. She never thought that her brother had such a godly skill of showing off. On the sofa, the man in front of her straightened his back, his fingers dancing like a butterfly. The side of his face was handsome, and his eyes were focused. Such a younger brother was really charming. Any woman who saw him would feel a rush of excitement. The last note slowly dissipated, and the piano piece ended. Qin Baobao subconsciously said, "Is it done?" Xianxia made a hushed gesture and lightly said, "I don't want to play a song, that's all. I believe that there are many people who can play Goddess of Light, but there aren't many people who can write 6 excellent songs. After listening to the song I am going to play, everyone will believe me. I am indeed the composer of the song, and Qin Baobao does not have the possibility of having a sugar daddy, because all the songs were written by me." Qin Baobao was stunned. If there was a mirror at this moment, she thought that her expression would definitely not be able to hold it. "My brother is amazing, why don't you go to heaven? Invisible pretentiousness is the most fatal." Qin Baobao gave Xianxia a look, telling him not to just focus on showing off. If he boasted, it would be easy to be slapped in the face. But Xianxia ignored her, his eyes were focused, and his expression was meaningful, as if he was really a grand pianist. After a while, his fingers once again danced on the virtual piano keys. A piano piece that Qin Baobao had never heard before was born. This was a very gentle piano piece, without the sadness of being lost, without the excitement of being jealous of the world, and without the advancement of yearning for the light. It was gentle and melodious, with a beautiful rhythm, affectionate, beautiful, happy, and comfortable. Qin Baobao could not help but close her eyes and listen to the song, outlining the image of a gentle and beautiful woman in her mind. She was talking with her lover, letting out a silvery bell-like laughter. The lively melody was like the bright and cheerful tone of a young girl. The song moved forward layer by layer, and the uncontrollable passion burned like a flame. When the music gradually became gentle, it was like a pair of lovers looking at each other holding hands, frozen in the gradually diffusing music. She was intoxicated by it, and did not even know when the song ended. "This song was composed by me at the beginning of the year. It's called To Qin Baobao." Xianxia's voice pulled her back to reality. To Alice was a piano piece that he had exchanged from the music library. Unlike other popular songs that were priced at 30 points, it required 60 points to exchange, which was double the price. There were also 10 great piano pieces in Parallel World. Xianxia liked the name of this one, so he exchanged it, and also exchanged for intermediate piano mastery. Together with Goddess of Light, he spent a total of 160 points. Goddess of Light was a free gift from piano mastery. It was easy to spend money, but difficult to earn money. Qin Baobao saved the video, and gently placed the video recorder on the sofa. "A's wrote this for me?" Qin Baobao's phoenix eyes shone brightly. Xianxia nodded. With that, he was forcefully pressed onto the sofa by his sister, and then his face was covered in saliva. Qin Baobao straightened up and said happily, "Sister's kiss reward, are you surprised?" "Are you surprised?" Qinze nodded. "Surprise, surprise." He thought to himself, what an old trick. Qin Baobao leaned on him, happily scrolling through Weibo that was constantly increasing in comments. "This way, sister will be cleared." "No, I don't need to be cleared. I've always been innocent." There are many similar smears in the entertainment industry. Look at the rumors on the internet. Qinze sighed. When people become popular, there are many people who are jealous of your achievements. You also have to be careful of paparazzi. Don't go in and out of hotels with men. Even if there's nothing, it's still yellow mud falling on your crotch, and it's hard to explain. "Bah, you're the yellow mud falling on your crotch," Qin Baobao said angrily. "When did you learn how to play the piano?" Qin Baobao asked. "I learned it in the school club." Qinze casually found an excuse. Qin Baobao kissed him again, and said admiringly, "Ace is so amazing." On the internet, the scolding was still going on. The water army was incessantly stirring up trouble. The netizens were happy to watch the show and occasionally joined in the scolding. "Qin Baobao, get out of the entertainment industry. So lame, lying to us that her brother wrote the song. Liar. Her singing is just SOSO. Look at her leaked recording. F***ck, what the hell was she singing? None of the singers in the show can beat you. If it wasn't for someone supporting you, you're nothing. I must be blind to like you so much. You have no self-respect. I've liked you for so long." Qinze's Weibo was implicated. It's obviously a smurf account. She didn't even post more than 10 posts. I must be blind to believe Qin Baobao. Get out of the entertainment industry. Liar. Disgusting. Soon. Someone noticed that Qinze had updated his Weibo. Smurf account posted. TSK, she still has the guts to post? We won't believe anything she says. Hehe, she wants to clear her name? F***ck, this, oh my god, silence. Qinze's Weibo was silent. A few minutes later, Qin Baobao reposted this Weibo. Xingyi Entertainment, Gym, Sulu was sweating profusely in her sportswear. She sat in the lounge area drinking energy drinks with a towel around her neck. She was a young woman in her 30s, beautiful and charming. Although women at this age were at their most charming, she was still skateboarding after her 30s and couldn't stop. Her skin would gradually become rough, wrinkles would appear at the corners of her eyes, and her figure would become out of shape. These were the natural enemies of women after 30. In order to preserve a young girl's skin and figure, she needed to take good care of herself and eat a good diet. She also needed to exercise regularly. Of course, her mentality was also important. Sulu felt that her mentality had been good for the past few days. She felt refreshed. Qin Baobao was finished. Her reputation was completely ruined. At this moment, she was probably fuming at home or crying. Sulu had tasted it before. It was too bitter. She was very jealous. Qin Baobao not only stole her spot, but she was younger, prettier, and had more potential than her. Moreover, they were all singers. Everything was controlled by her and Kong Shan behind the scenes. As a price, she had almost been played to death these few days. Sulu shuddered as she recalled the various things she had experienced last night. She touched her butt and cursed under her breath, "Damn pervert." She took out her phone and looked at the time. She planned to take a shower and end today's exercise. Ding. Kong Shan replied, "Come to my office. Remember to take a shower." Sulu shuddered as she recalled the various things she had experienced last night. She touched her butt and cursed under her breath, "Damn pervert." Kong Shan had recently taken a liking to her. Outside the gym, Sulu's assistant jogged in. Looking around, she immediately spotted Sulu and rushed over. "Big sister Su, bad news, bad news." Sulu was unperturbed. She raised her head to look at her and frowned. "Why are you so flustered? What's the matter?" Qin Baobao posted something on Weibo. The assistant panted slightly. Sulu sneered, "Let her be." She won't be able to cause any trouble. The assistant waved her hands. It's different this time, it's different. Sulu's expression turned serious. She opened Weibo on her phone and searched for Qin Baobao. She was not a fan of that little wench. Qin Baobao had posted something 2 hours ago. To be exact, she had reposted it. It was concise and comprehensive. My brother, watching childhood from afar, I saw the news online and was dumbfounded. I was the one who accompanied Qin Baobao to the TV station to rehearse that day. There was no such thing as a rich second-generation heir or a Lamborghini. Please, you posted a picture of a Lamborghini and I became a rich second-generation heir? Thank you, unscrupulous media. If you posted a picture of this Shanghai Central building, I would become the richest person in the country in minutes. I know you guys are also doing things for money. Although I'm not from the entertainment industry, I've seen too many similar methods. Buying news, hiring internet water army, these are the only methods. Let's not waste any more time. Everyone, please take a look. There were 5 electronic pictures of the copyright of the song. Xianxia had registered the copyright certificate online. He had blurred out the Z word. Sulu clicked on the picture and her eyebrows twitched. She sneered. Go and contact the media. Say that Qin Baobao photoshopped the picture. Trying to cover it up only makes it more conspicuous. The netizens would not talk about evidence with you. This was not a court. 3 people could make a tiger. 10 people could turn a rumor into a definite fact. The picture was too vague. The assistant's expression did not look too good. She stammered, Sister Sue, look at the next post. Sulu swiped the screen and saw Qin Baobao's last Weibo post. She was shocked. Comments, 26588. Likes, 12209. This data was a little scary. Qin Baobao's fame was not even a C-list celebrity. But after posting on Weibo for 2 hours, there were actually so many followers. It was still, my brother, there was a video attached. She clicked on the video. The background was an ordinary living room. The furnishings were simple and neat. A man was sitting on the sofa. His face was mosaic. The man in the video said, I'm Qin Baobao's brother. Yes, I'm also the author of all her original songs. In view of the recent storm on the internet, I'm here to explain. The person who accompanied Qin Baobao to rehearse the program that day was me. I'm the man in the picture. Some people with evil intentions secretly took pictures and created rumors. They even hired ghostwriters. I know who that person is. Without evidence, I won't name him. I also know that there's no evidence. No one will believe me. Alright, we'll speak with facts. Sulu sneered. Posting pictures was not safe. What about a video? So what if it was a video? You said you were Qin Baobao's brother, so you are? Even if you are, I can still defame you. Public opinion didn't need evidence or authenticity. Whoever had the right to speak would be the winner. But at this moment, the camera zoomed in. The man in the video tapped on 2 phones. A virtual piano appeared on the screen. What was he trying to do? Play the piano? Rely on this to play the piano, as if to verify Sulu's guess, the man in the video muttered to himself. He gently placed his hands on the virtual piano keys of the 2 phones. In the next moment, flowing notes sounded. Goddess of Light, Sulu was stunned. Of course, she had heard this song before. In her era, the school's loudspeaker would play this piano every lunchtime. The game was quite good. The 2 phones could actually display the original flavor of the game. Sulu suddenly missed her high school days. She had seen Qin Baobao's brother before. She heard that he was the author of those original songs. Sulu did not believe it at first. He was young, handsome, and looked like he had not graduated from university. How could he have such high musical attainments? Now she believed it. Based on this piano piece, his standard was at the top. Go and contact the media and internet ghostwriters. Ask them to increase their efforts. I don't believe Qin Baobao can make a comeback. It's just a piano piece. It's nothing. Sulu was very calm. She quickly thought of a countermeasure. The assistant hesitated and whispered, watch the video first. Then you can consider whether hiring ghostwriters is still useful. Sulu looked at her strangely. She did not speak and continued to watch. The piano piece ended. She thought the video was over, but when she looked at the progress bar, it was still a long way from death. I'm not just going to play a song. I believe that there are many people who can play Goddess of Light. But there are not many people who can write 6 excellent songs. After listening to the song I'm going to play, everyone will believe me. I am indeed the original writer of the song. Qin Bao Bao does not have the possibility of a sugar daddy, because all the songs were written by me. Seeing this, Sulu finally had an ominous premonition. She felt that something was going to happen. Just as this thought came to her mind, a light note sounded. In the video, a pair of slender fingers moved, kind and pleasing to the eye. It was a piano piece that had never been heard before. The piano sound floated in the gym. The rhythm was bright and beautiful. It had an intoxicating charm. Someone turned off the treadmill and turned to look. Someone put down the dumbbell and couldn't help but come over, wanting to listen carefully to the piano piece. 1, 2, not long after, more than a dozen people gathered around Sulu. They were Star Art Entertainment's employees, small celebrities who did not take any jobs, fitness trainers, etc. This piece is really nice. Yeah, I've never heard of it. Which foreign master's work is it? It should be a new work. I've studied piano for a few years, but I've never seen it. From the style, it seems to be hers. This young man is not bad. He can play such a beautiful piano piece using a mobile phone app. Big Sister Sue, where did you find this video? I want to listen too. Big Sister Sue, what's the name of this piece? The people around her whispered to each other. Sulu suddenly realized that her mind was in a mess. She wanted to continue to smear Qin Bao Bao, but it seemed to be a bit difficult. How to smear? It was fine if there were pictures and the truth, but this video was too unbelievable. A self-composed piano piece, and it was so good. She did not doubt the authenticity of the piano piece. There were too many amazing people online. If you stole a piano piece from a master, you would be exposed in minutes. How could it be? How could it be? How old was he? How could he have such achievements? Even if Qin Zhe wrote another 10 golden songs, Sulu would not be surprised. Self-composed piano pieces were amazing. There were too many people in the world who could play the piano, but how many could compose piano pieces? It was on a completely different level from pop songs. There was a lot of discussion on the internet. Look, copyright photo. Is it really Qin Bao Bao's brother? Look at the signature, it's indeed surnamed Qin. Could it be that Qin Bao Bao's song was really written by her brother? Didn't those composers on the internet say that it's impossible? But his name is indeed Qin. There's no such coincidence in the world. I seem to have wronged my goddess. Bullshit, what can a few photos prove? Maybe it's photoshopped. Oh, right. Professionally identify the photos and see if they're photoshopped. It's definitely photoshopped. Qin Bao Bao is cleaning up the floor. Then, Qin Bao Bao updated her Weibo again and posted a video. Damn, amazing. The phone software can play such a nice piano song. It's very amazing. Goddess of Light. When I was in school, the school's loudspeaker played this song every day. I've been brainwashed. It's too awesome. It's not that there aren't people who use phones to play the piano on the internet, but it's really rare to see someone play like this. Professional level. It seems that someone is really slandering Qin Bao Bao. Why is there a mosaic? We want to see the real person. Little brother's fingers are so slender. Little brother, let me see what you look like. This brother is awesome. I want one too. Hey, what's wrong with playing the piano? It doesn't mean that the song is his original work. My cousin is in her second year of high school. Piano level 8. Are you an idiot? Your sister is an amateur level 8. This is at least a professional level 8. There's no comparison. Because I've also learned the piano. So what? It only means that he plays the piano well. Don't be misled. Those professional singers have professional piano skills, But even they don't have the ability to continuously compose so many high-quality songs in more than a month. Qin Baobao is misleading you. At this time, the second piano song sounded, and Qin Zai's self-narration. Original work? Is it true? Are you kidding? Composing a piano song? Are you joking? Bull**t. This is not the same thing as writing pop songs. At first, there were still people who expressed their doubts. But soon, no one spoke. Everyone who heard this piano piece, regardless of whether they knew the piano or not, regardless of whether they liked the piano or not, were all dumbfounded. In front of their computers and phones, their mouths were wide open in shock. Even if he didn't know how to play the piano, he still had a basic level of appreciation. Moreover, there was the previous song Goddess of Light as a comparison. Whether it was good or bad, it was clear at a glance. The result of the comparison was extremely shocking. This piano piece, which Qin Baobao's little brother claimed to be an original piano piece, actually, compared to the world's top 10 famous pieces, Goddess of Light, there was a faint tendency to be superior. That was terrifying. That was one of the top 10 songs in the world. It was a famous piano piece that had been tested and recognized by the world. Maybe we don't have the ability to appreciate music, just like how we like pop music and don't like piano music, but this doesn't mean that pop music is superior to piano music. So someone reposted this Weibo, China Musicians Association professionals, come and listen. What do you think of this piano piece? Oh my god, it feels heaven-defying. China Musicians Association 666, it's time to show your true skills. China Musicians Association, why do I feel that it's of a higher quality than Goddess of Light? It must be my imagination. China Musicians Association, I'll dig out a talent for you. By the way, I'll ask weekly, how is it compared to the top 10 piano pieces? China Musicians Association. This Weibo post became the trending topic on Weibo with an unstoppable momentum. The keywords, Qin Baobao's little brother, the world's top 10 piano pieces. It was like a meteorite smashing into the big lake of the internet, causing countless waves. Many people who didn't pay attention to Qin Baobao clicked on the topic and watched the video. Then, they were all shocked. But no one expected that at 7 o'clock in the evening, the official Weibo of the China Musicians Association would speak. In response to the call of the netizens, we watched the video and listened to the piano piece. The association immediately held a 2-hour-long meeting. Announcing the results of the meeting, the piano masters all said that they were scared out of their wits. By the way, the association would like to invite you to play a piano piece live. We need clearer works. Because the international piano competition will be held in October. That's right, it's decided on you. Looking at childhood from afar, the Music Association's Weibo was written very humorously, fully adapted to the internet soil. It was unknown whether the piano masters were scared out of their wits or not, but the netizens were scared out of their wits. F***ck, I haven't seen it before, right? International piano competition? Does that mean you're going to represent your country? Representing your country is bullshit. Do you think it's the Olympics? I thought you just had a good piano piece, but you told me you're going to participate in the international piano competition. Oh, damn, international piano competition? 6 to no friends. I'm kneeling. Qin Baobao's little brother is going to be popular. The International Musicians Association's Weibo was like a shit stirrer, stirring up the internet. This matter quickly became the talk of the town. The International Musicians Association, the International Piano Competition, Qin Baobao's little brother. The matter started because Qin Baobao was with a rich man, but it was quickly covered up. No one cared about the authenticity of Qin Baobao's relationship with a rich man. Or rather, it was impossible. With such a cool and arrogant little brother, why would she need to accompany a rich man? Qin Zai's Weibo instantly became a hot topic. Some people jeered, some people watched, and some people heard the news and came to join in the fun. This really isn't Qin Baobao's side account? Nonsense, the International Musicians Association has already sent an invitation to participate in the International Piano Competition in October. Fight for the country? Suddenly it's so high and mighty. Fight for the country? You're exaggerating. Do you think it's the Olympics? What happened? I came here from the trending searches. Qin Baobao really has a little brother? What the hell is the International Musicians Association? What the hell is the top 10 piano pieces? Upstairs, you can slowly look for it online. Little brother, reply. The International Musicians Association invited you to participate in the International Piano Competition. Little brother, show your sister a photo. I really want to see his face. Qin Baobao is so beautiful, her little brother must be not bad. It just so happens that I'm heartbroken. I like men who can play the piano the most. Handsome. What do you think of the International Musicians Association's invitation? Looking at childhood from afar. If you're a man, be straightforward. Participate or not. Looking at childhood from afar. It's time to win glory for the country. Looking at childhood from afar. Almighty, please accept my kneeling. Little brother, brother-in-law, pat your head and looking at childhood from afar. Do you want to participate in the piano competition? There was a lot of jeering in the comments, and Xianxia's phone kept ringing. He had to close the Weibo notification and respond to the netizens. International Musicians Association. Recently, I've been helping Qin Baobao write songs. About the International Piano Competition, let's talk about it after I am a singer. Just casually asking, do you get money for winning the competition? If you don't have money, I won't go. If you have money, I'll consider it. The netizens burst out laughing. Didn't he say that he was just asking casually? F***ck, if you don't have money, you won't go? So you've fallen into the trap of money? Pfft, this isn't a loss. So the International Piano Competition isn't as important as your sister's show? This little brother is true love. Qin Baobao. Please give me a dozen of such little brothers. He's talented and dotes on his sister. Oh my god, if he's a handsome guy, that would be perfect. Not long after, the International Musicians Association replied on Weibo, we'll wait for you. Contact us when you've decided. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. This official Weibo was quite cute. With the development of the internet, many relevant departments had registered official Weibo accounts on Weibo. Because it was an online platform, the comments couldn't be too formal and old-fashioned, and it was well received by the netizens. The so-called contrast cuteness. In the room, Qin Baobao lay on the bed, upset. She tossed and turned, and the bed was like a pig's nest. From time to time, she would look at her phone and follow the latest news. From time to time, she would stare at the ceiling in a daze. Today, she and Xianxia had crossed the line and touched the bottom line that should not be touched. It made her very frightened, uneasy, and embarrassed. How were they going to get along in the future? How were they going to live if word got out? If her father found out, both of them would be beaten to death. So annoying, so annoying. At this moment, her phone rang a few times. Weibo indicated that there was a new message. Qin Baobao unlocked the screen and opened Weibo. It was a group of netizens who had tagged her, this little brother is true love. Qin Baobao. Damn, with a little brother like this, I'll give myself to him. Qin Baobao. Your little brother is really good to you. He wrote songs for you and painstakingly helped you clear your name. Qin Baobao. Something's not right. Your little brother is openly hugging your waist and showing affection on Weibo. Could it be that he's from the German orthopedics department? Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao felt like her unspeakable secret had been exposed. She subconsciously felt guilty and looked nervous. She quickly deleted the message. What was the German orthopedics department? Qin Baobao scrolled through the comments. She was proud and happy, and she happily rolled around on the bed. A's was so awesome. That night, at the dinner table, Wang Zijin found that Qin Bao kept putting food in Xianxia's bowl. The siblings were chatting and laughing, completely ignoring her. She felt that this pair of siblings were too childish. Sometimes they were good, sometimes they were cold. Shouldn't this be the behavior of children? They were already so old. Wang Zijin forced a topic. What's with the piano piece? When did A's know how to play the piano? I didn't hear Baobao mention it. It's too amazing. The International Musicians Association invited you to participate in the international piano competition. What does she know? She's so heartless all day. She didn't even know that I learned Russian. Xianxia curled his lips. Hey, here we go again. You have to learn to respect your sister. Wang Zijin said angrily. Okay, let's not talk about this. Sister Ziwei, let's go to the movies this weekend? No, I have to write a manuscript. There's always time to watch a movie. Also, I saw a good barbecue restaurant online. Let's go eat. Is it as good as your cooking? I'm not sure. Wang Zijin said with a smile that was not a smile. Are you trying to woo me? God, don't talk about it. Although I'm a man, I'll be embarrassed too. Life is so difficult. Why expose everything? Looking at his dumbfounded expression, Wang Zijin burst into laughter, her body trembling. She had seen all kinds of people. Those who wanted to woo her could form a strong company. There was nothing that couldn't be said. But such a big boy was much cuter than those men. Xianxia was trying to figure out how to answer Wang Zijin's fatal blow. She sighed. Actually, I'm very envious of you and Bao Bao. Fighting is what siblings are like. I'm an only child, but I have a few cousins. When I was young, we often quarreled, fought, and were at odds, but our relationship was very good. As we grew up, we were influenced by our parents, distance, and interests. We became more and more distant. You are a very outstanding boy. Bao Bao often makes fun of you for not being able to find a girlfriend. What you've done for her, writing songs and playing the piano, if it were any other girl, they would have won her heart long ago. Xianxia let out a long sigh. You scared me to death. Wang Zijin tilted her head, her eyes blank. Xianxia smiled and said, I thought Sister Ziwei was going to say, you're an excellent boy, but I've always treated you as my younger brother. Wang Zijin chuckled. While Wang Zijin was taking a bath, Xianxia decided to have a heart-to-heart talk with his sister. It was like this in the movies. The stepfather, the stepmother, the teacher, and the naughty child had a heart-to-heart talk, and finally the child accepted them. There was also a loser who cried and confessed his feelings, successfully changing his impression in the heart of the goddess. Xianxia decided to use a heart-to-heart talk to resolve the awkwardness of the day. He knocked on the door and pushed it in. Qin Bao Bao was lying on the bed, covered with a blanket, and the air conditioner was blowing cold air. A pair of delicate white feet were exposed outside the blanket, and her toes were moving restlessly. Sister was looking down at her phone. When she saw her brother come in, her white face suddenly put on a cold expression, and she turned her head away, not looking at him. Sister, what happened during the day? Qin Bao Bao's face changed, and she said lightly, don't call me sister, I'm not your sister. Qin Bao Bao also came back to her senses. She was in a daze when her brother coaxed her into a wet kiss. Xianxia wanted to say, what happened during the day was a spur of the moment, and I want to apologize. He laughed dryly and said, if you're not my sister, then who is? Qin Bao Bao said loudly, I don't care who you are. Don't call me big sis. Move back home tomorrow. How can I apologize with your uncooperative attitude? I think we need to talk. There's no need to talk, I don't have a brother like you. There's no such thing in the movie. What should I do when I meet someone who doesn't want to talk? Fuck her until she cries. Okay, I'll leave tomorrow. I came in to talk about your new song. Xianxia said helplessly. Sister had never been so angry. With his experience, he couldn't continue the topic at this time. He had to change the topic and change the topic. Qin Bao Bao thought for a while, and her face was still gloomy, but her tone was slightly better. You have another song? Yes, I've been preparing it for you. Then write down the lyrics and music score tomorrow, then pack your luggage and move back to live with mom and dad. Why didn't you follow the script? Shouldn't you tacitly not mention this at this time? Xianxia had no choice but to leave. Was he really going to move back home to live with his parents? Of course not. Xianxia could still distinguish between his sister's angry words and her true words. If Qin Bao Bao was really angry, she wouldn't have waited until now to say it. She would have asked Xianxia to pack up and leave in the afternoon. Although his parents' names were on the property certificate, the house was their dowry for their daughter, so in name, this house was Qin Baobao's. Her elder sister had the right to tell him to scram, but her elder sister didn't really want him to scram. It was just her anger that hadn't dissipated yet. She also wanted to make sure that Xianxia was fully responsible for what happened during the day and cover up the fact that she had taken the initiative to kiss him. Qin Baobao had always been a scheming girl. In the blink of an eye, it was Thursday, the day of the show's recording. For the first time, Wang Zijin asked for leave to accompany Qin Baobao and Xianxia to the recording site. Although each guest only had one ticket, when Qin Baobao asked the production team for a ticket, the production team readily agreed. The reasons were as follows: after all, Qin Baobao was a C-list star. She wasn't a newcomer with no foundation. Qin Baobao had an amazing younger brother who might participate in an international piano competition. The production team couldn't wait to rope him in. Qin Baobao drove her best friend and brother into the TV station. After entering the building, they separated. Xianxia and Wang Zijin obediently went through the security check, and Qin Baobao went straight to the staff passage. Before leaving, Xianxia reminded his sister again, "You must pay attention to the high notes. I'm not asking you to pay attention to the smoothness of your voice, but to try your best to sing until you're hoarse. The stage costume also has to be according to what I said." Sister's attitude was very cold and indifferent. Okay. Although she acquiesced to Xianxia's shamelessness, it didn't mean that she forgave him. Qin Baobao began to fight a cold war with her brother again. Wang Zijin sighed helplessly in the face of the brother and sister silent war. When Xianxia and Wang Zijin entered the recording site, there were only 10 minutes left before the show began. The lights were dim, and there were so many people that they couldn't see the stairs clearly. Xianxia summoned his courage and pretended to be relaxed. "It's too dark. Sister Ziwei, let me hold your hand and walk. Be careful not to fall." Wang Zijin looked at him with anger and amusement. She knew what he was thinking. After pondering for a while, she reached out her small hand for Xianxia to hold. Xianxia held Wang Zijin's soft hand, and his heart beat faster. There was a saying, holding hands is the beginning of love. It was nothing for him to hold Qin Baobao's hand. After all, they were brother and sister. It was normal for them to hold hands and hug waists. But Wang Zijin was not his biological sister. Would an ordinary girl let a man hold her hand? The saying that love grows with time was true. After taking his seat, Xianxia sat upright and looked at the stage seriously, even if there was nothing on it. Wang Zijin curled her lips and said angrily, "Why don't you let go? I won't fall down in my seat, will I?" Xianxia grinned. "I can't rule out this possibility." Wang Zijin laughed angrily and rolled her eyes at him charmingly. Unexpectedly, she compromised and let him hold her little hand. Xianxia was overjoyed. He really liked Wang Zijin. His aesthetic standards had been destroyed and abused by Qin Baobao. It was difficult for him to be interested in ordinary women. Unfortunately, he was ordinary, so he had never found a girlfriend. He didn't like ordinary women, but beautiful women didn't like him. It was probably such an awkward situation. Wang Zijin was a rare beauty comparable to Qin Baobao. She had an oval face and peach-blossoming eyes, which were not worse than her sister's foxy face and red phoenix eyes. Her figure was not as hot as her sister's, but she was well-proportioned and graceful. She was gentle and generous, and she was very reserved and dignified at the same time. In this aspect, she was undoubtedly better than Qin Baobao. In Xianxia's eyes, his sister's good appearance was lawless, but her character was terrible. His sister was heartless, his sister was lazy when it came to eating, his sister was shameless and unreasonable. He could list all of her shortcomings. The show began. Xianxia's figure appeared on the big screen behind the stage, facing the camera. Welcome to I Am a Singer, sponsored by Bright Skin Cosmetics. I am your host, Xianxia. Dear guest teachers, how do you do? The camera was turned to the singers in the hall. Everyone said, "Hello, Xianxia." After Xianxia chatted with several singers, it was finally Qin Baobao's turn. "Miss Qin, there have been rumors about you on the internet these days. What do you think about it?" Today, Qin Baobao could no longer be regarded as a newcomer, so she changed her name to Miss Qin. Qin Baobao smiled. The innocent knows that they are innocent, and the muddy knows that they are muddy. Sulu pursed her lips. If it weren't for your arrogant younger brother, we wouldn't be so relaxed today. Xianxia couldn't hide her curiosity. I've seen the video on your Weibo. It's so shocking. Can you reveal your brother's identity? All the singers looked over. They couldn't help but be curious. Qin Baobao's younger brother was too stunning. On the internet, Qin Baobao's little brother was said to be godly. In addition to the few original songs, the most important one was the piano piece. In the past few days, there were constantly big shots in the music industry evaluating this piano piece, called China's most outstanding piano piece in modern times. There were also some amazing people who filmed videos of them playing to Qin Baobao and then uploaded them to the internet. For a time, to Qin Baobao became popular. In the audience, many people were suddenly interested. In the era of information explosion, there was no possibility of their news lagging behind. Most of them knew about Qin Baobao's public opinion storm. Even if they didn't know, after the piano piece to Qin Baobao was released, they all knew about it. It was called the most outstanding piano piece in modern times in China and was praised by the country's music masters. The original composer was Qin Baobao's younger brother. Qin Baobao blinked and asked, "My younger brother's identity is my younger brother." Xianxia opened her mouth. Damn, she was speechless. Several people shook their heads in disappointment. Qin Baobao's answer was impeccable. My younger brother's identity is my younger brother. There was nothing wrong with it, Qin. Baobao thought for a moment and added, he's an otaku. He doesn't like to be exposed to the public. At the front desk, Qinzai's face darkened. Who's an otaku? Please, an otaku is not a good word. Don't take the opportunity to discredit me. Xianxia smiled and said, I can understand. Who knew that Qin Baobao would change the topic? However, he's also here today. He's at the scene. Xianxia was shocked and immediately became spirited. Really? Really? I'm looking forward to going to the front desk. I really want to see my younger brother. Alright, younger brother was about to become Qinzai's official title. In the audience, there was an uproar. Everyone looked left and right, looking for Qin Baobao's younger brother. Some people even stood up to search. They were suspicious when they saw that he was handsome. Because this was the only clue. After all, Qin Baobao was too beautiful. Her younger brother must be a handsome guy too. Qinzai instinctively shrank his head, just like the teacher in school who said, I'll pick a classmate to answer a question. The students all shrank their heads in unison. They tried their best not to attract attention. Seeing him like this, Wang Zijin laughed and said, You're not handsome. You won't be exposed. Seeing Qinzai's hurt face, she was overjoyed and changed her words, You're still very good looking. The next segment was to invite the replacement singer. The one who was eliminated in the last episode was Chen Xiaotong, a former popular singer, Hong Jingyao, Chen Xiaotong. Now, they had bid farewell to the stage. The moment Xianxia knocked on the door of the replacement singer, there was an uproar in the audience. So handsome. Is he mixed blood? Ah, his eyes are so charming. Who is he? There's no one like him in the music industry, but he's so handsome. Is he Qin Baobao's younger brother? Pfft. Don't joke. Qin Baobao is not mixed blood. The one who opened the door was a handsome mixed blood guy. He had a high nose bridge, deep eyes, and a chiseled face, which mixed the gentleness of the East with the masculinity of the West. He was extremely handsome. Even with Qinzai's beautified appearance by the system, he had to admit that he was inferior to him. However, this handsome mixed blood guy was very unfamiliar. He was definitely not from the music industry, at least not from the Chinese music industry. Hello, Wales. Xianxia reached out her hand. The handsome mixed blood guy shook hands with her and smiled charmingly. He said in broken Chinese, Hello. So handsome. I'm shocked. Xianxia was like a starry-eyed girl. She didn't forget to say to the camera, I believe the audience is unfamiliar with Wales. Let me introduce him to you. He is a male singer from the United Kingdom. He is the youngest singer on the stage of Singer. He just graduated from university. But his resume is absolutely rich. He has participated in many music competitions in the United Kingdom and has been to the United States. He has won more awards than our 3 Best Student Awards. He is known as the youngest soul singer in the United Kingdom. It's really an honor for the program to invite him. In the audience, the girls who were captured by his appearance at first sight exclaimed, "Wow, he's so good." A famous foreign singer? The program team is awesome. I really want to hear him sing. He's so handsome. He's also a big shot in the music industry. He's so young. In our country, there aren't many who can compete with him. Haha, have you forgotten about little brother Qin Bao Bao? Hey, that's a composer, not a singer. This handsome mixed blood guy is a capable singer. In the hall, Xianxia led Wales to meet the other singers and greeted each other. Wales suddenly walked in front of Qin Bao Bao. His eyes were stunned. He said in English, "Beautiful lady, can I kiss your hand?" Of course. Qin Bao Bao agreed. In foreign countries, it was polite for a man to kiss the back of a woman's hand. In the audience, Xianxia scolded, "Damn it." Wang Zijin looked at him and didn't say a word. It was time to draw lots. The results were as follows: Huang Yuding vs Wales, Su Lu vs Qin Bao Bao, Lu Xiaogong vs Li Rongxing. Xianxia asked Wales, "Wales, you're the second contestant to go on stage. Your opponent is one of our most popular singers. Are you confident?" Wales's smile did not fade. He faced the camera and said in Chinese with poor pronunciation, "I've never lost before." How arrogant, Huang Yuding raised his eyebrows. In the audience. Haha, Qin Bao Bao and Su Lu are going to PK again. Are they love-hate each other? Su Lu lost to Qin Bao Bao last time. I don't think she'll win this time. That might not be the case. Qin Bao Bao's original songs have been exposed on the internet. Everyone knows about it. There's nothing new about it. I don't think they'll buy it. Supporting Su Lu. Let's win this round. Huang Yuding and Wales are going to PK. Boo-hoo, my handsome mixed blood guy, why is he so unlucky? If he gets Qin Bao Bao, he'll definitely win. The show officially began. The first singer to perform was Huang Yuding. He was in pretty good shape today. As usual, he sang covers of old songs with a different flavor. The student surpasses the master. He received unanimous praise from the audience. Next, Wales went on stage. When this guy opened his mouth, he stunned countless audience members. It was just an English song, but he sang a high note throughout the entire venue. High notes had always been the core problem in singing. To a certain extent, it represented the singer's ability. As long as one practiced their vocal skills scientifically, anyone could have the ability to sing a high note. However, there were only a handful of singers in the country who could sing a high note from start to finish like Wales. Although the audience could not understand the English song, they were all stunned when they heard the deep, shocking, and impeccable high notes. Not to mention the audience, even the professional singers backstage were dumbfounded. Damn, his lung capacity was too terrifying. With such a high note, why didn't he go and sing in an opera instead of participating in a variety show? Huang Yuding smiled bitterly and shook his head. For the first time, he felt a little uncertain. The song ended. The audience was like boiling water. Applause. Screams. Cool. How can he sing so high? Unbelievable. He's really a soul singer. His singing gave me goosebumps. Oh my god, he's so cool. Foreign singers are indeed different. Once he performs, it's shocking. Wang Zijin nodded. His singing is not bad. Xianxia smiled mysteriously. Just you wait. When your sister sings, that's what you call shocking. Huh? Wang Zijin was confused. Xianxia did not explain. He looked at the stage. The voting session had begun. Huang Yuding lost. It was unexpected, but reasonable. He was the most popular singer. That was true. But there was another saying, when you have a new love, you forget the old. The audience was the most fickle. After 4 episodes of the show, the audience was more or less tired of the aesthetic. They were not as excited and expectant as they were in the first episode. Moreover, Huang Yuding's singing style was steady and steady. He did not make any mistakes and rarely could he break through. In terms of freshness and shock, he was not as good as Wales's. He was not as handsome as this foreign mixed blood. In the second group, Sulu went on stage. Sulu sang a folk song. Her voice was deep and profound. It was very penetrating. Of course, she could not sing an original song. Not everyone was like Qin Bao. She did not have such an awesome brother. But Sulu was not afraid of Qin Bao Bao at all today. The song Listen to the Sea had been circulating on the internet for many days. It was good, but the single had been on repeat for several days. The audience was tired of it. Under such circumstances, Qin Bao Bao could sing beautifully. And she was an A-list celebrity. She definitely had more supporters than Qin Bao Bao. Soon, Qin Bao Bao went on stage. Although they were not looking forward to her song, the audience, especially the male audience, were still looking forward to Qin Bao Bao's hot figure with big breasts and long legs. However, when Qin Bao Bao walked slowly on stage under the gorgeous stage lights, countless audience members were stunned. Qin Bao Bao was dressed like this? Pfft! What's Qin Bao Bao up to today? She must have offended the stylist. This outfit. I can't find a word to describe it. Big cloak? Smoky makeup? What's that on her head? A pearl phoenix crown? Is she filming a movie? Can you take off the cloak? I want to see those long legs. Is it because she doesn't have a good song, so she's using this outfit to attract attention? Is she trying to save the country in a roundabout way? This style doesn't seem right. Hey, Qin Bao Bao, you've come to the wrong set. As soon as Qin Bao Bao appeared, the audience began to complain. Her style was too strange, completely different from her usual plain outfit that showed off her figure. Wearing a dark red cloak, smoky makeup, and a pearl crown, she looked like a clown trying to please the crowd. Wang Zijin was stunned. She recalled what Qin Zhe had told her before entering the venue and asked in surprise, "You designed this?" Qin Zhe felt a little ashamed and shook his head. You can say that. I told her to dress up a little weirdly, in a way that would attract attention. Why? Wang Zijin was puzzled. To create the atmosphere. Atmosphere? Qin Zhe kept her in suspense. You'll find out later. Wang Zijin pinched him lightly and said, "Tell me now." She was acting like a spoiled girlfriend. Qin Zhe was delighted. Wang Zijin's attitude indicated that he was not just an ordinary friend in her eyes. Above friendship, but not yet love. I hope you don't treat me like a younger brother. Qin Zhe was about to answer when the music started. He pointed at the rolling subtitles. Take a look for yourself. Wang Zijin narrowed her eyes. She was slightly nearsighted. Exaggerated? Exaggerated? Isn't it Listen to the Sea? The outfit and lyrics are very appropriate. She changed to a new song? That's quite good. What a joke. She doesn't know who her younger brother is. The audience also saw it. Qin Bao Bao looked at the audience below the stage expressionlessly. Among these people, had anyone attacked her on the internet before? They scolded her for using underhanded means to get to the top. She was clearly a newcomer, but she could stand on this stage. Yes, the speed of her rise was too fast, which made others jealous. Keyboard warriors always didn't care about the feelings of others and followed the trend indiscriminately. They only cared about the pleasure of cursing from the bottom of their hearts, but they didn't care about the feelings of the people involved. In the past few days, Qin Bao Bao had experienced the power of cyberbullying. The sound of the piano flowed like water. Heavy and impassioned. Qin Bao Bao held the microphone tightly. If anyone asks me, I'll tell them. But no one came. The audience was stunned. The singer backstage was stunned. Wang Zijin was stunned. Cantonese, Qin Bao Bao sang a Cantonese song. She knows Cantonese? Of course, Qin Bao Bao could not speak Cantonese, but it was not difficult to sing Cantonese songs. He listened to it over and over again and practiced it over and over again. He practiced from day to night. He didn't know how many times his voice was hoarse. 3 days. She had spent 3 days on it. Qin Baobao closed her eyes and clutched her chest, as if she really felt anger. I'm looking forward to it until I'm helpless. I have something to say, but I can't get it. My mood is like the lid of a bottle waiting to be opened. But the cheeks are growing moss. The audience was silent. They looked at the lines, looked at Qin Baobao, and listened to her singing. A strange feeling arose spontaneously, the helplessness of a small figure. The quieter in the crowd, the quieter. You've become even more indifferent. I want to stir up an accident. Like suddenly singing loudly. Everywhere is like opening a four-sided stage. Wearing the shiniest dress, very emotional. If someone comes to take a picture, remember to put in the pocket. Indifferent, I want to stir up an accident? Like suddenly singing loudly, hearing these lyrics, many people fell silent and felt a sense of bitterness for no reason. Everyone had times like this. Who didn't want to suddenly sing loudly? In the workplace, in the field of love, not being noticed, not being liked, physically and mentally exhausted. I just want to suddenly sing loudly, let more people see me, let people pay attention to me. To be a pathetic, ridiculous, claptrap clown. Huang Yuding opened his mouth and couldn't speak for a long time. He thought of all the setbacks he had suffered along the way. The songs he worked hard to write were ignored, and the agency almost gave up on him. Li Rongxing sighed. This song is amazing. Lu Shuigong was silent. He didn't have a good relationship with Qin Baobao, so he didn't want to praise her. Whales couldn't understand Chinese. He smiled and said to the singer next to him, "It's not bad." No one responded to him. It was more than not bad. After this song was broadcast, it would go against the natural order. It would definitely be popular all over the country. Qin Baobao suddenly opened her eyes and sang loudly. You think I'm exaggerating? Exaggerating because I'm afraid. Words like wood and stone. To get attention. In fact, I'm afraid of being forgotten. Let's play it big. I don't know how to be elegant. Is silence still praised in the world? Not explosive enough. How come there's a topic for me to praise? To be a great entertainer. Qin Baobao sang loudly alone, but the audience was surprisingly quiet, forming a sharp contrast. It was as if this was baby Qin's stage alone. She was entertaining herself, singing at the top of her lungs, singing at the top of her lungs. Can't you see my efforts? Can you be more polite? I practiced this song for 3 days. I even sang it in my dreams at night. Because I had no choice, I had no way out. My song was exposed on the internet. Some people slandered me, but I didn't get comfort or encouragement. They attacked me and scolded me. That's not what I want. I want to be valued and liked. There are too many ordinary and ordinary paths in the world. Which village do you live in? In love, in work. I've been neglected too much. My self-esteem has been damaged. Being valued can cure hunger. If you haven't, you know why. A lot of people make these mistakes. Is it sick to make people look at me? At this point of the song, many people cried. They covered their mouths with tears falling down. Only a few people were extraordinary. Most of them were part of the crowd. Everyone had experienced the pain of being ordinary. The helplessness of a nobody. Qin Baobao was excited. She kept bending and singing at the top of her lungs. You think I'm exaggerating? Exaggerating because I'm afraid. Words like wood and stone. To get attention. Actually, I'm afraid of being forgotten. Let's play it big. I don't know how to be elegant. Is silence still praised in the world? Not explosive enough. How come there's a topic for me to praise? To be a great entertainer. Huang Yuding couldn't help but stand up and say excitedly, that's great. Li Rongxing's heart was in turmoil. My hair is standing on end. My emotions are completely stirred up. Lu Shuigong sighed and said, the person who wrote this song is a musical genius. No, a genius. Huang Yuding laughed and said, of course. Her brother can even write piano songs. If this guy is in the entertainment industry, he'll definitely dominate the music industry. Su Lu's face darkened. To paraphrase Xiangling's wife, I'm so stupid, really, why did she have an original song? It's only been 2 or 3 days. How could she have time to write an original song? She had been in the entertainment industry for so many years and had never seen such a person. I'm so stupid, really. Suddenly, the song reached a climax. Qin Baobao's voice was hoarse. She was going crazy. Those who slandered me, those who scolded me, those who attacked me, come on, I'm the clown, I'm. Are you happy? She suddenly grabbed the pearl crown and pulled hard. The crown fell apart and countless pearls flew. Qin Baobao's hair was disheveled. She looked like a lunatic. She shouted in a hoarse voice. Is it hysterical enough? Shower the flowers with tears. I only want to surprise you. I don't seem to exist in the past. Even the blue veins appear when you add more words. Do these words exist now? It was shocking. Qin Baobao clutched her chest again. Her expression changed. There was confusion, anger, sadness. She had practiced this at home a long time ago. At first, her acting was too fake. Qinzhe laughed at her. Later, she gradually got better and could control her emotions. She shouted at the top of her voice. Look at me, don't just look at the sky. Drink as much as you want even if I have to give you a cup of tea. Don't forget that someone is hoarse for you. At this moment, the whole audience was boiling. Hundreds of audience members stood up at the same time and shouted with all their might. It seemed that they wouldn't stop until their voices were hoarse. This was the music that hit the soul. This was the song that hit the soul. Exaggerated, it was the voice of countless people. The venue blew up. This song was not a rock song, but it was more emotional than a rock song. Everyone felt that the song was singing about them and that they were the main characters in the song. They were fully immersed in the song, so they all wanted to be like that small character and shout loudly to attract attention with exaggeration and claptrap. Only for the attention of that desolate person. A lot of the audience felt the same way. They remembered what they had experienced or were experiencing. Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao. 1. 100. 500. The more they shouted, the louder they got. Backstage, Li Rongxing said playfully, Wales, you said that you've never lost before. If, and I'm saying if, you were to PK her, do you think you have a chance of winning? Wales was silent. Through the TV screen at the front desk, he saw the crazy audience. It was several times hotter than when he sang. If he were to PK her, he wouldn't have the confidence. The highlight of today's stage wasn't him. After Qin Baobao shouted exaggerated, the show reached its climax and then fell. Wales, this handsome mixed-blood guy from a foreign country, did not become an instant hit as expected. At most, he became familiar with the audience. It was worth mentioning that Qin Baobao and Su Lu's voting results were miserable. Qin Baobao led by nearly 200 votes and mercilessly crushed an A-list celebrity once again. On the way home, Wang Zijin and Qin Zhe sat in the back seat. Qin Baobao was the one driving. Wang Zijin nudged her with her mouth and threw a look at Qin Zhe that basically said, you guys haven't reconciled yet? Qin Zhe pursed his lips and replied with his eyes, ignore her. It'll be fine in a few days. It was rare for Qin Baobao to be so angry. Last time, she forgave Qin Zhe for touching her but in less than 3 days. Now, his sister had been in a cold war with him for a few days. Fortunately, the two of them had been together for more than 20 years and had rich experience. Similar situations were not unheard of. When she was in high school, her sister was almost hung up and beaten by her parents because she wanted to be a celebrity. Out of novelty, Qin Zhe happily watched the whole process of his parents with a feather duster in each of their hands. He didn't shout, don't hit my sister. If you want to hit me. Instead, he actively pounced forward to block the bullet for his sister. Qin Baobao was heartbroken. She felt that she had been abandoned by her family, but she didn't dare to argue with her parents. Therefore, she had a cold war with Qin Zhe for half a month. She had already survived the crisis of almost severing their relationship as siblings. This matter was nothing at all. Old strategy, love grows with time. No, let time heal the wounds. Friday. At night. The 5th episode of I Am a Singer was broadcast. The popularity of this episode of the show was relatively low, unlike the third episode, when Qin Baobao angrily attacked Lu Shiwegang on Weibo. In the fourth episode, the A-list celebrity, Su Lu, joined the cast of I Am a Singer. If one had to point to popularity, it would probably be the storm of public opinion caused by Qin Baobao. Although the plot had reversed, there were still many people who scolded Qin Baobao. Did keyboard warriors need a reason to scold others? Other celebrities would be scolded for being hypocritical when doing charity. I wonder who the replacement singer for this episode will be. There was a hint in the Easter egg of the last episode. It only said that the guest was a mystery and didn't reveal his identity. It whetted our appetite. Sulu's episode is also a highlight. I'm looking forward to what song she will sing. Qin Baobao's Listen to the Sea is also quite good. I like it. Sigh, I'm sick of it. I've been playing the single on loop these days. But I'm listening to Sulu's version. Her singing is better. What the hell is Qin Baobao singing? Qin Baobao relies on her brother. Speaking of which, what does her brother look like? I really want to see. He's definitely a handsome guy. Not necessarily. There are also biological siblings who are worlds apart. Stop talking. The guest is out. Wow, he's so handsome. He's so handsome that I'm blinded. Appa. Pure breeds are more handsome than mixed breeds. Who is this? There's no such person in the domestic music industry. A foreigner? Xianxia briefly introduced Wales's resume and background. The audience gathered in front of the computer was in an uproar again. Are you serious? He's that good? It's fine if he's handsome, but does he have to be so talented? Look at me, I'm 26 years old. I have a beer belly, no house, no car, and no girls. It's infuriating to compare. The production team is amazing. They even invited a foreign genius singer. They spent a lot of money. There's no justice in this world. He's so outstanding at such a young age. Is there such a singer in our country? He's not like those little fresh meats who only rely on their looks. He's not only good-looking, but also talented. Isn't Qin Baobao's brother the same? He's a real musical genius. Compared to him, Wales is not qualified to be mentioned in the same breath. That's not true. He hasn't even shown his face. He's just a legend. Besides, I'm talking about singing, not creating. At an advertising company. This Wales has a good image. I heard that he's preparing to develop his career in China for a while. Is the news reliable? We've communicated with his team. It's true. Try to sign a contract with him before he becomes popular. The advertising fees aren't high. You're so sure that he'll become popular? Yeah. What about Qin Baobao? Put her aside for now. We'll consider her after Star Singer ends. Her foundation is too shallow and there's still a lot of uncertainty. Wales is different. He's already very popular overseas and has his own team. We can work together smoothly. As for Qin Baobao, let's wait until she's established in star art first. The first group of singers began their competition. F*CK, he's singing high notes the entire time? What kind of singing voice is that? That's too scary. I'm shocked. It's simply a pleasure to listen to. He can sing in an opera. Although I don't understand English songs, just based on his high notes, he won't have any friends. No wonder he's called a soul singer. At his age, his singing skills are enough to dominate the country. What a pleasant surprise. I'm definitely a fan of this handsome foreign guy. Huang Yuding's loss wasn't unjust. But he'll be able to return in the revival round. It's okay. Imports are better than domestic ones. Then, the second group of singers began their competition. Sulu sang first. It was an unrestrained ballad with pop music elements. The original singer was an unknown female ballad singer. Music variety shows like to cover unknown songs. First, it was easy to surpass them. If they became popular, they'd make a lot of money. Classic songs were too difficult to surpass, so no one was willing to sing them. Gotta's singing skills are online. Not bad. It's pretty good. It's better than the original. I've heard the original before. It's on a completely different level. Sulu is a professional singer. She lost to Qin Baobao by accident. Makes sense. Blue and White Porcelain is too amazing. It's been dominating the music charts for several days. Sulu's loss was justified. Originally, Qin Baobao's Listen to the Sea had a chance to shine again. But the netizens have all heard it. Some of them even repeated it once or twice. They feel that there's nothing to look forward to. Qin Baobao is in danger this time. As for Qin Baobao, I just want to say, let's leave it to fate. Haha, so funny. A few minutes later, those who didn't think highly of Qin Baobao were slapped in the face. Pfft, Qin Baobao's outfit is interesting. It's so ugly. Although the goddess' smoky makeup is coquettish and indecent, why is she wearing such an ugly pearl crown? And what's with the skirt-like cloak? What happened to her big breasts and long legs? Exaggerated? The title of the song is interesting. A Cantonese song? She can sing Cantonese songs? The lyrics are good. Calm down, comments. Listen to this song. The comments stopped for 2 or 3 minutes until Qin Baobao pulled off the pearl crown. The pearls flew all over the sky and scattered like flying flowers and broken jade. Countless people were shocked. The high energy has passed. Quickly return to your position. F***ck, this song made me cry. It's not the sadness of Blue and White Porcelain, but the helplessness and desolation of my own situation. Exaggerated? She's singing my heart out. F***ck, the tissue is wet. Mom, I didn't do anything strange with the tissue. These are really tears. Mom asked me why I was kneeling on the computer. An exaggerated song, the cry of a nobody. This is a real singer of the soul. Qin Baobao gave me another song that shook my soul. I love her so much. If anyone dares to slander her, I'll kill them. I fell in love with this song. My blood is boiling. I have goosebumps all over my body. This song is too awesome. Brother Qin Baobao is too awesome. What kind of person is he? How can he write such a song that hits the soul? This is not Qin Baobao's cry. It's the cry of countless people. The next day, I Am a Singer's ratings hit a new high. Whales became popular, but the most popular was Qin Baobao and her song, Exaggerated. Online media articles, a song that hits the soul. Qin Baobao makes another divine song. Exaggerated replaces Blue and White Porcelain as the daily #1. Exaggerated search rate is off the charts. A certain heavenly king predicts that Exaggerated will win an award. Qin Baobao's mysterious brother exposed. The man behind Qin Baobao. After the piano song, To Qin Baobao, Qinzai became popular again. The resourceful netizens even dug out Qinzai's identity. It was even Qinzai's junior high school graduation photo. At first, Qinzai was shocked. But then, another young man with the surname Qin was dug out, followed by the second and third. A bunch of fake brothers of Qin Baobao appeared on the internet. One fake younger brother after another spread on the internet, while the real younger brother was forgotten. This was because Qinzai's appearance in junior high was so ordinary that he looked like a passerby. The next day, Qin Baobao talked about the copyright of the song during breakfast. Did you sell the copyright of Exaggerated? Yes. So you invested in the stock market again? Yes. Qin Baobao glared at her brother and gritted her teeth. If you lose everything in the stock market, I'll fight it out with you. I won't tell you that I made tens of thousands. Qinzai lowered his head and ate his bun. His sister didn't have the ability to manage money, but she liked to manage money, especially her brother's money. When Qinzai first went to university, Qin Baobao pestered the old man every 2 to 3 days, asking him to transfer her brother's pocket money to her card and let her use it reasonably. The reason was that she was afraid that Qinzai would fool around in school. The old man was worthy of being called a pickled radish. He took the opportunity to cut off Qinzai's living expenses. He said, "Since you like to manage your brother's money so much, why don't you pay for his living expenses?" His sister tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it, so she raised Qinzai for 2 years. Qin Baobao always said, sister raised you up with a handful of shit and piss for this reason. Star Arts marketing manager talked to me again. He wants to buy the copyright of those songs. Qin Baobao kicked her brother under the table. If it's the internet copyright, then there's no more. Xianxia returned her kick. Early this morning, the official platform of the music chart called. The two parties had worked together before and it was quite pleasant. Xianxia sold the exaggeration. The money he earned was invested in the stock market again. Qin Baobao didn't change her expression and said lightly, other copyrights, such as KTV, CD, etc. Star Arts price is also very reasonable. There's a buyout and a share. Sister is an artist of Star Art after all. Ah. Qin Baobao cried out in pain and her eyes were wet. She was kicked by Xianxia on the ankle. Wang Zijin looked down at the bottom of the table and pouted. Her words were all in vain. At this time, the sister who suffered a big loss pounced on Xianxia angrily, vowing to take back her dignity. Xianxia was in the wrong a few days ago, so he only blocked and didn't fight back. Both sides attacked and blocked. Qin Baobao saw the opportunity and sat on Xianxia's thighs. Her sharp fingers poked at Xianxia's nostrils. Xianxia turned his head to avoid. He felt that he couldn't give in to his sister anymore. This woman opened a dye house just because he gave her some face. He used his big move and used his fingers like a sword to attack his sister's waist. Qin Baobao's vital point was attacked. Her delicate body trembled and her aura dissipated. She panicked and got up from her brother's thighs, wanting to escape. Xianxia pressed his sister back and poked left and right. After poking left and right, he poked right. Qin Baobao screamed and pushed her brother, but she was not as strong as him. Her whole body was weak. When Xianxia poked her, she screamed, Zizi, Zijin, save me. Xianxia knew that his sister's weak point was her waist. Once he poked her, she would lose her ability to fight. I'm full. Out of sight, out of mind. Wang Zijin carried her bag and went to work. Xianxia was having a lot of fun. His sister twisted and turned on his thighs, but she couldn't escape. Qin Baobao cried and laughed. Her face was flushed. She collapsed in her brother's arms and sobbed. Sister? Xianxia immediately stopped and pushed her. Qin Baobao slapped his hand away. And cried, you only know how to bully me. Go back, I don't want to live with you. You started it, Xianxia said in a low voice. Your kick hurt me. You kicked me first. Qin Baobao was at a loss for words. She said hatefully, believe it or not, I'll report this to Dad. Xianxia curled his lips. Qin Baobao wiped her tears. Say you're wrong. I'm wrong. Qin Baobao sniffled and left her brother's thighs. She thought to herself, this is karma. When they were young, she was used to bullying her brother and didn't manage her dignified image as an elder sister. Now, the tables had turned. It was her turn to be bullied and occasionally taken advantage of by him. In the backyard of the villa. Raise your arms higher, and the way you exert force is wrong. When you attack, you have to tighten your wrists, or your joints will be injured. Xianxia wore boxing gloves on both hands. While resisting Li Donglai's fierce attacks, he also pointed out his moves and mistakes. In the past half a month, Li Donglai's performance had improved significantly, but compared to his progress in fighting, it was insignificant. When Xianxia first saw this kid, apart from his fierce and brute strength, he had no pattern in his moves. He was a typical hooligan. After a period of hard work, Li Donglai became a hooligan who knew a few moves. In the words of Xianxia, he was a servant disciple. Fighting is also an art. You can look at it from a scientific point of view. We usually say that in the world of martial arts, only speed is invincible and one person can defeat 10 people, can be analyzed and explained in terms of mechanics. The so-called secret martial arts manual is even simpler. I divide it into 3 steps: body refining, moves training, and returning to nature. Xianxia sincerely taught his nominal disciple. Why don't you say Jin Dan, Yuanying, Divinity, and Ascension? On the stairs a few meters away, Peiziki was crunching her cucumber. She rolled her eyes fiercely. Her delicate white face was full of disdain and disdain. Without needing Xianxia to speak, Li Donglai reprimanded, when practicing martial arts, the most taboo is for outsiders to watch. Don't you know the rules? Get out of here. Pei Ziqi rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath, "You're crazy. You've gone mad." She turned around and walked back to the living room. As soon as the girl left, Li Donglai immediately smiled flatteringly, "Master, please continue." Xianxia nodded with satisfaction and continued to tease, "Simply put, body refining is to strengthen the body. Without a strong body to support it, no matter how many moves you practice, they are all fake. Our great leader said that the body is the capital of revolution." Li Donglai nodded repeatedly. That makes sense, that makes sense. I feel that my body's condition has improved over the past few days. There's a primordial force in my dantian. Luckily it's not the silent burning baleful qi, otherwise I'd have to waste my power to help you dredge your meridians. Xianxia continued to talk nonsense. Training moves, as the name implies, is to practice routines. Take your math class for example. The teacher will give you the formula first. The formula is a routine. As long as you master the routine and practice diligently, you will become an expert. Li Donglai said, "Master is indeed a master. You can easily combine martial arts and mathematics. Your disciple is far inferior to you. But even if the students have mastered the mathematical formula, their results are still uneven. The top students get full marks, and the bottom students fail. Why? Why?" Li Donglai followed his master's train of thought. "Stupid. That's because the top student is immersed in the massive exercise bank. In other words, Brainiac is fighting with all kinds of enemies, accumulating experience, and finally reaching the realm of winning with no moves. I understand. That's why real skills come from practice. We heroes should travel the world and fight with all kinds of people. Your master is deeply gratified that you can understand this." Li Donglai opened his mouth and said hesitantly, "Qing Ge, can we change the way we talk? It feels so shameful." Xianxia felt satisfied with being called master. He kicked Li Donglai's butt. "Get lost and do your exercises. I've taught you for so long and you've only raised your score from 30 to 50. What I want is a pass, a pass." Pei Ziqi sat on the leather sofa, holding a cucumber in one hand and a remote control in the other. She glanced at the backyard, the corners of her mouth raised, "Two lunatics." At 11 in the morning, Xianxia looked at his phone and stood up. "It's about time. That's all for today. I'll leave first." Before his stunned disciple Li Donglai could ask him to stay, he picked up the bag beside the bed and rushed out of the door. In the living room, Nan Man Pei happened to come back with 2 bags of fresh fruits and vegetables. "Have lunch before you leave." When she was at home, she was still very ladylike and gentle. Xianxia's expression changed slightly, and he put on a warm smile. "Sorry to disturb you. I'll go out and eat by myself." Nan Man Pei smiled faintly. "It's not a bother. I'll cook your portion too. By the way, little Qin, are you used to spicy food? You locals tend to have a sweet taste." Completely ignoring my words, Xianxia forced a smile. "Most of the people who like sweet food are the older generation, and not all Shanghai people like sweet food. I don't like it." Nan Man Pei nodded seriously and handed the fruits to Pei Ziqi. "Go wash the fruits." He carried the vegetables into the kitchen. Pei Ziqi looked disdainfully at this guy who didn't know what was good for him and snorted, "You don't know how many people want to eat at my family's table, but they can't." Xianxia sighed. "Every time I eat Sister Pei's dishes, I always feel that something is wrong. It wasn't that it tasted bad, but it definitely didn't taste good." The most important thing was that Nan Man Pei could make a dish with perfect ingredients that tasted just barely. That was amazing. For example, if you put fresh seafood in her pot, you could taste the freshwater fish. The silver codfish, which was known for its tender meat, tasted like dried tofu. He really wondered how she did all this. Pei Ziqi's face turned bitter. "It's not good. She also enjoys going home to feed the children. No matter how busy she is, she will take time out of her work to cook for us. When she's in a good mood, she will ask with a smile, 'What do you think of my dishes today? If you want to eat, I'll cook for you tonight.'" Xianxia recalled that the first time he stayed at the villa for dinner, He went against his conscience and gave her 108 likes. No wonder she was always so enthusiastic about asking me to stay for dinner. She's just obsessed with herself. She doesn't know herself. Xianxia concluded. Peiziki's mouth twitched. If you have the ability, say it in front of Auntie. Haha, let me go and save your auntie's fragile worldview. Facing reality is an urgent matter. Xianxia was slightly excited. Nan Man Pei's little quirks not only didn't damage her image, but also made her more lively. Xianxia always felt that too perfect a woman was too illusory. He forgot that there was a sentence in a fantasy novel: the sun moves in the middle of the day, the moon waxes and wanes. An imperfect woman was more reassuring. For example, the vixen sister at home. Whether it was her figure or her face, she could be said to be perfect. But her personality was too bad, so she lived until now without a care in the world. If his sister's personality was gentle, generous, educated, and reasonable, the heavens would be jealous of her beauty. Li Donglai happened to come down from the second floor and was shocked when he heard the conversation between the sister and the chef. He glanced at the kitchen and lowered his voice. Qing Ge, don't be impulsive. If you say that Auntie's cooking is bad to her face, she will get angry. Peiziki nodded in agreement, then shook her head again and again, egging him on. No, my auntie is very generous. Go ahead. Li Donglai glared fiercely at the sister with sinister intentions. Xianxia said in his heart, you guys haven't seen my heaven-defying cooking skills when I easily caught 2 women's stomachs. But Li Donglai's careful words broke Xianxia's confidence. Li Donglai said, Auntie is very confident in her cooking skills. The head chef of a 5-star hotel personally cooked, and Auntie's evaluation is not bad. But her evaluation of her cooking skills can only be described with one word: perfect. When Xianxia heard this, he was immediately terrified. Damn, this family in front of him was not Qin Bao, that country bumpkin who had never eaten in a 5-star hotel. They had seen the cooking skills of a 5-star head chef. No matter how good Xianxia's cooking skills were, he would not dare to say that he could beat a 5-star head chef, right? Peiziki rolled her eyes. Stop bragging. I hate men like you who talk big. Just treat it as a joke and wash the fruits. Peiziki was a 17-year-old lowly in her first year of high school. She had a small waist, slim legs, and a perky butt. She looked a bit like Nan Man Pei. She should be the campus belle of the school, but her temper was too bad. Just like Nan Man Pei said, the siblings were too vicious. They turned hostile just like that, making Xianxia a bit embarrassed. Li Donglai advised, Qing Ge, forget it. Auntie is very fierce when she gets angry. Xianxia laughed, come, scold me a few more times. Peiziki was stunned and said subconsciously, crazy. Continue. I think your brain is really sick. Is your vocabulary so poor? You idiot, brainless trash, very good. Xianxia pressed his hand, indicating that it was okay. The system's mission notification echoed in his mind, ding. Please make a meal that will shock everyone. 120 points will be rewarded if successful, and the corresponding points will be deducted if failed. Sure enough, the more he suppressed it, the fiercer the rebound. The desires in the heart could be manipulated to a certain extent. Li Donglai looked at him, dumbfounded. I didn't expect you to be this kind of master. The way Peiziki looked at him was as if he was looking at a lunatic. There was a hint of perversion in his eyes. Sister Pei, are you cooking? Xianxia stood at the entrance of the kitchen with a sincere smile on his face. This kitchen could be said to be luxurious, with high-end custom-made cabinets and a full set of stainless steel kitchen utensils. There were 6 knives placed neatly on the knife rack. There was a built-in oven, a commercial coffee machine, and hardware that ordinary families would not see. Even the floor was bright and shiny. What a rich man. How much money did he spend? Nan Man Pei turned her head. Perhaps because Xianxia did not rashly invade her territory, she squeezed out a gentle smile and said, you can go outside and wait. It will be ready soon. She lowered her head and continued to cut the vegetables. Xianxia hesitated and chose to break into the queen's forbidden area. Before coming to the kitchen, he had measured the difficulty of the mission. The mission requirement was to shock 4 people. Considering the number of people, he only needed to deal with 3 people. The difficult part was how to shock 4 people. The queen's status was not low, and even a 5-star chef was not worthy of her attention. Either there was a problem with her taste, or her requirements were too high. Considering her self-confidence, the former was more likely. The queen was cutting the meat. Xianxia quietly approached and looked at her. Her knife skills were average. The meat was not evenly cut and was not completely cut. On average, 2 pieces of meat would be a lotus root. She had a heart that loved cooking, but it lost to talent. God is indeed fair. I won't blame God or anyone else in the future. When Pei Nanman heard the footsteps behind her, she turned her head to look. From the slight frown on her face, Xianxia sensed that this queen, who usually did not show her emotions, was dissatisfied. What does Sister Pei like to eat? Xianxia asked again. Nanman Pei pondered for a moment and said indifferently, Hunan cuisine. I'm really curious why a northeasterner likes Hunan cuisine. While Xianxia was complaining in his heart, he contacted the system and exchanged for Hunan cuisine. After hearing that Nanman Pei was even a 5-star chef, Xianxia and the system had a deep discussion. Advanced cooking proficiency was indeed not enough to look down on 5-star chefs. However, there was something fishy about it. The advanced cooking proficiency was a broad concept. Above the advanced cooking proficiency, there was something called the 8 major cuisines. If he had to give an example, it would probably be the difference between an unspecialized character and a class change. Therefore, Nanman Pei finished cooking a plate of stir-fried pork under Xianxia's covetous gaze. During this process, Xianxia continued to blabber on and on, saying offensive words. The oil isn't fully heated. Cooking is too fast. Slow down. The timing of the soy sauce cooking wine is a bit off, obviously, there's too much MSG. It will take over the taste. I didn't cut enough chili. I put it in too early. Look, it's all fried. The queen's 30 years of experience and self-control were almost not enough, and she went berserk on the spot. After cooking a dish with great difficulty, this guy actually dared to use his hand to pick up a piece of meat and throw it into his mouth. After chewing, his face still had a sad and angry expression. He said, the meat is too overcooked. There's a mouthful of MSG. I told you that there's too much MSG. Nanman Pei's delicate eyebrows twitched. Her fair and round face was dyed with a layer of anger. She said angrily, Xianxia, if you don't smooth things over today, I'll find someone to throw you into the Huangpu River. Do you still have meat? Xianxia didn't answer her and said, go away, go away. I'll cook a plate for you. If it was someone else, especially a man, who dared to behave atrociously in her kitchen, Nanman Pei would have already stuffed them with a pot lid. However, after being angered by Xianxia just now, she was calm. If this guy couldn't cook a dish to her satisfaction, he would be thrown into the Huangpu River. Fighting and killing were not popular these days. She would let this guy who touched her bottom line walk in, but it wouldn't be a problem for him to walk out of here lying down. Nanman Pei had always prided herself as a little divine chef. Don't just stand there. Give me a hand and wash the chili. Xianxia pulled out a kitchen knife with a perfect curve and didn't forget to instruct Nanman Pei to do something. Nanman Pei almost thought that there was something wrong with her ears. She couldn't believe it. You want me to help you wash the vegetables? Wash the pot while you're at it. I'll cut the meat. Nanman Pei was speechless. It was better to throw it into the Huangpu River. Duh. The kitchen knife in Xianxia's hand was like a sword in the hands of an ancient warrior. In the continuous flashes of the knife, the pork was quickly dissected and turned into slices of meat that were almost the same width and thickness. Nanman Pei thought to herself, this guy's knife skills are good, slightly better than mine. However, good knife skills did not mean good cooking skills. It was just like how her knife skills were mediocre, but her cooking skills were excellent. With the thought of let's see what kind of tricks this guy can cook up, Nanman Pei helped someone for the first time in her life. She washed the pot and the chili. She placed them neatly on the dustpan for him. In the living room, the siblings who quarreled every 2 days and quarreled every 3 days pricked up their ears and paid close attention to the movements in the kitchen. Li Donglai heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that his master didn't chase after their aunt with a kitchen knife. Pei Ziki, who had the same expectations and different thoughts, expressed her disappointment. The siblings' attention was not on a certain anti-Japanese drama. Li Donglai curiously said, "Aunt didn't get angry. My master has some tricks up his sleeve." Pei Ziqi replied in disdain, "Of course he's trying to curry favor with little aunt. The dishes she cooks are delicious." His impeccable aunt's only weakness was her culinary skills. Pei Ziki had seen many elites from all walks of life. She had the ambition to trick them into investing. She walked into her aunt's study with a proposal and market report and then left with a gloomy face. In fact, all she had to do was to praise her. "Your cooking skills are really unparalleled." She could easily pull in hundreds of millions of investments. Li Donglai proudly said, "Xianxia said that we have to use our brains when doing things. We can't just rely on brute force. He must be aunt's assistant. Otherwise, she wouldn't have kept him in the kitchen." Pei Ziki also said in a sad and angry tone, "Xianxia is always Xianxia. You, Li Donglai, are almost becoming his henchman." Li Donglai sneered. "I like it. What's wrong with that? Xianxia is so awesome. He has good grades and is good at fighting. It's better to follow him than to follow a group of second generations." Pei Ziki rolled her eyes. "You say it as if he is omnipotent. If he has the ability, he can conquer aunt with his cooking skills. Damn, why do men need cooking skills? Aren't you making things difficult for him?" As he spoke, Li Donglai suddenly sniffed. "What's that smell?" The tempting smell of food faintly spread to the living room. This was the effect of the powerful range hood. Otherwise, the entire living room would be filled with the smell of food. Pei Ziki felt the crazy secretion of gastric juice and secretly swallowed. "It smells so good. Aunt's cooking skills have improved?" The brother and sister rushed to the kitchen side by side. Li Donglai shouted, "Aunt, I'm so hungry." Pei Ziqi flattered her, "Little aunt, I've already said that you're very talented in cooking." Then, they saw the scene. The dignified and elegant aunt sat by the coffee table with a plate of fried meat in front of her. She took a bite, then another. And the guy who shamelessly said that he would save aunt's worldview was standing in front of the pot and skillfully stir-frying. Occasionally, he would throw the food into the air and show off his skills. "What's going on?" Pei Ziki's mouth was slightly open. The scene in front of her was beyond her scope of understanding. Aunt, who had always regarded the kitchen as her own private property, actually allowed a man to do whatever he wanted in the forbidden area. Looking at her, not only was she not angry, but she was also eating happily. Damn, who is this Xianxia? He is too resourceful. Li Donglai was first surprised, then happy, and then worshipped. Master is indeed master. He hid his secrets well. In the heart of the 8th grader, Xianxia became more and more mysterious. Nan Manpei chewed slowly and did not even raise his head. "Go out and wait. There is still a while." Nan Manpei was a man of his word in the family. He was very dignified, and the brother and sister did not dare to have any objections. Pei Ziki turned around and muttered, "Only the magistrate is allowed to set fire, but not the common people." Xianxia teased, "Too loud." Pei Ziqi abruptly turned around and glared fiercely at this fellow. She turned around and went back to the living room, her little butt swaying flirtatiously. Xianxia cooked 4 dishes: fish head with double hot peppers, fried meat, crab tofu, and eggplant with garlic. He washed and cut the vegetables by himself, so busy that he was sweating profusely. After the last and most troublesome dish, fish head with double hot peppers, came out of the pot, he glanced at a certain woman who was eating quickly with her chopsticks and snorted. "If you continue eating, it will all be gone. There are still 2 children outside waiting to be fed." Nan Manpei said softly, "You talk too much." Her style was straightforward and domineering. If it was Qin Bao Bao, he would act coquettishly and say, "If you want to eat, then eat." Wang Zijin praised, "It is all because of A's great cooking." This was very good. Every woman should have her own aura. Why would the face of an internet celebrity be criticized? 9 out of 10 internet celebrities had sharp chins and big eyes. They were all the same. This kind of woman was actually the most flashy and had lost her spirituality. It was easy to get aesthetic fatigue. After the dishes were served, Xianxia went to the bathroom. When he came back, he saw that Li Donglai and Pei Ziki were wolfing down the food. His aunt gently and majestically warned, "Pay attention to your table manners." Li Donglai gave Xianxia a thumbs up and swallowed the food in his mouth with difficulty. "Qingge, I really admire you. How can you know everything?" Pei Ziki didn't say anything, but her action of burying her head in the food gave a silent affirmation. This little girl was a little proud. She couldn't say things like "your food is delicious." Li Donglai said, "Qingge, why don't you be our family chef? I'll ask my aunt to give you the salary of a 5-star chef." Pei Ziki puffed up her cheeks and said in a vague voice, "I won't treat you badly." Nan Manpei put down his chopsticks and said softly, "Is your aunt's food not delicious?" The brother and sister's faces changed greatly. "No, no, no, our aunt's food is delicious, but we can't bear to let you work for us. I like eating aunt's food the most. Xianxia's cooking skills can't compare with aunt's at all. We're just afraid that aunt will be too tired." Nan Manpei smiled with satisfaction and said, "Little Qin is a busy man. He has no time." Xianxia asked, "Sister Pei, is the food delicious?" Nan Manpei nodded. "It's okay. It's okay, ding." Mission failed. 120 points have been deducted. The host only has 60 points left. Please work hard to complete the mission. Xianxia's heart collapsed at this time. Why was it like this? Why was it like this? Xianxia almost couldn't control the primitive force in his body. Didn't Nan Manpei love Hunan cuisine? Didn't she like spicy food? Are you kidding me? I exchanged for advanced proficiency in Hunan cuisine. If you don't give me a full score, don't you feel ashamed? Since he got the system, he finally failed the mission for the first time, and it was at a critical moment when he was short of points. Nan Manpei suddenly noticed Xianxia's deep hatred and was stunned. What's wrong? Nothing. Xianxia gritted his teeth. This woman had rich social experience and was calm. It was difficult to shock her. Most importantly, she was confident in her cooking skills. Xianxia felt that he made of flour, and she might also think that her cooking skills were number one. She chewed the fish, chewed meat, and returned to origin. She smiled. Qin, I heard Ziki said that you divided practicing martial arts into 3 steps, physical training, and returning to the origin. It's indeed nonsense. Nan Manpei looked serious. It's actually not that complicated. There are only 2 steps, transform essence into qi, and transform qi into spirit. Xianxia suddenly felt that he didn't know how to respond. Was the queen a Xianxia fan? Should he add, after that, there's still refined spirit to void, and refined void to Tao. The system told him that there was no such thing as cultivating to become an immortal. Energy cultivation was only to strengthen everyone's qi and extend one's lifespan, but telekinesis was nonsense. He guessed that Nan Manpei's refined qi into spirit was to strengthen the body and nourish the spirit. For example, people often said that their faces were rosy and their spirits were hale and hearty. Nan Manpei said again, Xianxia, are you free this afternoon? She changed the topic too quickly. Xianxia was stunned. I'm free. I'm idle at home, so I have a lot of time. Probably because she felt that it was too awkward to be alone with Xianxia, his sister finally stopped lazing around at home this week and went to work on time every day. Xianxia's daily work was to look at the market and study the trend of the stock market. These tasks could also be done on his phone. Therefore, his time was very free. Ziki's piano teacher resigned because he had to prepare for the wedding. I plan to hire a better piano teacher. Come with us this afternoon. Nan Manpei said. I can't help much. Xianxia said. You're an expert. Nan Manpei said. Since he had nothing to do, Xianxia said, okay. How is he an expert? Pei Ziki was speechless. Aunt, what does this guy know about the piano? It's true that he can play the guqin. Don't think that he knows how to play the guqin just because I said that he played it well last time. The guqin and the piano are not the same thing. Do you know what the piano is? Do you know how many high notes there are and how many low notes there are? Do you know how many notes there are in C? Do you know what one finger and two fingers are? Along the way, Peiziki was full of disdain and suspicion. In the face of the big loli's disdain, Xianxia did not respond. He looked out of the window and was indifferent. Peiziki was usually not a talkative person. She did not know why, but when she saw him like this, she was inexplicably angry. Perhaps she was used to being sought after by others. She suddenly met someone who ignored her and felt unbalanced. Therefore, she kept looking for trouble. In the end, Nan Manpei reprimanded, "Ziki, don't be rude." Peiziki and Li Donglai were the same. They respected and feared this aunt. She immediately curled her lips and finally stopped. Nan Manpei apologized, "Xianxia, don't mind it." Xianxia smiled and nodded. He was also at Sundara. The older sister's Sundara leaned towards acting spoiled, making people feel that she was cute and playful. Peiziki was limited by her age and experience. She was at Sundara. "Sister Pei, you also pay attention to the entertainment industry," Xianxia said without rhyme or reason. Peiziki was puzzled when she heard this. However, he was not worried that Nan Manpei would not understand. With the queen's IQ, EQ, and experience in society, she should understand immediately. "I'm old. If I pay attention to the entertainment industry, it makes me look younger." Nan Manpei sighed. "Are women these days so self-pitying?" Xianxia teased naturally. A woman in her 30s had charm in her eyes and eyebrows. She was like a ripe peach that could be squeezed out of water. Was this considered old? Nan Manpei did not care about Xianxia's teasing and said, "Actually, I have a management company. Its business ability is average. It's the kind of company that has been struggling at death's door." Peiziki felt a sense of helplessness and frustration from being excluded from the conversation. She couldn't understand the hidden meaning behind their words. Nan Manpei said that Xianxia was an expert. This proved that she had paid attention to the Qin Bao Bao piano piece that was trending on the internet. That was why Xianxia asked this question. Queen Bei must have watched the video and recognized Xianxia. She knew that Xianxia did not want to expose his identity, so she did not say anything. This was a tacit understanding between the two. The destination was a high-end commercial building in Suhui, located in the CBD area. The Maserati parked in the parking lot. There's a piano club on the third floor. It's one of the strongholds of the Shanghai Music Association. It's a club for members of the association to exchange music. At the same time, it's open to people outside the association. It's not expensive, but it's enough for ordinary people to save up for a year or two. Their side business is selling pianos. I've been to a few piano recitals. It's not bad. The members of the piano association occasionally work part-time as tutors, only for the members of the club. Nan Manpei led the two into the elevator, pressed the button for the third floor, and said, "The standards of the people in the International Musicians Association are uneven. They are naturally speaking up for their own people. It's not to be trusted. Help Sister Pei take a look. Don't invite back a dabbler." Xianxia pondered for a moment. "Sister Pei, it doesn't matter what the teacher's standard is. The key is the student's standard. A university professor teaching primary school students will go crazy. It's not worth it in terms of salary." Peiziki frowned. "Xianxia, what do you mean?" Nan Manpei nodded. "That's true. But as a parent, I always want to give my child the best educational resources. It's okay, Sister Pei can afford it." The piano club occupied the entire third floor. It had a wooden floor, soft crystal chandelier, and European decor. Although it was called a piano club, there was more than one type of musical instrument. Almost all the musical instruments on the market could be found here, but the piano was the most common. Next was the guitar. The piano and the guitar were known as the two big brothers in the musical instrument industry. One went the high-end route and was loved by the aristocrats and the petty bourgeoisie. The other went the civilian route and was a must-have for a wandering singer. There were quite a lot of people in the hall. There were about 10 of them, not including those in the soundproof room. Nan Manpei took out her membership card and asked the receptionist to swipe it. "Are there any free pianists in the club? I would like to hire a tutor." The receptionist was beautiful and fashionably dressed. Years of experience in society had trained her sharp eyes. She quickly glanced at Pei Nanman and paused slightly on her wrist. This young woman was so beautiful that it was shocking. Even though her clothes were ordinary, one could never judge a person's inner self by their appearance. The real nouveau riche was hidden in the inconspicuous details, such as the watch on her right wrist. It was a Cartier rose gold ladies' watch. This watch was so famous that almost all the girls who loved luxury goods had seen it in magazines. Because it was a limited edition, its current price was about $600,000, which was more than 4 million yuan. This was a super nouveau riche. Please wait a moment. I will inform the manager. Under the charm of money, the receptionist's smile was sincere and sweet. Taking advantage of the free time, Xianxia took out his phone to read a novel. Pei Ziki came over to take a look and said disdainfully, "I've read this book. The logic is fine, but the plot is too old. The author has no brains. She urges you to update every day and ignores you." Xianxia glanced at her. Come. Here is the pen." Pei Ziki stopped talking. A moment later, the receptionist came out with a middle-aged man in a suit. He had a round face and a big belly. He looked like a typical middle-aged man. The professional smile on his face became warmer when he caught a glimpse of Nanman Pei's watch. "Miss Pei, this is Manager Zhang of our club." The receptionist introduced them. "Manager Zhang, this is Miss Pei, a member of our club." Although Nanman Pei was a member here, Manager Zhang obviously had no impression of her. It was obvious that Nanman Pei did not come to the piano club often. "Miss Pei wants to hire a music teacher?" Manager Zhang led Nanman Pei and the other two to a leather sofa in the hall and asked, "May I know what instrument it is?" Some music teachers taught guitar, piano, cello, violin, and so on. Of course, their club couldn't be so careless. They had to ensure that their teachers were excellent and that their reputation was good for business. "Piano." Nanman Pei smiled and took the hot tea from the receptionist. When he heard about the piano, Manager Zhang frowned slightly, as if he had something to hide. Nanman Pei said with a smile, "There's no rush. Manager Zhang, you can put up our request. When any piano teacher is interested, you can contact me. Salary is not a problem either. To be honest, there's an international piano competition in October. The International Musicians Association is focusing on talent. There's a piano competition in the circle at the end of August. The top teachers don't have much time." He didn't say anything definite. He changed the topic and said with a smile, "But there are a few excellent pianists practicing in the practice room today. I'll help you ask." "Thank you for your trouble," Nanman Pei said with a smile. After Manager Zhang left, Nanman Pei turned to Xianxia and said, "I said that their words are not trustworthy." Xianxia pondered for a moment and understood. Who doesn't want to take a bite of Sister Pei's fat meat? Nanman Pei glared at him, which was particularly charming. Manager Zhang's performance was impeccable. When he heard about hiring a piano teacher, he showed a difficult expression. It was not obvious, but it was enough for Xianxia and the others to see. He then mentioned the international piano competition in October and the domestic piano competition in August to send a signal. There was a shortage of piano teachers. Why did he do this? Of course, it was to pave the way for the price later. Piano teachers were not cabbages with a clear price tag. The price of teaching was naturally different with different fame and level. Therefore, this negotiation was very important. If the negotiation was good, he would make a lot of money. Xianxia guessed that Manager Zhang said the same thing to every member who hired a piano tutor. The only flaw was that he was too straightforward. When Nanman Pei put forward the nominal request, Manager Zhang changed the topic and immediately expressed that although there are few people, the club happens to have an excellent pianist today. He didn't realize that the Queen's words were probing. As expected of the Queen, her skills were superior. Pei Ziki was confused and puffed up her cheeks angrily. Not long after, Manager Zhang came out with a man in a casual suit behind him. He was very young, less than 30 years old. Manager Zhang showed great enthusiasm. "Allow me to introduce you. This is the top pianist in the country." He then said to the young pianist, "Teacher Li, this Miss Pei wants to hire a tutor. Li Guowei was stunned by Nan Man Pei at first sight. There were many women with exquisite facial features, but her skin was white with a healthy flesh. There were no black hair or acne marks. This was a real woman with ice and jade skin. However, Nan Man Pei's faintly discernible dignified temperament made Li Guowei not dare to show too much desire. The second person he saw was Pei Ziki, a delicate and beautiful high school student. She had the unique pink face of a young girl and a figure like a willow branch sprouting out of a bud. She could definitely make some uncles who liked to eat young grass a little hard. The third person he saw was Xianxia, but he didn't care and just glanced at him. As the middleman, Manager Zhang was very active in promoting the product. He said, "Miss Pei, Teacher Li is very famous in the domestic piano circle. He has been practicing piano since he was young. At this age, the awards he has won can fill a room. These are not just for show. If you need, we can show you proof." Nan Man Pei smiled and nodded. Manager Zhang continued, "In addition, you know about the international piano competition in October. He is one of the candidates." Li Guowei slightly nodded, his eyebrows full of pride. "Pretty good." Nan Man Pei also expressed her satisfaction. Manager Zhang saw her like this and his face was slightly happy. "However, you get what you pay for. The price is relatively high because recently, good pianists have no time." Pei Ziki interrupted, "Everyone has no time. How can he have time? Isn't he a candidate?" Li Guowei said, "First, the piano is my life. I am familiar with every key, just like I am familiar with my own hands and feet. I am familiar with hundreds of piano pieces, just like I am familiar with my own handwriting. Second, I do need time to prepare, so I only have 3 lessons a week. Each lesson is at most an hour. Third, I set the teaching time. If there is a piano activity, I can cancel the lesson." Nan Man Pei slightly frowned. Manager Zhang reminded her, "It is really hard to find a good pianist now. Unless it is after October." After talking for a long time and all kinds of flattery, Nan Man Pei smiled and nodded. Manager Zhang finally revealed his true intentions. "Miss Pei, if you think it is good, we can talk about the price." Nan Man Pei still smiled gently. "Please speak." Manager Zhang and Li Guowei looked at each other and smiled. The former said, "Teacher Li's price is usually 1,500 yuan per lesson. Recently, it has increased because of the international piano competition. 2,000 yuan per lesson." Xianxia was secretly speechless. Damn, 3 lessons a week, that was 6,000 yuan. 24,000 yuan a month. Oh my god. The piano was really the king of musical instruments. But Xianxia remembered that when he was young, Qin Baobao only paid 40 yuan per lesson. Damn, this inflation is really high. When his sister was young, she was also multi-talented. She could dance ballet and play the cello. But now, she was thrown away to Java. Nan Man Pei had a "I am a nouveau riche, I don't care about money" attitude. She smiled and said, "The price is not a problem." Manager Zhang and Li Guowei's smiles were just blooming when they heard her say, "But I want to hear Teacher Li play live. The young man beside me is also a piano master." Li Guowei looked at Xianxia in surprise. Not everyone could be called a piano master. There were only a handful of pianists in the country who could be called a master. Even he was still a long way from the title of piano master. To give a simpler example, it was like the difference between a luxurious platinum and the greatest king. "Are you from the International Musicians Association?" Li Guowei looked at him seriously. Xianxia shook his head. "How should I address you?" Li Guowei asked again. Xianxia said. Li Guowei pondered for a moment and his tone became strange. "You're not from the circle, right? I've never heard of you." Xianxia was speechless. "I've only studied piano for a few years." At this point, Li Guowei was no longer interested in continuing the conversation with Xianxia. He looked at Pei Ziki. "What song do you want to listen to?" Pei Ziki didn't hesitate. "Blue and White Porcelain." Li Guowei was stunned. He didn't know how to play Blue and White Porcelain. Pianists disdained pop music, and it was a new song. It's a very famous pop song on I Am a Singer, Manager Zhang explained. Li Guowei said unhappily, pop music is not within the scope of my practice. Of course, if you have a score, I can play it too. Pei Ziki didn't have a score, of course. She curled her lips. Manager Zhang said at the right time, just play a piano song, Teacher Li. I remember that the piano song you played a few days ago was very nice. It's the one you posted on Weibo. Many people liked it. You mean to Qin Bao Bao? Manager Zhang high-fived. That's right. You recorded a video. Don't we follow each other on Weibo? Sigh, I've listened to it many times. It's really nice. It's definitely at the master level. I've heard of this song before. It's said that the International Musicians Association plans to let the original composer participate in the international piano competition. As Nan Manpei spoke, he glanced at Qin Zhe with a faint smile. That's something that hasn't been settled yet. Let's not talk about this. Listen to Teacher Li first. Manager Zhang purposely suppressed the mysterious author in order to elevate Li Guowei. In the southwest corner of the hall, there was a piano. The staff was playing soothing and melodious music to adjust the atmosphere of the club. It was indeed high class, unlike ordinary private clubs where the music was played from the speakers. This was a live performance by a real person. Li Guowei asked the staff to get up and sat down. After pondering for a moment, he opened his eyes, exhaled, and placed his hands on the piano keys. In the next moment, notes drifted out like flowing water. A beautiful melody sounded. The rhythm was bright and comfortable, like a clear spring flowing in summer. In an instant, it attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. Some people looked over in shock, while others couldn't help but approach. Some people were listening attentively. Li Guowei's posture was straight. His shoulders did not move, but his wrists were nimble. His 10 fingers danced on the piano keys, playing a heavenly music. It had to be said that he had gone through a lot of hard work. He was so skilled that it was as if he was the composer of the song. Listening to this song, everyone felt relaxed and carefree. At the same time, they were attracted by the faint sadness in the piano. As expected of the king of musical instruments, it hit the soul directly. Pei Ziki was surprised. She had heard this song before. At that time, she just felt that it was not bad. After all, her level of appreciation was limited. Moreover, the piano in the video was electronically simulated. How could it be comparable to a real piano? It wasn't until today when she heard To Qin Bao Bao again that she clearly understood the charm of this piano song. After Li Guowei finished playing this song, the hall was filled with warm applause. Manager Zhang even cheered loudly and clapped desperately. It was as if this guy was attending a piano concert. He stood up and bowed in all directions. Ms. Pei, not bad, right? Manager Zhang was all smiles. Teacher Li's standard is top-notch in the International Musicians Association. At his age, there aren't many people who are better than him. Nan Manpei smiled calmly. Hearing this, she blinked. I think the original work is better. Li Guowei raised his eyebrows. Sister Pei, the composer is talented. There's nothing to criticize him about that. However, when it comes to playing the piano, I'm confident that I'm better than him. From my professional point of view, there are many places in that video that he didn't handle carefully enough, and the conversion between high and low notes wasn't perfect. The reason why he's so popular is entirely because of the shock of his new work. During this period of time, his popularity has dropped. There are also many professionals playing his songs online. There are all kinds of videos, and some are even better than his original work. The International Musicians Association decided to invite him to meet and test his skills on the spot. It's not a done deal that he'll participate in the international piano competition. As far as I know, this composer has never contacted the International Musicians Association. Hee hee. The last chuckle was filled with disdain. When the onlookers heard this, they immediately started to discuss. So the original composer of To Qin Bao Bao is just average. That's impossible. Why not? Being able to write songs doesn't necessarily mean that you can sing. Creative talent and singing talent are not the same thing. It's the same on the piano. You don't say, that's true. This young man plays so well. I've heard the original video, but it's not as good as his. It feels like he's a level better. A father and daughter were not far away. The daughter shook her father's arm. Dad, I want him to be my piano teacher. The father smiled dotingly. Okay. I'll ask later. Li Guowei became more and more smug. He glanced at Nan Man Pei as if to say that there would never be a shortage of good things. However, psychologically, he was more willing to be Pei Ziqi's piano teacher. Beauties, big and small, were so pleasing to the eye. Any man would know how to choose. In the piano circle, there was no lack of handsome and talented piano teachers who were admired and liked by rich young ladies. Then, there were stories of lovers who eventually got married. Nan Man Pei didn't make a statement. Instead, he turned to ask Xianxia, what do you think? Xianxia's evaluation was unusually valiant. He said, the form is similar, but the spirit isn't. It's really comfortable for laymen to listen to. Li Guowei looked at him as if he was an idiot. Manager Zhang frowned. He thought to himself, what's wrong with this kid? Does he know how to play the piano? After listening to the song, Pei Ziqi became a loyal fan. She retorted, what do you mean the form is similar, but the spirit isn't? I think it's very nice. Auntie, I'll invite him. Manager Zhang smiled and automatically ignored Xianxia. Okay, let's just sign a contract. Let's get it ready. Li Guowei also smiled. Just as he was about to speak, Nan Man Pei waved his hand and said, Xianxia, you say it. Xianxia opened his mouth and said, the music is a rondo of ABACA. The rhythm is 38 beats. The basic theme of the A section is a fresh and simple melody built on the A minor. The first section is relatively simple. There are no problems with the playing. The problem lies in the second section. The B section is a very colorful first section. It is built on a new key, F major. The mood is cheerful and the color is bright. It makes the music jump from the soft and warm mood of a minor to the bright and cheerful atmosphere of F major. The singing in F major is very strong. You said that the original author didn't handle a few high notes well. It should be that after F major, he didn't continue to raise the high notes. Instead, he made a sharp turn and returned to the A section's low notes. This doesn't exist in common piano music. So, you made a slight improvement and added a few high notes after F major. Li Guowei said, what's the problem? Xianxia shook his head. There's a big problem. I said before that the music is a rondo of ABACA. Listening to the two sections alone, it does feel a bit out of place. But from the overall situation, it's perfect. But I can't blame you. Those piano enthusiasts on the internet who play to Qin Bao Bao all have this problem. After all, you don't have a complete score. The onlookers were stunned by Xianxia's words. They didn't understand but felt that it was awesome. Li Guowei was not convinced and said disdainfully, what you said is all empty words. I don't have the score, but do you? In order to learn this song, he repeatedly watched the video and practiced for more than a week. Xianxia pointed to his head. The score is with me. Li Guowei almost laughed out loud. Io, are you addicted to showing off? The score is in your head? Who do you think you are? Why are you acting all high and mighty? Manager Zhang's face darkened and he said unhappily, young man, Teacher Li is a professional. The song, To Qin Bao Bao, he played was praised by many seniors in the circle. They said that his playing is better than the original. I'm not flattering him, but those seniors said so. Li Guowei looked at Nan Man Pei and then stared at Xianxia. How about this, you play this song, To Qin Bao Bao. Whether my playing is good or not. There will be a comparison. In internet terms, you can no bibabi. The onlookers were excited. Play it. I didn't get enough of it just now. Young man, after talking for so long, play a song. Don't be so sure. Let's see who's better. I think this Teacher Li's playing is already very good. He's definitely the best on the internet. Even if the original author came, he wouldn't dare to say that he played better than him. Xianxia turned his head to look at Nan Man Pei. The latter had a playful look on his face. He then looked at Pei Ziqi. The little girl rolled her eyes again. At this moment, there was a ding in his mind. The system's mission notification came. Show of Divinity, July 15th. Please play the song to Alice. Task requirement, achieve the effect of shocking everyone. Success will reward 120 points. Failure will deduct the corresponding points. Although Xianxia claimed that To Qin Bao Bao was a song he gave to his sister, the system knew what was going on, so the song was called to Alice, not To Qin Bao Bao. Xianxia's first reaction was to look at Nan Man Pei in horror. With this woman here, it seemed a little difficult to shock everyone. Is this the end of my life? I was defeated by this woman. Now the knife was on his neck. If he retracted his head, he would also be stabbed. Li Guowei saw that he did not respond for a long time and sneered. Not playing? Well, this song is not something that can be played well by ordinary people. The audience was disappointed. Xianxia sat in front of the piano without a word and communicated with the system in his mind. Exchange for advanced mastery of To Alice. Exchange successful. Remaining points, 10. This time, he really had to put all his eggs in one basket. Otherwise, there might be a news report tomorrow. 2 pianists were found in a piano club in Shanghai. One of the pianists could not bear the shock and went into a coma on the spot. After the exchange was successful, his brain was in a trance for a few seconds. Xianxia closed his eyes and eliminated the many distracting thoughts in his heart. In the hall, more than 10 people focused their eyes on the young man. The sound of the piano floated out like flowing water. Pei Ziki was stunned. It felt completely different from Li Guowei's. The same feeling rose in everyone's heart, but soon, they were immersed in the gentle and melodious music. A real piano was not comparable to an electronic onomatopoeia. The sound quality was not on the same level. The hall was silent. Only the sound of the piano floated in the air. It was neither too fast nor too slow. It was gentle and pleasant. It cleansed the soul and calmed the mood. Some people closed their eyes and immersed themselves in the world woven by the piano. There seemed to be the sound of the sea rising and falling in their ears. On a sunny afternoon, the waves rose and fell. A girl stood on the beach. A girl as gentle as water, with an ethereal and tranquil temperament. Xianxia gradually entered the best state. His back was as straight as a pencil, the side of his face was as sharp as a knife, and his slender fingers were dancing in the air. The moment he touched the piano, his entire temperament changed. He had the nobility of an aristocrat and the elegance of an artistic youth. If there was an artistic young woman at the scene, she might fall in love at first sight and marry no one else. Pei Ziki's astonishment and surprise dissipated. Her face was soft as she stared at him in a daze, leaving only infatuation and admiration. Unlike everyone else's intoxicated expression, Li Guowei felt as if he had been struck 10,000 times. He stared at Xianxia in disbelief. How could this be? How could he play so well? His piano skills were definitely at the master level. His interpretation of this song could be said to be perfect, impeccable perfection. But how did he manage to do this? This song had not been out for a long time, and many people had not even heard of it. Although the videos on the internet were outstanding, most of them were vague. Because the training time was too short, even if he practiced day and night repeatedly, it would only be slightly more than a week. As for other famous piano songs, which pianist did not practice hundreds and thousands of times? As for Li Guowei himself, he had practiced piano since he was young for more than 10 years. Those world-renowned songs, he had practiced countless times. Xianxia's playing level, just like those famous songs he played, was the crystallization of hundreds and thousands of times of practice. But, how could this be? When the song ended, the melon-eating crowd was still immersed in the music. Their emotions had not been pulled back yet. A few seconds later, the applause came. It was incomparably warm. The father and daughter, the daughter's small hands clapped vigorously, and immediately said coquettishly, "Dad, I want him to be my piano teacher." Her father said awkwardly, "This young man doesn't seem to be from the piano club." I don't care, you go, and help me." The daughter shook her father's arm vigorously, her eyes always falling on Xianxia, rippling with extraordinary splendor. He could play the piano, and he was so handsome. The little girl was moved. In addition to his piano skills, he was also handsome. It's so nice. This is to Qin Bao Bao. It's great. I'm going to practice this song. It's so nice. The original video is not as good as his. The video circulating on the internet is also not as good as his. It's definitely the best I've ever heard. This kind of piano music is a kind of enjoyment. No wonder piano recitals are so popular. It's not like pop music or variety shows can compare. The master is among the people. If the original composer heard this song, he would be ashamed. Haha, I've recorded a video. I'll immediately upload it to the internet. How did you play it? Li Guowei forced himself to ask. He was like a hero in a wuxia novel who was hit by a palm, spitting out blood and asking what kind of martial arts it was. Qin Zhe ignored him and turned to ask Nan Manpei, is it nice? Facing this otherworldly Jade Guanyin, he was not confident. Nan Manpei applauded, unable to hide the amazement in his eyes, it's nice. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward is 120 points. The moment the system notification sounded, Qin Zhe was relieved. Fortunately, this woman's confidence was limited to her cooking. Why do you have the score? Li Guowei stared at Qin Zhe. He wanted to know his opponent's tricks even if he had to die. This person was so annoying. Qin Zhe looked at him unhappily. The mission was completed and he was in a good mood. He blurted out, nonsense, this song was composed by me. Do you think I don't have the score? After Qin Zhe said this, he suddenly found the atmosphere in the hall strangely quiet. Li Guowei's eyes widened. Pei Ziqi's rosy little mouth was slightly open. Manager Zhang was dumbfounded. The onlookers were dumbfounded. What did they just hear? This song was composed by me. After digesting the shock and other emotions, the hall boiled over. More than a dozen people took out their cell phones and started taking pictures of Qin Zhe. Can you take a picture with me? The girl let go of her father's hand and ran in front of Qin Zhe. Her eyes were eager, excited, and bashful. Her father took a picture of the two of them. In the picture, his daughter was hugging the young man's hand. Then, the father revealed that he wanted to hire Qin Zhe as his daughter's piano teacher. Qin Zhe declined. The middle-aged man in his early 40s smiled and didn't insist. He gave Qin Zhe a business card and left with his daughter who was pouting unwillingly. After a long time, the hall finally calmed down. Manager Zhang said nervously, Madam Pei, look, this contract. Nan Manpei didn't say anything. She just looked at Li Guowei. Li Guowei felt the blood rush to his face. He said awkwardly, Madam Pei, I have to prepare for the piano competition at the end of August. I don't think I have time. Manager Zhang was stunned. Nan Manpei smiled, it's a pity, then forget it. Li Guowei's heart was about to collapse. He even wanted to curse. You have such a powerful expert by your side, why are you looking for a piano teacher? Are you trying to disgust me? Do you have nothing better to do? In the elevator, Qin Zhe said apologetically, I'm sorry, Sister Pei. I made you come for nothing. Nan Manpei chuckled, it's okay, it's quite interesting. Hiring a teacher is like shopping. You can shop around and choose slowly. I didn't plan on hiring a teacher today. She added, even if you have money, you can't let others take advantage of you. Qin Zhe was stunned. He suddenly understood. This shrewd woman had long seen that the manager was raising the price to cheat people, so she proposed to play on the spot to slap people in the face. She was quite black-bellied. Pei Ziqi looked at Qin Zhe and said coldly, Qin Zhe, teach me piano. Qin Zhe was stunned, forget it, I don't have time. Pei Ziqi said stubbornly, I don't care, you have to take responsibility. I didn't do anything to you, so why should I take responsibility? Qin Zhe said helplessly, I don't have time. Auntie, look at him. It's all his fault for ruining things, but he's shameless and doesn't care. Pei Ziqi pouted and shook Nan Manpei's arm. Qin Zhe, think about it? Nan Manpei said. Forget it. Qin Zhe waved his hand. He didn't want to be a tutor endlessly. What kind of joke is this? Tutoring is my part-time job. Do you really think I have a lot of time? If I have the time, I might as well do a few more short-term deals. Isn't it more than this bit of tutoring salary? Anyway, I'm familiar with you guys. Nan Manpei was an indifferent person. He smiled and didn't insist. Compared to his little aunt, Pei Ziqi was far from being able to maintain her composure. He was furious, and when his little aunt wasn't paying attention, he raised his leg to kick Xianxia. Who would have known that this fellow's reaction would be so quick? He lifted his leg and Pei Ziqi's calf coincidentally hit the tip of his foot, causing him to almost cry out in pain. Nan Manpei shook his head slightly. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Xianxia hitched a ride home with Nan Manpei. He opened the door and got off the car. He waved goodbye to Queen Bei, who had lowered the car window. Pei Ziqi made a face at him and stuck out her tongue. Then, she quickly raised the car window. When he got home, both of his sisters were not around. Xianxia lay on the sofa with a laptop on his lap. He had a cigarette in his mouth and was looking at the stock market today. Other than a few days ago, the index had been trending upwards. Many stocks had hit their daily limit. Xianxia's infrastructure stocks were still not hot. Although there was a small rise, compared to the other stocks that were rising happily, it was simply a weak chicken. Although Xianxia was sure it would rise sharply, he wasn't sure when it would start. This was the long term. He had to be able to endure loneliness. Among the other 6 stocks, the growth enterprise market had fallen by 8% for 2 days. The remaining 5 stocks had risen sharply. Within a month, their stocks had risen by 60%. The total value of his stocks had reached 1 million renminbi. If his sister knew about this number, she would go crazy with excitement. At 3:00 p.m., the stock market closed. Xianxia turned off his software and browsed Weibo and forums. He was surprised to find that his Weibo had exploded. Countless comments and mentions. He was curious and searched online. It was a video of him playing to Alice at the piano club. It was uploaded online. The title was shocking. The true face of Qin Baobao's younger brother. The person who uploaded the video did not censor Xianxia's face. Now, his face was exposed online. No wonder the comments on Weibo were so popular. Many netizens replied that they wanted to bear his children. Xianxia's video became popular. At the same time, Qin Baobao also became popular. Once again, it set off a craze for piano playing. The previous video, after all, was played on a mobile app. It was amazing, but it was pure nonsense to say that it was an auditory feast. Because of this, after the video of someone playing the piano version spread online, many people felt that it was better than the original. But when Xianxia personally played to Qin Baobao on the piano, the netizens realized that the cover songs they had heard before were all not up to par. As expected of an original master, there was no comparison at all. Listening to Xianxia's piano version was a real auditory feast. It was so good that it couldn't be any better. The key was that Xianxia's looks were surprisingly good. His Weibo was about to explode. The latest Weibo post, which originally had a few hundred comments, now had more than 100,000. Qin Baobao's brother, really, so handsome. I finally met the legendary brother. Well, he didn't let me down. Let's take it all. Catch a wild brother alive and bring him home to warm the bed. No one can snatch him from me. So elegant, so handsome. Especially when he played the piano, it simply pierced my heart. So talented. Is this the real Qin Baobao? The sound of nature. There are also people on the internet who say that his piano playing is just SOSO. Why don't you do it if you can? Is this just SOSO? Qin Baobao is so beautiful, how can her brother be bad? Damn, looks are really hereditary. This is my husband, this is my husband, this is my husband. Important things must be said 3 times. Qin Baobao said in the program that he was an otaku. I thought he was the kind of fat otaku who wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses and had no spirit in his eyes. But I didn't expect him to be so handsome. My God. Lick the screen. He is also at the school hunk level in our school. And the way he plays the piano is really attractive. Oh, my young girl's heart. He can write songs and play the piano. F***ck, he's so handsome too. How can us single dogs endure this? Brother-in-law, you're not being nice. You're so handsome that I'm embarrassed to pursue your sister. Brother-in-law +1 brother-in-law +2 brother-in-law +1 0086. Xianxia scrolled through the comments, unable to control the smile on his face. The feeling of being flattered was pretty good. He was considered an internet celebrity. At this moment, his phone rang. The caller ID showed that it was Lu Ziqiang. Xianxia picked up the phone and heard Lu Ziqiang shouting excitedly, "Xianxia, Xianxia, Xianxia, are you crazy? I'm not deaf. If you have something to say it." Xianxia moved the phone away from his ear. Is it you in the video? Is it you? Lu Ziqiang sounded agitated. What video? I don't know what you're talking about. Xianxia asked even though he already knew the answer. Don't talk nonsense with me. Brother-in-law. I'll recognize you even if you turn into ashes. Speaking of which, how did you become so handsome? Did you have plastic surgery during the summer vacation? Lu Ziqiang said. Xianxia sighed. Lu Ziqiang was not a parent. He was a young man who never left his phone. He also paid so much attention to Qin Baobao. It was impossible for him not to know that he was exposed. It's me. Xianxia promised. F***ck, it's really you. Even though he was certain that it was him, Lu Ziqiang still could not hide the shock and excitement in his heart. Your sister is Qin Baobao? How can your sister be Qin Baobao? Oh, my goddess, she's actually my brother's sister. What have I done all these years? I missed the opportunity to be in a favorable position. I even have thoughts of dying. This kid went crazy. MDZZ. Xianxia said helplessly, I told you my sister is very beautiful. You didn't believe me. It's mainly because you look too ordinary. You don't even have the same parents. Lu Ziqiang ridiculed. These words touched Xianxia's bottom line. He scolded, F***ck off. I'm busy. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. I'm hanging up. Why are you hanging up? Come out for dinner tonight. Call your sister. I'll treat. My treat. Lu Ziqiang said excitedly. Forget it. She's busy. She doesn't have time. Xianxia rejected. His sister was in a cold war with him. He could not invite her. Besides, he could not let this happen. He was determined not to let others make a breakthrough through him and get close to Qin Baobao. He ruthlessly hung up Lu Ziqiang's call. A few seconds later, it rang again. This time, it was Zhao Baoliang. Comrade Zhao Baoliang's loud voice was deafening. Xianxia, let me be your brother-in-law. Sorry, I don't have a sister. F***ck off. It's obviously you in the video. I asked Lu Ziqiang. He also said it was you. Zhao Baoliang's voice was rough. He did not give Xianxia a chance to answer at all. He chattered incessantly. Oh my god, Qin Baobao is actually your sister. Why didn't you say so earlier? You hurt my heart, bro. F***ck off. Both of you have ideas about my sister. Let me tell you, there's no way. Xianxia was sweating profusely. Xianxia, you are too disloyal. We have so many years of revolutionary friendship. Can't it be compared to a mere goddess? Sob sob sob. Xianxia really couldn't stand a 1.8-meter tall rough man acting like a girl. He angrily said, F***ck off. Don't even think about it. He simply ended the call. Before he could take a few breaths, the call came again. Li Liang, these guys must have teamed up to bombard him one after another. After answering the phone, Xianxia straightforwardly said, Sorry, Qin Baobao is not my sister, and the one playing the piano is not me. You have the wrong person. Li Liang said in a daze, What are you talking about? Xianxia was stunned. Nothing. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Li Liang said, Xianxia, how about I take you to Rome in the East tonight? My treat. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Good brother. Li Liang laughed and said, Since we are good brothers, can I borrow your chrysanthemum? Xianxia laughed and scolded, I think Ba Liang is more interested in your chrysanthemum. Li Liang finally revealed his true intention. Brother-in-law, your brother-in-law can't wait to dote on you. How can I destroy a flower? By the way, is your sister free tonight? Brother-in-law wants to invite her to have a candlelight dinner. Xianxia sighed faintly. I finally understand what a femme fatale is. He said in his heart, please don't mention the word brother-in-law. I don't know if I have a car full of brothers-in-law today. Li Liang said, what are you talking about? Such a beautiful femme fatale. You can harm me as much as you want. You'd better find your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lovers. Don't think about my sister. Don't even think about it. Xianxia mercilessly dispelled his roommate's crooked thoughts. Brothers were brothers. If one day his brother really became his brother-in-law, it would be unacceptable. Li Liang's smile was as wretched as it could be. Are you embezzling? If it were me, with such a beautiful sister around, I would inevitably get hard. Get the F***K out of here. Xianxia hung up the phone. At the same time, at Xingyi Entertainment. Su Yunhan was a second-tier singer under Xingyi Entertainment. She was 28 years old and very beautiful. When she was 20 years old, she participated in a music talent show and became famous. Then, she was signed by Xingyi Entertainment. After 8 years of struggling in the entertainment industry, it was not easy to become a second-tier singer. She was different from Su Lu, who also started out as a singer. The latter sang for a few years and then became a movie star. Su Yunhan never accepted movies or TV shows. Other than the necessary commercial performances and endorsements, she only released albums and held concerts. She had a strong love for music. Many people felt that with the change of times, the path for singers was getting narrower and narrower. It had long passed the era of records, cassettes, and CDs. Actually, records and cassettes were very rare, but things like CDs would not be completely eliminated from the market. There were always some places that could not be separated from CDs, such as cars. It was just that the marketing model had changed. Did singing earn money? Did selling song copyrights earn money? Every time a song was ordered in a KTV, copyright fees would be collected. Variety shows would collect copyright fees when they sang cover songs. Music websites would collect copyright fees when they recorded songs. Singers could still earn a lot of money, just not as much as movie stars. In a small meeting room, Su Yunhan smoked and listened to the people around her chattering. Smoking was not exclusive to men, especially women in the entertainment industry. Many of them smoked. Why? Because of the pressure. Smoking was still considered good. Some celebrities, because of the pressure, took drugs to reduce pressure. There were many of them. There were a few people in the meeting room. 2 assistants, 1 manager, and 2 leaders of the marketing department. Everyone gathered to discuss Su Yunhan's new album. Originally, the 2 songwriters were just about to sign the contract, but in the end, it was intercepted by a management company. There was no choice. The other party offered a higher price. It was not that Xingyi Entertainment did not have their own songwriters, but previously, good songwriters were given priority to Su Lu. She was the big sister of the company. Of course, the resources were given to her. Next week was the release date. It was too late to find a new partner now. The leader of the marketing department glanced at Su Yunhan and suggested, why don't we postpone the release date? Before Su Yunhan could say anything, her manager nagged, how do we postpone it? It's already been announced on Weibo. How do you want our Yunhan to explain to her fans? It's not good. The other leader said helplessly, the songwriters have also signed a contract with someone else. Unless we're willing to pay compensation. Su Yunhan sneered, the company is willing to pay compensation? Wouldn't that be a big loss? The manager said, you're in charge of this area. You should know a lot of songwriters. Have you contacted any of them? We have. It's not that the price is too high. It's just that there haven't been any good songs recently. The main thing is that the title song has been intercepted. Average songs don't meet the requirements. If the price is high, then it's high. We can't be in a deadlock like this. The main thing is that the company has limited funds. The company has spent a lot of investment on Sulu's new album. Unfortunately, the album's subscriptions were dismal. We didn't recover our investment at all. This time, the company has limited the funds and paid attention to the cost. Oh, Sulu's losses are on us. Don't say things out of anger at this time. It's meaningless. We should have brought the contract with us. Sigh. Speaking of which, there are fewer outstanding songwriters now. The singing industry is not as profitable as before. Many veteran songwriters have reduced their compositions year by year. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in such an awkward situation. The manager looked around the meeting room and found a certain assistant girl playing with her phone excitedly. She was furious and slammed the table. Playing with your phone all day long. We're in a meeting. Can't you be more attentive? Young lady, you're so heartless. The young lady was the cousin of Su Yunhan's university classmate. She used her connections to work by her side. Su Yunhan usually took good care of her. She smiled and said, "Playing mobile games again?" The young lady ignored the manager and smiled cheerfully. "No, Sister Yun. It's Qin Baobao's younger brother. I've always been curious about him. He showed his true colors. Live piano performance. That song, To Qin Baobao, is so amazing. It's so good. Also, he's so handsome. Qin Baobao is so beautiful. Her younger brother can't be bad." Su Yunhan smiled and said, "Let me see." She took the phone and played the video. The beautiful piano music echoed. Until the piano music ended, the people in the meeting room were still immersed in the music and couldn't extricate themselves. Su Yunhan was full of admiration and sighed. It's really amazing. Qin Baobao is so lucky to have such a brother. If I also had such a brother, I wouldn't have to worry about new songs. Su Yunhan's eyes suddenly lit up. She said excitedly, "Find Qin Baobao. Find Qin Bao for help." Su Yunhan's words stunned everyone present, and immediately their eyes lit up. The manager clapped his hands and seemed to have been enlightened. He looked excited and said, "That's right. Ask baby Qin for help. Her brother is a genius in the music industry. He's a pervert who can't be judged by common sense." Farewell song, Blue and White Porcelain, exaggerated, each song is more classic than the other. If you ask him to help, any problem will be solved. Why didn't they think of it? Why bother looking for a composer? Why bother thinking? With Qin Baobao, who would lack good songs in star art entertainment, the little girl looked proud and felt that she had done a great job. The marketing leader suddenly said, "No chance. Last time the company asked Qin Baobao for the copyright of those songs, but her brother refused. He's not easy to get along with. He didn't even give face to the company, let alone you." Another small leader also said, "Besides, why would they give you a good song? Qin Baobao is now joining singer." Everyone seemed to have been poured a basin of cold water, extinguishing the fire of hope. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. If someone had a good song, of course they would think of their sister first. Why would they give it back to them? Moreover, Su Yunhan and Qin Baobao didn't have much friendship. If it weren't for the fact that they often came to the company to prepare for the new album and met a few times, they might not even have the chance to meet. Su Yunhan sighed. The little girl pursed her lips and her eyes dimmed. The manager said, "I have a good relationship with Li Yanhong. I'll ask." Su Yunhan said, "Can it work?" The manager said helplessly, "Whether it works or not, we have to try." Thinking about it, she took out her phone. "I'll send a message first." She typed a message. "Yanhong, I have something to ask of you." "What's the matter?" "Yunhan is going to release a new album soon. You know that, right?" "Well, the company's schedule for this quarter, Su Yunhan's album in July, Su Yunhan's album in August." Li Yanhong replied instantly, "Congratulations, congratulations. What are you congratulating me for?" "Let me tell you, the composer was snatched away by another management company." "How could this be?" "No one expected this to happen. It's also our fault. We only made a verbal agreement and didn't sign the contract immediately." "So?" Li Yanhong began to understand. "That's why I wanted to ask you for help." "How can I help?" "Io, my dear sister, aren't you Qin Baobao's manager?" Now, among the singers under the company, who didn't think of Qin Baobao when they wanted to request a song? "I'm begging you." Li Yanhong enjoyed the flattery of her friends. She had been sitting on the cold bench for so many years, and now she could finally hold her head high. He immediately replied, "I'll help you ask, but I can't guarantee anything." "Thanks." The manager put down the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone looked at her. Su Yunhan said anxiously, "How is it?" "She promised to help us ask, but she can't guarantee anything," the manager said. The junior leader said negatively, "Li Yanhong can't control Qin Baobao. She's not a strong manager. It's useless to beg her." Everyone's heart was heavy. About 5 minutes later, the door of the conference room was knocked twice, and then Li Yanhong pushed the door open and came in. Behind her was a charming young woman. It was Qin Baobao, who was privately named by the company's male employees as the #1 beauty of Star X Arts. "Yanhong." Su Yunhan's manager greeted her warmly and looked at Qin Baobao. "Io, superstar Qin is here too." She asked the two to sit down and ordered the female assistant, "What are you doing? Hurry up and pour some water." The female assistant pursed her lips and got up to pour some water. "Didn't you ask me to help?" Li Yanhong smiled. "I told Baobao about it, and she said it wouldn't be a problem, so I came up." The few of them looked at the junior leader of the marketing department. What did he say just now? Li Yanhong couldn't control Qin Baobao? Not easy to get along with, who would believe that? Su Yunhan smiled. "Baobao, are you really willing to help me?" Qin Baobao smiled and said, "Sister Su, we're in the same company. Shouldn't we help each other?" Su Yunhan smiled. Qin Baobao's words had unknowingly brought the two of them closer. Her impression of Qin Baobao became even deeper. She was a girl with a high EQ who was neither haughty nor arrogant. Thinking of the rumors she heard about Qin Baobao in the company a few days ago. It was just a rumor. "Thank you," Su Yunhan said gratefully. "Sister Su owes you a favor. If you need anything in the future, feel free to look for me." She was 3 years older than Qin Baobao, and she was also a senior. It was reasonable for her to call herself Sister Su. Qin Baobao waved her hand. "It's just a phone call. Sister Su, just treat me to dinner tonight." Qin Baobao was neither haughty nor arrogant, but it was definitely fake to say that she was warm-hearted. Whether Su Yunhan lacked songs or not, it was none of her business. Otherwise, why would Qin Zhe say that her sister was heartless? However, Li Yanhong said that if she wanted to establish a foothold in the company, it was necessary to cultivate her own interpersonal relationships. A person who wasn't close to anyone would save a lot of trouble, but if she really encountered a problem, no one would stand on her side. Qin Baobao had also been in the workplace for 2 years. She agreed with her and agreed. Sulu was like a fish in water in star art. Wasn't it because she had a lot of experience and connections? One day, she would also cultivate her own connections and team to strengthen her power. "If Sulu dares to snatch my resources again, I'll give her a tight slap on the face." Qin Baobao said, "I'll call my brother." Everyone in the meeting room couldn't help but straighten up and put on a listening posture. Especially the little girl. Her eyes were bright as she stared at Qin Baobao's phone. After a while, the call went through. "Sister, what's the matter?" A young man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Qin Baobao had the dignified attitude of an older sister. "My friend wants to release a new album and needs songs. Help me settle it. I still have things to do. I don't have time to write songs." Qin Zhe evaded. She didn't have many points left. She had to be thrifty. The manager's face darkened. Su Yunhan couldn't hide her disappointment. The little assistant pursed her lips as if she had been wronged. With so many people watching, Qin Baobao couldn't hold it in anymore. Her pretty face sank. "You don't want to, right?" Qin Zhe heard his sister's tone and laughed. "Yes, of course I'm willing. If you want songs, I'll write them. Even if you want the stars in the sky, I'll pluck them for you." Qin Zhe was familiar with Qin Baobao as if she was his little brother. This analogy was a bit inappropriate. In recent days, Qin Baobao felt her face burning whenever she thought about how her brother had coaxed her into kissing him. She felt that her role as an older sister was getting out of hand. She had to find a way to turn the tables. Sometimes, she would scare her brother and ask him to move back home. Xianxia coaxed her, and she thought that she had something on her brother. She felt that she had become a proper older sister again. Everyone in the meeting room listened with strange expressions. In their impression, pianists should be elegant and noble like gentlemen with strong personalities. Why was it that when it came to Qin Baobao's brother, the style was not quite right? His smile was so flattering. "What song do you want?" Xianxia asked. "Anything nice will do." Qin Baobao wasn't too sure either. "Let's borrow another 500 years from the heavens." Xianxia had an idea. "No." Qin Baobao heard this song and immediately passed. This song was not suitable for a woman to sing. "You know Su Yunhan, right? The famous singer Su Yunhan. You should write in the style of her songs," Qin Baobao said loudly. There was silence on the other end of the phone. "You're playing dead, right?" Qin Baobao was a bit angry. Her brother was not obedient at all today. "I'll listen again. I'll baidu who Su Yunhan is." Xianxia quickly replied. This was King awkward. The meeting room was silent for a moment. Su Yunhan's mouth twitched. The others pretended not to hear. Qin Baobao covered her phone and forced a smile. My brother doesn't usually pay attention to the entertainment industry." Su Yunhan also forced a smile. "He's a great pianist, an artist." On the other end of the phone, Xianxia muttered, "This woman is quite pretty, but her singing style is not very proper." "Not very proper?" Su Yunhan almost vomited blood. Her famous song was a love song. Later on, she used rap as her main style. Later on, she played rock and roll. What the *CK, she really knows how to play. Changing her style here and there, which one is her style? Xianxia complained. The meeting room was silent. This is a classic example of knowing a little of everything but being proficient in nothing. "Her style is not obvious, sister." Qin Baobao, whose face was burning, interrupted Xianxia. "Don't say anything first." She forced a smile again. "Sorry, my brother is like this. He has a sharp tongue but a soft heart." Su Yunhan forced a smile again. I understand. The others really didn't know how to react. It was awkward. The assistant girl tried hard to hold back her laughter. The grand pianist was too funny." Su Yunhan said weakly, "It's best if it's a love song, the style is more like a fairy tale." They couldn't let this pair of siblings continue. It was like a crosstalk. It was too insulting. Qin Baobao relayed the request to her brother and said, "It's best if there's a new song in 2 days. Time is tight." Xianxia said, "No, I'll give it to you now." Qin Baobao was stunned. Su Yunhan was stunned. The two agents were stunned. What did he mean? Did he mean to write a song now? Was that what he meant? Qin Baobao said angrily, "Don't joke around. I'm talking business with you." Xianxia said, "I'm not joking around." Su Yunhan was surprised and doubtful. "Do you have any songs?" Qin Baobao relayed the message. "No songs. I'll sing a cappella for you. If you think it's okay, I'll write a score for you when we get home." As Xianxia spoke, he opened the Points store and redeemed a love song that he listened to last night. Although points were precious, he was willing to do it if he could erase the Sister Pa incident from that night. Qin Baobao put the phone on speaker and put it on the table. "You sing." There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. Then the song came, and it was so good that it caught everyone off guard. "My heart is tired, my tears are dry. This deep love is hard to give up. Once had until the end of time. I don't see you, Mumu and Zhao Zhao. This love is hard to give up. I hope we can hug again in the next life. If you love someone, how can you stay together until the end of time? I don't know how to face everything. I can't forget the painful lovesickness of the past. Why do you still touch my heartbeat? How can love you forget? Tonight, you should understand. Fate is hard to give up, love is hard to give up. The song ended. Everyone's eyes changed. They were stunned, shocked, confused, and in disbelief. How could there be such a person? Excellent songs came one after another as if they didn't cost money. Many composers only had a few excellent songs in their lifetime. Su Yunhan rushed to the phone and asked excitedly, "What's the name of this song?" Su Yunhan knew what was good. Xianxia's song was so good that it would definitely be a hit. It was not worse than a fairy tale. "You are?" Xianxia was stunned. "Hello, I'm Su Yunhan." "Nice to meet you, Mr. Qin." Su Yunhan introduced herself. You've been listening?" "Yes." "Damn, this is so awkward." On the other end of the phone, someone mumbled. "Can't fall in love. This song is okay, right?" The guy on the phone laughed and said, "Superstar Su, I love listening to your songs the most." Qin Baobao rolled her eyes. The corners of Su Yunhan's mouth curled up as she said softly, "Is that so? But my singing is very ordinary. I don't even have my own style." "Mr. Qin, thank you. If it's convenient, tell me your bank account number. I'll buy this song." Su Yunhan said. "You can ask my sister about the money." Xianxia said. Qin Baobao said, 5,000 will do. She did not directly say that she would give her a gift. That would be too obvious. Su Yunhan would not agree. Why should she owe a favor when she could solve the problem with money? Besides, he owed Qin Baobao a favor by asking her for help. 5,000, Su Yunhan said helplessly, 5,000 can't even buy the lyrics. "Sister Su, if you feel bad, you can treat me to a meal." Qin Baobao narrowed her eyes and smiled like a sly little fox. Su Yunhan pursed her lips. "Okay, then I'll agree." She could not help but look at Qin Baobao. This girl was really good at making things difficult. Qin Baobao was also smiling, but it was more or less a forced smile. Mother asterisk cur, this song is so good, my heart hurts. Can I regret it? At 7 o'clock in the evening, Xianxia finished cooking dinner and looked forward to his two sisters coming home for dinner. The first to come home was Wang Zijin. Her company was close. Wang Zijin was wearing an office lady's suit with a light brown bag in her arm. With one hand on the wall, she kicked off her high heels and bent over to change into a pair of sandals. Xianxia saw the graceful curve of her back and the shape of her buttocks. "I'm really tired after working in the office for the whole day." Wang Zijin threw herself on the sofa and stretched her waist lazily. Xianxia went up to her and tried to please her. "Do you want me to massage your waist?" Wang Zijin looked at him with a half-smile and tilted her head. "Okay, Baobao said you're good at it." She hugged a pillow and lay on the sofa. "Don't touch me." Xianxia licked his lips and put his palms on her waist. His thumbs gently massaged the sides of her spine. So soft, so comfortable. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat and he was happy. In all honesty, other than Qin Baobao, he had never had intimate physical contact with any other woman. Even Xianxia, who he once coveted, only hugged her arm. Did this mean that there was a breakthrough in their relationship? Did this mean that Wang Zijin had feelings for him? Xianxia's imagination ran wild, but Wang Zijin didn't think so much. She pressed her face against the pillow and narrowed her beautiful eyes comfortably. "So comfortable. What should I do? I feel like I'm addicted." The sound of a key turning came from the doorway. Qin Baobao opened the door and saw the scene in the living room. Her eyebrows twitched violently. Xianxia retracted his hand almost instinctively. His posture was like a man who had been caught red-handed by his wife for stealing a woman's beauty. Wang Zijin was comfortable. She raised her head and smiled. "You're back. A's made dinner. He's just waiting for you." Qin Baobao pursed her lips when she heard A's. She looked at her deeply and said calmly, "Oh, let's eat then." She didn't have dinner with Su Yunhan. They had arranged to meet at noon the next day. At the dinner table, Qin Baobao chewed slowly, which was unusual. She didn't talk while eating. Wang Zijin occasionally talked about company matters, but didn't get a response from her best friend. After a few times, she lost interest in talking to her and started chatting enthusiastically with Xianxia. Halfway through dinner, Xianxia's phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Li Donglai calling. The call went through. Li Donglai said, "Qin Ge, do you want to go karaoke tonight?" Qin Zhe refused without thinking. "I'm not free. I have something to do tonight." Li Donglai chuckled and said, "I understand as your disciple. But master, you'll get tired of eating the flowers at home. It's not bad to try some wild flowers." Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin looked over at almost the same time and pricked up their ears. He didn't know why their ears were so sharp. Wild flowers are not hygienic. Who knows if there are parasites in them? Qin Zhe refused again. No, no, no. Wild flowers are just relative. They are all good people with clean backgrounds. But with Qin Zhe's ability, it's easy for you to hook up with good girls. Li Donglai egged him again. What a bunch of bad friends. Sister sneered. It's late. Don't go out. Staying up late is not good for your health. Wang Zijin made the decision for Qin Zhe with the attitude of a good wife and mother. It was only 7 o'clock. Sister Ziwei was too careless. Qin Zhe didn't plan to go. If Qin Baobao didn't like karaoke, he probably wouldn't go to places like KTV in his life. He was born without love. I'm hanging up. No, no, no. Qin Ge, I already boasted that I would ask you to come. If you don't come, I'll lose face in front of my friends. I won't be able to raise my head in the future. Li Donglai pleaded. What nonsense are you talking about? What friend? Qin Zhe was stunned. They're just some friends in my circle. There are both men and women. Let's not talk about the men. I don't think you're interested. All the women are like fresh cabbages. You can do whatever you want tonight. You can do whatever you want tonight. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable murderous intent in the living room. Qin Zhe said angrily, "Get lost." He hung up. The phone rang again. Li Donglai said, "Qin Ge, it's just karaoke. We're all good kids. There's no nonsense. I was just joking. My sister is going too." Your sister is going too? Qin Zhe was surprised that this pair of siblings had a common circle of friends. Yes, they're friends in our circle. Their families have some background. I want to take this opportunity to introduce you to everyone. My aunt also knows about it. She didn't object. Li Donglai said seriously. Qin Zhe smelled something unusual. Li Donglai wanted to pull him into his circle of friends? This society was made up of countless small circles. Their corresponding identities, status, wealth. Beggars had their circle of beggars, farmers had their circle of farmers, and rich people had their circle of rich people. This circle was called the circle of friends. It was extremely difficult for a rich person to join a beggar circle, or for a beggar to mix into a rich person's circle. What was Li Donglai's circle of friends like? If it was just his circle of friends, it might be made up of a group of immature teenagers. If it was Pei Ziqi's circle of friends, it would probably be made up of a group of heartless delinquents or immature teenagers. Then what about their mutual circle of friends? It might be made up of a group of immature teenagers and immature delinquents. However, they definitely had an extraordinary family background. There were many colorful little hens in society who wanted to mix into the circle of rich people with rich people. That meant that they would become phoenixes. Nan Manpei did not object. This was a good sign. It meant that she tacitly allowed Qin Zhe to have a closer relationship with her nephew and niece. Qin Zhe pondered for a moment and agreed. Give me the address. I'll take a taxi. Some people said that life was a game of chess. This was the saying of hipsters. Some people said that life was like a play. This was the saying of black-bellied people. Qin Zhe felt that life was like trading stocks. There were investments everywhere. Some of his friends were short-term, and some were long-term. Nan Manpei was short-term. He was the kind that could benefit in the near future. Pei Ziqi and Li Donglai were long-term. There was no need to mix too many interests with them. That was a matter for the future. Li Donglai and Pei Ziqi's circle of friends was more long-term. It was just a small investment. Whether it was needed or not would be discussed. How can I let you take a taxi? I'm at the entrance of your neighborhood. Li Donglai sounded excited. Xianxia hung up the phone and explained to the two sisters, the child I teach has an extraordinary background. His family is in the system and his position is not low. I think his surname is Li. Sister Ziwei, do you remember him? Wang Zijin shook her head. I've never cared. Xianxia said oh and poked his sister's waist. Qin Baobao stared. What? I'm going out for a while. I'll be back later. Xianxia said softly, make more friends and you'll have more opportunities. It's really difficult for you to be in the entertainment circle. Who knows, you might need to use them one day. Qin Baobao's eyes flashed. She restrained her coldness and anger and said in a proud tone, go if you want. You're a grown-up now. How can I control you? Xianxia put on his shoes at the entrance. Before opening the door, he turned around and said, I'm not asking for your permission. I'm just reminding you. Wash the dishes. Haha. Qin Baobao was furious. She stomped her feet. Xianxia, don't go out. Xianxia opened the door and flashed out. There was a Maserati parked at the entrance of the neighborhood. It was Nan Manpei's car. However, the driver was not her, but Li Donglai. When Xianxia saw Pei Ziki in the back seat, he finally understood how he could find his way to his house. On the day that Nan Manpei sent Xianxia back, Pei Ziki was also in the car. Li Donglai lowered the window and waved at him. Pei Ziki was wearing a t-shirt and hot pants. She crossed her legs and looked up at him before continuing to play with her phone. Xianxia opened the door and sat in the back seat. Pei Ziki, who was playing with her phone, suddenly looked up and gave him a look of disdain. Sit in the front passenger seat. Don't sit beside me. I'm a teacher, so I should sit in the back seat. You're his sister, so you should sit in the front passenger seat. Xianxia closed the door. The air conditioner was on, so it was very cool. A teacher who pays 4,000 yuan a month. Pei Ziki said disdainfully. Ever since that day when Xianxia had righteously refused to teach her the piano, and had even mocked her, Pei Ziki hated Xianxia. No matter if it was a woman or a girl, they were all narrow-minded. What, 4,000 yuan isn't money? Xianxia rolled his eyes and stabbed her in the heart. I won't teach you piano even if it's 400,000 yuan. Pei Ziki's small chest rose and fell violently. She said indifferently, I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. You have balls? Qin. Zai made a shocked expression. Li Donglai chuckled. Pei Ziki didn't get angry. Instead, he glared at his brother and laughed coldly, I won't be like those retarded female protagonists in those novels. I won't be so easily angered to the point of going crazy and then secretly fall in love with the protagonist. Xianxia said, you're thinking too much. You're at most a maid. Pei Ziki clenched her small fists. She put her phone in her pocket and closed her eyes to rest. Out of sight, out of mind. This mouth of hers. It wasn't unreasonable for Qin Baobao to always pique with her younger brother in real life. Li Donglai grinned, delighted to hear this. Only Qinga could deal with this sharp-tongued wretched girl. The KTV was located in the PT area, near the West Station. White Corinthian marble columns supported the pyramid-shaped roof, and the wide white stone steps were covered with a scarlet carpet. It was built like the Pantheon in Rome. The square in front of the gate was filled with all kinds of luxury cars. From time to time, there would be middle-aged men with big bellies driving straight in under the sweet welcome of girls whose miniskirts were so short that they almost reached their waists and low breasts. Queen Bey's Maserati could be swaggering on the streets, but there was no shortage of well-matched rivals here. Is this what you meant by singing? Xianxia glared at his disciple. Li Donglai looked at him in surprise and explained, that's right, we're here to sing. Although this isn't a proper place, the prostitution business can't be done openly. Usually, the guests and the princesses will negotiate the price and take them out to get a room. This has nothing to do with us. We're just singing, there's no need to call us princesses. After hesitating for a moment, Li Donglai couldn't hold back his curiosity and said in a strange tone, Qin Ge, you haven't even been to a nightclub before, have you? Xianxia felt that he was being looked down upon. He snorted, people who practice martial arts pay attention to the fundamentals and preserve the essence. Only then can one's chi and blood be vigorous. Why would I come to such a place? You'd better not come here in the future. Do you understand? Damn it, I'm a keyboard warrior, a theoretical grandmaster. My past as a rookie must never be exposed. Li Donglai bowed his head and admitted defeat. He said yes, he would never come again. Listening to the master and disciples' banter, Peiziki, who had a straight face, couldn't help but smile. Qin Zai's gaze swept across the parking lot. According to Li Donglai, his friends had already booked a luxurious private room. He deliberately took a detour to pick up Qin Zai and didn't meet him at the door. Otherwise, Qin Zai would have been able to estimate the background of these rich second-generation or officials based on the cars of these young boys and girls. The three of them walked to the door. The hostesses bowed and said sweetly, "Welcome." This nightclub was very high-end. The customers were either rich or noble. Oh, it was fine if they were expensive. Officials wouldn't dare to come to such a place. Those who came here were all rich and powerful. Officials liked to play with other people's wives and raise concubines. If there was a crime of adultery in the country, TSK, the exterior was already very luxurious. The interior decoration was even more profound. It was decorated in a splendid style. The scarlet carpet and the wallpaper were painted with gorgeous patterns. The huge crystal sculpture was huge. The hall was brightly lit. A few uniformed staff stood guard and led the three of them to the front desk. A nightclub was a type of nightclub. A nightclub generally referred to nightlife entertainment. It included entertainment KTV, bars, disco bars, performance halls, cabarets, disco, nightclubs, etc. This nightclub was an entertainment KTV. It was different from ordinary KTV. It didn't just sing. There were characters called princesses. You know. A few years ago, this kind of KTV was rampant. The sex business was in full swing. If you were interested in singing, you could have sex at any time. Later, the government cracked down and they didn't dare to be so arrogant. Of course, if you negotiated a price with the princesses, you could have sex with them in the toilet. Or you could take them out and get a room. Fortunately, it wasn't a nightclub with a dance floor, a band, or a DJ. Otherwise, Qin Zai would have left. He hated that kind of noisy and crazy scene the most. There was no reason. He just felt that it was too noisy. The private room was on the third floor. Walking along the corridor with dim lights, the air was filled with the smell of smoke, perfume, and disinfectant. On both sides of the corridor were closed rooms. The lights on the door showed that there were people in the room. However, only faint singing could be heard. The sound insulation was very good. They pushed the door open and entered the private room. Under the changing lights, a guy was holding a microphone and singing at the top of his voice. His singing was not complimentary. It was a tone deaf that destroyed the three views of the world. However, he was intoxicated with himself. Seeing the Li siblings enter, everyone in the private room waved their hands. Especially the guy who had been wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf. He gave Li Donglai a bear hug before greeting Peiziki. When this guy looked at the little beauty, his eyes were burning with passion. Finally, it was Qin Zai. He smiled and said, "Oh, this is the master you were talking about. Hello, Qin Gu." He shook hands with Qin Zai as if they were close friends. In the private room, there were 3 girls and 4 boys. They were all around 17 or 18 years old and looked a little young. Except for the tone-deaf guy who was a little handsome, the other 2 teenagers were average. The 3 girls each had their own characteristics. One was wearing a bohemia dress. Her facial features were ordinary, her skin was white, and her eyes were big. The other one was wearing a t-shirt and jeans. Her temperament and eyes were cold. The last one was wearing an off-shoulder shirt and hot pants. She was wearing the smoky makeup that Qin Zai hated the most. Despite her young age, she had a bit of a romantic charm. The only thing missing was the words "I'm not a good person" carved on her forehead. There were only 7 people. There was no princess or young master. Li Donglai said loudly, "He is my master. You can call him Qin Gu." The teenagers were very polite. They were not arrogant and domineering. After all, they were almost adults and knew how to be superficial. However, the three girls, perhaps because of their good looks and tall figures, looked at him with interest. The charming girl with smoky makeup even dared to throw him a coquettish glance. A guy with an ordinary appearance and a sturdy body muttered, "Brother Qin, don't lie, you're quite skilled and know a few fighting techniques." "I have practiced taekwondo for a few years. Do you have time to spar with me?" The cabbage's eyes suddenly lit up. They looked at Xianxia expectantly. They were all troublemakers. Xianxia smiled and said, "Okay, you just need to make an appointment." The guy was very happy. He raised his glass and drank with Xianxia. The three cabbages were very interested in Xianxia. They all came over to drink and joked with him. The girl in smoky makeup poured a full cup for Xianxia. She also poured a full cup for herself and drank it all in one gulp. Then, she looked at Xianxia and said, "Brother Qin, why do I feel like you look a little familiar?" Immediately, one of the cabbages said, "You are familiar with handsome guys." Xianxia was stunned. The video of him playing at the piano club was posted online not long ago. However, the video was not widely spread. He did not buy the news, so the popularity faded the next day. The cabbages talked a few words. They had the liveliness and playfulness unique to girls of their age. It is said that 3 years old is a generation gap. Xianxia could not adapt to their noise. He always felt that they were a little chinibu. Their thinking jumped too much, and then they would laugh inexplicably. The topics they talked about were relatively childish, but there was a sense of "I am an adult pretending to be mature." He had seen the symptoms of chinibu on the internet before. "I am different from others. It is not me who is wrong, it is the world." This is true wisdom. This group of young boys and girls was considered mild. Xianxia had a 16-year-old cousin. That was King Chinibu. Every time he saw him, he wanted to beat him. The cabbages also had some complaints about Xianxia. They felt that this Chingu was too boring. They deliberately said a few funny jokes, but he did not understand them at all. Peiziki shouted to the guy with the broken voice, "Li Zhongwei, help me order the song Blue and White Porcelain." Qin Baobao's Blue and White Porcelain. The online copyright had been sold by Xianxia, but the copyright of a song was not only the online copyright. The other rights to use it were handed over to his sister. The money earned went into Qin Bao's pocket. Qin Bao said righteously that she wanted to save money for her brother's wife. Xianxia said, "Saving money for a wife is our parents' business. It is none of your business." Qin Baobao said, I don't care. Your wife needs to be taken care of by me." This luxurious private room, which could accommodate more than 20 people, only had 10 people. It was a bit of a waste. Because the room was big, everyone sat more scattered. The tone-deaf guy was a microphone hog. He sang one song after another. If he didn't get tired of singing, others wouldn't have a chance to sing. They were used to it. The three boys played dice and drank. Peiziki chatted and drank with a few girls. The master and disciple sat alone in the corner. The master was banished to the cold palace. As the disciple, he couldn't play by himself. Li Donglai accompanied Xianxia and said, "Qin, don't mind them. These bastards are like this. They deserve a beating." They were polite to him, but it was nonsense to say that they were warm. "After all, it's the first time we've met." Xianxia took a sip of beer. Except for the microphone hog who was very friendly, the others were not too warm with him. They occasionally raised their glasses to show that they didn't forget Xianxia. The kind of people who treated you like old friends the moment they met and couldn't wait to pour their hearts out was the shrewdness and ability of adults. In the world of adults, shrewdness was the most basic quality. Even if they hated someone, they wouldn't show it on their face. High school students didn't come into contact with society. They showed off their abilities, and their edges and corners weren't polished by the bitterness of life. Didn't they often play in nightclubs and play with swords a few times? You'll have seen society, and you'll have experienced life. The standard for coming into contact with society, working in the workplace. They started to worry about their livelihood, started to understand the ways of the world, started to interact with all kinds of people, started to smile even if they hated someone, and started to look forward to the future and think about life. They were the ones who came into contact with society. They didn't spend their parents' money to eat, drink, and play, admire princesses' coquettish postures, and have sex with women in society. They felt that they had grown up and understood society. Compared to them, university life was more like a miniature society. The instructors wouldn't tell you to study hard and make progress every day. They would only tell you that if you wanted to go further and better in the workplace in the future, you should seize the opportunity to enrich yourself. The instructors would also discuss life, housing prices, and the macroeconomy with the students. Occasionally, they would complain about the increasing inflation. They would criticize the flaws of the national social security and medical insurance. Slowly, the university students' values and outlook on life changed. Middle school students had no access to these things at all. Their parents and teachers would only tell them to study hard and write a good answer sheet. In the eyes of high school students, the most evil thing in the world was exam papers. Other than that, life was beautiful and carefree. Xianxia, that singer is called Li Zhongwei. I'm from the municipal party committee. My father is even more influential, but he retired many years ago. Among our group, he was the most arrogant. He looked down on everyone and acted like a snob. When we first met, I chased after him for half a day. Originally, it was an irreconcilable grudge, but this guy liked my sister, so he came to me and pretended to be a grandson. I wanted to shake hands and make peace. Later on, I felt that he was a loyal person, so I became friends with him. The guy who wants to fight you is a northerner. His grandfather is a big shot in the public security system. He doesn't use his brain when doing things and has an unruly temper. He has done a lot of things with his martial arts and often makes his family clean up after him. His father was transferred to work in the Shanghai public security system. He is my father's subordinate, but his family background is not much worse than mine. Yes, he is a martial arts fanatic. In ancient times, he would be a troublemaker who broke the law with martial arts and was destined to be wanted by the government. That's why reincarnation is a technical job. If he is not beaten to death or disabled, his family will take care of him. Oh right, his name is Bai Guowei. And that gigolo, Huang Tingzi. You should pay attention to him. He is a treacherous villain. He is full of evil ideas. His ideas to harm people are basically all from him. Last year, he liked a girl. She was in love with her boyfriend and didn't like money. He waved his hoe until he was drenched in sweat, but he still couldn't win her over. Do you know what this guy did in the end? He went to call her boyfriend brother and was willing to be a sucker for that guy to go to nightclubs and play with women. He led a good boy astray, and in the end, he took the initiative to break up with his girlfriend. Li Donglai sneered and said, but even so, the girl still ignored him. That's why, when it comes to love, if you don't like it, you don't like it. What's the use of trying so hard to lead her boyfriend astray? That gloomy guy is called Zhang Wangyun. He lives off a woman. His mother is very awesome. She is a famous female entrepreneur in Shanghai. She is worth billions. She is a woman in her 40s, but she is still very seductive. You know. He has countless lovers outside. Because of the division of property, his parents did not divorce, but they live their own lives. His private life is very messy. The messy family environment made this kid a little psychopathic. The girls he slept with. TSK. Why are your friends full of people with foul reputations? Xianxia complained in his heart. He suddenly remembered that Nan Man Pei had told him about the siblings' family. Well, the siblings' family environment was probably a mess. Birds of a feather flocked together. Li Donglai talked tirelessly, emphasizing on the background of the three cabbages to Xianxia. The girl in the long bohemia dress came from a family of bureaucrats. Her father and two uncles were in the government and were doing well. The girl with the strong air of a prostitute came from a family that was half government and half business. She was rich and powerful. For some reason, she was rebellious and deliberately dressed herself as a street girl. The girl in the white t-shirt and jeans looked delicate and pretty, but she was actually the richest. In one sentence, she explained, I am one of the biggest real estate developers in Shanghai. In terms of life, the three girls were quite good. They had boyfriends before, but they were not promiscuous. After all, their family background was not bad. They had the upbringing that they should have. On the other side, Peiziki was drinking and chatting with her friends. The girls talked about nothing more than a few things: clothes, bags, cosmetics, and young stars. For example, the recently popular mixed-blood young star, Wales. In the hearts of the girls, Wales was like Qin Baobao to the otaku. It had been 3 episodes since he joined I Am a Singer. He had gained a lot of fangirls. The mixed blood seemed to have a natural advantage. He was far more handsome than the purebred natives. His singing was good, and his high-pitched voice was shocking. The girls liked him very much. I like Wales the most. How can he be so handsome and sing so well? The one who spoke was the flirtatiously dressed Chen Qingyuan. She was the rebellious one. I like him too. Even Li Rongxing is not as handsome as him, the girl in the long bohemia dress said excitedly. Her name was Guqing. I went to the scene of the last episode. I felt that Wales was more charming than on TV. Unfortunately, I didn't get his autograph. His team doesn't accept autograph requests, the well-dressed girl, Yi Ro, said with a smile. Her eyes were sparkling as she spoke. She seemed to have forgotten that with their family background, they could make Wales listen to them with just a phone call. Not to mention autographs, they could even eat and drink with them. Actually, I think Qin Baobao's songs are the best. Peiziki also expressed her opinion. Chen Qingyuan curled her lips. I don't like her. Didn't she have a scandal a while ago? She's a rich second-generation's canary. The two girls nodded as if they had the same feeling. Peiziki was stunned and asked, she's not. Her songs were written by her brother. Didn't the internet clarify? The 3 girls were dumbfounded. Really? You didn't pay attention? Peiziki was stunned again and pointed in the direction of Qin Zhe. You don't know him? Guqing, I know him. He's your brother's tutor. Chen Qingyuan, he's very handsome, but he's boring. Yi Ro, I think he's not bad. Chen Qingyuan smiled and said, Xiao Ro, are you interested in him? Okay, I'll help you talk to him and let him serve you tonight. Yi Ro blushed. Go away. Guqing in the long bohemia dress laughed. Oh, you're shy. It's just for fun. There's nothing wrong with it. As for being one of Vast Meng's boyfriends or taking a step further, you have to think about it. I heard from Ziki that his family background is ordinary. The two families are too different, have different values, and have no common language. Forget about getting married. Yi Ro blushed even more. She rolled her eyes and said, weren't you quite interested in him before? Qingyuan, didn't you say you wanted his phone number? Guqing, you're also looking forward to it. The 2 girls waved their hands. He's handsome, but he's a little boring. Peiziki thought to herself, okay, forget it if you don't know him. After all, Qin Zhe wasn't a celebrity. It was impossible for a few people to know him. The tone-deaf Li Zongwei muttered, Ziki, I want to sing a song for you. His voice was deafening in the microphone. Peiziki scolded, get lost, with your lousy voice. Li Zongwei didn't care and ordered a song. It was Qin Baobao's fairy tale. Qin Baobao's songs were must-have for KTV. Qin Zhe didn't know if he would get a share or a buyout, but he made a lot of money. It could be seen from Qin Baobao's 2 new LV bags, a new lady's watch, and Wang Zijin's office lady's suit and a pair of sneakers that cost more than 2,000 yuan. A fairy tale was turned into a folk song by this guy. It was so out of tune that he walked on Grandma's bridge. It was unbearable to watch. But the singer didn't realize that he was out of tune. The bohemia dress said, Qin Baobao's songs are really good. I like all of them. The flirtatious girl said, I like Farewell Song the most. It's Qin Baobao's most popular song. The others are good, but not to my taste. The richest girl in jeans retorted, shouldn't the most popular song be Exaggerated? It's number 1 on the weekly and monthly charts. No one can shake it. The flirtatious girl said, anyway, I can't get the G point of this song. I I really don't know why it's so popular. Pei Ziqi sneered, she's a big missy who doesn't know how to differentiate between grains and grains. Of course she won't be able to get it. You're talking as if you're not a lady. Pei Ziqi gulped down the remaining alcohol in one gulp and walked over to Li Zongwei. He snatched the microphone from him and said, "Stop singing, let me do it. Help me order a song, Blue and White Porcelain." She liked Blue and White Porcelain the most. When she heard this song live that day, she was inexplicably moved and shed tears. Li Zongwei's face was full of hidden bitterness, as if his wife had been snatched away, but he dared not say anything. He dejectedly went to choose a song. A girl in a long bohemia dress ran over to sing a duet. The two girls held hands. Pei Ziqi's voice was ethereal, while Guqing's voice was soft. They each had their own flavor. At this time, the flirtatious girl Xianxia Yuan stood up and left the room. She wanted to go to the buffet restaurant to get some snacks, and she asked Li Donglai to help her. This time, Qingzhe was completely thrown into the cold palace, sitting there alone. Feeling that it was meaningless, he went out to the toilet and smoked. He planned to wait for Li Donglai to come back and let him know before leaving. Not long after, the door of the private room was pushed open. Xianxia Yuan, who was carrying food, came back empty-handed. Her beautiful face was full of panic and anxiety. She shouted, "Li Donglai has been beaten up. Go and save him." The noisy music was turned off, and the private room was silent. Everyone stood up together. "Where?" Pei Ziqi did not say anything. She picked up the beer bottle on the table and rushed out. She cursed angrily, "Li Donglai, this idiot, always causing trouble." Although the brother and sister were not compatible with each other, it did not mean that Pei Ziqi could tolerate others beating her brother. "Ziqi, wait." Li Zongwei's face changed. He threw the microphone and followed closely behind. Xianxia Yuan led the way, and the group rushed out of the private room. In the restaurant, there was a mess of cups and plates. Li Donglai hugged his head and curled up on the ground. 3 men surrounded him, punching and kicking. One of them, a burly middle-aged man in a casual suit, picked up a plate and smashed it. Not far away, a few guests were pointing and watching the scene. It was normal to meet a fight in a KTV. Li Donglai had all kinds of oil and food stains on his body. He was also a tough guy. He did not say a word and kicked a few times to resist. However, this pitiful resistance led to more vicious beatings. "Lu Zong, stop hitting him, stop hitting him. Something bad will happen if you continue." A manager in uniform tried to mediate the fight, but it was useless. He pulled the middle-aged man's clothes a few times and was slapped in the face. The middle-aged man surnamed Lu knew the boss of the KTV and was a regular here. In the past, the KTV was like his own home. He was a person who could do whatever he wanted. The manager could only try to mediate. He did not even dare to call the police. He could only mourn for this unlucky stranger in his heart. Young people have bad tempers and do not know how to endure. It was fine if he wanted to play at home, but he did not know where he was. They were all people he could not afford to offend. What's wrong with his girlfriend being touched on the butt? It was not like it was a real OOXX. He kicked Lu Zong on the spot. Now, if he did not suffer, he probably would not be able to walk out of the KTV. Pei Ziqi rushed to the scene and saw Li Donglai's miserable appearance. She screamed shrilly, waved a beer bottle, and rushed forward. The little girl did not know how to fight. The noise she made was a bit big. If it were a gangster who was familiar with the routine, he would definitely sneak over without saying a word and hit her with a stick. He would knock one down first. One of the middle-aged men turned around and kicked Pei Ziqi right in the stomach. The 16-year-old girl was instantly kicked to the ground. She covered her stomach and her face was full of pain. Several people who came behind saw this scene and their eyes were about to pop out. Li Zongwei cursed and pulled a chair to join the fight. Then came Bai Guowei, the martial arts fanatic, Zhang Wangyun, the gloomy character, and the sinister gigolo, Huang Tingzi. The situation became a mess in an instant. 3 girls helped Pei Ziqi up and waved flags and shouted at the side. During this time, Xianxia Yuan and Pei Ziqi smashed plates and beer bottles. However, their aim was a bit poor and they accidentally hit their allies several times. The three men were outnumbered and were attacked by the cheerleaders from time to time. They fought and retreated. They could not take the elevator. When they escaped to the safe corridor, everyone was injured. The most miserable one had the corner of his eye cracked. Looking at the injury, he had to go to the hospital to get stitches. Li Zongwei spat out a mouthful of blood. With a bit of the high-spirited momentum of a great victory, he cursed, "A group of F***ers. I can kill you in minutes. Brothers, do you want to call for help?" He wanted to use his family's connections to beat the dog in the water and settle accounts after the autumn. No matter how powerful these guys' families were, they would only use them when they were in trouble. Who would shout loudly in a nightclub, "My father is so-and-so"? That would be stupid. Peiziki cursed, "Call for help? Call for an ambulance. Li Donglai is going to die." The others only had minor injuries, but Li Donglai was in a miserable state. Not only was his face bruised and swollen, his head was also broken. Blood flowed down his forehead. At first glance, it was exceptionally frightening. But in fact, it was only a superficial injury that did not even need stitches. The real fatal injury was the invisible injury. The three bastards were insidious. His ribs hurt as if they were about to break. His back muscles were contuted and his knee joints were kicked many times. He could barely stand. First help me to rest." Li Donglai grimaced in pain. He looked bleak, but he was full of energy. A group of people helped Li Donglai back to the luxury private room. During this time, for some reason, the KTV did not say anything. It seemed that they were going to turn a blind eye. After this incident, they were not in the mood to sing. The girls' bags were in the luxury private room. They were ready to take their things and leave. As for settling accounts, they could do it another day. The most important thing was to send Li Donglai to the hospital first. Li Donglai leaned on the sofa half dead. Chen Yuan took out a wet towel and carefully wiped the blood. There were tears in the corner of her eyes. On the contrary, Peiziki, the sister, put her hands on her waist and complained endlessly. The flirtatious girl Chen Yuan was angry. She could not stand her nagging and shouted, "Shut up. This is not Li Donglai's fault. It's mine." After she told, everyone knew the whole story. The cause of the incident could be summed up in 4 words, femme fatale. Chen Yuan was young and hot. When she bent down to pick food, her small butt was particularly perky. Her 2 slender white legs and slim waist were very attractive. It was also her own fault. She dressed flirtatiously and wore smoky makeup. She did not dress like a good girl. A middle-aged uncle who drank a little too much and was too excited sneakily attacked her from behind. He pinched her perky but fiercely and asked her how much it was for a night. Was she a sugar baby? Chen Yuan, who came from a well-off family, had never been wronged like this before. He exploded on the spot, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws like a cat. He slapped him and said, "Keep your ass, you bastard." The middle-aged man was furious. He was about to slap the little girl, but he was kicked away by Li Donglai who was next to him. Then the friends of the strange uncle rolled up their sleeves to help. Li Donglai was outnumbered and soon fell to the ground. Chen Yuan saw that the situation was not good. She ran back to ask for help. Peiziki said shyly, "Humph, at least I did something." "Well, you're quite loyal." Bai Guowei patted Li Donglai's shoulder. Her friends praised her. Li Donglai immediately beamed with joy and said proudly, "That's nothing. My master said that as a martial artist, we can't back down when we encounter trouble. We must have the courage to stand up for injustice. Only then can we bravely advance on the martial path." "Oh right, where's my master?" Peiziki looked around and suddenly found that Xianxia was gone. Everyone looked at each other. Yes, where was he? When did he disappear? Li Zongwei curled his lips. "He was here just now. When I wasn't looking, he disappeared." Huang Tingzi, who was sinister, sneered. "Did he run away when he heard that something was wrong?" The girls looked like they were saying, "So he is such a person. Alas, this guy is so unloyal. Humph, he's so handsome. He's Donglai's master. He ran away without saying anything." So annoying. Pei Ziki frowned. Li Donglai was Qingzai's diehard fan. He said angrily, "Bullsh asterisk T, Qingga must have something to do. If he was there, he could take down 8 or 10 people in a minute." Chen Qingyuan rolled her eyes and said, "Don't talk. I'm helping you wipe your face. Your so-called master is just like that. He can be friends, but he's too stupid to be so loyal." "I don't want you to wipe my face," Li Donglai said angrily. Chen Qingyuan rolled her eyes. "Ziki, you do it. I'm too lazy to serve him." As soon as she said that, the door of the private room was kicked open. A group of about 7 or 8 people rushed in. The leader was the middle-aged man, Lu Zong. This guy was covered in oil stains, his hair was messy, and there were some bloodstains on his face. Obviously, he had rushed back to take revenge and did not have time to clean up. The boys' and girls' faces changed as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Lu Zong looked ferocious. He pointed at the crowd and said, "Beat them up." The spacious private room fell into chaos. Fruit plates were scattered, wine bottles were flying, and the situation was almost one-sided. Bai Guowei did indeed have some skills. He used a high kick the moment they met face to face. He kicked one of them in the chin and instantly okayed the other person. However, Taekwondo was too flashy. Although the movements were very dazzling and had lethality, it was only suitable for the arena. If he really met an experienced gangster, even if he took a hard kick from you, he would not be okay in one move. He would be able to get close to him and then use his fists to beat him up. Not to mention that she was dealing with adults in their teens. Bai Guowei kicked one of them and was pushed to the ground. Then, a few of them swarmed up and punched and kicked her. The others were even worse. They put up a token resistance and were knocked to the ground. Fortunately, this group of people had a bottom line and did not fight with the girls. The 4 girls shrank in the corner and trembled. Guqing, who was wearing a bohemia dress, secretly took out her phone and was about to make a call. Lu Zong, who had sharp eyes, dodged and smashed the phone on the ground. He slapped the little girl in the face and made her cry. Lu Zong stopped his minions and said with a grim smile, "Find the phones and smash them." Slap, 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 7 or 8 phones were smashed to the ground and turned into scrap. Lu Zong sat on the sofa and looked at the teenagers with bruises on their faces. He put on a fake smile and said, "Boys, it's time for us to have a good chat." There were people guarding the door, so there was no need to worry about people watching or calling the police. The bottom line of the KTV boss was to not make a big fuss and just teach them a lesson. F***ck your talk. Bai Guowei cursed. The man next to her slapped her in the face. "You're not even fully grown yet, you're here to have fun." Lu Zong sneered. Lu Zong was in the construction industry and could be considered half a real estate developer. He had thousands of workers under him. Although they were just following behind the real estate tycoon, it was a profitable business to have a relationship with real estate these days. Lu Zong slapped everyone on the sofa, starting from Li Donglai. He was so strong that the teenagers bled from the corners of their mouths. Finally, he arrived in front of the 4 cabbages. Although the fresh cabbages came from good families, they were still high school girls who had not seen much. With the protection of their elders, they had never suffered any setbacks. At this moment, they were all panicking. Lu Zong grabbed Chen Qingyuan's hair, ignoring the little girl's cries of pain. With a hideous smile on his face, he looked exactly like a tyrant. "Smelly bitch, slap me. You F***king need a man to F***cku. It was true that he was a nouveau riche, but he was too uncouth. Once he drank, he would show his true colors. Today, he saw that this girl was not dressed like a decent person. Her small butt was perky and tempting, so he touched it casually. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a fierce little horse. He waved his hand and slapped Chen Qingyuan a few times. Li Donglai and the other youngsters' chi and blood surged as they engaged in another fierce battle. Once again, they were suppressed and wounded. It was needless to say how miserable they were. If these high school students were given a few more years to gain more experience in society, they would know how to use their family's power to intimidate others. But now that they were in trouble, they were all panicking. Even Huang Tingzi, who was known for his trickery, had a look of horror on his face. His expression was like that of a good person encountering a hoodlum. Lu Zong licked his lips and slapped Chen Qingyuan twice. Her cheeks were red and swollen, and she was crying. The faces of the three girls, including Pei Ziqi, were drained of blood. This was perhaps the most desperate moment of their lives. Usually, they would make threatening gestures in school, laughing and cursing, as if they were the only ones in the world. That was the dark side of society that they had not come into contact with. Especially in a place like this nightclub, there were all kinds of people. There were not many good birds, but many bad birds. In a few years, they would experience being picked up, drugged, and other adult things. At this time, a shout came from outside the door. "You can't enter here." After a few muffled sounds, the back door was pushed open. Xianxia, who was wearing a black t-shirt and jeans, stood at the door. He glanced at the miserable situation in the private room and frowned. 4 security guards were lying at his feet. He heard crying. Everyone looked at the door and their eyes fell on the uninvited guest. Li Donglai's dark eyes suddenly lit up. Pei Ziqi was like a weeping beauty. The moment she saw Xianxia, it was as if she saw a glimmer of light. "It's just a toilet break." "Why are there so many problems?" the guy muttered. "Who are you?" Lu Zong looked unfriendly. Xianxia pointed at Li Donglai, who had beaten up his aunt so badly that she almost couldn't recognize him, and said, "This person is my student." Lu Zong sneered. "So there's a fish that escaped the net. You want to stand up for him?" He was angry. He wasn't sure if this guy who came out of nowhere had secretly called the police. Lu Zong waved his hand. "Beat him up." 3 big men rushed at Xianxia. Xianxia didn't retreat at all. Instead, he was ready to fight. "Call the police." "What are you waiting for? Run." Seeing that this guy didn't dodge, Li Zongwei and the others panicked. The best choice was to call the police and shout to attract onlookers. Playing the hero was undoubtedly the stupidest thing to do. Anxiety, disappointment, anger. Many emotions rose in everyone's heart. The next moment, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Xianxia, who was playing the hero, faced the 3 men who were rushing at him. Each of them was holding an empty beer bottle. He didn't dodge and kick the man who bore the brunt of the attack in the stomach. That guy only had time to groan before he flew backward and hit the marble table hard. He curled up like a shrimp and trembled in pain. Both the enemies and the allies were shocked. The weakest one weighed 150 or 160 pounds. An adult man, with the inertia of running, was still kicked 5 or 6 meters away. It was too freaking powerful. The remaining 2 men caught a glimpse of their companion flying away from the corner of their eyes. Their hearts went cold, but there was no turning back. They were only 3 steps away from Xianxia. They hesitated. Should they fight or not? Before they could make a decision, Xianxia took a step to the left and punched the man on the left in the ribs. He didn't even look at the man who knelt on the ground. He turned around and swept his right elbow. With another muffled sound, the man on the right spat out 2 front teeth and covered his mouth in pain. Xianxia kicked each of them and knocked them out. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. Xianxia took off his t-shirt and wrapped it around his right fist. Looking at his posture, it was clear that he wanted to fight a group of people alone. Lu Zong's face was ferocious. He said fiercely, "Beat him." "I don't believe he can beat a group of people." Although they were shocked by this uninvited guest, they still didn't believe they would lose because they had more people. At most, they would lose a few people. Number 11, including Lu Zong, picked up the empty beer bottles and rushed at him aggressively. Xianxia was faster than them. He kicked them in the groin at lightning speed. He finished one, twisted his waist and swung his arm, and finished the other one. It was not the flashy and gorgeous way to counter every move that was shown on TV. In a real fight, it was a contest of strength and speed. Usually, he finished his opponent in 1 or 2 moves. The private room was not small, but it was obviously not enough to be a battlefield for more than 10 people. Xianxia twisted and turned, trying his best to dodge, but he still took a lot of hits. Fortunately, his physical fitness was not what it used to be, and he had exchanged for advanced fighting skills. He could completely hold on. Next, it was time for a one-on-one show. The room was full of young boys and girls. Looking at the fierce people who were in and out of the encirclement, they waved their iron fists vigorously. In 2 or 3 moves, he killed an enemy. None of those who were knocked down could get up again. In the end, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. He glanced at the scattered corpses and said with a grin, F***ck, it hurts so much. What's the use of having more people? Tell me, what happened? He put his t-shirt on his shoulder, showing his well-proportioned and fit body in front of the girls. The girls, who had yet to recover from the shock, began to chatter. Their eyes were filled with tears, and they looked like children who had just found their parents. Xianxia waved his hand, and the girls immediately quieted down. He kicked the half-dead Li Donglai. Squeak if you're not dead. Li Donglai said weakly, squeak. Xianxia waved his hand and wanted to skin his head. Seeing his head full of blood, he sighed and retracted his hand. Li Donglai pointed at Lu Zong and said with hatred, that idiot flirted with Chen Qingyuan in the restaurant and was beaten up by me. He didn't want to give up, so he brought people here to cause trouble. He automatically ignored the fact that he was beaten up in the restaurant. Chen Qingyuan? The girl with smoky makeup who wore shorts and an off-the-shoulder blouse. Xianxia looked at the frightened girl. Her face was full of tears and her makeup was ruined by her tears. She looked like a little kitten. When she realized that Xianxia was looking at her, her eyes were immediately filled with tears and she started to cry. It was another femme fatale incident. That was why Xianxia hated nightclubs the most. No, he hated all places that indulged themselves. Under the influence of alcohol, many people couldn't suppress the evil thoughts in their hearts and did things that they wouldn't dare to do normally. Rape, fighting. It wasn't like there weren't any nightclub fights that killed people. On this matter, Qin Baobao didn't dare to touch his bottom line. It didn't matter during the day, but at night, she had to ask her brother's permission to go to the KTV. If her brother said that he wanted to go, she would bring him along. If her brother said that he couldn't go, she would go home obediently. Xianxia coldly glanced at Lu Zong who was spitting acid. The middle-aged man noticed his gaze and said resentfully, little bastard, just wait to be hacked to death. No one can leave today. They lost this battle. Fortunately, this was their home ground and people would come over soon. Xianxia didn't say a word. He picked up the bottle and smashed it on the middle-aged man's head. The middle-aged man groaned and fainted. Blood flowed out. Not to mention the girls, even Bai Guowei, who prided himself on being unruly, was dumbfounded by his ferocious aura. He was really not afraid of beating people to death. That wasn't enough. He walked around the room with the bottle and hit people's heads mercilessly without the demeanor of a master. Bai Guowei knelt down to this hero. Xianxia wasn't a hero, nor did he have the demeanor of a master. He didn't believe in holding people accountable. The leader was hateful, but the follower who hit people wasn't hateful? Wishful thinking. He wouldn't let anyone off. To be honest, he was happy to see this group of second-generation heirs being beaten up. Every dog has its day. They might have bullied others like this before. He was a nationalistic youth and couldn't be bothered to care about social parasites like them. However, he liked his half-baked disciple, Li Donglai. This was his die-hard fan. How many die-hard fans could you have in your life? His disciple had been beaten to such a state, and his master had stood by and watched. Then there was the investment of feelings. Queen Bei was mysterious. After knowing her for so long, he still felt that she was like the moon in the water, hazy and unclear. Xianxia had always intended to develop Queen Bei as one of his contacts, not as a nephew's tutor or an ordinary friend. Selling a favor to the queen was unrealistic. Taking a step back, he would invest in her niece and nephew. After venting his anger, Xianxia dialed his phone. Hardly had the ringtone rung when Queen Bei's magnetic and pleasant voice came from dozens of kilometers away. Xianxia? Your nephew's disciple was beaten up. Are you coming? Xianxia said half-jokingly. Nan Manpei was silent for a few seconds. His voice was still calm. You can't handle it? I beat the guy down, but this is their territory. Sister Pei has to deal with it. Li Donglai is quite pitiful. He's probably going to be hospitalized. There's also a girl who suffered a little. I don't think this matter will be settled so easily, so I'm helping them call for help. I know. Where is it? Nan Man Pei finally showed some seriousness. Xianxia gave an address and hung up. The boys were a little miserable. There were countless footprints on their bodies, and their faces were bruised and swollen. They didn't know how many times they had been slapped. Li Donglai was the most seriously injured. As for the girls, they were sitting in a row on the sofa, eating fruits and crying from the beginning to the end. Xianxia immediately took out his phone and threw it in the direction of the boys. He scolded, "Don't you have a strong family background? Call for help yourselves. Damn it, a bunch of immature brats. Learning from adults to go to a nightclub, but all of you are useless." The rich second generations lowered their heads in shame. They grabbed their phones and took turns to report information to their family elders and ask for help. Later, this nightclub was bound to attract all kinds of people. Xianxia had double standards when it came to men and women. The little girls were crying non-stop. Xianxia walked in front of Pei Ziqi and patted his head. "When something like this happens, the first thing you should do is to call your little aunt or me." Pei Ziqi sniffed and barely stopped crying. Her eyes were red. She said sadly, "My phone was thrown." Xianxia glared. "You should have informed me at the restaurant." "Forget it, let's not talk about this. Don't come to this kind of place in the future, okay?" Pei Ziqi looked up and carefully glanced at him. She lowered her head again and said softly, "Okay." As she spoke, she secretly peeked at Xianxia's muscular upper body. His muscles were well-defined, and his abs were prominent. She blushed quietly. Then he looked at the girl who was crying the loudest, Chen Qingyuan. This girl actually had delicate eyebrows, a thin oval face, and big eyes. She was a little beauty. It was just that her dressing was not complimentary. Qin Baobao said that no one liked to be surrounded by people like a panda. Therefore, she never dressed up to be eye-catching. Chen Qingyuan did the opposite. Xianxia picked up the napkin box on the ground and handed it to Chen Qingyuan. He tried to be as gentle as possible. "Don't cry. This is a warning." After thinking for a while, he added, "Girls should have self-respect and self-respect. This dressing is very problematic. Shorts that reached her thighs, a bare shoulder top, and smoky makeup. No wonder people would misunderstand." Chen Qingyuan looked at Xianxia in a daze. Suddenly, she blushed and lowered her head. After a long time, she said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "Thank you." Xianxia almost didn't hear it. About 15 minutes later, a team of policemen rushed into the private room. The middle-aged policeman in the lead looked around and saw Bai Guowei with a bloody nose and a swollen face. His burly body trembled violently, and he almost peed in his pants. He rushed over and asked his subordinates to call 120 for an ambulance. The KTV boss also came in with the policeman. When he saw this scene, he kept wiping his sweat. He knew about this. He was the one who told Lu Zong the private room number. There were too many rich people these days. There were many little kids who came here to play. He didn't care about a few high school students. He only told them not to go overboard and to teach them a lesson. Judging from Captain Yang's expression, these little kids seemed to have some background. Just as the KTV boss was thinking about how to use his connections to clear his name, another team of policemen rushed in. The ones who came later were not the same as the ones who came before. Then, the third and fourth batches of policemen arrived. In just half an hour, a total of 30 policemen came to the KTV. At this time, the KTV boss was completely disheartened and lost his soul. It was over. The rich second generations were sent to a nearby Class 3 Grade A hospital. Each of them was given an individual ward to settle this group of young masters. Other than Li Donglai, who had 3 stitches on his head, the others were fine. It was just that the deputy director was frightened when he saw them limping. He arranged for them to be hospitalized. Nan Man Pei arrived late. When she arrived at the hospital, Li Donglai was lying on the bed and groaning. Queen Bei glanced at her nephew, whose head was wrapped in gauze, and said lightly, "Did you get into a fight again?" The siblings kept quiet out of fear. They didn't dare to say a word. Pei Ziki subconsciously looked at Xianxia, as if he was her pillar of support. Her Majesty the Queen had accumulated a lot of power. Sister Pei, you can't blame Dong Lai for this. Xianxia pleaded for his disciple. Nan Man Pei nodded and said apologetically, are you hurt? Xianxia shook his head. Li Donglai immediately said, Qingge defeated more than 10 people by himself. He is very powerful. Nan Man Pei glanced at him and said softly, you talk too much. Li Donglai kept quiet. How do you plan to deal with this? Xianxia also asked. Pei Nanman hesitated for a while. Based on my temper, I will be in jail for a few years. Don't even think about opening that KTV. Sister Pei is still capable of doing that in Shanghai. If it was the elders of those brats, they would be even more ruthless. Xianxia said, oh. He didn't say anything. Which parents wouldn't be angry when their children were beaten up like this? Thank you for today. Let me send you home. Nan Man Pei smiled gracefully. Sister Pei, don't be so polite. What is our relationship? Xianxia tried to get closer to her. Nan Man Pei smiled, Sister Pei owes you a favor. After their aunt left with Xianxia, Li Donglai was enraptured. My master is powerful, right? I told you that he is a martial arts master, but you don't believe me. Look, there are more than 10 people, and they are like vegetables. Pei Ziki surprisingly didn't refute him. She turned her head and looked out of the window, ignoring him. The door of the ward opened, and Chen Qingyuan popped her head in. The smoky makeup on her face had been washed off. The delicate and pretty little beauty's eyes were bright. She looked around for a moment and saw Pei Ziki and her brother in the ward. She seemed a little disappointed. Why are you here? Li Donglai was stunned. Chen Qingyuan rolled her eyes and said, I'm not here to see you. Where is your master? My aunt sent him back. What is it? I want to thank him in person, Chen Qingyuan whispered. You're welcome. I, Qingge, always say that I will help when I see injustice. Li Donglai waved his hand heroically. Chen Qingyuan said shyly, then do you have his mobile phone number? Pei Ziki had a strange look on her face. This girl was in heat. Li Donglai's expression changed. He said like a hothead, I said you're welcome. Chen Qingyuan was anxious. You talk too much. I thanked him, not you. Give me his mobile phone number. Li Donglai, Nan Man Pei drove the Audi A8 that the driver picked up Xianxia to the villa that day, but the driver was not there. She drove herself. Xianxia followed her out of the hospital building and saw a lean man in a tight black t-shirt coming over, followed by 2 minions. It was a familiar dress and a familiar temperament. Sister Pei, are you working for you? Xianxia asked. No, Nan Man Pei shook her head. It's a dog raised by my ex-husband. Ex-husband? Xianxia was shocked by these 2 words. Sure enough, there was still such a creature as his uncle-in-law. Pei Nanman was like a ripe peach, completely different from his sister's golden jade on the inside but rotten on the inside. It was not strange that she had a husband, but Xianxia felt a burst of jealousy because all men had the same mentality. The lean man approached and bowed. Sister-in-law, Brother Chow asked me to see if there's anything I can help you with. Nan Man Pei waved her hand. Then let's go. The lean man straightened his back and said meticulously, Brother Chow is waiting for you to go back for dinner. No hurry, I'll take a friend home first. He glanced at Xianxia and said, Where do you live? I'll take you back on behalf of my sister-in-law. Nan Man Pei ran out of patience and turned a deaf ear to him, leading Xianxia to the Audi A. The lean man took a step forward. Sister-in-law, it's not good to let Brother Chow wait for a long time. Not good? Would it be better if I threw you into the Huangpu River? Nan Man Pei narrowed her eyes. Xianxia wanted to laugh when he heard this. Throw you into the Huangpu River was her catchphrase. Unexpectedly, the lean man's face changed. He retreated as if avoiding snakes and scorpions and did not dare to speak again. Nan Man Pei sat in the driver's seat and acted as the driver. Xianxia opened the door and got in. The car started and quickly went into the night. The lean man watched the car drive away. It turned left at the intersection in front of him and completely disappeared from his sight. He breathed a sigh of relief. I was having dinner with an old friend and came over when I received your call. For the first time, Nan Man Pei explained. Ex-husband? Xianxia probed. Nan Man Pei nodded indifferently. Yes. I didn't expect Sister Pei to be married. He sincerely admired the powerful man who married this strong woman. Nan Man Pei glanced at someone in the rearview mirror with a murderous look. Xianxia, who did not realize that he had said something wrong, looked as usual and sighed. I still can't control it. Xianxia muttered. Nan Man Pei understood and gritted her teeth. I should throw you into the Huangpu River. Xianxia had eaten the courage of a leopard. I can beat 10 weak women like Sister Pei with one hand. I can press Qin Bao Bao on the sofa with one hand like a salted fish that can't turn over. If this sentence was said to Qin Bao Bao, her sister would not be convinced and would fight with him. If this sentence was said to Pei Ziki, the girl would be angry and scold him. If this sentence was said to Wang Zijin, when the sister of the Wang family was in a good mood, she would be a little coquettish. Are you willing to lay your hands on such a beautiful sister? With Nan Man Pei's personality, she chose to ignore Xianxia's words. She probably felt that it was too childish and was too lazy to respond. Xianxia said goodbye to Nan Man Pei at the gate of the community and took out the key to open the door. The hall was dark and quiet. The two sisters had already gone to bed. The next morning, Xianxia woke up and washed up. 10 minutes later, Wang Zijin walked out of the room in her pajamas. Xianxia sat in the living room and waited. They had developed a tacit understanding of who would wait for the other to wake up first. At 7:30 a.m., Xianxia returned from his morning exercise. He wanted to continue training at night. Exercise was addictive. At 8 o'clock a.m., Wang Zijin went to work. Qin Bao Bao lazed in bed until 9 o'clock a.m. She wore teddy bear pajamas and yawned as she walked out of the room. Her hair was messy. Breakfast is cold. Help me turn it in the microwave. Qin Bao Bao turned to her brother who was studying stocks on the sofa. Xianxia ran into the kitchen. Qin Bao Bao hurriedly finished her breakfast. After washing up, she went back to her room to sleep. At noon, Xianxia called her for lunch. She got up reluctantly and sat on the sofa in a daze, looking listless. What are you doing? It's time to eat. Xianxia waved at her from the dining table. His sister glanced at him and curled her lips. I have no appetite. I don't want to eat. There is chicken stewed with mushrooms. No, no. His sister twisted her body in annoyance. Are you fasting? Xianxia was puzzled. Or is it your period? No, his sister's period was not today. It's none of your business. Qin Bao Bao glared at him. Xianxia could not figure out what was wrong with her, so he ate in silence. Ever since his sister became famous, she had been lazing around at work. Anyway, celebrities did not need to clock in and she did not have any jobs. She was very free. In the past, during the economic crisis, she insisted on clocking in every day and got full attendance at the end of the month. It was probably because the copyrights of a few songs were enough for her to spend, so she resumed her lazy life. After lunch, Xianxia looked at the index in the living room, while his sister sat on the other side of the sofa and played with her phone. During this time, his sister looked at Xianxia several times. He was staring at the computer with focused eyes, as if her beautiful face was not as attractive as his computer screen. Qin Bao Bao angrily threw her phone on the sofa and muttered, My waist is sore. Xianxia, massage it for me. What do you mean by your waist is sore? You haven't practiced dancing recently. Xianxia was stunned. My waist is sore, my waist is sore. Qin Bao Bao puffed up her cheeks and said angrily, Why can you massage your sister Ziwei, but not me? Xianxia was stunned. He had a strange feeling in his heart. Was she jealous? Did she feel uncomfortable when she saw him being intimate with Wang Zijin? Inexplicably, there was some joy and excitement in his heart. Then he thought of the loud slap that day. He shook the messy thoughts out of his head. It should be just his sister's abnormal possessiveness. I agree to all of your requests. Xianxia became the sweet boy who knew how to make his sister happy. You're good at talking. Qin Baobao lay on the sofa and let her brother massage her waist through the teddy bear pajamas. She narrowed her eyes comfortably. "Are you comfortable, little sister?" Qin said. Little sister." Qin Baobao felt as if she was struck by lightning. A layer of goosebumps appeared on her white neck. "Disgusting," she said. "It's quite disgusting." Qin was also disgusted by himself. This title was really not suitable for his sister. Qin Baobao said the words that she had been thinking for a long time. You're still young. There's no rush to find a girlfriend. Wang Zijin's family is in the capital. It seems that they have some background. The ancients didn't often say that marriage would be a tragedy if the two families don't match. MDZZ. Qin really didn't know how to complain. Qin Baobao was sometimes enthusiastic about matchmaking him and Wang Zijin, and sometimes she said that there would be no good ending if they were not suitable for each other. As expected, a woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. Yes. It's good enough to have a sister. There's no need for a girlfriend. Qin mocked. It's good that you know. Qin Baobao didn't expect her brother to be so tactful. Little sister. Qin deliberately disgusted her. Qin Baobao had goosebumps again. After massaging her sister's waist, Qin Baobao said again, "I'm hungry." Qin said, "You're so pretentious. Are you eating or not? There's still leftovers for lunch." Her sister wrinkled her nose and snorted in protest. "I don't want to eat. I want to eat almond tofu pudding." Then order takeout. "I want to eat from the restaurant on Dongfeng Road. They don't provide takeout. Go buy it for me." "I don't have time. I'm busy." Qin didn't want to. "Buy it for me. Buy it for me." Her sister kicked her long legs and kept pushing Qin out of the sofa. Qin held his sister's white and tender feet. Her toes were round and delicate and soft. His eyes gazed into her lively eyes. When their eyes met, Qin Baobao's face quietly turned bright red. Qin didn't notice. He let go of his sister's feet and said helplessly, "Wait for me." Since his sister could act coquettishly with him, it meant that the incident that day had been completely forgotten. She wouldn't snitch on him to the old man anymore. Yes, he didn't have to worry about going to the orthopedic department in Germany anymore. On Saturday, in addition to the new issue of I Am a Singer, which was well received, Su Yunhan's new album released recently was also well received. The album was called Nothing New, which was also the name of the title song. It was said that Su Yunhan's new album broke a new record for digital albums. The song became popular on the internet, and its popularity was no less than that of the I Am a Singer program, which had dominated the top music chart for a long time. In just a few days, it rushed to the third place of the weekly chart and the first place of the daily chart, and became popular all over the country. Even Su Yunhan, whose popularity had stagnated for a long time, had a tendency to become very popular. Her shadow could be seen in various programs, interviews, and news. Qin knew about this because his sister told him. He was really not interested in the entertainment circle and rarely paid attention to programs other than I Am a Singer and artists other than his sister. Qin looked at his sister's envious and jealous look. He slapped his thigh, pointed at Qin Bao and opened his mouth. "Look, she used one of my songs and was almost promoted from the second tier to the first tier. What about you? I worked hard to promote you, wrote songs and played the piano, but you are still in the third tier." Qin Bao can't be promoted. His sister looked at him blankly, first biting her lip, and then there was mist in her eyes. His sister paid great attention to her image in her brother's mind. There couldn't be any flaws, otherwise, she would fight Qin desperately. On the contrary, no matter how exaggerated Qin's flattery was, his sister would happily take it seriously. So Qin felt that his sister was easy to coax. So he had a PK with Qin. His sister, whose strength was declining day by day, not only did not teach Qin a lesson, but she was pressed on the sofa and struggled like a salted fish. She was also slapped a few times by her evil brother, and her perky buttocks rippled with soul-stirring ripples. Nothing New had an excellent reputation and good comments on the internet. In particular, Su Yunhan's fans on Tieba, forums, and Weibo were all praising it. Rise, my Yunhan will be promoted to the first tier soon. Amazing. On the day of the new album's debut, the clicks exceeded 1 million and paid downloads exceeded 100,000. In 3 days, the digital album record was broken. The title song is really good. Nice, nice. I'm giving a thumbs up to Su Yunhan. She is someone who truly puts her heart and soul into making music. Number 2 on the weekly rankings, successfully pushing Blue and White Porcelain down, but the number 1, Exaggerated, is still unshakable. The Blue and White Porcelain has been out for so long. It's not strange that it's been pushed down. It would be amazing if it could be pushed down the monthly rankings. She's ranked 7th on the monthly chart. Will's English song has also been pushed down. Amazing. She's indeed my goddess. I just can't stand I am a singer dominating the charts for so long. It's as if no one else in the music industry can sing except them. Yunhan is a dark horse. Let's change the IP and continue to pay for downloads. We'll squeeze Qin Baobao's Exaggerated out of the market. F***ck, Qin Baobao's songs are always popular all over the country. It's a bit unrealistic to push her down. Even if she succeeds, maybe her new song will dominate the charts again after the next episode. Qin Baobao has already become a top-notch IP. Her fan club boasted that Baobao's products must be the best. We have to be convinced. What's so great about having a younger brother? With a younger brother, she's the best. Our Yunhan is not afraid. We can't fall behind. Push up, pay, click, and push the song up. It's such a good song. It's unreasonable not to push it. There are too many people who can write songs. It's not just Qin Baobao's younger brother, okay? Our Yunhan can't lose, at least in music. Hoof, Qin Baobao's fans are all flaunting their power as if she's the number 1 in the country. It's all because of her younger brother. It's time for us to show our strength. Qin Baobao has dominated the charts for long enough. Yunhan has given us an opportunity to break the situation. In addition to the title of Queen of Love songs that the company helped her to promote, Qin Baobao also had the nickname of Queen of the Charts. Not to mention the daily chart, for songs on the weekly chart were hers. 6 of the top 10 songs on the monthly chart were hers. She suppressed all the singers until they couldn't breathe. This caused a certain rebound effect. For example, the fans of the singers were very angry with Qin Baobao and her younger brother's domineering behavior. The lyricist and composer are actually the same person. It's true. I didn't pay attention before. Who is this Xianxia? I've never heard of him. He's probably a newcomer, or an unknown composer who finally has a famous song? Could he be Qin Baobao's younger brother? Pfft, don't be funny. Why would Qin Baobao's younger brother write a song for Su Yunhan? When I see a composer surnamed Qin, I reflexively think of Qin Baobao's younger brother. Haha, I've been brainwashed. By the way, who is Qin Baobao's younger brother? I've seen him in the video. He's so handsome, but I don't know his name. He's not in the entertainment industry. He's very low-key. Don't forget, Su Yunhan is also under Star Art. It's not really unrelated. What if he really is Qin Baobao's younger brother? The netizens chatted for a long time. Someone went to Su Yunhan's Weibo and asked. In the end, not long after, Su Yunhan really did respond. She updated her Weibo. Thank you Baobao for your help. My younger brother is really amazing. If you need songs, go ask Qin Baobao for a song. Qin Baobao. The comments instantly surged. Almost every time the page was refreshed, there would be dozens or even hundreds of new replies. Damn, it's really Qin Baobao's younger brother who wrote it? My Yunhan hooked up with Qin Baobao? You can, 666. Hey, we're cheering for you on the internet. You're secretly having an affair with Qin Baobao? This. I can only say 666. Go hug Qin Baobao's thigh and don't let go even if you're beaten to death. My face hurts. I've been slapped in the face again. Why is Qin Baobao's younger brother the same as his sister? Xianxia, F*** king retard. What does it have to do with me? I knew it. As long as it's a composer with the surname Qin and a good song, it must be Qin Baobao's younger brother. Don't blame me for thinking too much. It's just that perverted. Ha ha ha, those who said that he's going to beat Qin Baobao, do your faces hurt? This song was written by her younger brother, okay? Shouldn't you be more concerned about the name Xianxia? Qin Baobao's younger brother. So his name is Xianxia. Qin Baobao's younger brother. Shouldn't he be called Qin Bebe? Pfft, ha ha ha, it's finally a normal name. Every time I hear Qin Baobao's name, I always feel inexplicably funny. As the popularity spread, the number of comments under Qin Baobao's Weibo increased. Su Yunhan's fan club reporting for duty. I admire you for your younger brother. Qin Baobao, ask your younger brother to write another song for our Yunhan. Qin Baobao happily scrolled through her Weibo. Her Weibo followers were close to 1 million, and the average number of comments was within 50,000. Unlike those A-list celebrities, who posted a smiling emoji, there would be hundreds of thousands of comments. But now, her Weibo comments were close to 100,000 in a short time. Her sister was lying on the sofa, smiling with her eyes curved into crescents. Suddenly, she wrinkled her nose and snorted. I'm not going to write for her. My heart aches so much for her. How else could she be called pretentious? Fans love to see celebrities interact with each other. Xianxia commented with the eyes of a theoretical emperor. You have to find a way to gain popularity. Exposure is a means of survival for celebrities. Xianxia's words were like a bolt of lightning flashing through Qin Baobao's mind, opening the door to a new world for her. A few days later, she deeply regretted it. This morning, Xianxia finished his morning exercise and came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. It was the end of August and the weather was hot. He wore a pair of shorts and was shirtless. Anyway, he had 2 sisters at home and Wang Zijin was close to him, so he didn't need to avoid this. At the dining table, Qin Baobao was biting a bun and taking photos with the speed of a bachelor for 25 years. What are you doing? Xianxia was stunned. Nothing, nothing. Brother, you have such a great body. Can't I not be moved? Take photos as a souvenir. When you become an uncle with a big belly, you can reminisce about the past. Qin Baobao avoided his eyes, as if she was guilty. He didn't care about taking photos, but his stubborn sister actually admitted that she had a good figure. Xianxia was so happy that he posed like a bodybuilder. What do you think, a strange man with 8 pecs? Are you tempted? Click. Click. Yes, 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 a few more. Qin Baobao took a series of photos. So Xianxia posed a few more, including a very showy thinker. Qin Baobao's eyes were shining and she was satisfied. Wang Zijin smiled and looked at Xianxia's body with appreciation. From time to time, she would give Qin Baobao bad ideas and ask Xianxia to pose in all kinds of shameful positions. A few days passed like this. He thought his sister was just doing it on a whim. But every morning, she would wait in the living room early, waiting for Xianxia to come out of the shower shirtless so that she could take photos. Xianxia couldn't bear it and wondered, Qin Baobao, what's wrong with you? Taking photos every day. Do you think you're a photographer or a model? Qin Baobao's eyes drifted away. She looked around and said, the breakfast today was not bad. Xianxia interrupted, it's the same every day. I bought it from the same shop. Oh, don't be so stingy. Taking photos doesn't cost money. Qin Baobao tried to pull her brother's short sleeve. You're still acting like a rogue. Fine. Qin Baobao thought about it and her eyes lit up. Let's shoot a short video. What video? Xianxia was confused. His sister did not reply to him. She handed the phone to Wang Zijin and ran back to her room. After a while, she ran out with a quilt and gave Xianxia a bed sheet. Xianxia held the bedsheet with a confused expression. He didn't know what his sister was up to. I want to redo the song you wrote. Qin Baobao handed the bedsheet to her brother and ran to the back of the room to find a broom. I'll wait for you for 1,000 years. I'll wait for you for 1,000 years was a song that Xianxia found for his sister from the song library. To be precise, it was a good song that he found in the song library some time ago. He felt that it was very charming, so he exchanged it to cope with Qin Baobao's weekly task of composing a song. The response to the song was average at first. Qin Baobao's popularity skyrocketed. As long as she didn't mess it up, it would be difficult for her to be eliminated. So Qinzai posted a long Weibo the next day, explaining that the inspiration for the song came from the folklore, the legend of the white snake. The story was in the afternoon of a rainstorm. Su Xian, who was crossing the lake by boat, happened to meet the sisters White Snake and Little Green. She lent her umbrella to White Snake and invited them to ride the boat together. Then the song became popular. It was funny. Since his piano solo video spread on the internet, the number of people who followed Qinzai increased day by day. Su Yunhan's new song and I'll Wait for You for 1,000 Years added points. Sometimes the comments on Weibo were more popular than Qin Baobao's. His sister often scrolled through Weibo and complained a little. You want me to be Su Xian, and you to be White Snake? Qinzai understood. Who knew that his sister would shake her head? I'll be White Snake, and you'll be the boatman. Qinzai suddenly had a bad feeling. Qin Baobao excitedly shared her ideas and creativity. After Wang Zijin heard it, her eyes suddenly lit up. Qinzai's face looked like he had eaten a dead mouse. He refused on the spot. Don't even think about it. Qin Baobao wrapped herself in a long quilt and hugged her brother's arm, shaking her butt and acting coquettishly. Wang Zijin held back her laughter. That's fine. Qinzai reluctantly agreed to his sister's idea. If she wanted to make a fuss, he would accompany her. After all, they were playing in private and it wouldn't spread. Therefore, the two of them put on a bed sheet and a quilt and pretended to be on a boat. Qin Baobao even covered her head with a white scarf. She pinched her thumb and middle finger and pretended to look into the distance. She sang, "Who said in my ear, love me will never change." She really did have a bit of White Snake's charm. If only her face was more dignified and her acting wasn't so exaggerated. Just for this sentence, aha, I have no complaints even if my intestines are broken. The rain's heart is broken, the wind's tears. The dream lingers, the love is distant. La, 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 la. According to his request, Qinzai used the broom as an oar and pretended to row the boat. Qinzai's face stiffened and he reluctantly sang. The water of the West Lake, my tears. I'd rather turn into a ball of fire with you. How shameful. I'm such a fool. I actually accompanied this crazy woman. Qin Baobao continued singing. I'll wait 1,000 years, I'll wait 1,000 years. I'll wait 1,000 years, I have no regrets. The rain's heart is broken, the wind's tears. The dream lingers, the love is distant. La, 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 la. Qinzai glanced at his sister next to him. She was really good at pinching her thumb and middle finger. Coupled with her body movements, it was like she was singing an opera. He rolled his eyes and continued singing. The water of the West Lake, my tears. I'd rather turn into a ball of fire with you. The sister's expression was rich, while the brother's bitterness was deep. The contrast was stark. Wang Zijin, who was holding the phone, had a hard time holding back her laughter. The camera kept shaking. About 5 minutes later, the video recording was completed. Wang Zijin threw the phone and leaned on the table. She laughed so hard that her shoulders trembled. Qin Baobao ignored her. He picked up the phone and watched the video. In the end, he showed a satisfied smile. Qinzai put the broom back behind the door, turned back, and snatched the phone. Delete it. Unexpectedly, his sister was like a little hen protecting her chicks. She put the phone in her pocket, pressed it with one hand, and pushed Qinzai with the other. She muttered, "Keep it. Keep it as a souvenir." Souvenir? Qinzai was shocked and said angrily, "Souvenir? What's so good about this thing? Qin Baobao, is there something wrong?" His sister panicked. She hid it well and said righteously, "Just keep it as a souvenir." No way. If you have the ability, come and snatch it. As she spoke, she pretended to stuff the phone into her cleavage. Qinzai saw this and was afraid that she would say, "If you dare to snatch it, I'll tell my father that you touched my breasts." She had a criminal record. His sister's trick. so he waved his hand. Whatever. Qin Baobao happily returned to her room with the phone. Wang Zijin was on her period today. She was not feeling well, so she took a day off. This sister was also careless at work. She worked from 9 to 5. When the leader gave her too many tasks, she would go home and complain to her best friend and Xianxia. She wished she could stay at home and watch dramas every day. Qin Baobao was the same. Birds of a feather flocked together. They were jackals of the same tribe. For a long time, Qin Baobao's room was quiet. Xianxia guessed that she had gone back to sleep. He turned on his computer and studied the stock market. At this moment, his phone rang. Xianxia sent a message. The content of the message was, "Hey, your sister didn't send you nude photos today? Quick, send me a few. Otherwise, my breakfast will be tasteless." Xianxia looked at the message and his heart skipped a beat. Suppressing the ominous feeling, he texted back. "What do you mean?" Xianxia added a lecherous emoji. "Your nude photos, Baobao posted them on Weibo. Many girls are commenting on your photos and shouting excitedly that they want to have babies with you. Baobao's Weibo is very popular now. The photos are so good. I didn't know you knew how to take photos." Xianxia did not reply for a long time. She sent another message. "Don't you know?" She added a monkey emoji. "My nude photos. Weibo. Popularity. Giving birth to monkeys." Many sensitive words flashed through Xianxia's mind. No, I have to organize my thoughts." The next moment, he jumped up from the sofa. Xianxia roared, "Qin Baobao, I'm going to destroy you." He strode to Qin Baobao's room. At this time, his heart collapsed. Thinking of all the shameful poses in the past few days, he didn't want to live anymore. There was a burst of noise in the room. It seemed that someone had jumped out of bed and rushed to the door. Xianxia was the first to open the door. He bumped into his sister who was trying to lock the door. He reached out to grab her. His sister let out a strange cry. Like a frightened deer, she turned around and ran, hiding behind Wang Zijin. "What's wrong?" Wang Zijin played dumb. "Xianxia, don't make trouble. Go out first. I want to change my clothes." Xianxia sneered. "Lock the door again later." He didn't believe that Wang Zijin didn't know. With a face full of anger, he went to grab Qin Baobao, who was a coward. Wang Zijin opened her arms and pushed Xianxia hard, not letting him come closer. The scene was like an eagle catching a chicken. "Let's talk nicely. Let's talk nicely." Wang Zijin persuaded repeatedly. She couldn't stop Xianxia, who was full of anger. "Talk nonsense. I'm going to hang her up and beat her to death today," Xianxia said angrily. Qin Baobao poked her head out from behind her best friend and emboldened herself. "I'm your sister. You can't hit me," Xianxia said angrily. "How can you trick your brother like this? I was wondering why you kept taking photos. You actually posted them on the internet. Qin Baobao, you've eaten a leopard's guts." He felt ashamed just thinking about those poses. She even posted them on the internet? Did he still want to be a human? Actually, there was nothing wrong with those photos. They were similar to celebrity photo albums, and they weren't R18. Xianxia was angry, mainly because he felt that he had been deceived. Then there was the lack of mental preparation. For example, when a person was alone, they would talk to themselves like a lunatic, or make funny faces in front of a mirror, only to realize that there was a surveillance camera above their head. What a troublemaker. Stingy brat, what's wrong with passing it on? You're a man. What's there to be shy about? Qin Baobao was stubborn. I'm a man today. Just you wait, I'll beat you to death. Xianxia looked around and bent down to pick up his sister's pink slippers. Zijin, he wants to hit me, he wants to hit me. Qin Baobao, who was most afraid of being beaten, screamed. She pushed Wang Zijin toward Xianxia, as if that would give her a scapegoat. Wang Zijin snatched the slippers and glared at Xianxia. Don't be rude. Then she turned her head and said angrily, I told you to ask for his opinion first, but you didn't listen. He definitely won't agree. Qin Baobao pouted. So you decided to post it on the internet. Xianxia was furious. It was all because he didn't have time to go on Weibo these days. His Weibo was quite popular, and there were comments every day. Some people at him, and Xianxia was annoyed, so he turned off the message notification function. If it wasn't for Xianxia's message today, he might still be in the dark. His sister said righteously, "You said it yourself. I was just following your instructions." Xianxia was so angry that he laughed. Come, continue. Let's see what you can say today. That's the truth. Qin Baobao raised her fair face and said with conviction, "You told me to freeload off your popularity and exposure. As a man, you can't go back on your words. But I can't take advantage of other celebrities, so I thought, aren't you quite popular? Netizens often say on my Weibo that you're handsome and want to see you." Qin Baobao's expression said, "You can't blame me for this. I don't care. I'm going to beat you to death today." Xianxia said angrily. "I have no King retort." Qin Baobao was shocked and said without thinking, "If you dare to hit me, I'll tell everyone what happened that day." She regretted it as soon as she said it, and quickly covered her mouth. Xianxia's angry face froze. Wang Zijin looked at her best friend and then at Xianxia. "What's the matter?" "Nothing," the siblings said in unison. Wang Zijin was suspicious. "There must be something. Say it." Qin Baobao looked away and lowered her head slightly. Xianxia felt that it was not good to continue on this topic. He pointed at his sister angrily and said, "I'll deal with you later." He turned around and wanted to leave. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. "The video you recorded today." As soon as he finished speaking, baby Qin, who had been as quiet as a virgin, suddenly moved like a rabbit. She pounced over and bumped her brother head on, knocking him out of the door. With a paw sound, the door was closed. Then, with the crisp sound of the lock, the door was locked. This reaction, Xianxia knocked on the door angrily. Open the door, open the door. If you have the guts, post the video. If you have the guts, open the door, on the internet, on Weibo. Hey, why didn't Qin Baobao post a photo of her brother today? Hurry up and post it. I'll go to work after I see the photo. I want to see her brother's abs. Wow, they're so good. Yes. He licks the screen every morning. His body is so good. He's so handsome and has such a good body. Wow, I'm so tempted. To be honest, if I have a boyfriend like him, I'll make him strip naked for me every day. Qin Baobao has such a good body too. I'm so envious of her family. No, I'm going to snatch her brother and improve our family's genes. A moment later, Qin Baobao posted a selfie video. Hey, why isn't there a photo today? Video? Is it related to Xianxia? No nude photos, no good reviews. Every morning, the netizens who were waiting for the video to be updated clicked on it curiously. When the video unfolded, they saw Xianxia and Qin Baobao standing side by side. Both of them were dressed weirdly with a bedsheet draped over their bodies. Qin Baobao even had a white scarf over her head. The netizens were confused, but they also felt that their outfits were very funny. Then, Qin Baobao sang, "Who's the one who said in my ear, love me will never change?" Just for this sentence, aha, I have no complaints even if my intestines are broken. The rain is heartbroken, the wind is crying. The dream is lingering, the love is distant. La, 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 Xianxia continued singing, "The water of Westlake, my tears. I'd rather turn into a ball of fire with you." In front of their computers and mobile phones, countless people watched the video in a daze. Then, one by one, they burst out laughing. In just half an hour, there were 50,000 to 60,000 comments on Weibo. And it kept increasing. Ha ha ha, I'm drinking soy milk and I spat it all over my phone. I can't. Let me laugh for 3 minutes. What a magical song. I'm in the office. Everyone in the office is looking at me, but I just can't stop. My goddess is a joker. My prince is also a joker. Hey, I can't stand this pair of siblings. Do they have to be so funny? This wave is 666. this outfit. Goddess, where did your image go? I'm crying. So you're like this, Qin Bao Bao. This is the 5th time. I can't stop. I can laugh for a year. Ha ha ha. Look at Xianxia. Look at his expression. Ha 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 ha. I like to see his face full of disdain and helplessness. I'm begging for my prince's psychological shadow. I'm turning a blind eye to what you're doing. Ha ha ha. Xianxia, MDZZ. You're going crazy and you're dragging me into it. My prince is having a mental breakdown right now. I like this kind of brother so much. Even if he loses face, he will accompany his sister to the end. Oh, why don't I have a brother like this? I don't want a brother like this. I only want a husband like this. What kind of weird pair of siblings was this? They were too funny. Did they still want their image as idols? Damn, I'm laughing my pants off. There was a saying that went, people who make fun of themselves will never be embarrassed. People who make fun of themselves will always be the most popular. In this era, there were no celebrities who made fun of themselves. Whether it was the little fresh meat or the old cured meat, they all paid great attention to their on-screen image. But it couldn't be denied that this video went viral. Xianxia's expression and Qin Bao Bao's exaggerated expression were all made into memes and animations. Trending search of that day, Qin Bao Bao's funny video. While the internet was in a frenzy, Qin Bao Bao was being judged by her brother at home. You think you'll be fine if you hide in your room? You don't come out of the living room to get water? You don't want to go to the toilet? In view of Xianxia's determination to beat up his sister, Qin Bao Bao was terrified. She pushed Wang Zijin out to negotiate and expressed that she was willing to accept the punishment. After many negotiations, the court made a judgment on the case of Qin Bao Bao violating her brother Xianxia's privacy and image rights. Qin Bao Bao was sentenced to 1 week of cleaning and 1 week of cooking. Xianxia rejected the punishment of cooking and gave the reason to Chief Justice Wang Zijin, letting her cook is not to punish her, but to punish us. Wang Zijin thought it was reasonable and only sentenced her to 1 week of washing clothes. At this time, her sister was sweeping the floor in the living room. Wang Zijin went back to her room to watch a drama. Xianxia smoked leisurely, studied the stock market, and talked to his sister. By the way, the program I Am a Singer is about to end. Qin Bao Bao was full of resentment. Don't talk to her brother, so she snorted. Snort your sister, I'm talking to you. Snort. Do you still want songs? Snort. Xianxia rolled his eyes. Fortunately, he checked on the internet. I Am a Singer has indeed entered the end stage. At most, there will be 1 more episode, and it will be the championship. The contestants with the most cheers are Huang Yuding, Li Xuegong, Qin Bao Bao, and Wales. Wales has the momentum of a latecomer. His popularity in China can be said to be climbing a level day by day. He is a little fresh meat, and his singing is good. Fans and online media gave him the title, Treble King, Soul Singer. Qin Bao Bao wasn't as stunning as she used to be in the past few episodes. She won steadily and steadily. Now that her popularity wasn't what it used to be, even if she were to PK Huang Yuding, it wasn't like she had no chance of winning. Under Xianxia's training, her sister's singing improved day by day. However, just a week before the championship began, Qin Bao Bao and Xianxia, the siblings, ushered in a big crisis that they could not escape. At 6:30 p.m., Grandpa Xing drove home and ended the day's classes. Although there was still a week before the end of the summer vacation, the graduate students had already started their classes. Grandpa Xing was a professor, so of course, he had graduate students under him. Grandpa Xing had always been a responsible person. In order to teach the students well, he created a group and then pulled all the graduate students under him into the group. Grandpa Xing usually didn't use chatting tools. It wasn't that he didn't know how, but that he wasn't used to it. People of his age had already set their habits. Even if he could use all kinds of chatting software, he didn't like to use WeChat or QQ like young people. When he got home, the worker who was fixing the broadband was at home. Qin Ma stood aside and watched. Grandpa Xing took off his shoes and poured himself a glass of water. He stood at the door of the study and said, "Master, the broadband in my house was fine, but it was inexplicably cut off. I don't know what happened. The worker raised the half-broken cable in his hand and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course there's no internet. The cable was cut off. Grandpa Xing and Qin Ma looked at each other. Qin Ma said, "There's no child at home." That's strange. Why was it cut off? Was it bitten by a mouse? Grandpa Xing rolled his eyes. Have you ever seen a mouse bite like this? The cable was cut in half, and the cut was smooth. The worker replaced the cable with a new one, dialed, and tried it. You can go online now. Old Master Qin and Mrs. Qin thanked him and saw him out of the door. Qin Ma was still wondering about the cable being cut. Grandpa Xing was a busy man and didn't have the time to care about the details. He turned on the computer and looked at the stock market for a while to predict the direction of the stock market tomorrow. These days, he had been using his phone to look at the stock market. His eyes were tired. Half an hour later, he sent tomorrow's class to the chat group on his phone and asked the students to prepare by themselves. The students replied with a series of okay gestures and then chatted with each other. Grandpa Xing usually turned off the software at this time and didn't participate in the students' meaningless conversation. At this time, a girl in the group sent a video and laughed. Hey, have you seen it? It's so funny. My stomach hurts from laughing. Someone immediately replied, I saw it this morning. Soy milk was sprayed all over the floor. Although I've already seen it, I've watched it again. Each time I watch it, I laugh. The old man smiled. This girl had a lively personality. Her grades were average, and she especially liked to chase after celebrities. He wanted to tell her to study hard, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. This was not a school, and she would be annoying for no reason. Xianxia is my idol. I like him so much. Her words immediately attracted the approval of the other girls. He's handsome and has a good figure. He can also write songs, play the piano, and play with his sister. Since he can be a domineering CEO, he can also be a funny husband. Xianxia? It's the same name as my son. The old man didn't think too much about it. The moment he exited the chat software, he was surprised to see the last message. Qin Baobao is too beautiful. Her figure is super good. I didn't expect her to be so good at playing. Qin Baobao, Xianxia, this couldn't be a coincidence, right? The old man was stunned for a few seconds. His fingers moved quickly, and he opened the chat software again. He clicked on the chat group and played the video. The video jumped and automatically showed a full screen. In the video, a young man and a young woman stood side by side. They were covered in a nondescript quilt. The beautiful woman even had a white silk scarf wrapped around her head. The young woman pinched her fingers together. Her expression was exaggerated, and her eyes were charming. She sang in a charming voice, "Who said in my ear, love me will never change." The young man's face stiffened. He reluctantly continued, "I'd rather turn into a flame with you." In the video, one's actions were exaggerated, while the other's face was expressionless. It was a sharp contrast. Coupled with the charming voice, it made people want to laugh. However, the old man couldn't laugh at all because these two were from his family. After watching the video, the old man's mouth twitched. He said angrily, "Exaggerated, nonsense. Wait, why would the video of the siblings be here?" He closed the video. Ignoring his anger, he typed a message. "Where did you find the video?" Qin Baobao posted it on Weibo. Although it was strange that the tutor was interested, the students still told the truth. The old man's heart sank. He had an ominous feeling. "How did you know about Qin Baobao's Weibo? Do you know her?" "Did you follow Qin Baobao because you know that she's my daughter? But I didn't say that I have a daughter named Qin Baobao." There was silence in the group. How were they supposed to respond? "Miss Qin is so naughty. She's a superstar. Who doesn't know her? You're usually quite serious, and you like to joke." The girl who posted the video replied with a grimacing emoji. Superstar, maybe I was wrong. They're not my son and daughter." "Well, that kid doesn't look like them. My son isn't that handsome." They don't look like my family's genes at all. The old man watched the video anxiously. My son isn't that handsome, but my daughter is so beautiful. It can't be wrong. This pair of clowns is my family. The old man kept saying, calm down, calm down. Impulse is the devil. Qin Bao Bao. How is she a superstar? When he sent this message, he heard the little soul in his body roaring. Miss Qin, don't tease us. Miss Qin doesn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry, right? I understand. Qin Bao Bao became famous because she appeared on a variety show called I Am a Singer. The old man didn't talk nonsense. He exited the software, turned on the computer, and searched for I Am a Singer. This was the most devastated day for the old man. He warned her in every possible way, but in the end, his daughter still went to the entertainment industry and was doing well. The old man wasn't happy at all. He firmly believed that the entertainment industry was a big dye vat that would pollute his little fairy into an unwanted dog tail. At this time, I Am a Singer was playing on the screen. It happened to be the scene of Qin Bao Bao's first appearance. Because it was online, the bullet screen was full of comments. The comments that once drove Qin Bao Bao crazy appeared again. F*CK, I'll protect this girl. Civilized watching. 666, I can play with this leg for 10 years. The old man's mouth twitched and the veins on his forehead popped out. He wanted to smash the computer. I told you, I told you. The entertainment industry is the darkest and most chaotic. I can't let my daughter join the entertainment industry. The old man took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Qin Bao Bao? Haha, she must have a feud with her parents. Searched. There is no such newcomer. She got in through the back door. Identification complete. Another one who relied on connections. Needless to say, she must be the mistress of a TV station leader. The old man was shaking with anger. This time, it was the force of the flood. Also, what's wrong with the name? Bao Bao is so nice. What do you mean by feud with her parents? This group of children. He continued to watch patiently. After 3 episodes, he stopped. He was really afraid that he couldn't control his anger. Now he could conclude that it was not only his daughter who betrayed him, but also his son. The old man walked out of the study without saying a word and rummaged through the storage room. Perhaps it was because of the big commotion. Qin Ma, who was making dinner, came over and asked, "What are you doing?" The old man asked, "Where did I put my feather duster?" Feather duster? Qin Ma was stunned. Why are you looking for that? You haven't touched it for many years. Maybe you threw it away. The old man gritted his teeth. Then I'll buy another one. Qin Ma stared at him. What's wrong with you? Is there a problem with the school? But why are you looking for a feather duster? Found it. The old man pulled out a dusty feather duster from the corner. It was a little old and the feathers were almost all falling off. It was a bare stick with a few clusters of dull feathers stuck on it. The old man said faintly, I'll pretend that I never had this pair of children. After dinner, Wang Zijin and Qin Zhe sat side by side on the sofa and watched a movie. The movie was about a loyal dog and its owner. The movie was full of tears and was very touching. After a long period of exploration, Qin Zhe found that Wang Zijin liked to watch movies with a literary theme. It could be a touching love story, a tragic society, or a boring movie that reflected philosophy and life. She liked to watch all of them. She also watched wuxia movies, but it depended on the theme. She did not like movies that were purely about swords and knives. She also did not like movies that were about science fiction. She did not like movies that were about blood and gore. She did not like movies that did not make sense. She would watch humorous movies occasionally. The movie that Qin Zhe chose was a touching story between a man and a dog. As expected, Wang Zijin was moved. She sat next to Qin Zhe obediently and watched the movie side by side. In the kitchen, his sister was washing the dishes silently. Other than cooking, she did all the housework. After a week, she was released from prison. Qin Zhe carried the kettle into the kitchen to get water. His sister immediately looked at him with stars in her eyes. She hid her weakness and coquettishness, trying to seduce her brother so that he could help her wash the dishes. "Oh, you are washing the dishes," Xianxia said tenderly. "Are you tired?" Qin Baobao nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. She then gave her brother a gentle look. "If you are tired, then wash faster. Won't it be over?" Xianxia laughed. "Xianxia, you are not cute at all." Qin Bao chased after Xianxia angrily. While they were arguing, Qin Baobao's phone rang. Xianxia looked at it and said, "It's Mom." Qin Baobao grabbed her brother's clothes and wiped her hands clean. She answered the phone and said, "Mom, what's the matter?" His mother's voice was stern and angry. "Come back for a while." Qin Baobao turned to look at her brother. "Now? What time is it? What's the matter? You don't know what you did?" His mother said in an exasperated tone, "Bao Bao, you've turned a deaf ear to my advice." Qin Baobao was even more confused. "Mom, what's the matter?" Qin Ma said loudly, "Your father knows that you went to be a star. He wants you to come back now, right now." Qin Baobao felt as if a series of thunderbolts had been thrown at his head. He almost couldn't hold his phone properly. With a trembling voice, he said, "I'm not coming back. I'm not coming back." "You're not coming back?" On the other end of the phone, Grandpa Xing's voice was laced with anger. Then came Qin Ma's voice, "Hey, don't talk, let me, it's fine if you don't want to come back. I'll go over now." The old man gritted his teeth. This time, it was Xianxia's turn to be scared out of his wits. "Aya, don't, Dad. Sis will be back soon. Don't come over." His sister's pretty face changed drastically. She tried to snatch the phone away from him. Xianxia tried his best to protect it. Xianxia covered the phone. "What are you doing? You can hide from the first day, but you can't hide from the fifth." His sister stomped her feet. "Then I'm not going back either." Xianxia glared at her. "You really want him to come over?" Qin Baobao grabbed his brother's hand and said pitifully, "What should I do? What should I do? Dad will kill me. Aze, you have to save my sister. Come back with me. I've treated you well. It wasn't that bad either." Xianxia said, "I'm not going. You can go home and get beaten up. Why do you have to implicate me? It's better for one to die than both." His sister looked at him in disbelief as if she had been struck by lightning. Xianxia put on a flattering smile. "Dad, wait for me. Sis is going out now. I'll send her to the car personally." Grandpa Xing snorted. "You come back with her too." Xianxia felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Just as he was about to say something, Grandpa Xing hung up the phone. "The ball is in the sack. Listen to me." Xianxia put down the phone and felt lost. He suddenly felt that there was nothing left to live for. His sister's beautiful face was no longer attractive. The brother and sister looked at each other in silence. They both felt that their lives were coming to an end and that there was not much time left. Wang Zijin saw that their expressions were strange. She stood up and asked blankly, "What's wrong?" Qin Baobao opened her mouth and frowned. Xianxia said dejectedly, "My dad found out that Qin Baobao is a celebrity." "That's quite good." Wang Zijin tilted her head. "Isn't it worth celebrating that your daughter has become a big celebrity? My dad has always been against her becoming a celebrity." Xianxia said, "My dad believes that filial sons and talents are born under the rod. Although this theory has half failed on me. Then communicate properly. Look at how scared you are." Xianxia said sadly, "You haven't seen how Mom and Dad beat up Qin Baobao. So you have to go back too. When the time comes, you have to help Baobao." Xianxia was even sadder. "You haven't seen how they hung me up and beat me back then. Who said that cultured people never used violence when teaching children? That was a big mistake. Reason? How could he understand a child's reasoning? Therefore, using the rod was always the most effective and direct way. Only when it hurt would it remember." Grandpa Xing was an educator. He was different from those parents who only knew how to use violence. He knew how to combine strength and gentleness. Usually, after Xianxia was beaten up, he would be punished to stand in the study for an hour and listen to Grandpa Xing's long speech. Wang Zijin hesitated. She didn't know if she was worried that Qinzhe would be beaten or that her best friend would be beaten. Why don't I go with you? Qin Baobao's eyes lit up. Yes, yes, yes. Zijin will go with us. If there are outsiders, Dad won't beat me. His sister was really scared out of her wits. Her IQ had plummeted. Qinzhe was speechless. When relatives and friends were at home, Grandpa Xing would beat them up without saying anything. Qinzhe drove out of the neighborhood with his two sisters and headed home more than 10 kilometers away. His sister couldn't drive now. Looking at her uneasy appearance, she would definitely become a road killer if she insisted on driving. Wang Zijin didn't know the way. Also, she was during her period, so she was a little uncomfortable. It was rare for Qinzhe to be a driver. He got his driver's license when he was in high school. His sister forced him to go to driving school with her. Although it wasn't to the extent of being locked in the drawer as a souvenir, the number of times he drove could be counted on one hand. The new driver trembled with fear and nervousness. Not only was his sister unable to help, but she was also dragging him down. She kept pulling Qinzhe's arm from the back seat. "Aze, what should I do? I don't know what to do. You are the only male in our house. You have to support me." Qinzhe's head almost flew off several times. His heart trembled with fear, and he couldn't bear it any longer. Qin Baobao, scram to the side. If you annoy me again, we'll both die together. Qin Baobao pouted. 20 minutes later, the little red horse drove into the underground parking lot of a neighborhood. They took the elevator from the parking lot. The siblings stood in front of the door, feeling conflicted. In the end, Qinzhe took out the key to open the door. The hallway was connected to a long corridor that ran through the whole house. From the door, there was a living room, a kitchen, 2 bathrooms, 3 bedrooms, a study, and at the end was a cloakroom. The total area of this house was 170 square meters, which was almost twice the size of the house the siblings lived in now. This was normal. How could a dowry house be compared to a wedding house? This was left for their son. In the eyes of ordinary people, a house that was probably impossible to buy in a lifetime was worth tens of millions. This house was the culmination of the efforts of the old man and his father for half of their lives. Qinzhe's family was better off when he was young. His parents had 4 houses under their name. 2 of them were sold and exchanged for the current house. The siblings lived in another one, and the last one was sold during the economic crisis. The economic crisis was a taboo in this small family and they never mentioned it. In the living room, the crystal chandelier was shining brightly. The LCD TV was on and the program I Am a Singer was playing. Qin Baobao's tall and gorgeous figure appeared on the screen. Sure enough, he had a vicious heart. The old man was obviously doing it on purpose. Qin Baobao took her brother's hand and walked in with 3 steps. When she saw the old man sitting on the sofa, she first shushed him, then shushed him again when she saw the program on the internet TV. She stammered, "Dad." The old man slammed the coffee table. "Do you still think I'm your father?" The siblings were both afraid of the old man. When the old man yelled, she was half scared. Her face turned pale and she said with a sobbing voice, I. The old man sneered. "You've really grown up. Have you forgotten your surname?" Qin Baobao said, "My surname is Qin." "You still dare to talk back." The old man slammed the coffee table again. Qin Baobao panicked. "I didn't." His sister was so useless. Qinzhe secretly broke out in cold sweat and pushed Wang Zijin forward. "Dad, Mom, this is sister's classmate." Wang Zijin understood Qinzhe's gaze and gave him a comforting "leave it to me" look. She smiled gently and said gracefully, "Uncle, Auntie, my name is Wang Zijin. I didn't even tell you that I was coming over." The old man squeezed out a smile. "Zijin, I've heard Baobao talk about you. Welcome, welcome." Cultured people were indeed prideful. Wang Zijin was confident. At this time, Qin Ma smiled and said, "Zijin, do you want some tea?" No. Wang Zijin waved her hand. "Have a cup. There's nothing good to treat you at home." Qin Ma made her a cup of weak tea and said with a smile, "You're so good looking." Bao Bao, if you're as obedient as you, we'll save you the trouble. Have a seat first. Her father and I have something to deal with. After that, she ignored Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin blinked and cast a look at Qin Zhe. This script is wrong. Qin Zhe replied with a look. Do you know what it means to be older? Treating guests and teaching children a lesson are not bad. Qin Baobao looked at them for help. Wang Zijin replied with a look. What else can I say? I'm helpless too. She couldn't say, don't hit Qin Baobao. This wasn't something an outsider like her should say. She had no position and no right to annoy the two old men. She could only control them with the thought that it was inconvenient to hit the child with outsiders. However, cultured people were thick-skinned and turned a blind eye. What did I tell you? Did you listen to me? How long has it been since you graduated and you dare to go against us? You resigned behind our backs. Don't you know how hard it is to find a good job? Your surname is Qin? I think your surname is Wang. The old man scolded. Qin Baobao lowered her head and did not dare to talk back. Wang Zijin was stunned and turned to look at Qin Zhe. As the saying goes, a son knows his father best. Qin Zhe immediately understood the old man's scolding tone. He quietly moved to her side and lowered his voice. Bastard's confinement period, played, finished. Wang Zijin's mouth twitched. She thought, if you want to scold your daughter, so be it. What did I do to provoke you? I was shot even when I was lying down. Don't look down on my dad just because he teaches science. His literary skills aren't the least bit ambiguous. He's also very good at scolding people. Qin Zhe said again, but when he saw Mother Qin's glance, he immediately shut up. Are you cut out for the entertainment industry? Is that a place where you can do well? The old man drank tea to moisten his throat and continued scolding. 2 months ago, you quietly resigned and quietly entered Star Art Entertainment. You really are my daughter. I really taught you how to make a name for yourself. Do you know what the internet is saying about you? The old man thought of the comments on the internet and his stomach was filled with anger. He wanted to beat his daughter to death. After scolding for a full 10 minutes, the old man was satisfied. Then, the old man took out a feather duster that was not much younger than Qin Zhe from behind the pillow. Qin Baobao's face turned pale and she was so scared that she took a few steps back. Qin Zhe's face also changed. This was the murder weapon that was specially prepared for him. The old man shouted, "Stand over here. Didn't I teach you to stand at attention when you're being beaten?" Qin Zhe, who was next to him, complained in his heart, "You taught me." Qin Baobao cast a pitiful look at Qin Ma. Qin Ma was like an old monk in meditation. Her eyes were focused on her nose and her nose was focused on her heart. "Give me your hand." The old man shouted again. With tears in her eyes, Qin Baobao reluctantly reached out her white and tender right hand. Qin Zhe looked at his father's expression and knew that he was really angry. It was just like when Qin Baobao signed a contract with a talent scout without authorization. Fortunately, it was only an entry form at that time and there was no legal effect. Even so, the old man still beat him with the feather duster, while Qin Ma held the rolling pin. This time, he was even more ruthless. He directly signed a contract and debuted on the show. "I told you to cut the internet cable." The old man waved the feather duster. It was obvious that his daughter was the one who cut the internet cable at home. Pa! The feather duster fiercely hit Qin Baobao's palm. The elder sister cried out in pain. Tears streamed down her face. She jumped back like a frightened deer. "Stand over here," the old man shouted. Pa! Another vicious slap. Qin Baobao was in so much pain that he broke out in cold sweat. He had not been beaten like this for many years. Pa! The feather duster hit Qin Zhe's hand. The old man looked at his crazy son in confusion. Wang Zijin and Qin Ma were also stunned. The elder sister looked at her younger brother with tears in her eyes. That look in her eyes was like looking at the man who supported her. Qin Zhe himself was also dumbfounded. "Io, what the f***ck, do I want to die? Am I looking for death?" Qin Zhe saw his elder sister being beaten and uncontrollably stopped him. It was almost instinctive and subconscious. It was strange. He watched his elder sister being beaten up happily. But now, he found that he could not bear to see his elder sister being beaten. You may not believe it, but my hand moved on its own. Can I withdraw? The old man stared at him. There seemed to be a storm gathering in his eyes. It was too late for regrets. So he straightened his neck and said, Dad, don't hit her. I didn't supervise her well. The old man sneered. Did you supervise her? Xianxia said guiltily, I did, right? The old man sneered again. You are also my good son. Why didn't I realize that you were so talented? You wrote songs and played the piano. When I taught you, you were like a piece of rotten wood. One day, when you were free, you turned over a new leaf and became a great talent. As a father, I didn't have the ability to teach my son. I misled him. Is that what you mean? You are really my good son. Xianxia said subconsciously, Dad is right. The second half of the sentence, I was wrong, was stuck in his throat. Dad is right. I was wrong was the official standard sentence for father and son. Every time the old man beat up Xianxia, or when Xianxia was about to be beaten, he would say this sentence. Xianxia had become a conditioned reflex. But halfway through, he suddenly realized that the grammar was correct, but it was not used at the right time. The veins on the old man's forehead were jumping in anger. His thunderous anger was brewing, and it was expected that he would explode in a few seconds. At this time, he received a mission prompt from the system. Taking advantage of the gap between the old man's brewing power, Xianxia opened the mission and looked at it. Help Qinbao get through the difficulties. If you succeed, you will be rewarded 160 points. If you fail, you will be deducted the same amount of points. It meant that he had to take the blame for Qinbao Bao and take the beating for her. I actually have such a perverted desire in my heart. Dad, in fact, I encouraged her to be a star. Xianxia said loudly, it's all my fault. If you want to beat me, just beat me. Qinbao Bao was moved by her brother's bravery and took a step back happily. The old man pointed at Xianxia with his finger and gritted his teeth. Xianxia obediently stretched out his hand. The old man sneered twice. Who said I want to beat your hand? Xianxia had a bad premonition in his heart. The old man's angry roar rang in his ears. Kneel down. When he was a child, Xianxia did something wrong. The old man pulled his son by the ear into the study and made Xianxia kneel down. He waved the feather duster as if he was waving a bayonet at the Japanese. At this moment, Xianxia finally recalled the fear of being dominated by the old man and the humiliation of being locked up in the study as a punishment. Dad, I was wrong. What I said just now was false. You should continue to beat Qinbao Bao. Xianxia said loudly. His sister quickly retreated and hid far away, looking at him warily. The old man's way of educating his son was to not talk nonsense if he could do it. He went behind Xianxia, raised the feather duster and hit it hard. There was a muffled sound, not as crisp as the slap just now. Xianxia grimaced in pain. The old man was obviously holding back when he hit his sister. Xianxia suddenly realized that he couldn't escape this beating. After the beating, his sister would beat him. Otherwise, why would they let him come back together? I asked you to instigate her. I asked you to write songs for her. I asked you to hide it for her. You've got guts. While the old man was beating his son, he didn't forget to warn his daughter. Qinbao Bao was timid. Every time her father's stick fell, she would tremble. It was as if the stick wasn't on Xianxia's body, but on her. Wang Zijin saw that Xianxia was being punished. She opened her mouth but couldn't think of a reasonable reason to stop it. Wasn't it natural for a father to beat his son? She was an outsider. How could she stop it? Her words had no weight at all. The old man was beating happily when suddenly, there was a crack. This old feather duster finally couldn't bear the burden and broke. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, perseverance was victory. Finally, this evil feather duster died. Qinbao Bao also heaved a sigh of relief. The feather duster was broken. After her father beat her brother to vent his anger, there would be nothing to beat her with. Wang Zijin also heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing Xianxia being beaten, she actually felt a trace of heartache. The old man sneered. I still have a belt. Xianxia, Qin Bao Bao, Wang Zijin, alright, your anger should have subsided. Qin Ma stepped in at the right time to be the peacemaker. She was used to playing this role. The old man was the bad guy, and she was the good guy. After the old man gave the big stick, Qin Ma gave the sweet jujube. Hugging little Xianxia, she said, baby son, don't cry. Mommy will give you a kiss. Qin Bao Bao's kiss reward was mostly passed down from her mother. Of course, there were also mixed doubles. For example, Qin Bao Bao changed her name and signed a contract with a talent scout. Another example was Xianxia being instigated by his sister to steal the family's money to buy popsicles. It's already past 10. Rest first. We'll talk another day. Qin Ma's casual words had the siblings' faces changing. The old man threw the feather duster away and scolded, I'll teach you a lesson tomorrow. He then turned around and walked to the master bedroom. When he passed by Qin Bao Bao, he glared at her. And you? The old man slammed the door. Qin Ma stayed behind to clean things up. Looking at her son and daughter, she poked her daughter's forehead. You're asking for trouble. You got your younger brother into trouble. Qin Bao Bao pouted. She could not act coquettishly in front of her mother as usual. This was because her mother and father were on the same side. It's so late. Sleep at home. Qin Bao Bao said reluctantly, okay. She could not escape. Zijin, sleep with Bao Bao. Auntie will cook for you tomorrow. Qin Ma said pleasantly. Okay. Thank you, Auntie. Wang Zijin was also a woman who knew how to act. Her smile was impeccable. Mom, I have to go to work tomorrow. I'll leave after sleeping for a night. Qin Bao Bao said immediately. Leave? Qin Ma laughed. You can't leave until this matter is resolved. Xianxia's room was next to his sister's. He held his waist and went back to his room. Qin Bao Bao followed him. Go back to your room. I don't want to see you. Xianxia scolded. I told you that I would take the blame for you sooner or later. Qin Bao Bao was like a little white rabbit in front of her father, but in front of her younger brother, she was like a big tiger baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. She said righteously, you're the younger brother, so you have to take the blame for me. He could not be bothered to reason with women. Xianxia felt a burning pain on his back and took off his coat. Qin Bao Bao blushed for the first time. She spat and scolded, I know you have a good figure. You show off every day. Humph, crazy. Xianxia rolled his eyes and turned around. My back hurts. Help me take a look. Qin Bao Bao was stunned. There were dozens of bruises on Xianxia's back. The most serious one was purple. It was a ghastly sight. After a few seconds, his sister burst into tears. She wiped her tears and ran out of the room. Mom, Dad B-Day's up. Woo-woo, Mrs. Qin was washing up in the bathroom when she heard the commotion. She was shocked and thought that something had happened to her son. She ran into the room with her daughter. Wang Zijin was next door. She heard the commotion and came over as well. It's fine. It's just bruises. Qin Ma heaved a sigh of relief. When he was young, Xianxia was often beaten until his butt was bruised. But bruises on his butt were not scary. Who had not been beaten by their parents when they were young? The bruises on his back gave people the illusion of being abused. Don't just stand there. Buy a bottle of Yan Bai Yao for your brother. Qin Ma ordered her daughter. Qin Bao Bao wiped her tears and went out. End of chapter 110. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.